Hello guys, if you enjoy, then like this video, for more crazier parts. Chapter 1. Great Primordial. The boundless starry sky. Billions of stars are like billions of gems, shining in the galaxy. They may seem small, but they are actually huge. Even the smallest planet is more than 10 times larger than the Earth. According to legend, this is the hair of the god Pangu. However, except for a few stars such as the Sun, and the Moon, the other planets are all dead and silent, without vitality. However, it is an insignificant lifeless planet among the billions of stars, but it is full of traces of human activities, such as construction, mining, machinery, and so on. None of them come from real humans, though, but robots. Yes, you read that right, there are robots in the Great Primordial World. The reason for all this is that Lu Fan's time travel activated a technological system. Then, he started the journey of technological conquest of the planet. It's just that he doesn't know yet, this is not the technological universe he thought, but the Great Primordial World. It's really strange. This place is obviously suitable for life, but there are no traces of life. This is unscientific. Huang Xing was sitting on an airplane, looking down at the ground through the window, and muttering to himself. It has been a year since he came to this planet. At first, he thought he was still on the Earth, just in a desolate corner, because he could still breathe. It wasn't until he activated the technology system and used technology to explore the surroundings that he discovered that it was a strange planet. It's just that this planet also has oxygen, which is suitable for human survival and does not require him to wear a spacesuit. He thinks that this must be a planet with life, and there are other life forms. Therefore, while using the technology system to develop technology and accumulate his own strength, he carefully explored the periphery. During this period, he first made a simple robot with local materials, used the robot to mine, and built more robots. And so on, and then used the robots to build bases, guns, and ammo, and even missiles. It is no exaggeration to say that Lu Fan alone is a technology and industrial empire. And all of this was completed within 1 year, which shows how powerful the technology system is. As Lu Fan's army of robots continues to grow, he explores a wider and wider area of the planet. Until now, the entire planet has been explored by him. But he discovered that there was no other life on this planet except him. This made him feel very puzzled. As everyone knows, because this is the Great Primordial Universe, even the boundless starry sky is suitable for life. It's just that it takes a long time for life to be conceived. Even the creatures on the land of Great Primordial multiplied and were born quickly because of the flesh and blood of God Pangu. Otherwise, it will be the same as the planet where Lu Fan is. Report to the commander, the Harmony has completed a circle around the planet Alpha, please give the next order to the commander. While Lu Fan was frowning and thinking, a robot walked up to Lu Fan from the cockpit and gave a military salute in return. It has a slender body, its head and body covered in white, and its 2 arms and legs have a metallic luster. On the face of the robot, there are clear human facial features and even expressions, which obviously have high artificial intelligence. This plane is driven by it. Dabai, return to the base. Lu Fan ordered. Dabai is the name of this robot. This is the robot with the highest level of intelligence among the robots made by Lu Fan, and it is also the first robot made by Lu Fan. It's just that in the later stage, it is constantly modified with new materials to keep it upgraded. Yes, Commander. Dabai gave another military salute and returned to the cockpit. Soon, the plane circled in an O shape in the air and returned at supersonic speed. Half an hour later, the plane landed in front of a big mountain. The front of the mountain has already been bulldozed, paved with cement, and marked out as a runway, which is specially used to park aircraft. Lu Fan got off the plane and walked straight to the gate of the base. The base is built inside the mountain, built according to the highest security level of the system's current authority, and can defend against even destructive missiles. Welcome, Commander. The base system recognized Lu Fan's information, and the base gate slammed open. Scenes full of sci-fi style were presented before our eyes. The white robots are working in an orderly manner, some are developing new satellite spacecraft, some are studying newly mined ore, and some are studying the galaxies around the Alpha planet. Lu Fan nodded with satisfaction, feeling a sense of accomplishment in his heart. Although these robots were made by him relying on the technology system, all the research directions were formulated by him himself. There are physics, chemistry, industry, aerospace. It was these development directions that allowed him to conquer planet Alpha in just 1 year. Next, my goal is the Sea of Stars. Lu Fan's eyes showed anticipation. With the level of technology he has now mastered, he can completely start the space journey. It's just that he still needs to collect and process a lot of data, such as the gravitational acceleration of planet Alpha and so on. After all relevant data has been collected, robots can be ordered to build spacecraft. However, before Lu Fan started this plan, he was shocked to find that planet Alpha was suddenly shrouded in a purple glow. Immediately afterwards, he heard a grand and majestic voice echoing in the sky. Por Dea ist Hung Jun, now sanctified, heavenly Deo, all sentient beings can learn from each other. Lu Fan was stunned for a moment. What's the situation? Hung Jun, sanctified. This is not the modern universe, this is clearly the Great Primordial World. Lu Fan's heart was overwhelmed, he had just conquered a planet with technology, and he was full of ambition, but told him that this is the Great Primordial Continent. That frightening world where fairies are everywhere and golden fairies are not as good as dogs. It took him a year to conquer a planet with technology. And the Great Primordial can crush a planet easily, so how can he play? People say that the end of science is theology. He hasn't finished yet, how can he compete with this group of immortal cultivators? Not to mention those saint of heavenly Deo who are high above and look down on all living beings. Damn, it's no wonder that this planet has no trace of life but allows me to survive. It turns out that this is the Great Primordial. My golden finger is definitely crooked. Lu Fan almost couldn't help cursing, came to the Great Primordial and gave him a technology system, isn't this a joke? However, there is no such thing as an absolute path. Just when Lu Fan was cooling down and despairing of science, the sound of the technology system sounded again. Drib. Congratulations to the host for completing the novice task of conquering the planet and getting the novice gift package, the quantum body. Chapter 2. Hehe, return the novice gift bag. Lu Fan sneered, after knowing that this was the Great Primordial World, he was completely disappointed with the system. If this is the world of comprehension, even if it is the old monster of nascent soul-crossing tribulation, he still has something to do with developing a good technological civilization. But in Great Primordial, the best starter packs are useless. However, before he finished speaking, Lu Fan froze. Wait, the quantum body, is it the quantum body of Dr. Manhattan? Lu Fan's eyes lit up, and his mood suddenly became excited. The quantum body is also called the infinite quantum body. The whole body is composed of quantum, which is neither matter nor energy. Therefore, any material energy attack has no effect on it. This is one of the superpowers of the DC Universe superhero Dr. Manhattan. In addition, he also has powerful superpowers such as quantum analysis, quantum reaction, dominating particles, transcending time and space, immunity to causality, manipulating probability, and controlling time. The so-called quantum analysis is to quickly analyze any form of existence and understand its principles and essence. The quantum reaction means that the reaction speed is the Planck time, that is, 1e43 seconds. It governs the particles, dominates the particle movement of matter and energy, and can even completely destroy the elementary particles to make them disappear, ignoring the volume density. It transcends time and space, exists in all timelines and all time points, and is a collection of infinite self. Immune to cause and effect, detached from cause and effect, not affected by cause and effect. After Joan became Manhattan, even if Joan in the original historical trend died, it would not be able to have any impact on Manhattan. Manipulate the probability, control the collapse direction of the quantum superposition state, and let events or things develop in the direction you want. Control time, you can travel to any time and place at will, and modify and control the timeline. In a word, this is the real God of the physical world. Even in the world of mythology, it still exists at the level of mythology. Great Way Immortal. System, I didn't expect you, a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, to hide such a trick. Lu Fan's face was instantly filled with smiles, and the big stone in his heart fell completely. If that's the case, even the Great Primordial won't be afraid. Drib. Will the host receive the novice gift package immediately? The system beep sounds again. Receive. Without hesitation, Lu Fan began to receive the gift package. Hung Jun is sanctified, the sooner he activates his quantum body, the more security he will have. As his words fell, he felt that his body was quickly decomposed by a powerful and mysterious field force, directly from the macroscopic to the onlooker, and decomposed to the atomic level. But his thinking rises to another dimension, jumps out of space, even out of time, and enters an immaterial realm. This feeling is like he has changed from a world participant to a world observer. The entire Great Primordial World, all living beings, past, present, and future, can be observed by him. Next, he began to reorganize his body in the material world, that is, the quantum body. Unlike Dr. Manhattan, who is covered in blue light, his body is all golden, just like the Sun Wukong statuette of a fox demon matchmaker. Is this the quantum body? It's really strong. Feeling the power of the quantum body, Lu Fan was pleasantly surprised. After transforming into a quantum body, his world changed completely. What he sees is no longer the world of matter and energy, but the essence of all matter and energy, which is a combination of a bunch of quantum changes. Everything in the world is no longer a mystery in his eyes. He can not only see the fundamental particles of matter, but also the existence of space wormholes and dark matter, which previous scientific and technological civilizations wanted to explore but had no results. Now, he is the god of the physical world. All the principles of physical science and technology have been thoroughly understood by him. He can use these to easily create a super civilization. Not to mention anything else, at least the three-body civilization is within reach. As long as this Great Primordial is not the high-end Great Primordial that is everywhere in the mythical Great Way Immortal, I am now invincible. Lu Fan thought in his heart, the mythical Great Way Immortal is the top existence of the Great Primordial World. If the number is not large, it will not affect him much. Because he's sort of the same as the mythical Great Way Immortal right now. But if there are too many myths and they are all aimed at him, then he will not feel well. What? Why target him? He is physically proving the Deo, and he is obviously an outlier in the Great Primordial, who is not aimed at him. However, under Lu Fan's microscopic observation, he soon knew that only Hung Jun, the saint of heavenly Deo, could reach the mythical Great Way Immortal level. As for the innate powers of three pure ones, Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai, they are all just ordinary Great Way Immortal powerhouses and pose no threat to him. Of course, even Hung Jun couldn't really threaten him now. Even the causal line has been cut off, Hung Jun can't calculate my existence at all, let alone interfere with me through the law of time. When Lu Fan transformed from a mortal body to a quantum body, the causal lines on his body were completely annihilated. In other words, even if there really is a mythical Great Way Immortal who passes through time and space and kills the previous Lu Fan, the current Lu Fan will still exist without any causal influence of time and space. This is true immortality. Much stronger than the saint's body, the Xianhuang immortal body, etc. The only fly in the ointment is that he no longer feels like an ordinary person. Although strength is the most important thing in Great Primordial, strength is the most important thing, but if you don't have the feeling of being human, it's quite boring. Dr. Manhattan also empathizes with this point. And just as the idea of Lu Fan came to mind, the system sound suddenly sounded. As long as the host spreads science to the entire Great Primordial, it can switch between the quantum body and the human body at will. Chapter 3. For a moment, the back of Lu Fan's head was full of win numbers. He was stunned by the system's words, and he was kind of dumbfounded. Although he is a quantum body, a god in the physical world, which is equivalent to the mythical Great Way Immortal, but this is the Great Primordial Universe after all of them are masters of immortality, and Hung Jun preacher Zi Xiao. The system actually let him spread science in such a world? Isn't this turning on the light in the toilet, looking for death? At that time, he will definitely be the public enemy of all Great Primordials. System, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Lu Fan asked after the corner of his mouth twitched. Although he really wanted to transform between the quantum body and the human body, the task was too difficult. Reporting to the host, it's actually not difficult. The system replied. When Lu Fan transformed into a quantum body, the system obviously had higher artificial intelligence, and speaking was no longer simple and mechanical. Then tell me about a simple method. Lu Fan is not surprised by the system change. After all, this system can turn him into a quantum body. The level of technological civilization is obviously ridiculously high, and it is normal to have a sense of self-thinking. With the host's current ability, it can cultivate a great god-level civilization, and then suppress the cultivation civilization, and then spread scientific civilization throughout the Great Primordial. The system replied. But this is the Great Primordial, creatures don't have this knowledge at all. Lu Fan still doesn't believe it. Great Primordial creatures have breathed out spiritual energy since they were conscious, and asked how they could understand science. Then choose a new race. The system suggested. You mean the future human race? Lu Fan's eyes flickered, and he understood the meaning of the system. Now that Hung Jun has just been sanctified, according to the timeline, after Hung Jun Zi Xiaogong starts his lecture, he will accept 3 pure ones Nuwa and others as his disciples, and set a sacred position and bestow purple chi of grand mist. Then, Nuwa created human race, the first to prove the Dao sanctified. At that time, human race was like a blank sheet of paper, and there was no problem of subverting the world view. If you teach them scientific knowledge, it will be easy to accept and master. No, still not. Lu Fan suddenly thought of something, and shook his head immediately, denying this idea. Is the host worried about being blocked by Saint? The system asked. Not this question. With his current strength, he may not be able to suppress Saint, but he is not afraid of Saint at all. My concern is that there may be things in the Great Primordial World that cannot be explained by science. Lu Fan frowned. For example, everything is made up of elements, and these elements are arranged in the periodic table. But the Great Primordial World obviously has a lot of substances beyond these elements. Among other things, let's talk about the Bell of Primordial Chaos, one of the innate treasures. Could it be composed of elements we are familiar with? Is it gold, silver, iron, or copper? Obviously neither. These cannot be explained by science, so how does he spread science? Wouldn't it be a joke if the end of science turned into theology again? Host, your mind still has limitations. The system seemed to be aware of Lu Fan's thoughts and immediately explained. Everything can be scientific, and the innate treasure bell of primordial chaos is no exception. It's just that what the elements are needs to be researched and discovered. Isn't it the same for the known elements? Yes. Lu Fan's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had been hit by a blow, and his heart suddenly brightened. What is science? Science is the study of the phenomena and laws of the universe. I don't know the elements that make up the bell of primordial chaos. If you research it, it's over. There are other unknown elements as well. The Earth is just a drop in the ocean in the universe, and there must be countless unknown elements beyond the Earth. In the same way, in the vast Great Primordial, the elements found on the Earth are definitely not enough. It seems that I have something to do later. The corner of Lu Fan's mouth curled into an arc, and his next step is to collect and organize the data of the entire Great Primordial and compile it into teaching materials. For example, in chemistry, arrange the Great Primordial periodic table of elements. In physics, measure the gravitational acceleration of the Great Primordial continent. In a word, make the entire Great Primordial comprehensive information scientific, and then pass it on to the future human race. Thinking of the future human race led by him to suppress the Great Primordial race with technology, he couldn't help but look forward to it. Looking forward to his retransformation into a human body. After all, technology vs cultivating immortals has always been a topic of eternal debate. If it is really realized in his hands, it will be really exciting. Get ready to work. Lu Fan has no procrastination, he is already a quantum body, and his reaction speed is Planck time, which is beyond imagination. It starts with this planet. Lu Fan looked around and decided to study Alpha Star thoroughly first. He first upgraded the robots on planet Alpha, especially for Dabai. In the past, he was limited by his scientific and technological strength, and he could not use many materials. But now he can directly decompose and reorganize matter, allowing Dabai's abilities to be improved in all aspects. Most basically, its body hardness, heat resistance, and other attributes have been greatly enhanced. Even if it falls into the hot magma, Dabai will not be melted and shut down. This can make it easier to explore the entire Alpha Star. Don't look at it as just a planet, but know that with the civilization of the Earth, even the Earth has not been explored. For example, human beings can only penetrate more than 12,000 meters deep into the Earth, but the diameter of the Earth is more than 12,000 kilometers, which is only 1,000th of the diameter of the Earth. It can be seen that it is not easy to thoroughly explore the entire planet. After giving Dabai the exploration command, Lu Fan left Alpha Planet and went to other planets to continue exploring. Chapter 4. At the quantum speed, Lu Fan descended to the nearest star next door almost in a single thought. This speed is completely faster than the speed of light. Because even at the speed of light, it takes a quarter of an hour to arrive. In fact, let alone this distance, even if it is 1 light year away, at the quantum speed of Lu Fan, it can come down in an instant. This star is called Beta Star. Lu Fan is like a god, directly naming this planet. Since it is to disseminate science, it must use scientific nomenclature, rather than the kind of fancy titles of fairy tales and fantasy. For example, what about the buried Emperor Star and so on? Of course, there are hundreds of millions of stars in the Great Primordial, and such naming counts are definitely not enough. But as long as the mind does not slip, there are always more ways than difficulties. Just like mathematical quantifiers, it is enough to use up to 100 million commonly used on the Earth, but it must not be used in Great Primordial. There are also quantifiers such as mega, jing, gai, zi, and rang. There are 10,000 times the difference between these quantifiers. For example, 1 trillion equals 1 trillion. 1 capital equals 10,000 trillion. After rang, there are higher level quantifiers such as dich, jian, zheng, zai, ji, gang esha, asenja, and nehuta, which are enough for Great Primordial. After naming the planet, Lu Fan began to mass-produce robots. He went directly to a mine to decompose and reorganize the ore. After a while, robots imitating Big Baxiang will continue to be produced. Your name is Dabai number 2. You are in charge of exploring Star Beta. Lu Fan gave instructions to the robot with the highest intelligence level. Yes, Commander. Dabai number 2 saluted Lu Fan and led all the robots to start an orderly division of labor. Some of them mine ore, some build bases, some explore areas. These instructions have been sent to their programs by Lu Fan, just follow the steps. Lu Fan didn't stop, left star Beta, and landed on the next star. As for the surrounding satellite planets, he ignored them. After all, there are hundreds of millions of stars alone, and if satellite planets are counted, he will be exhausted even at quantum speed. If you don't count the Great Primordial Continent, this starry sky should be about the same as the previous universe, with a diameter of 90 billion light-years. Lu Fan's glittering quantum body flickers in the starry sky, and his quantum analysis ability makes him analyze the data of the starry sky like a super quantum computer. The diameter of the universe in the previous life was 96 billion light-years, which is the distance traveled by the speed of light for 96 billion years. As the source of the heavens and worlds, the Great Primordial Continent will naturally only become more vast and boundless. Everything is subject to science, even the Great Primordial Planet obeys the law of universal gravitation. Because the Great Primordial Continent is too far away from the starry sky, the gravitational force of the planet is negligible, so billions of stars follow the law of universal gravitation and orbit on their respective trajectories in the boundless starry sky. Of course, at the quantum speed of Lu Fan, it will definitely not take 96 billion years to complete the universe. In fact, not to mention Lu Fan, even the Great Primordial Heavenly Immortal Golden Immortal does not need it, their speed has already surpassed the speed of light. Not to mention, you can use space wormholes to jump in space. And Lu Fan's quantum body can reach any corner of the universe in a single thought. Because he has jumped out of this dimension, it is like a character in a novel, he has jumped out of this novel, if he wants to read any plot of this novel, he can directly jump to that chapter, paragraph, and sentence. In the following time, Lu Fan wandered in the starry sky, leaving the Dabai robot on each planet to explore and collect planetary data. So, before you know it, the vast and endless galaxy is filled with an army of Lu Fan robots. Not to mention that the Great Primordial didn't know about this matter, even Hung Jun didn't expect it, but they will soon find out. At this moment, Hung Jun is rushing from Mt. Kunlun to Chaos to establish the Zixiao Palace Dojo, preparing for the sermon 10,000 years later. After hearing Hung Jun's sound transmission, the Great Primordial immediately decided to rush to Chaos, hoping to hear saints preaching. I didn't expect there to be such a strong person in our Mt. Kunlun. Big brother and second brother, it's not too late. Let's leave now, listen to saint's sermon as soon as possible, and break through the bottleneck as soon as possible. In the endless vein of Mt. Kunlun, on a fairy peak resembling Kylin, 3 Taoist priests sit in a circle. There is neither divine light overflowing nor Dao rhyme flowing on them, as if they are in harmony with nature, and they have all reached the state of return to the natural state. Among them, a young Taoist in a gorgeous green robe couldn't help looking at the other two with eager eyes. The Taoist in the middle is wearing a grey Taoist robe, with white beard and hair, and the other Taoist is wearing a purple gold Taoist robe, with a middle-aged face and majestic eyes. This is exactly Pangu's 3 purities Lao Zi, Yuanqi, Tongtian Pangu primordial spirit combined with opening heaven's fresh air after 3 points. Tongtian is the youngest and the most straightforward and impatient. Because of the heavenly Dao restriction, the innate powers are all stuck at the golden immortal of the Great Way Peak and cannot make any progress. Therefore, for the Hung Jun Saint sermon, he can't wait, hoping to break the shackles and step into a new realm. Third brother, we are Pangu Orthodoxy, Frizzy, what a state! Yuanqi opened his eyelids, scolded Tongtian mercilessly, and established his elder brother dignity. In fact, he was quite moved in his heart, but he had an arrogant personality, his eyes were high above the top, and he didn't recognize Hung Jun until he saw Hung Jun. Tongtian blushed and had a thick neck, and was about to retort, but swallowed the words back. The eldest brother is like a father, and Yuanqi is older than him, so he can't do anything about him. The second brother is right, but the third brother is also right. Since this Hung Jun saint has been recognized by Heavenly Dao, he must have something special. We really should go to Zi Xiao Palace to listen to the sermon. Lao Zi raised his eyelids, and calmly performed Tai Chi to resolve the conflict between Yuanshi Tongtian. Furthermore, if we don't go and we are preempted by other great powers, it will not be beautiful. Lao Zi made a final point. He is not afraid that he has not learned it, but he is afraid that other masters will learn it, and then their status in Pangu's three purities will not be guaranteed. Good. Yuanshi and Tongtian suddenly looked serious and nodded together. The three of them didn't delay anymore, they turned into a stream of light and rushed out of the sky. At the same time, West Kunlun Queen Mother of the West, Wanshao Mountain Zhen Yuan Zi, abode of fiery clouds Hong Yun, endless blood Si Ming He, Mt Buzaoshan Fu Xi Nuwa, Mt Sumi Ji Yan Zhnt and other innate talents also all rushed to chaos. And from the great primordial continent to the chaos beyond, the boundless starry sky is the only way to go. About 100 years later, these great primordials came to the starry sky where Lu Fan was. Then, they discovered the robots that Lu Fan had left on the various stars. Chapter 5. At first, three pure ones and others didn't take those robots to heart. In the eyes of these golden immortal of the Great Way, the Dabai robot is as insignificant as an ant, and it does not enter their eyes. However, they couldn't help but be surprised when they saw Dabai robots scattered on one ancient star after another. It's strange, what kind of creatures are these? They are all over the entire starry sky. All the powerful people who shuttled in the starry sky couldn't help but stop, cast their eyes on the nearby stars, and observe the Dabai robot. There is no life fluctuation, but it can move freely. Aren't they living beings, but puppets refined by a certain power? But this number is too much, and the scope is too wide. People like three pure ones are full of doubts, and feel confused about a technological robot like Dabai. After all, this is a product of technological civilization and does not belong to the great primordial world. Even if you are born with great power, you can't figure it out. This can't help but make them interested, wanting to find out the details of the Dabai robot. Let the poor Daist see what is the origin of this. Yuanshi frowned, reached out and grabbed a Dabai robot from the air. His powerful divine sense rushed directly into the Dabai robot's brain, trying to search for Dabai's soul. However, Dabai does not have any soul, it only has a chip. Yuanshi's soul search is naturally not achieved. However, he figured out Dabai's structure and extracted the chip from Dabai's brain. Dabai lost the chip and went down immediately. Lu Fan was also aware of this in an instant. All robots are made by him, which is equivalent to a direct network connection with him. He naturally knows which robot is offline. Good guy, I haven't troubled you yet, but you actually came to trouble me. In the depths of the boundless starry sky, Lu Fan stopped his movements, turned his head, and his eyes seemed to pass through billions of layers of space, and fell on three pure ones and others. It's just right, let me try your innate abilities. Under quantum observation, he easily identified the three pure ones and others. He also wants to fight against the three pure ones and others to test the ability of his quantum body. It must be higher than three pure ones and others. The key is how many layers higher. Without hesitation, with a thought, he landed on the star where Yuanshi was. Then, three pure ones and others saw a void gate suddenly open in front of them, and a golden man walked out of the void gate, looking down on them like a high-ranking god. The three pure ones and others all frowned. As innate powers, the great primordial monks in this era existed at the top of the pyramid. They have always looked down on other creatures, and now they are transposed, and I feel quite uncomfortable. Especially under Lu Fan's golden eyes, they have the feeling that all the secrets in their bodies have been seen through. Could he be the master of that white puppet? What realm is he? The three pure ones were all surprised, and were very surprised by Lu Fan's strength. There was Hung Jun Sanctified before, and Lu Fan came out later, which is different from the great primordial they know. Who hurt my subordinates? Lu Fan didn't care what the three pure ones thought, but after appearing, he asked majestically, and his voice resounded throughout the galaxy. It's broken, it really is the white puppet master. Three pure ones secretly thought for a second. Originally, they saw that the Dabai robot was not strong enough, and they believed that even if it had a master, the master's strength was not much stronger. Unexpectedly, Lu Fan is so unusual. Moreover, being caught doing something bad, even as a Pangu orthodoxy, is extremely embarrassing. But now, they can only bite the bullet. We, Pangu's three purities, have seen Deist Friend, but we don't know that Deist Friend exists. If there is anything disturbing, please forgive Deist Friend. As the head of three pure ones, Lao Zi immediately stood up and bowed to him, declared himself his family, and apologized to Lu Fan. He looks like an old man, with such a low posture, ordinary people really don't like it, so what to do with him? The culprit, Yuanqi, kept silent. If it was the past, he must be arrogant and unyielding, but knowing that Lu Fan is extraordinary, and there is an example of Hengjun sanctified before him, he did not dare to act rashly. It's just an insignificant white puppet. The elder brother has already said that we are the descendants of Father God Pangu. The other party should not care about it. Yuanqi thought to himself, thinking that the problem should not be serious. However, he didn't know that Lu Fan had the idea of trying to test them, so how could he just let it go? If I don't forgive you. Lu Fan's tone was indifferent, and he asked mercilessly. Lao Zi's tone was stagnant, his expression was dazed, he didn't expect Lu Fan to say that at all. Yuanqi was also stunned, and then a look of anger flashed in his eyes. Although Tongtian was surprised, he kept his eyes on his nose and his heart, as if he was watching a show. Anyway, he wasn't the one who caused the trouble, and he still remembered that Yuanqi scolded him not long ago. Are you very unconvinced? Lu Fan turned his gaze to Yuanqi, with a faint smile. The poor Deist is indeed dissatisfied, but he is just an insignificant puppet. We have already apologized. Deist Friend has to be unforgiving, isn't it a bit too much? Yuanqi's nature was exposed, and he reprimanded him coldly. It's up to you to apologize, and it's up to me to accept it or not. Lu Fan said flatly. Traveling from later generations, he is very clear about Yuanqi's nature. If he hadn't been strong enough, Yuanqi would not have bowed his head so easily. Therefore, he feels at ease not to let Yuanqi go. Chapter 6. Yuanqi was at a loss for words, but what Lu Fan said made sense, he couldn't refute it. It seems that Deist Friend wants to have a show. Lao Zi sighed helplessly. It does. Lu Fan nodded without hiding anything. Okay. Let the poor Deist see how much you weigh. Yuanqi roared angrily, his gaze burst into golden light, and his aura exploded, overflowing with divine light. He is arrogant by nature, and he has long been unhappy about being made things difficult by Lu Fan, so he immediately decides to fight when he sees that there is no way to retreat. Lao Zi didn't stop him either, he just reminded him via sound transmission. Second brother, this person is not simple, don't be careless, and try your best. He wasn't too nervous, because he still had his whole cards, and he felt that even if he couldn't beat Lu Fan, his life would not be in danger. Yuanqi nodded, and the Tao of runes flowed all over his body. The three treasured jade scepter of wishes was sacrificed, and 3,000 divine lights hung down, like 3,000 galaxies, falling from the 9 heavens, as if even the starry sky had been broken. Innate spirit treasure, very good, I just want to study the law treasure of the Great Primordial World. Lu Fan is not worried but happy, he knows the origin of the three treasured jade scepter of wishes in Yuanqi's hands. According to legend, there is an azure lotus in Mt Kunlun, named 12 Grades Good Fortune Azure Lotus, which was discovered by 3 pure ones at the same time. Then the azure lotus was divided into 3, and turned into the leading flat crutches, the 3 treasured jade scepter of wishes, and the green grass sword, which were obtained by the 3 pure ones respectively. Among them, Yuanshi got the 3 treasured jade scepter of wishes, which is the treasure he proved the Dao, and its grade reached high-grade innate spirit treasure. If Lu Fan wants to spread science in Great Primordial, spirit treasure, a unique product of Great Primordial, cannot be avoided. If you don't figure out how the spirit treasure works, how can you talk about technological suppression of the Great Primordial? Therefore, Lu Fan did not hesitate to start quantum analysis to analyze the 3 treasured jade scepter of wishes. Well, it is composed of elements such as gold, silver, copper, carbon, and other unknown elements. Sure enough, the Great Primordial World is definitely far more than the elements found on the Earth. There are natural mysterious lines on the atomic level of each element. Yuanshi activates the lines through mana energy, and the lines drive the spirit treasure to exert incredible power. In just a moment, Lu Fan analyzed the working principle of 3 treasured jade scepter of wishes. Leaving aside rules and regulations, the 3 treasured jade scepter of wishes itself is still made of matter, composed of different elements. There are elements we are familiar with, and elements that have not yet been discovered. The atoms of each element are then arranged in a complex manner, making 3 treasured jade scepter of wishes strong enough by itself. This is like the metal element and alloy, allowing different metal atoms to rearrange to obtain a harder alloy. On each molecule and atom of 3 treasured jade scepter of wishes, mysterious patterns are engraved. This is the embodiment of innate law. In fact, it can be understood as software code. As long as the code is activated, it can drive the powerful hardware of 3 treasured jade scepter of wishes. Different powers can be exerted by activating different levels of codes. Even after reaching certain conditions, it can mobilize the surrounding heaven and earth rules, that is, other high-level programs, so as to exert stronger law power. By analogy, other spirit treasures should work in the same way. As long as you master this principle, you can synthesize spirit treasures with unlimited technology. Lu Fan nodded in satisfaction, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but draw an arc. Who can stop scientific cultivation of immortals? What are you laughing at? Yuanshi felt slighted and couldn't help being furious. He immediately urged the 3 treasured jade scepter of wishes to the extreme, and the 3,000 rays of precious light contained the power of destroying the world and brushed towards Lu Fan. In an instant, the void collapsed and annihilated, and each ray of precious light could destroy a small world. If Lu Fan directly avoids, at least 3,000 ancient stars behind him will be reduced to ashes. Second brother's mana has improved again. Lao Ziyi nodded. Although they were all stuck in the golden immortal of the Great Way Peak, mana could continue to accumulate, changing from quantitative to qualitative. Yuanshi's move, both in terms of quantity and quality, has far more mana than Great Way Immortal Peak. Even pseudo-saint has to avoid its edge. He looked at Lu Fan, wanting to see how Lu Fan would respond. It's nothing more than a trick. Lu Fan gently raised his hand, and in an instant, the 3,000 precious lights emitted by the 3 treasured jade scepter of wishes seemed to be frozen, and all of them were still. This is Lu Fan's use of the ability to control particles to directly imprison all the billions of particles that make up the 3,000 treasures. Precious light is energy, and energy is made up of particles. All this is very scientific. What? Lao Ziyi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian's expressions changed drastically, and they were all shocked. They never expected that Lu Fan could catch Yuanshi's attack so easily. Even more incredible is yet to come. Lu Fan held his right hand lightly, and the 3,000 precious lights were instantly annihilated. Annihilation particles is also one of Lu Fan's abilities. This seems to violate the law of conservation of energy and the law of conservation of matter, but from the perspective of quantum mechanics, it is still in line with science. Because Lu Fan is now standing in a higher dimension, it is like erasing a line of words with an eraser, and pausing a picture with the pause button, and he can still explain scientifically in a higher dimension. Thus, Lao Ziyi, Yuanqi, and Tongtian were horrified to the extreme. They fully realized the huge gap between them and Lu Fan. Reminiscent of Hung Jun just sanctified not long ago, and the image of Lu Fan is so mysterious and extraordinary. Lao Ziyi couldn't help trembling, and asked cautiously and tentatively. Dare to ask senior, but Hung Jun. Chapter 7. The more Lao Ziyi thinks about it, the more he thinks it is possible. After all, there has never been a strongman like Lu Fan in Great Primordial before. Not long ago, Hung Jun made a high-profile announcement to prove the Dao sanctified. These two people are probably the same person. As a result, he couldn't help but change his expression greatly. The three pure ones came to Ziyi Xiao Palace to listen to the sermon, and they directly offended Hung Jun? So what should we do? The primeval Lord of Heavens, Yuanqi's expression changed even more, knowing that he had made a big mistake. Before, he was a little dissatisfied with Hung Jun, but now looking at Lu Fan in front of him, the whole body is shimmering with golden light, like a god descending, with a mysterious and unfathomable aura. The great gulf frightened them. How could he have half a point of vigor? Tongtian on the side lowered his head and remained silent. Lu Fan stood in front of him, the breath circulating in his body. The endless space disillusioned and condensed in front of him. In one thought, the energy formed by billions of particles can be easily disintegrated and reshaped. And so on and on. One breath can create another world, and another breath can destroy a world. Three pure ones' scalp was numb and trembling even more. After hesitating and struggling for a moment, Lao Ziyi knew the current affairs and was a hero, so he knelt down on the spot for fear of getting into trouble. Please forgive me, Senior. I did not intend to offend. The primeval Lord of Heavens, Yuanqi, was also sweating profusely when he saw the situation. He also knelt down, his voice trembling. I also ask Senior Hung Jun to forgive me. Lu Fan. Lu Fan looked down at the three kneeling down one by one, expressionless. He glanced at it, his tone flat. My name is Lu Fan, not Hung Jun. He knew that the three pure ones mistook him for Hung Jun, and although Hung Jun's name was indeed famous, he didn't bother to impersonate it. However, instead of being calmed by this, three pure ones was even more shocked. This. The Grand Pure One Lao Ziyi was a little taken aback, and his expression was a bit flustered. Among the Great Primordial, besides Hung Jun, are there other strong people? The word Lu Fan, they have never heard of it. The primeval Lord of Heavens, the arrogance in Yuanqi's heart has long dissipated. Their three pure ones are Pangu orthodoxy, and their cultivation talent is the top existence in the Great Primordial. Their three pure ones are the strongest of the Great Primordial. But now, the appearance of Lu Fan completely broke their understanding of the Great Primordial. And judging from Lu Fan's tone just now, he didn't pay much attention to Hung Jun. Three pure ones all gasped, feeling fearful for the first time. The Grand Pure One Lao Ziyi hurriedly continued to apologize. I hope the seniors will forgive me. I waited for my eyes to see but not see, and I admitted my senior. Lu Fan's eyes remained calm. Don't you want to see how many caddies I have? This question made three pure ones tremble even more. How dare they? The primeval Lord of Heavens, Yuanqi blushed, ashamed. He has always been used to being arrogant, and he treats people like this. It is still at this level when encountering hard stubble now. He suddenly fell silent. Seeing this situation, Lao Ziyi at the side was also extremely nervous. If Lu Fan made a move, the three of them together would not be opponents. Lao Ziyi owns the most precious treasure of karmic merits, profound sovereign's exquisite pagoda. Even if you can't beat it, you can defend invincible. But Lu Fan's tricks made him feel that the world's profound sovereign's exquisite pagoda is not reliable. Lao Ziyi simply lowered his head. The three pure ones walking sideways in the Great Primordial are like deflated balls. Lu Fan's expression remained unchanged, and he sneered from the bottom of his heart. 3 pure ones, nothing more. However, 3 pure ones' attitude of admitting his mistakes was not bad. He didn't bother to make things difficult any longer. Instead, his tone eased a little, and he said leisurely, "It's okay to expose it. Leave the 3 treasured jade scepter of wishes." Although Lu Fan analyzed the operation rules of the 3 treasured jade scepter of wishes, he did not fully analyze it. After all, this is high-grade innate spirit treasure. He still needs to fully understand, stay and study slowly. But when the primeval Lord of Heavens, Yuan Shi, heard this request, he immediately showed reluctance. They have apologized. Even kneel down. How could he be willing to give away the 3 treasured jade scepter of wishes for nothing? Without the 3 treasured jade scepter of wishes, he lost a powerful law treasure. Extremely unfavorable. And now he only has this law treasure. To Lu Fan, there is nothing left. The primeval Lord of Heavens, Yuan Shi, frowned. The expression on his face said it all. But he dared not speak out, so he just lowered his head and did not move for a long time. Lao Ziyi on the side felt sorry for the primeval Lord of Heavens, Yuan Shi, but there was nothing he could do. What they are facing now is an unimaginable godlike existence. Tong Tian watched quietly from the sidelines, and was even a little happy. He also wanted Yuan Shi to suffer a little, so that he would not continue to write in front of him. Lu Fan saw the primeval Lord of Heavens. Yuan Shi remained motionless, but moved his eyes. In a thought, the whole body breath surged out. The huge coercion made the 3 pure ones crawl directly. The 3 of them felt as if Mt. Kunlun's veins were overwhelmed, unable to move, and had to immediately transfer the mana in their bodies. This is barely able to keep the fleshy body from being crushed into meatloaf. The primeval Lord of Heavens, Yuan Shi, was so frightened that he dared not take any action, and immediately shouted weakly, "Senior, just take it. Please calm down, Senior." The primeval Lord of Heavens, Yuan Shi, was the first time he showed such embarrassment. Lu Fan withdrew the coercion. Only then did the 3 pure ones regain their freedom. The primeval Lord of Heavens, Yuan Shi, didn't dare to hesitate, and immediately sent the 3 treasured jade scepter of wishes. Lu Fan glanced lightly. "I didn't force you." The primeval Lord of Heavens, Yuan Shi, was sweating coldly and nodded repeatedly. "Dare not dare. I voluntarily gave it to seniors. It's definitely not persecuted by the seniors." The primeval Lord of Heavens, Yuan Shi, has completely lost his temper. Nodding and bowing a few times, Lao Ziyi and Tong Tian were really stunned. The primeval Lord of Heavens, Yuan Shi, is the most arrogant. Now the movement of nodding and bowing is extremely proficient. Seeing the primeval Lord of Heavens, Yuan Shi, being deflated again and again, Tong Tian on the side suppressed his smile and felt angry at the same time. Ordinarily, the primeval Lord of Heavens, Yuan Shi, did not fail to teach him a lesson. Once this matter is over, the primeval Lord of Heavens, Yuan Shi, will definitely lose his spirit. Lu Fan took the 3 treasured jade scepter of wishes, his eyes flickered, and he said slowly, "It's quite acquainted. Forgive you today. If you provoke me in the future, don't blame me for not showing affection." Lu Fan's tone was not salty, but what he said made 3 pure ones tremble. This feeling of fear in the heart is really the first time since the 3 of them took shape. Even if they were going to Zi Xiao Palace, they had never been so nervous. After Lu Fan finished warning, his figure dissipated directly, and finally disappeared without a trace. In this boundless space, he couldn't find any trace of his breath. The whole space became extremely quiet, only the endless mysterious stars scattered light. The primeval Lord of Heavens, Yuan Shi's whole body went limp. He wiped off the cold sweat from his brow in frustration, his face was even more livid. Lao Ziyi and Tong Tian were also extremely tired. Obviously Lu Fan hadn't done any harm to them yet, the 3 of them were still exhausted under a burst of fear. In an instant, he seemed to have aged tens of thousands of years. Several people were sure that Lu Fan would not appear again, so they hurried to Xiao Palace, for fear of offending some mysterious god in the next moment. Chapter 8. In the chaotic space, the earth, wind, water, and fire are constantly oscillating. Even with the coercion of pseudo-saint, you need to be careful at all times. If you are not careful, your body will be torn apart by the wind. The three pure ones were silent all the way. Each has complicated feelings. The primeval Lord of Heavens, Yuanqi, was even more aggrieved, with a gloomy face and unwillingness in his heart. This three-treasured jade scepter of wishes was his chance, and it was one of the 12 good fortune azure lotus discovered by their three brothers. Without law treasure, not only his own strength will be greatly reduced, but he will be the only one in three pure ones who does not have law treasure when he walks Great Primordial in the future. The primeval Lord of Heavens, Yuanqi, slows down, trying to find another way to get back the three-treasured jade scepter of wishes. No. The three-treasured jade scepter of wishes has to come back. No matter what method is used. The primeval Lord of Heavens, Yuanqi's pent-up anger exploded. Seeing the primeval Lord of Heavens, Yuanqi was going to be impulsive again. Lao Zhi stopped him immediately. Second brother, can you and I compete with the supernatural powers of the senior? If you forcefully ask for it and anger that great god, we will all be killed by him. But the primeval Lord of Heavens, Yuanqi, couldn't listen to it. The more he thought about it, the more he couldn't bear it. Lao Zhi tried to persuade again. Second brother, the most important thing for me is to go to Xiao Palace first. That person can go to Hengjun for instructions first, and then it's not too late to discuss in the long run. The primeval Lord of Heavens, Yuanqi, finally let go of his obsession. The three continued to go in the direction of Xiaogong. In the endless and mysterious universe, thousands of miles of stars emit faint light. Dots of stars, like the Milky Way. Lu Fan received the three-treasured jade scepter of wishes, intending to continue to travel to various stars. At this moment, he frowned, with displeasure in his eyes. He sensed that another Dabai robot had gone offline. These innate abilities are really indebted. Lu Fan was furious at first, but then he thought about it. It's not bad to be able to dig some treasures from this innate power, and then study them. A three-treasured jade scepter of wishes is not enough. If you can get some more innate spirit treasure, or something. Isn't it fun? At the same time, the disconnected Dabai robot was being discarded casually by a yellow and thin Taoist. This person is thin and tall, with a yellow and black complexion. It was the Daoist Zunti who was famous for his shamelessness in later generations. There is cunning and greed in his eyes, a pair of piercing eyes staring at the destroyed Dabai robot. Brother Dao, do you know what this is? Beside Daoist Zunti, a short and fat Taoist with a distressed face was Ji Yin. Daoist Ji Yin looked sad, pretending to be deep in thought, and shook his head. This thing is very strange, and no life can be detected. I didn't expect there to be such a thing in this endless void. Daoist Zunti's eyes glowed, looking at the destroyed Dabai. Presumably this is a puppet technique. Unfortunately, this puppet doesn't seem to have any magic power. If it can be brought to the West will not be so barren. Daoist Ji Yin also nodded in agreement. The two searched with their spiritual senses and found that there were no signs of life. Since the owner of the puppet is not around, they can take it away at will. Daoist Ji Yin secretly delighted to find that there are thousands of Dabai robots on every star. The number is simply staggering. Daoist Ji Yin said slowly as he thought in his heart. These puppets are numerous. Why don't I take some more with me when I come back from Xiao Palace? Zhnt also had this idea. The two looked at each other and smiled, and they made up their minds. However, just as the two of them were about to leave, the mysterious space in front of them suddenly distorted. A golden divine light bloomed, dazzling. Zunt Ji Yin was so stunned by the light that he couldn't open his eyes. Lu Fan's tall figure suddenly appeared along the golden light, like a god descending, looking down on all living beings from a condescending posture. He stared blankly at everything. Immediately afterwards, a sound of thunder exploded. "Who hurt my subordinates?" A majestic reprimand swept across the sky. The expressions of Ji Yin and Zunti changed slightly. Feeling this coercion, the two of them agreed to divert the mana in their bodies to block it. Daoist Ji Yin showed bitterness on his face, but he was shocked in his heart. Among these great primordials, is there someone who is stronger than them? Daoist Ji Yin hurriedly explained. "I was passing by, but I didn't know that this puppet was actually your subordinate. Please forgive me." Daoist Zunti also apologized. "I hope you will calm down and don't argue with us." Lu Fan's eyes remained unchanged, and his tone strengthened again. "Calm your anger. Even if you two don't know who this puppet is, you shouldn't destroy it easily." Lu Fan's momentum strengthened again. Under the endless coercion, Ji Yin Zhnt was powerless to fight back. The hearts of the two were shocked. They never expected that before Lu Fan made a move, it was just coercion, which made it difficult for them to resist. That cultivation must have surpassed several realms. Daoist Zunti had no choice but to apologize again. "Senior, calm down. We really didn't do it on purpose. We originally went to Xiao Palace to listen to the sermon, and we passed through this place. We felt curious and tested a little bit." Lu Fan looked at Ji Yin and Zhnt, who had been frightened into two quails, with a trace of contempt in his eyes. The two guys who had been brazen just now, wanting to steal his Dabai robot, are now saying that they are curious and probing. Shameless! Lu Fan's eyes turned cold, and divine light burst out from his body. The whole person is like a golden body, even the pupils are turned into gold. The surrounding chaotic atmosphere is constantly stirring. Ji Yin Zhnt had never seen such a scene before. The two quickly communicated. "Brother, this person's strength is far above you and me. Let's escape as soon as possible." Zunt's tone was urgent, as if he didn't leave, his life would be lost here. Ji Yin is also thinking about this. The two suddenly turned into a white light, trying to slip away from Lu Fan's nose. "If you want to leave, it's not that easy." Lu Fan smiled coldly, and with a thought, billions of particles were under his control, and a huge barrier appeared on the way of Ji Yin Zunti's escape. The two slammed into it hard, and their escape was blocked. Boom! Immediately afterwards, they first felt their thoughts stop, as if time and space were frozen, and then they felt the sky and the earth spinning. And then, they're back where they started. Ji Yin? Zhnt? Ji Yin Zhnt and the two were dumbfounded, completely unaware of what happened just now. They were as big as Luo Xiaowei, and they all escaped at least hundreds of millions of miles away. But why did he suddenly come back again in an instant? The two looked at each other in blank dismay, uncertain, and almost doubted their lives. Looking at Lu Fan again, he didn't even move half a point. The eyes are always staring blankly, standing still, defiant to everything. Like a god. "Where do you want to go?" Lu Fan smiled playfully and looked down at Ji Yin Zhnt. Ji Yin Zhnt just felt that he was dragged back from hundreds of millions of miles away, but the truth was actually more terrifying. He not only pulled Ji Yin Zhnt back, but also decomposed the body of Ji Yin Zhnt Golden Immortal of the Great Way to the particle level before pulling it back. That's why Ji Yin Zhnt felt that his thinking stopped for a moment. Then, he transferred these particles back to recombine, condensing into Ji Yin Zhnt. This is how powerful and terrifying he dominates the particles. It is no exaggeration to say that Ji Yin Zhnt is someone who has already died once. Ji Yin Zhnt's complexion changed suddenly. Although they couldn't see the truth clearly, they also realized that they were in a huge crisis, and their hearts were filled with endless fear. Chapter 9. We were wrong. Senior, please forgive me. Senior, calm down. Let's just rely on the senior. The two dared not be negligent, and kowtowed again and again to commit crimes. Lu Fan's face was calm, not angry. As for Ji Yin Zhnt, he could tell the identity of the other party at a glance. When I was in Blue Star, I got to know them a little bit. The two are shameless people known as the Great Primordial, and they have done all kinds of shameless things. Now seeing the two of them like this, I couldn't help feeling happy. However, seeing that they sincerely admitted their mistakes, Lu Fan didn't want to suppress them. Instead, he shifted his gaze to Daist Zunti, ready to do the same and blackmail him. As we all know, the Zhnt body is the Bodhi tree. And the Wonder Tree of Seven Treasures, which is famous for everything in later generations, is precisely refined from the ontology. It is Zhnt's prove the Dao treasure. What Lu Fan took a fancy to was that treasure, the Wonder Tree of Seven Treasures. Since you admit your mistakes honestly, as long as you pay compensation, I will spare your lives. Lu Fan said flatly. Zunt Jiyin couldn't help crying with joy. Senior, just say whatever you want. They couldn't wish for a life in exchange for compensation. Lu Fan said slowly. It's very simple, Wonder Tree of Seven Treasures. What? The smile on Daist Zunti's face froze instantly, and the blood on his face faded completely. How important the Wonder Tree of Seven Treasures is to Zhnt. Wanting it is equivalent to killing him. Seeing this, Lu Fan spoke again. Don't worry, I just cut off a branch. He is just researching, and only needs some samples, and he has no idea about the complete Wonder Tree of Seven Treasures. As long as he researched thoroughly, wouldn't he have as many treasures as he wanted? Is it just a piece? Daist Zunti breathed a sigh of relief, but his expression was still solemn. If the Wonder Tree of Seven Treasures is damaged, a lot of mana will be lost, and its power will be greatly reduced. But he didn't dare to express his dissatisfaction, so he reluctantly intercepted a section and sent it to him. A branch of the Wonder Tree of Seven Treasures exudes light and shines brightly, and there are lines of good fortune vitality on the branches. As long as there is this branch, it can be bred to form a towering tree and it is unknown. Lu Fan was very satisfied, he waved his hand, showing compassion. Let's go. Ji Yin Zhnt didn't dare to wait any longer. After the two thanked each other thousands of times, they greased the soles of their feet and fled quickly. Ji Yin Zhnt breathed a sigh of relief after he had completely moved away. Zhnt lost the Wonder Tree of Seven Treasures, feeling extremely depressed. Damage a golem, and lose a portion of the Wonder Tree of Seven Treasures. This is a big loss. Daist Jiyin is also helpless. After all, the difference in strength between them and Lu Fan was too great, so they had no choice but to admit their bad luck and leave with a sad face. Lu Fan is in a happy mood. Unexpectedly, Zai Xiaogong's preaching would make him a lot of money. It's just that Ji Yin Zhnt is really too poor, otherwise he could get another high-grade innate spirit treasure from them. However, Lu Fan is not in a hurry. Zai Xiaogong preached, and the world of mortals had 3,000 guests. There must be other innate talents owed. Lu Fan only needs to sit back and enjoy the benefits, and wait quietly, and someone will deliver the spirit treasure to the door. Sure enough, over time, the innate powers in the Great Primordial all headed in the direction of Zai Xiaogong back and forth. In a short while, almost all the world of mortals visitors who rushed to Zai Xiao Palace one after another were hit hard by Lu Fan. Like the old ancestor Ming He in the Sea of Blood. Bankara of Vulture Mountain. The head of the future male fairy prince of East. All let Lu Fan make a fortune. Old ancestor Ming He has two sharp weapons, killing people without cause and effect. They are Era Slaughterer and Ceaseless Pain. Lu Fan knocked away the Abi sword. Abi Ni innate spirit treasure, the treasure of killing and cutting, is the embodiment of the way of killing between heaven and earth. Needless to say, the power and the sky measuring ruler knocked from Tbankara is equally powerful. Sky measuring ruler is formed by condensing 10% of the black and yellow energy of opening heavens. For the acquired most precious treasure of karmic merits, not only has good attack power, but also can suppress chi luck. The Prince of East's pure yang immortal sword is formed by condensing the pure yang chi in the Great Primordial, the most rigid and the most yang, the most pure and the best, and kills all evil spirits. Only the aura of the sword blade can vertically cut the evil spirit of demons. It is not easy to be upright. That is, Zhen Yuan Zi, Hong Yun, Queen Mother of the West, Hutu, Xian Ming, Fu Xi, Nuwa, etc. You have no debts due to your honesty and duty, so you escaped by luck. There are also some other unknown powers who have also contributed a lot of spirit treasure. Although not well known, there are also mid-grades. All in all, Liu Fan has made a lot of money. Zai Xiaogong outside the palace gate. All the great powers are already waiting here. Just looking closely, one can find that all these innate powers have lost their faces. All of them lowered their heads and were full of thoughts, full of unlucky looks. Those great powers who came from the starry sky one after another also had depressed expressions, and they all had black faces. Without a doubt, they were all robbed by Liu Fan. Inside Zai Xiao Palace. Dressed in sackcloth, the old man with a stooped figure and surrounded by endless mysterious aura sat upright on the cloud bed. This man is the future Dao ancestor Hung Jun. He didn't know about the looting of 3,000 guests by Liu Fan, he just sat on the cloud bed and waited for the time to preach. His eyes are extremely mysterious, as if they are in an endless universe. Behind him is an infinite realm of all kinds, unreal and real, which cannot be seen clearly. Seeing that 3,000 guests had arrived, he ordered the left and right Taoist boys. Hao Tian Yao Kai, you can open the gate of the palace, please come in and listen to the sermon. Yes, my lord. Hao Tian Yao Kai is like a porcelain doll carved in powder and jade. After paying a respectful salute to Hung Jun, he hurried to open the gate of Zixiao Palace to welcome 3,000 guests. My lord ordered you to go and listen to the sermon one by one. Chapter 10. As soon as Hao Tian Yao Kai finished speaking, Liu Fan's quantum body was known at a single thought. Liu Fan looked in the direction of Zai Xiaogong, shook his head, and said softly. Unfortunately, I don't have the innate power to let me rob again. Fortunately, he gained a lot. 3 treasured jade scepter of wishes. Wonder tree of 7 treasures. A nose sword. Sky measuring ruler. Pure yang immortal sword. These law treasures are enough for him to study carefully. Okay, now it's time to get on with my business. A thought flashed in Liu Fan's mind. He was originally collecting and organizing the data of the Great Primordial, but because of the 3 pure ones, he accidentally started his journey of catastrophe. Now that Zai Xiao is speaking, he should get back on track. With a thought, Liu Fan's figure flickered, leaving only after images. He continued to walk among the stars. In this great primordial world, the eternal stars are all placed with robots, and the data collection is similar. Liu Fan swept his consciousness and entered the system. The data of each star uploaded from the robot emerged one by one, forming a list. From mass, diameter, density, gravity, escape velocity, rotation period, length of day, orbital period, orbital velocity, average temperature, surface pressure, weight, these data are densely packed. Liu Fan adjusted the table again, and a whole map of the galaxy's stars appeared in front of him. What is placed in front of his eyes at this moment is the entire starry sky. Liu Fan carefully observed through these data and found that the arrangement of many planets is very particular. A mighty power of the stars is constantly condensing, absorbing the power in the chaos. His eyes once again swept to the mysterious black holes randomly distributed in every corner of the starry sky. Black holes are different from stars, but are more mysterious and dangerous regions of the sky. With the strength of the Dabai robot, it cannot walk freely, so Lu Fan had to collect data by himself. Under the action of the quantum body, the material parameters in the black hole are continuously analyzed. A black hole is a singularity in the center with infinite density, infinitely high curvature of space-time, infinitely small volume, and infinite heat, and a part of the surrounding empty sky. When a dying star collapses, it will focus into a single point, which will become a black hole, swallowing all light and any matter in the surrounding universe. Under the speed of light, black holes can be said to be invincible. Lu Fan's eyes shone brightly. The so-called high-rise building, with the height of his quantum body, can easily see that black holes are definitely a powerful means of combat. Of course, this kind of attacker, Duan Yat, can only be said to be invincible at the speed of light. And beyond the speed of light, it may seem tasteless. Not to mention Saint Pseudo-Saint, it is golden immortal of the Great Way, a little proficient in the laws of space, it is possible to restrain black holes. However, it is enough to deal with golden immortal of supreme unity. In addition to black holes, Lu Fan also collected data on dark matter. Although the Earth's technological civilization in the previous life was not high, the direction of cognition of science is extremely correct. The corner of Lu Fan's mouth curled into an arc. He knew that Earth scientists in his previous life had conjectured about dark matter, and tried every means to collect dark matter, but they didn't get any results. But now, as a god in the physics world, he can easily see that the universe is indeed filled with dark matter. For ordinary creatures, dark matter is indeed invisible, but it is the main component of the universe. The energy it contains is also more massive and mysterious. For example, it is also a bullet. If it is only filled with ordinary ammunition, it will have no effect on great primordial creatures. But if it is filled with dark matter, it can cause the body of ordinary monsters to collapse. It can be seen that the study of dark matter is of great significance. These can all be classified as physics. Lu Fan nodded slightly, and began to classify his science. Very unpretentious, without any bells and whistles, Lu Fan directly borrowed the physical terms from his previous life. Physics, study all material truths. In addition to physics, it can also be divided into chemistry and biology. Lu Fan continued to organize the data and perform effective classification. For example, the material composition of the Great Primordial World belongs to the category of chemistry. Of course, the chemical knowledge here is absolutely huge to subvert imagination. You know, in Blue Star, people have only explored 118 kinds of chemical elements. But in the Great Primordial World, hundreds of millions of creatures. The elements that make it up are more than hundreds of millions. The elements of the entire construction of the Great Primordial are arranged, and the data is unimaginable. Even billions of computers computing at the same time cannot store these elemental data. However, as long as you have these data and the molecular and atomic composition of the corresponding elements of the substance, you can artificially synthesize all the substances of the Great Primordial. In the Great Primordial World's alchemy and refining, there will be no mystery in front of chemistry, and it can even be produced in an assembly line. Another example, biology. In a broad sense, all living creatures in the Great Primordial World belong to living things. Whether it is a beast, a monster, a plant, or a monster. They all contain the genes of their respective races in their bodies. If they can study and master their genetic codes, the significance will be unimaginable. What kind of genetic modification and gene fusion are the most basic? The scariest thing is gene cloning. In the previous life, the Earth's technological civilization was so low that dinosaurs could be cloned from the dinosaur genes extracted from amber through cloning technology. With Lu Fan's quantum technology, if you master the genes, let alone ancestral dragon, Fengzhu, Shi Kailan, and even Pangu Shendo can be cloned. Just ask you, awesome or not? Science is the eternal God. Lu Fan couldn't help thinking about it, and when human race was born, he would pass on all scientific knowledge to human race. That scene. Exciting just thinking about it. However, Tao does not sit on the theory, and the law does not talk empty words. Lu Fan keeps building robots to collect part of the data. The vast amount of data in it is incalculable. Lu Fan also needs to scan the Great Primordial with his quantum body. Even with a quantum body, it still takes a long time to face the vast Great Primordial. Chapter 11. The words are divided into two sides. Outside the chaotic world, inside Xixiao Palace, the gate of the palace is wide open. The vast purple air poured out like a sea of King Yang. Endless Wang Yang purple energy, visions are born. Two Taoist boys from Haotian Yaokai greeted them at the gate of the palace. 3,000 guests walked towards the main hall of Xixiao Palace with reverence in their hearts, and no one dared to do anything wrong. The three pure ones were at the forefront, taking the lead and claiming the three purple meditation mats. Then came Nuwa 4th, Kunpeng 5th, and Hongyun 6th. The two Taoist boys looked away, and saw that there were still two people missing. At this time, a voice sounded from a distance. Sorry. I'm a little late. It's a long way from the west, no wonder. Everyone turned their heads and saw Jiyan Zhnt in a mess. Daoist Jiyan and Daoist Zunti arrived last. The two of them swept their eyes and saw that the purple meditation mat in the front row was already full, leaving only 2 seats in the back row. The two of them were naturally unwilling to sit in such an inconspicuous position. Daoist Jiyan's eyes changed, his eyes flicked to 3 pure ones, then to Nuwa, and he quickly came to a conclusion. None of these 4 people can be messed with. Immediately afterwards, he looked at Kunpeng and Hongyun beside Nuwa. Daoist Jiyan and Daoist Zunti looked at each other, made a decision in their hearts, and chose to walk directly towards Hongyun. Hongyun looked at Jiyan Zhnt and his face slightly stunned. But then they saw Jiyan Zhnt crying loudly. Brother, we are really suffering. I came in a hurry, but was robbed halfway, so I almost missed it. Now, this good position is gone. I waited so hard to seek the way, and came from the far west, why is my life so hard? Ah! The two wailed loudly, not shying away from the eyes of others. Hongyun looked embarrassed for a while, he has always been gentle and a man of righteousness. Hearing Jiyan Zhnt's tragic condition, he could only sigh. Don't cry, you two, come and sit here. Just like the original Zi Xiaogong seat turmoil, Hongyun gave up his seat. After all, there is no Lu Fan influence here, and it is normal that the plot does not change. Of course, Lu Fan is not without a little influence on this matter. For example, after Hongyun gave up his seat, Jiyan Zhnt only had 1 seat, which was not enough. So, they looked at Kunpeng, and shamelessly asked Kunpeng to give up his seat. Of course Kunpeng didn't give up his seat, but the primeval Lord of Heavens, Yuanshi saw that Kunpeng was full of ambition before, so he didn't think he was robbed by Lu Fan. Let's look at Jiyan Zhnt, who just said that he was robbed by Lu Fan. The so-called Tianya is also a fallen person, he will not help Jiyan Zhnt help anyone. Hongyun Daoist friend is high-spirited and honest, and he is really a role model for us. It's not like some people who hatched with wet bodies and wear fur and horns, who have no self-knowledge. The primeval Lord of Heavens, Yuanshi immediately became angry, pointing and cursing, insinuating and hitting Kunpeng. Coupled with Lao Ziyi and others echoing from the side, Kunpeng's face was gloomy, and everyone was angry, so he had to give up his seat. The seats in Xiao Palace were set, and the guests who didn't have a seat also found a seat and sat cross-legged on the spot. Xiaogong fell silent. Seeing that the time was ripe, Hongjun immediately appeared from the apse. I can only see a series of mysterious and extremely purple energy slowly condensing, containing heavenly Dao principles, an endless Dao rhyme rolling in, and the pressure of Saint is scattered in all directions. Everyone quickly transferred all the mana in their bodies to resist, and they barely bent over just now. Under the condensed purple air, a cloud bed slowly emerged. On the cloud bed, Hung Jun was dressed in sackcloth, with white hair all over his head, and an old but resolute face full of coercion. Three pure ones looked up, only to feel that the truth Dao rhyme is like a mist, unfathomable and mysterious. Is this Saint? Just the breath it emits makes the primordial spirit tremble. The 3,000 visitors also knew the difference between Hung Jun and Hung Jun, as if separated by a chasm. No matter how hard they practiced, they couldn't catch up. The three pure ones felt that Hung Jun's mana was unfathomable, which should be comparable to Lu Fan's. The three pure ones look at each other, and their hearts are connected. With Hung Jun as their support, they will be able to find their way back. The primeval Lord of Heavens, Yuan Shi, can also get the three treasured Jade Scepter of Wishes back. The rest of the innate talents who were robbed can also seek justice. It's just that Hung Jun is about to give a speech, and this is not the time. The three of them decided to wait until after the sermon before talking about it. At the same time, Hung Jun's majestic voice sounded like thunder from the distant river of time. Hung Jun's body is full of golden light, and the Milky Way is flying. The purple air is dense, and it is a peaceful scene of Saint. I am Hung Jun. Adhering to the meaning of Heavenly Dao today, we are here to preach and educate souls. You guys follow this seating order and cannot be changed. After finishing speaking, Hung Jun was surrounded by stars, and the endless universe was destroyed and sunk. Hung Jun sat still, golden rays of light poured down like torrents. Accompanied by the golden brilliance, the thunderous voice of preaching came along with it. Endless heavenly Dao profound meanings, cultivation methods, and Dao Dao method naturally, all kinds of golden runes poured out. Wang Yang's sea-like morality rushed towards the 3,000 guests and quickly wrapped them up. Everyone goes into an epiphany state instantly. In Zixiao Palace, only the sound of thunder could be heard. After the golden brilliance, there was a multicolored divine light, mixed with countless runes. According to each person's innate understanding and bloodline level, the content that each person can absorb is also different, and the speed at which they can comprehend is also different. And Hung Jun is still eloquent. Endless multicolored divine light gushed out from his mouth, and the dense runes were like a sea of King Yang. Colorful lotus flowers grow everywhere in Zixiao Palace. Blossoming golden lotuses hang down on the sky. Surrounded by endless purple air, the spirit of the fairy is constantly condensing. Among the 3,000 visitors, the three pure ones had already formed a cocoon of Dao in a sudden enlightenment. Immediately afterwards, Nuwa also formed a cocoon. Hung Jun continued to preach without stopping. Endless brilliance flowed from his mouth. Hung Jun first talked about the evolution of life, then good and evil, beauty and ugliness, and then he talked about heavenly Dao cause and effect, 3,000 grand Dao. Slowly talk about the good fortune of heaven and earth, yin and yang and 5 elements. Let's talk about moral order, karmic merit, good fortune. Let's talk about 3 disasters and 5 calamities. Chapter 12. Ancient people who want to prove the grand Dao must first obtain the Dao. Those who want to know the way must first understand the way. If you know the way, then you will know the law. If you rule the law and then practice it, if you practice it and then break the barrier, then the way will be accomplished. The ancient powerful person, the cultivation lies in the cultivation of Qi. Cultivating Qi lies in cultivating thoughts, and thoughts are transformed into Qi to manifest their miraculous powers, which can change all living beings and spirits. Resonate and use the power of heaven and earth, but today's people can't do it. What's the difference? It's in the way. It's in the exhaustion of the heaven and earth. Hung Jun first talked about reorganizing and consolidating the realm of everyone. From earth immortal, heaven immortal, Xian immortal, golden immortal of supreme unity. Golden immortal of the Great Way. Consolidate sequentially. all the way to the golden immortal of the Great Way Peak. 3 pure ones, Nuwa, Ji-yin, and Zhnt have formed a cocoon, which is constantly absorbed and consolidated. Until the cocoons of the 3 pure ones were broken open one by one, the realm of cultivation had been raised to the perfect state of golden immortal of the Great Way. Immediately afterwards, Nuwa also broke through the cocoon, and her cultivation level improved to the perfection of golden immortal of the Great Way. Then came Ji-yin, Zhnt and other innate talents. Hung Jun nodded slightly, showing satisfaction, and then stopped preaching. Then, his deep eyes swept over the 3,000 visitors, and his eyes seemed to reflect the endless river of time. The past and the future were all observed and examined in this place. Do you have any questions? Poor Daoist can answer you. Hung Jun was condescending, looking down on all sentient beings, and his desolate and loud voice sounded. The 3 pure ones glanced at each other, and immediately, Lao Zi was eager to try. Teacher, I have a question. Hung Jun showed a look of relief, and was ready to answer the mysteries of all beings for the 3,000 world of mortals guests, the sanctified machine, and the heavenly Dao principle. His eyes shifted to Lao Zi, his posture was more profound. Lao Zi was a little dull, and spoke slowly. Dare to ask teacher, do you know that there is a Taoist named Lu Fan in this great primordial? Holy! Hung Jun thought that Lao Zi would ask what a saint is, and was about to explain how a saint exists, but before he finished speaking, he realized something was wrong, and his expression froze suddenly, with a confused look on his face. Lu Fan? Lu what? What Lu Fan? What is the problem? What does that have to do with his preaching? Hung Jun was completely dumbfounded. And Hung Jun found that when Lao Zi asked this question, there was a wave of restlessness among the 3,000 customers, as if they were all influenced by Lu Fan. This is very wrong. Could it be that there is something poor Daoist doesn't know? Hung Jun was suspicious, and immediately pinched his fingers to calculate, but he couldn't figure out anything. Hung Jun was even more confused. Logically, besides Yang Mei, the Great Primordial shouldn't have existed that he couldn't deduce. He still wanted to continue the deduction, but seeing the expectant eyes of Lao Zi and others, he knew that he had to open his mouth to answer, otherwise his Saint Majesty would be damaged. As a result, Hung Jun's expression was neither sad nor happy, and his Majesty scattered. He was defiant, with a gloomy expression, and slowly opened his mouth. Poor Daoist, from the beginning of opening heavens to the great tribulation of the Dragon and Han dynasty, and then to the battle of eliminating demons, I have never heard of a strong man like Lu Fan. His words implied a mystery. On the one hand, he pointed out his own glorious history, and on the other hand, he pointed out that there may be someone like Lu Fan, but he is not yet among the strong people he knows. In this way, he can not only maintain his dignity, but also not slap himself in the face for talking too much. Then, he glanced at the crowd again, beating around. What puzzles do you still have? 3 pure ones and others looked at each other, but didn't speak. They were suspicious, but it was all about Lu Fan, but Hung Jun said he didn't know Lu Fan, so how could they ask? Hung Jun was even more puzzled, looked at 3 pure ones, and asked in a deep voice. Tais Hang, what is going on with this Lu Fan? Lao Zi stepped forward slightly, bowed and said. Mr. Qi, it's like this. On the way to Xiao Palace, I met a Taoist Lu Fan who robbed Yuanxi's spirit treasure 3 treasured jade scepter of wishes. Lao Zi answered truthfully, the words hadn't finished yet, but it was as if a single stone stirred up thousands of waves. The other world of mortals guests who were robbed repeatedly nodded in agreement, criticizing Lu Fan for his crimes. Daoist Zunti cried even more. Reporting to Saint, Lu Fan amputated my wonder tree of 7 treasures. Also ask Saint to uphold justice for me. As soon as Daoist Zunti cried out, the rest of the innate talents who were robbed were not far behind. Old Ancestor Ming He was filled with righteous indignation. Also ask Saint to be the master for me. Then Lu Fan stole my Abi sword. Bangkara was also heartbroken and exclaimed. Saint Mingjian. Then Lu Fan also stole my sky measuring ruler. Prince of East also looked sad and indignant. Then Lu Fan stole my pure yang immortal sword. And I. Saint decides for us. There were constant complaints and condemnations in Zai Xiao's palace. Seeing this, Hung Jun was completely shocked. In the Great Primordial, these innate powers are all existences that can dominate one side. How could they be robbed of the spirit treasure? The innate powers who had not been robbed of the spirit treasure were also in an uproar, and they couldn't believe it. Hung Jun Zai Xiaogong preached that such major events are related to the innate power of Great Primordial, and even related to the future development of Great Primordial. But was robbed halfway by a man named Lu Fan? If it gets out, hundreds of millions of creatures in this Great Primordial will laugh their off. It's not just that these innate abilities have no face to save. Even Hung Jun's face is dull. Hao Tian, the two Taoist boys from Yaokai were dumbfounded. The two kept repeating the person's name silently in their hearts. Lu Fan. How holy is this person? How dare you rob someone on the way to listen to the Tao with innate power? At that time, nearly half of the innate powers in Zai Xiao Palace were condemning. That name is the one I hear the most. Lu Fan. Although Lu Fan is not in Zai Xiao Palace, there is a legend about him in Zai Xiao Palace. Hung Jun held his breath, and his face gradually became serious. As a saint, he knows the matter of the Great Primordial at a glance. But he never expected that someone would be so bold as to do such a thing right under his nose. Hung Jun immediately tried his best to deduce the origin of Lu Fan. He made a formula in his hand, the power of Saint poured in, and the golden light in his pupils flashed. After a while, Hung Jun's face was filled with surprise. He couldn't deduce it. There is no clue about Lu Fan between heaven and earth. As if this person didn't exist in the Great Primordial at all. Chapter 13. Weird. Hung Jun chose to follow Lao Zi Yuanqi and others' artificial causal clues to deduce, and injected a saint's power again. Between his two fingers, the golden light was even more dazzling. Following the clues of cause and effect, Hung Jun's consciousness wandered in the Great Primordial, but soon interrupted again, as if there was a powerful force in the dark, cutting off cause and effect, even he could not restore it. How can this be? The shock in Hung Jun's heart was unbelievable, and it was unbelievable in the deep submersion. Only when the other party's cultivation base is higher than his, he can't deduce the other party's origin. It would be fine if it was Yang Mei, but he has never heard of Lu Fan, so why is he taller than him? He didn't know that this was Lu Fan's quantum body, and he had already jumped out of the causal line, so he couldn't deduce it. The three pure ones were also shocked to see Hung Jun frowning and not speaking for a long time. Lao Zi secretly guessed. Could it be that Hung Jun can't find out the origin of Lu Fan? They have already experienced the strength of Hung Jun. Saint's mana is like a huge gap. One thought can kill all living beings, treating them as ants. Such a powerful Hung Jun can't figure out the identity of Lu Fan. How strong should Lu Fan be? Hiss. Three pure ones gasped, not daring to think about it. The other great powers are not fools, and they all realize that Lu Fan is mysterious and terrifying, definitely more so than Hung Jun. All of a sudden, everyone was shocked, scared, stunned, and so on. Hung Jun came to his senses, looking at the 3,000 guests who were still staring at him, he also felt quite helpless. If he can't give the answer, it will damage his dignity as the first saint of the Great Primordial. Hung Jun could only speak slowly, speaking in a desolate voice. Lu Fan is an anomaly of heavenly Dao. I have made up my mind about this matter, so you don't need to talk about it. Although everyone was not satisfied with this answer, they did not dare to disobey Hung Jun. Then, Hung Jun looked at the 3,000 visitors. Do you have any doubts when you hear the sermon? He skipped the topic of Lu Fan and forced the sermon back on track. Lao Zi gave up and asked with a bow. Dare to ask the teacher, what is saint? Hung Jun replied. Saint is immortal, and everyone under saint is an ant. Lao Zi asked again. How sanctified? Hung Jun answered. Prove the Dao with strength, prove the Dao with dead bodies, and prove the Dao with karmic merit. Prove the Dao with force, only Pangu can do it. Karmic merit, prove the Dao is also easy to understand. Heaven falling karmic merit, if you accumulate a certain amount, you can borrow karmic merit to prove the Dao. Hung Jun focuses on explaining the body cutting to prove the Dao. Cut the corpse to prove the Dao, cut off the corpse of good thoughts, the corpse of evil, the corpse of obsession. Cut off your own emotions and desires, and look at the world with indifference. After clarifying the self and the self, reintegrate the corpse of the three thoughts, refine the purple chi of grand mist, the foundation of the grand Dao, and entrust the primordial spirit in the heavenly Dao. When everyone heard this, their minds became clear. Lao Zi asked again. Who can sanctify? Hung Jun looked at the 6 people in front of him with deep eyes. The purple meditation mat you are sitting on is the sanctified opportunity, which is the 6 holy seats. What? There was an uproar in Zai Xiao's palace, and he didn't expect the meditation mat seat to have such a big mystery. The 3 pure ones and others who sat in their seats couldn't help being pleasantly surprised, while the rest were extremely regretful. Especially Hong Yun, his guts are green with regret. But Kunpeng was burning with anger, and there was nowhere to vent the overwhelming anger in his heart. Lost sanctified opportunities in vain. Lost more than a little. Hung Jun looked at the 6 people indifferently, and asked, would you like to worship me as a teacher? Knowing the opportunity of sanctified, the 6 people were naturally overjoyed and said in unison. We would like to worship under the saint's door. Hung Jun nodded, and then put 3 pure ones, Nuwa, Jiyin, and Zhnt into the gate wall respectively. The other innate powers were jealous and begged one after another. I would also like to worship under saint's door. Please saint accept us. I'm willing to paint the ground for saint. Hung Jun glanced away, and a faint coercion came to suppress him. Everyone's expressions changed and they all shut their mouths. Hung Jun looked at Prince of East. Prince of East, you are the head of male immortals. Looking at the Queen Mother of the West again, Queen Mother of the West, you are the head of female immortals. Then, Hung Jun made a trick. Waves of purple mysterious aura fell in front of 3 pure ones and the other 6. It is the purple chi of grand mist. The 6 were pleasantly surprised. Purple chi of grand mist. The foundation of sanctified. Get sanctified. Thank you, exalted master, teacher. The 6 quickly accepted. Immediately afterwards, Hung Jun looked at Hong Yun and said, there is still the last ray of purple chi of grand mist, and those who are destined can get it. After finishing speaking, Hung Jun raised his hand lightly, and the purple chi of grand mist flew out. Under the nervous eyes of 3,000 guests, the purple chi of grand mist finally landed on Hong Yun. Hong Yun was overjoyed immediately. He didn't expect that he lost the meditation mat, and he could still have the purple chi of grand mist, so he quickly saluted and thanked Hung Jun. Thank you, saint. Hung Jun nodded, didn't respond to Hong Yun, just glanced at everyone. Next, you will follow the poor Daoist to share the cliff of treasures. Hung Jun's figure dissipated from the cloud bed, and a stream of purple air flowing thousands of miles swept across the colorful streamer and flew towards the cliff of treasures. Chapter 14. These are treasures collected before the poor Daoist sanctified. They are useless to the poor Daoist, and I give them to you today. Hung Jun stood on the cliff of treasures with an ethereal figure. With a wave of his long sleeves, endless divine light scattered from the branch cliff of treasures. Streaming light, sweeping endless Dao rhyme, full of power. Next, Hung Jun bestowed treasures one by one. Lao Zi, Yuanji, Tongtian, Nuwa, Zhnt, Jiyin. The 6 of them, as Hung Jun disciples, got the best law treasure among them. This point is exactly the same as the original plot, without being affected by Lu Fan. Other innate abilities also have their own gains. So far, Hung Jun's first sermon has come to an end. A million years from now, you can come and listen to the sermon again. As Hung Jun's last words fell, the 3,000 guests all dispersed from Xiao Palace. However, they all remembered a name, that is Lu Fan. Regardless of being robbed or not being robbed. The word Lu Fan is deeply imprinted in their hearts. It's just that, for Lu Fan, the attitudes of innate power are different. Yuanshi and others gritted their teeth in hatred, but innate powers such as Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor had small thoughts. After all, they didn't get much benefit from Hung Jun, and Lu Fan was not inferior to Hung Jun at all, so they naturally had some thoughts in their hearts. So, out of chaos void, when the other innate powers returned to the dojo, Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tai stopped. "Brother, why don't we go find that strong man?" Eastern Emperor Tai is intended to refer to. That strong man is Lu Fan. Emperor Jun also had this idea, his eyes were shining, his heart was burning, and he couldn't help saying. "I waited to go to Xiao Palace to listen to the sermon, but I didn't get the sanctified chance, nor did I get any treasures." Hung Jun still doesn't know Lu Fan's origin, so he can't deduce it. Lu Fan's Taoist cultivation has always been comparable to Hung Jun's. If we can get the support of Lu Fan, it will definitely benefit our ambition supremacy. So, the two went to various parts of the starry sky, carefully looking for Lu Fan's figure. "I just searched a few big circles, but there is no trace. Could it be that the strong man left after the sermon was over?" Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tai was puzzled, but he refused to give up easily. The two continued to search for the starry sky. Soon, they discovered that there were Dabai robots on every planet. The number is staggering. If you think about it, this must have been set up by that strong man. Eastern Emperor and Emperor Jun finally found some clues. This thing seems to be alive, but there is no sign of life. It must be Taoist Lu Fan's puppet. Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tai remained respectful, and lowered his posture in the face of these robots, extremely humble. "May I ask your excellency, do you know Taoist Lu Fan?" Emperor Jun looked at the robot in front of him respectfully, and made a bow. "The robot is busy on its own." Emperor Jun. Eastern Emperor Tai also took the initiative to try again, respectfully. "I'm from Sunstar, and I want to see Taoist Lu Fan, please let me know." The robot continues to be busy on its own. Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tai looked at each other, completely unexpected that the robot would not respond at all. They had no choice but to go back to the dojo first. Just as Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tai left, Hung Jun appeared right after him. His gaze pierced through layers of clouds and mist, reflecting the starry sky, but his eyes were full of confusion. He wanted to see how divine this Lu Fan was, even he couldn't deduce it. So he thought about coming to the endless starry sky, wanting to search for Lu Fan's shadow. But the endless starry sky is boundless, but there is no shadow of Lu Fan at all. There are only densely packed, mass-like robots, almost all over the planet. Hung Jun shocked. Such a thing never existed in the Great Primordial. It can only be because of Taoist Lu Fan. Looking at the robots moving around, Rao Hung Jun also showed a trace of confusion in his eyes. This robot does not have the slightest sign of life, and does not have the slightest magic power. The fluctuation of spiritual power is like a dead thing. But they are in action. Hung Jun was extremely cautious, he made mudras with his hands, and a divine light came out, covering one of the Dabai robots, and took them to Xiaogong in an instant. He couldn't find Lu Fan, so he could only take a robot back for research to find out the details of Lu Fan. After returning to Xiao Palace, the robot still kept moving, and the wheels underneath moved spontaneously in a certain direction. And right in front of it is Hung Jun. The robot immediately made a mechanical sound. Obstacle. Obstacle. Back. Back. Hung Jun looked confused. Can this still talk? Determined that this thing would not hurt anyone and there was no hidden danger, Hung Jun decided to study it carefully. He anchored the robot and took it apart. After a short operation, Hung Jun didn't find anything useful from the robot. There is no fairy stone law treasure. There are only a bunch of scattered parts and metal shells in various parts. An arm is an arm, and a head is a head. Ice cold, without any consciousness. Inside the body is a bunch of complicated electronic circuits and chips. There are also electronic displays and some component detectors. What are these? Hung Jun was even more confused when he looked at the parts he didn't understand at all. What the hell is this? Hung Jun was not reconciled, and continued to tear it down. Until the small screws, wires, resistors, potentiometers are removed. The more Hung Jun breaks down, the more he doubts life. He has never seen everything on this robot. Hung Jun gradually collapsed. What the hell is this hell? Chapter 15. Lu Fan didn't know about Hung Jun's madness. Because at this time, he is no longer in the boundless starry sky. Before the end of Hung Jun's sermon, he had already collected and sorted out the data of billions of stars in the starry sky. Then, he descended to the Great Primordial Continent and began to collect data on the Great Primordial Continent. First of all, we still collect the basic physical parameters. Lu Fan's quantum body has hundreds of millions of quanta that keep flickering, receiving, and transmitting the information contained in time and space all the time. In his eyes, the entire Great Primordial has no secrets at all. Just like what he knew in his previous life, the Great Primordial Continent is a flat and boundless land, with Mt. Buzoutian transformed from the backbone of the great god Pangu in the middle. However, due to the distance, Mt. Buzoutian has little effect on the gravitational force of living beings. So the direction of gravity can still be regarded as vertically downward. With the ability of Lu Fan's quantum body, he quickly measured the gravitational acceleration of the Great Primordial Continent. Then, chemical data information. The Great Primordial Continent has ore materials outside the starry sky, which means new elements and new materials. Only when all these are collected and studied can the discipline of chemistry be considered complete. Finally, biology. Biologically, the data is even greater. After all, this is a subject involving racial genes. And the Great Primordial race is more than billions? How much more than hundreds of millions of gene bank data for each race? This project is absolutely huge. Even if Lu Fan is a quantum body, it will take a while. Lu Fan's mind was swept away, and he began to scan the data continuously. 100 years later, the physical and chemical data are almost collected, and now we are starting to collect biological genes. Lu Fan's eyes flickered, and he looked in the direction of East Sea. When it comes to biological genes, it must be inseparable from the Great Primordial race. Therefore, he chose to start with the most powerful race of the Great Primordial. That is the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan was once led by Ancestral Dragon, commanding the Scale Clan to multiply and grow, and rule the Great Primordial. But after the first robbery of Longhan, it declined. Now headed by the 9 sons of Ancestral Dragon, they are Prisoner, Yazi, Xiaofeng, Pulao, Suani, Baxia, Bayan, Negative, and Chai Wen. It was the later stage of Golden Immortal of the Great Way, and the others were all mixed blood dragons. The pure blood dragon clan is extinct. Lu Fan turned around and came to the East Sea in an instant at an extremely fast speed. The East Sea fairy mist is transpiring, and it seems that there is no end at a glance, and it is boundless. The almost black sea water uttered low voices, showing that the sea water was unfathomable. In the void, a thin film faintly covers it, emitting a faint light. This is the enchantment of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Lu Fan's body breath circulated, and a powerful pressure was released. With Lu Fan as the center, the sea water sinks continuously and spreads out to form a vortex. Lu Fan ignored the enchantment, penetrated directly, and entered the realm of the dragon clan. Wherever it passed, the sea water continued to boil and shake in all directions. East Sea Dragon Palace. The 9 sons of Ancestral Dragon noticed it immediately, and all of them frowned with anger on their faces. How brave, to be so presumptuous in my East Sea Dragon Palace. I simply don't take the dragon clan seriously. A cold and stern look flashed in Jaja's eyes, and killing intent exuded from his whole body. Among the 9 sons of the ancestral dragon, he is the most dangerous, and that's what the so-called vengeance must be. Second brother, be careful. We don't even know about this person's penetration of the barrier. It can be seen that the magic power is profound. Let's go together and don't act rashly. Prison Niu, the head of the 9 sons, has a stable personality. Realizing that Lu Fan is not easy, he immediately appeases Yazi, so as not to bring disaster to the dragon clan. After all, the dragon clan is not what it used to be. Brother is right. The ridicule and others nodded in agreement with prisoner Niu's words. The 9 of them didn't dare to neglect, and rushed towards Lu Fan immediately. Soon, Lu Fan's figure came into their sight. They only saw a tall figure, desolate and ancient, emitting golden light. The dazzling golden light shines brightly, like a noble god, making people unable to help but bow down. Especially Lu Fan's desolate eyes, empty and mysterious. When people look at it, the primordial spirit trembles, as if the past and the future have been seen through. The faces of the 9 prisoner cattle changed slightly, and they immediately realized how terrible Lu Fan was. Even scarier than the ancestral dragon back then. Brother, this Taoist is not simple. Yet, I don't know why he came to Dragon Palace. Don't seek revenge. The 9 sons of Ancestral Dragon secretly transmitted the sound, with a nervous look on their faces. Even Yazi, who was furious at the beginning, faltered, looked at Lu Fan cautiously, and felt chills all over. He will retaliate for every wrongdoing, and that is also divided among people. He obviously can't report the existence of Lu Fan. The 9 sons knew themselves well and did not dare to be negligent, so they asked respectfully. I don't know which side of the great god you are, what's the point of entering the realm of the dragon clan? Lu Fan's voice sounded faintly, like a bell. I am Lu Fan. The simple 4 words carry the prestige, and there is no need to repeat them. The word Lu Fan represents everything. The 9 primordial cattle were slightly taken aback. Their dragon clan had dominated the Great Primordial for many years. Although they had fallen, they still knew about the Great Primordial. Among those who can name him, he has never heard of the name Lu Fan. The 9 were slightly puzzled, but they did not dare to act rashly. Lu Fan didn't talk to them, but directly explained his intentions. I went to the dragon clan, and there is indeed one thing. The 9 prisoner cattle looked solemn and listened respectfully. Lu Fan glanced at Ancestral Dragon 9 sons, his tone remained calm. Come and get a drop of your blood. Boom! The 9 prisoners immediately exploded. What is essence and blood? It is the essence of a monk's cultivation. It takes at least 100,000 years to make up for the loss of a drop of blood. And Lu Fan asked them to take a drop each of them, as if their blood was like carrots and cabbage, which is simply unreasonable. The faces of the 9 prisoner cattle were gloomy and extremely ugly. Lu Fan didn't seem to see the expressions of the 9 people, and continued to speak. With your blood essence, in time, I can bring the pure-blooded dragon race back into the world. His words were even more flat, as if he was talking about a small matter of sesame and mung beans. However, in the ears of the 9 prisoners, it was like thunder. What? The pure-blood dragon clan reappeared in the world. The 9 sons of Ancestral Dragon were all shocked, and their hearts were filled with dreadful waves. Pure blood dragon reappearance? Did they hear correctly? The reason why the dragon clan became the great primordial overlord back then was because of the pure blood dragon clan. The reason why the dragon clan is declining now is because the pure blood dragon clan is extinct. And now that Lu Fan actually said that the pure-blooded dragons could reappear, how could they not be shocked? Chapter 16. Senior Lu Fan, is what you said true? Prisoner knew and couldn't bear the excitement in his heart, fixed his eyes on Lu Fan. I never lie. Lu Fan's eyes were calm and his voice was flat. Although he didn't answer directly, there was a strong confidence in his tone, which was beyond doubt. Good. The junior trusts the senior. Prisoner Niu's eyes were extremely firm, and he made a decision. Brother. Yazi and the others were in a hurry, they didn't expect Prison Niu to agree to Lu Fan so quickly. You know, they have also used various secret methods to cultivate pure-blooded dragons, but they all failed. Now Lu Fan didn't give any proof, just casually said, how can they believe it? What if we were fooled? My virtuous brothers, do you think it is necessary for Senior Lu Fan to lie? Prisoner Niu knew that Yazi and the others had doubts, so he sent a reply to everyone instead of answering questions. This. Yazi and the others hesitated, and looked at Lu Fan's golden quantum body again. They have never seen such a divine body in the Great Primordial, and it is extraordinary and aloof everywhere, extremely unpredictable. There is really no need to deceive them with such existence. Otherwise, if you attack them directly, let alone wipe out a drop of blood, it may be as easy as pie. Just a drop of blood essence can be exchanged for the opportunity of the dragon clan's rise. This is not a loss for us. Prisoner Niu continued to transmit the sound, and continued to analyze it for Yazi and others. Brother is right. Yazi and the others were quickly persuaded to agree with Prisoner Niu's words. Then, without saying a word, they activated their primordial spirit mana, and their palms turned into extremely sharp dragon claws. Stab! The 9 people stretched out their dragon claws at the same time, stabbing towards the heart, and could clearly hear the sound of sharp weapons piercing into the flesh. The dragon claw pierced into the heart, and the faces of the 9 turned pale instantly. When it was pulled out again, 9 drops of incomparably pure blood appeared in the void. Senior, this is the blood you want? The 9 prisoners looked respectful, bowed slightly, and presented their blood. Good. Lu Fan nodded in satisfaction, then put his 2 fingers together and hooked it. 9 fist-sized drops of blood essence were collected in his hand. Then, the light in his eyes flickered, and hundreds of millions of codes flashed in an instant, analyzing the quantum analysis of the 9 drops of blood essence. In an instant, countless information flooded into his mind. The blood molecule composition, genome, base pairs, protein coding sequence, etc. of the 9 sons of ancestral dragon. These data are very large and complex. You must know that the human genome contains 3 billion DNA base pairs, and the 9 sons of ancestral dragon are more than billions of times that. Even Lu Fan takes a while to fully resolve. However, it can be clearly seen that the 9 sons of ancestral dragon have inherited part of the genes of ancestral dragon. As long as they are extracted and synthesized, it is not difficult to restore and reproduce ancestral dragon. With an idea in mind, Lu Fan stopped analyzing the essence and blood, and was about to turn around and leave. Senior, please wait a moment. The 9 prisoners were in a hurry, they didn't expect Lu Fan to leave like this, so at least they told them when the pure blood dragon clan would be given to them. Is there anything else you need? Lu Fan turned around and asked calmly. I don't know where the senior dojo is, I will meet you conveniently in the future. The prisoner's brain was thinking quickly, and he asked carefully. He didn't dare to ask about the pure-blooded dragons directly, so he asked the Lu Fan dojo in a roundabout way. In this way, they also have a goal to find Lu Fan in the future. However, Lu Fan did not answer him directly. You will find out soon. Lu Fan looked down at the prisoner ox, his tone seemed superior. This is not his deliberately pretending, but the fact. He doesn't have a fixed dojo yet, but with his strength, no matter where he will be in the future, the 9 sons of Ancestral Dragon will know. As soon as the words fell, Lu Fan's figure disappeared instantly. The 9 prisoners were stunned, with question marks all over their faces. Originally, they had no doubts about Lu Fan, but after Lu Fan made such a move, they lost their minds. Brother, is this senior reliable or not? The 8 Yazi people looked at the prisoner cattle again, their eyes inquiring. Anyway, the dragon clan has fallen, we should seize this hope with all our strength. Prisoner Niu immediately said seriously. In fact, he had no idea, but he couldn't show it. After a pause, he added another sentence. What's more, a drop of blood essence can be recovered after only a few 100,000 years of practice. We are not losing money on this deal. Brother is right. Yazi and the others agree again that now that the Great Primordial has emerged in large numbers, if the Dragon Clan continues like this, it will definitely end badly. Therefore, even if there is a slight chance, they have to seize it with all their strength. In case it really came true, then their Dragon Clan is bound to rise again, and climb to the top of the Great Primordial again. At this point, the 9 prisoner cattle all looked at the direction of Lu Fan's departure with fiery eyes, full of anticipation in their hearts. Senior Lu Fan, you can definitely succeed. The words are divided into 2 ends. Lu Fan didn't know the follow-up thoughts of the 9 prisoners. After leaving the Dragon Clan, he went to the Phoenix Clan. The Great Primordial Continent is so big, it is a vast expanse of land, with rolling mountains and rivers, Zhonglu, lakes and seas. The endless auspicious aura is full of vitality everywhere. Along the way, Lu Fan encountered many other races, all of whom also collected blood genes. Soon, Lu Fan came to a majestic mountain range. This area of mountains and forests is piled up, the fairy mist is transpiring, and the sun is shining. The most numerous sycamore trees in the entire mountain range are clusters of fiery red maple forests, forming a gorgeous scenery. This is the habitat of the Phoenix Clan. Today's Phoenix Clan is headed by the elder Feng Wu. Inside Feng Guo Cave Mansion, a woman with a graceful figure and a clean and refined appearance, dressed in a multicolored divine garment, with a solemn expression, is reporting to Feng Wu. Elder, in the past 1,000 years, there have been less than 10 people with 3-colored phoenix tail feathers born from the bloodline of the tribe, and as for 5-colored, there are none at all. Is it so little? A trace of helplessness and sadness flashed under Feng Wu's majestic and beautiful face. The bloodline of the Phoenix family is pure, but unfortunately the level of bloodline is too low. The upper limit of 5-colored phoenix feathers is the Great Way Immortal, and the 7 colors have the appearance of pseudo-saint. Feng Zhu back then was Jukai, with the attitude of proving the Dao, but it's a pity that he fell. Feng Wu was a little lost in her words. For thousands of years, the Phoenix Clan has not even had a phoenix who can practice the Great Way Immortal. Could it be that the Phoenix Clan is really about to fall to this point? You go back. Feng Wu sighed, and waved away the 5 phoenixes in front of her eyes. Suddenly, the void vibrated wildly, and billions of particles in the air seemed to be boiling. Who? Feng Wu sensed something was wrong, and immediately opened her phoenix eyes, sweeping her eyes sharply. Just at this moment, Lu Fan stepped out of the void. He exudes a mysterious aura, the ancient well is calm, as if he came from the universe, his eyes are empty. A delicate and resolute face, as if crafted by heavenly axe. Bursts of golden light emanate from the skin textures, reflecting each other's brilliance. You can't look up close, but look up. All of this is being told to Feng Wu silently. This is a big guy. Chapter 17. Feng Wu's pupils shrank suddenly, not daring to blame Lu Fan for coming uninvited, but asked very respectfully. I don't know which great god senior is. Why did you come to my Phoenix clan realm? Lu Fan had no expression on his face, with the breath circulating in his body, he got straight to the point. My name is Lu Fan, and I am here to take a drop of your Phoenix blood essence. What? Take my blood? Feng Wu was taken aback for a moment, and then there was an unknown anger in her heart. As we all know, the Phoenix family has the most proud personality. Not to mention, Feng Wu, a high-ranking elder of the Phoenix clan. Lu Fan said lightly that he wanted her blood, it was no different from saying that he wanted to take her life. How can she bear this? Although the Phoenix clan is in decline, it should not be humiliated lightly. There was anger in Feng Wu's eyes, and she was about to scold Lu Fan for being rude. However, before she could speak, she choked in her throat. Because, Lu Fan spoke again. I don't want it for nothing, I will pay you back 7 colored phoenixes in the future. He treats everyone equally, and he pays back what he borrows. To return the pure blood of the Dragon clan, the 7 colored phoenixes of the Phoenix clan are naturally indispensable. Feng Wu was shocked immediately. What, 7 colored phoenix? In an instant, Feng Wu's heart turned into a torrential wave, and the anger dissipated, and it turned into endless shock in a blink of an eye. She was worried just now that the Phoenix clan didn't even have 5 colored phoenixes in 1,000 years, but Lu Fan just opened his mouth and gave away 7 colored phoenixes, which made her calm down. Senior, how do you say this? Feng Wu's tone became respectful again, and even her graceful body bent a little. I have a secret method that can create 7 colored phoenixes, but I lack your blood essence. Lu Fan explained lightly. Really? Feng Wu was both excited and unbelievable. Looking at Great Primordial, no one understands the Phoenix family better than her. She still doesn't know whether the 7 colored phoenix can be made. So, she doesn't believe it. However, Lu Fan's mystery made her unable to bear a trace of anticipation. In case, there are really 7 colored phoenixes. Wouldn't the Phoenix clan be able to restore their former glory? It's true. Lu Fan's tone was still flat, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Okay. I'll give it. After Feng Wu's expression changed for a while, her gaze finally became firm. She also gritted her teeth and took out a drop of blood, and handed it to Lu Fan respectfully. Phoenix blood essence has the attribute of fire, the blood essence is extremely hot, and the blood drop is surrounded by flames, like a fireball. Lu Fan collects it and starts analyzing it immediately. In front of his eyes appeared an electronic three-dimensional rendering that others could not see, presenting the gene sequence and other data one by one. It can be seen that the genes of Feng Wu's blood essence are relatively pure, not as heterogeneous as the genes of the 9 sons of Ancestral Dragon. After all, the 9 sons of Ancestral Dragon are of mixed blood of Ancestral Dragon, but Feng Wu is not of the blood of Feng Xiu. However, this also means that Feng Gu's genes are so lacking in charm, and it's a little bit of a point to clone Feng Xiu. It seems that we still have to find the descendants of Feng Xiu. Lu Fan looked at a certain place, and his eyes fell on a place where the sun was shining, and it went straight into Yungxiao's fairy cave on the mountain. In the fairy cave, there are 2 huge eggs standing tall, frantically absorbing the essence of the surrounding world and the energy of endless fairy spirits. Obviously, these 2 eggs are the descendants of Feng Xiu, namely the legendary Kongxian and golden-winged Great Peng. However, they are not yet born. Because of Lu Fan stepping in, the 2 eggs radiated rays of light, as if vigilant and fearful. If it weren't for the lack of feet, they might not be able to resist running away. Haha, don't worry, I'll take a drop of your blood today and return your mother someday. Lu Fan smiled playfully, tapped his finger on the 2 giant eggs, and easily took out 2 drops of blood. He roughly analyzed it, and sure enough, there are 2 gene sequences that are much more advanced than Feng Wu's. This is the gene that belongs exclusively to Feng Xiu. It is foreseeable that combining the genes of Feng Wu, Kong Xian, and Golden Winged Great Peng to deduce and sort out the genes of Feng Xiu is definitely not a dream. Buzz. The two giant eggs of Kong Xian Golden Winged Great Peng shook slightly and made a slight noise, as if they understood Lu Fan's words. However, they were obviously not grateful, more like angry. After all, does this mother mean that she can pay it back? Lu Fan didn't care too much, and after taking the blood, he left in a flash. His next stop is the Kailan tribe. In the middle of Great Primordial, in a fairy mountain range. Here, pines and cypresses form forests, fairy mist winds around, Ganoderma lucidum and ginseng are everywhere, and there are countless fairy grasses and fairy flowers. In Xianfeng Shinayu, streams form streams and confluences form springs. Here is the new ancestral land of the Kailan people. Originally, the ancestral land of the Kailan tribe was in Mt Buzaoshan, but after the decline, the witch clan rose up, and they had to leave. Lu Fan did the same, and also collected Kailan genes. It's a pity that Kailan's ancestor had no heirs left, so there is no gene chain left. But it is not hopeless, and it can still be deduced through other Kailan genes. It's just that this process involves extremely complex calculations and takes a long time. The Great Primordial World doesn't count the years, and without knowing it, 100,000 years have passed. For the Great Primordial, 100,000 years is just a breath. However, Lu Fan has already collected and sorted out all the bloodline genes of the Great Primordial's hundreds of millions of races, and stored them in the gene bank according to the 3 categories of scales, birds, and beasts. In the gene bank, there are densely packed folders. Each folder corresponds to each race of Great Primordial. Click on the folder to see the genetic data of the corresponding race. Now, the last race is short. With a smile on the corner of Lu Fan's mouth, he looked in the direction of Mt Buzaoshan. There, the most special race of the Great Primordial lives. Witch Clan. Witch Clan is created by 12 ancestral witch with the blood of Pangu, which is different from the Great Primordial billions of races. They only cultivate the body, not the primordial spirit. However, you don't need the Witch Clan's blood this time, just get the Pangu's blood directly. Lu Fan's eyes sparkled, he remembered that in the Pangu temple, there was a Pangu heart, and in the Pangu heart, there was still the remaining Pangu blood essence. That's true Pangu blood. As long as the gene analysis is completed, Pangu can be cloned 100%. You know, that's Pangu God. The first of the 3,000 Chaos Demon Gods, opened up the Great Primordial, and almost proved the supreme existence of the Grand Dao. If it is really copied, not only the Great Primordial, but also Heavenly Dao and Grand Dao will be shocked. That picture, just thinking about it, is extremely exciting. Gene technology. YYDS. Lu Fan couldn't help saying. Without any delay, he rushed towards Mt Buzaoshan. Chapter 18. Mt Buzaoshan. This mountain is transformed from the backbone of the great god Pangu, and it can be said to be the first sacred mountain of the Great Primordial. Not even Mt Kunlun can match it. Here the aura of heaven and earth is more intense, directly liquefied into a spiritual liquid, and attached to the petals of the fairy grass. In addition, the Mt Buzaoshan Fang Yuan is filled with the pressure of the great god Pangu. Long-term anti-stress practice here is of great benefit to primordial spirit cultivation. It's no wonder that the Kailan clan was the most powerful among the 3 Xiantian clans back then. It is not without reason that the Dragon and Phoenix clans need to be united. Lu Fan stood proudly in the void, feeling the invisible pressure of Pangu, and couldn't help nodding his head slightly. Boom! 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 Suddenly, more than a dozen astonishing auras erupted from the foot of Mt Buzaoshan, heading straight to the sky of Jutianyun. The terrifying momentum was like a sharp sword drawn out of its sheath, chopping hundreds of millions of Yungziao into pieces. Is it such a coincidence? Just broke through at this time. There was a playful smile on the corner of Lu Fan's mouth, knowing that this was 12 ancestral witch who had just broken through to the pseudo-saint realm. In fact, not only 12 ancestral witch, but other innate powers also broke through at this moment, as if they had been discussed in advance. For example, Mt. Kunlun, 3 Pure Ones, Queen Mother of the West. Longevity Hill, Zhen Yuanzi, Hong Yun. Mt. Sumi, Ji Yin, Zhnt. Sun Star, Emperor Jun, Eastern Emperor Tai. Taiyin Star, Xi, Chong Xi. Mt. Bazaoshan, Fu Xi Nuwa, 12 Ancestral Witch. Zifu Mountain, Prince of East. All of them are pulled by the Qi machine, cut out the virtue body, and step into the realm of pseudo-saint. The Great Primordial Continent has entered the era of pseudo-saint. However, Lu Fan was unmoved. Under the quantum body, even pseudo-saint is an ant. He stepped into the void and continued towards Pangu Temple. Inside Pangu Temple, 12 Ancestral Witch, who had just broken through to the pseudo-saint realm, was in high spirits right now. After all, compared to other innate powers, they have an absolute advantage in numbers. Once 12 Ancestral Witch comes out, who can beat it? If you use great array of 12 integrated fiendish gods to summon Pangu's real body, you will be invincible under Saint. They couldn't help but imagine the scene where they led the witch clan to dominate the Great Primordial. However, at this moment, Lu Fan came suddenly. Who? Dezhong and the others frowned immediately, sensing Lu Fan's aura, and immediately stepped out of Pangu Temple. I am Lu Fan. Lu Fan stood proudly in the void, with his hands behind his back, looking down at the 12 Ancestral Witch. Dezhong and the others frowned even tighter, all showing displeasure. Since their cultivation, they have never looked down on them like this, which made them very unhappy. This is the territory of the witch clan, idlers, etc., retreat quickly. As the leader of Ancestral Witch, Dezhong immediately stepped forward and sipped at Lu Fan. Yes, retreat quickly, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. Gong Gong, Zhu Rong, and other violent Ancestral Witches also spoke harshly. They were gearing up, with fierce eyes, as if they wished that Lu Fan would not retreat, so that they could teach Lu Fan a lesson. Only Hutu frowned, doubts flashed in his beautiful eyes, and he always felt that the name Lu Fan sounded familiar. She thought with all her brain, and suddenly, she finally figured it out and let out a scream. You are Lu Fan, the Taoist Lu Fan who robbed the 3 Pure Ones. She participated in Hung Jun's first sermon, so she knows all about Lu Fan's glorious deeds. Little sister, what's the matter, do you know him? Dezhong and other Ancestral Witch immediately looked at Hutu. Hutu immediately told Dezhong and others what she had seen and heard in Xiao Palace. What looting innate power spirit treasure? Half of them listen to the preaching and condemn it. And even Hung Jun can't detect it, etc. Dezhong and other Ancestral Witches became more shocked as they listened, and their gazes towards Lu Fan gradually changed. It is no longer vicious, but full of vigilance and fear. It was the first time they had seen such a fierce person who dared to form a deadly feud with Jian Xian Tian. Now comes the witch clan, who knows what to do with them. Thousands of innate powers have suffered, and 12 of them are nothing. Lu Fan touched his nose, he didn't expect that he was already so famous. Being exposed by Hutu like this, he couldn't help but explain. I didn't intend to rob them, it's just that they moved my subordinates first, so I punished them a little. However, it's okay for him not to explain. After the explanation, Dezhong et al. Became more vigilant. Because, Lu Fan's words are tantamount to admitting his identity in disguise. This guy is indeed the gangster. Taoist Lu Fan, why did you come to witch clan? We didn't hurt your subordinates. Dezhong asked tentatively. His tone was no longer the arrogance he had before, and he was even a little shy. It seems to be saying that they have no enemies with Lu Fan, so don't bother them. However, the ideal is full and the reality is very skinny. I'm here to get a drop of Pangu's blood essence. Lu Fan said bluntly. What? Pangu essence blood? De Jong and the others were shocked and angry, but they didn't expect that Lu Fan would have this purpose. How precious is Pangu's essence and blood? The origin of their ancestral witch is a drop of Pangu's blood essence and opening heaven's turbid air. And now which clan, they use a drop of Pangu's blood essence to cultivate them through secret methods. It can be seen that Pangu's essence and blood are so awesome. Not even best quality innate spirit treasure. How could they say that if they give it to Lu Fan, they will give it to Lu Fan? Don't joke, Taoist Lu, this is the most precious treasure of my clan, and I will never give it to anyone. De Jong replied coldly. While speaking, their eyes were serious, their fighting spirit soared, and they were ready to strike at any time. It seems that we still have to do one. Lu Fan shrugged helplessly, not surprised by this. Who made him face a group of ancestral witches who refused to accept it? For the 3 innate clans, he can still promise to make the other party believe, but for the 12 ancestral witch, even his promise is useless. Promise what? Promise to take a drop of Pangu's blood essence today, and return them a Pangu god in the future? Even Hung Jun and Heavenly Dao don't believe this. 12 ancestral witch might be impatient and feel that his IQ has been insulted. Taoist Lu Fan, although you are very strong, we, ancestral witch, are not to be bullied by you. If you want to get Pangu's blood essence, you have to pass our level first. De Jong said coldly again. Forget it, then let me experience the methods of your ancestral witch. Lu Fan nodded. 12 ancestral witch is a pseudo-saint, barely qualified to play with him. Die. De Jong and the ancestral witch stopped being polite and shouted in unison. They knew that Lu Fan was not simple, so they directly manifested the body of ancestral witch and used the strongest combat power. Boom! 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 12 strands of evil energy billowed straight at Yung Xiao. The real bodies of the 12 tens of thousands of feet of ancestral witch appeared immediately, the vast and majestic momentum, and the suppressed hundreds of millions of miles of space made a low sound. They formed a circle with Lu Fan in the middle. 12 waves of terror swept across Lu Fan from all directions like mountains and seas, leaving nowhere to escape. 12 ancestral witch is truly extraordinary. Lu Fan nodded appreciatively. If it were any other pseudo-saint, he would suffer disaster at this time. However, it had no effect on him. With a thought, the quantum body dissipated directly in place, as if turning into nothingness. Is this the end? De Jong and the ancestral witch were in shock, thinking that Lu Fan had just fallen. But this is too simple. They restrained their momentum and wanted to investigate carefully. At this moment, a golden light suddenly appeared, and Lu Fan's quantum body condensed again, appearing in front of them intact. 12 Ancestral Witch. Chapter 19. Damn it, this guy is playing tricks on us. Everyone attack with all their might. De Jong and other ancestral witches couldn't help being furious, and punched Lu Fan one after another. Ancestral witch's physical strength is comparable to best quality innate spirit treasure. The terrifying power of the fist directly imprisoned all the space around Lu Fan. Then, it shattered like a glass mirror. If it was replaced by other pseudo-saints, even if they had treasure defenses, they would still be seriously injured if they did not die. Let's see if you die this time. De Jong and other ancestral witch looked fiercely, believing that Lu Fan was doomed. However, Lu Fan didn't rush, and with a thought, he dissipated the quantum body in place. After the power of 12 ancestral witch had passed, they regrouped again and looked at 12 ancestral witch with a smile. What the hell is going on here? 12 ancestral witch was surprised and furious, completely unaware of what was going on. Based on their knowledge, it is impossible to understand that Lu Fan's realm has no entity at all, and the quantum body is only a concrete manifestation. Therefore, Lu Fan can disband at will, and can also be easily reorganized. 12 ancestral witch can't even touch him, let alone hurt him. You should stop doing useless work. Lu Fan kindly persuaded that there is a huge gap in realm, even if 12 ancestral witch is exhausted, he will never hurt him at all. Lu Fan, don't be crazy. Dejong and others did not believe in evil, roared angrily, and continued to attack. The 12 pseudo-saints raised their huge fists one after another, sweeping once again with power enough to tear apart the void. Boom! 12 powerful fists of pseudo-saints slammed fiercely at Lu Fan again, one punch after another. Wherever the giant fist went, the void was shattered. The area centered on them collapsed instantly under the powerful pressure. Boom! The mountains sank in an instant, and the creatures in the surrounding hundreds of millions of miles were brutally persecuted. Lu Fan's body emitted bursts of golden light, which appeared in an instant and then dissipated. For a while, it was extremely silent. There is no trace of Lu Fan in the void. Hutu still had lingering fears and couldn't help asking. This time, did you really kill him? Dejong and the others were also looking around, and they breathed a sigh of relief when they did not see Lu Fan again. However, Lu Fan's unheard voice came slowly. You don't have the ability to kill me if you want to kill me. Lu Fan. The pupils of Dejong and the others shrank suddenly, and then they gritted their teeth. They didn't expect that Lu Fan was still alive. Not only alive, but also not damaged at all. After several punches, no flesh was hurt at all. This method is too weird. They really don't know how to crack it. Lu Fan's eyes remained unchanged, quietly watching 12 ancestral witch, like a god watching a group of playful little creatures. 12 ancestral witch was furious to the extreme, and Dejong roared immediately. Not the great array of 12 integrated fiendish gods. As soon as the words fell, 12 ancestral witch quickly deployed. The 12 ancestral witches stand apart, and the color changes for 9 days. The 12 people seem to have a huge compass on their heads. The compass is filled with dense and complicated and profound runes. The compass rotates slowly, and each rotation causes the 9 heavens to change drastically. For a time, the clouds were thick and the thunder was rolling. There is a vertical eye in the middle of the compass, which opens slightly strangely and emits red light. The majestic Pangu breath bursts out from the compass. Roar! Roar! Immediately afterwards, a huge body condensed from the compass. The muscles are knotted, and the desolation is eternal. The body is hundreds of thousands of feet long, straight into Yungziao, piercing the sky. The naked eye can only see part of the torso of Pangu's real body, only 2 legs standing in the Great Primordial. The skin texture resembles the divine lines of the Grand Dao, exuding a mysterious and desolate atmosphere. Is this the breath of God the Father? Mt. Kunlun. The 3 pure ones were practicing at Mt. Kunlun when they woke up suddenly and looked at Mt. Buzaoshan. They are the primordial spirit of Pangu God combined with opening heaven's Qing Qi. Except for 12 ancestral witch, they are most familiar with Pangu breath and are the first to sense it. This is Master Pangu. Innate powers such as Fu Xi, Nuwa, Emperor Jun, and Eastern Emperor Tai also quickly sensed it, and cast their gazes one after another. Under their pseudo-saints' eyesight, they still saw Pangu's real body even though they were thousands of miles apart. It's really Pangu God. Everyone was shocked again. They didn't know that this was the real body of Pangu summoned by 12 ancestral witch using formations, but they thought it was the resurrection of the fallen god Pangu. It's just that they wondered why the great god Pangu is so weak, and why he is stronger than them. But this idea only flashed in their minds, and they were soon attracted by the figure of Lu Fan. It's Lu Fan kid. Yuanqi's pupils shrank first, then he gritted his teeth and growled. The so-called meeting of enemies makes one extremely jealous. Although hundreds of millions of miles away, Yuanqi is still full of hatred. If eyes could kill, Lu Fan would have been cut to pieces by him. Not only Yuanqi, but at the same time, Minghe, Jiyan Zhnt and other innate abilities who have been looted by Lu Fan are also like this. Immediately afterwards, they realized that the target of Pangu's real body was Lu Fan, and they couldn't help sneering in their hearts. Little Lu Fan, let's see how arrogant you are again today. Pangu is not strong in real life, but it is Pangu after all. Therefore, they subconsciously thought that Lu Fan was doomed. Lu Fan is dead. At this time, Pangu's aura came from his real body, and a powerful hand gripped the giant axe tightly. The giant axe tore through the void and slashed straight at Lu Fan. Crack! A series of shocks filled the air, thunder shot out, and dark clouds billowed. The blade of the axe emits white light, and the huge power sends out an aftermath, which instantly hits the Great Primordial. Thousands of miles of mountain peaks have been cut off by the axe blade. Thousands of miles of stars turned into dust. Pangu's real body waved his hand again, like a giant dragon waving its tail. The void felt this force and was torn apart countless times. The surface of the earth cracked a gully thousands of miles deep, stretching all the way for hundreds of millions of miles. Surrounded by sea water pouring back, rivers and lakes aroused millions of feet of spray. It seems that if you don't defeat you head-on, you will not give up. Lu Fan's expression remained unchanged, and a huge golden light burst out from his body, piercing the sky. Then, his quantum body exploded crazily at a speed visible to the naked eye. Base hang. 1,000 feet. Lofty. Million feet. Hundreds of millions. Lu Fan stared blankly until he was about the size of Pangu, and then he tapped his finger lightly, and a beam of golden light shot out from his finger inconspicuously. The golden light hit Pangu, and Pangu's real body began to be out of the control of 12 ancestral witches as if he had been strongly stimulated. Immediately afterwards, the compass spinning above 9 heavens began to crumble completely. How is this going? What the hell did Lu Fan do? Dejong and other ancestral witches were terrified, and they wanted to continue mobilizing the great array of 12 integrated fiendish gods, but found that all forces were out of their control. Formation, completely out of control. Boom! Finally, with a loud roar, Pangu's real body collapsed. Great array of 12 integrated fiendish gods, utterly destroyed. Chapter 20. What? How can this be? Yuanqi, Minghe, Jiyan Zhnt, etc. were ransacked by Lu Fan, and the innate powers who were still gloating and waiting for Lu Fan's defeat were all surprised and couldn't help shouting. They never thought that Lu Fan was so strong. With one finger of power, Pangu's real body was defeated. You know, that's Pangu's real body. And their strength is obviously much higher than their innate abilities. This was easily defeated by Lu Fan, so how strong is Lu Fan? Could it be, is he really at the same level as Exalted Master, Dao Ancestor? Yuanqi, Minghe Jiyan Zhnt and other innate powers gasped, all of them were shocked and then despaired. Originally, after they were promoted to pseudo-saint, they were all high-spirited and arrogant, and they couldn't help but think about seeking revenge from Lu Fan in the future and regaining their respective spirit treasures. Now, they have completely lost their minds. What spirit treasure or not spirit treasure, it's still important to be alive. This Taoist is so powerful. Fu Xi, Nuwa, Emperor Jun, Eastern Emperor Tai and other great powers who have not been looted can't help but admire. They haven't met Lu Fan, so they don't know it's Lu Fan. However, everyone is not a fool, and soon realized. Could it be that he is that senior Lu Fan? Emperor Jun, Eastern Emperor Tai and others suddenly became excited. They have always wanted to find Lu Fan and hug Lu Fan's thigh. Seeing how strong Lu Fan is now, why aren't they excited? Second brother, it's not too late, we're leaving now. Emperor Jun waved his hand and made a decision. While Lu Fan is still at Mt. Bazaoshan, hurry up to meet Lu Fan. For a time, the Great Primordial was in turmoil. Countless innate powers rushed towards Mt. Buzoutian, as if they were on a pilgrimage. Mt. Buzoutian. Lu Fan didn't know his innate power to react. After defeating Pangu, he restored his quantum body to its normal height and looked down at the fallen 12 ancestral witch. Everyone, I would like to bet and admit defeat. His tone was flat, as if the feat of defeating Pangu's real body was not done by him, and he was not at all complacent. After all, under the quantum body, all non-sages are ants. No matter how strong the great array of 12 integrated fiendish gods and Pangu are, they are still inseparable from energy and particles. As long as you control the particles in it, it will naturally disintegrate easily. Okay. Come with me. Dejong took a deep look at Lu Fan and spoke in a deep voice. Ancestral Witch spit and nailed it, even though he was extremely unwilling, but he did not do anything to go back on his word. They stood up and took Lu Fan to the depths of Mt. Buzoutian, and soon saw the legendary Pangu Temple. Different from ordinary halls, Pangu Temple is not built of any special precious materials, but the manifestation of strands of laws, specially protecting the heart of Pangu inside. 12 ancestral witch took Lu Fan into Pangu Temple and came to a secret room first. 12 ancestral witch quickly set up the formation, using the blood of ancestral witch to start the formation. With the influx of fairy air, the formation turned into substance. Dense runes are densely distributed in the formation, constantly evolving. Until a huge heart appeared in the center of the last formation. This heart is the Pangu heart. Boom! 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 The huge rock-like heart was still beating regularly. The thick Pangu breath spread out, as if the Pangu god had really descended. The realism of this breath is stronger than that of Pangu's real body summoned by the formation just now. Dejong quickly took out a fist-sized drop of blood from the heart and handed it to Lu Fan. Which clan keeps its word and is willing to admit defeat? Good. Lu Fan accepted the drop of blood and nodded slightly. He then went straight to quantum resolution of it. In an instant, huge and complex data rushed like a sea of kings. Massive amounts of data are constantly refreshed and growing rapidly. So many. Lu Fan was a little surprised, he didn't expect that this drop of Pangu's blood would be so complicated. In front of Pangu's bloodline genes, even the strongest innate tribes are not in a hurry. Even if it's him, he won't be able to finish the analysis in a while. Moreover, at this moment, the data is still refreshing and growing without stopping, it seems endless. As expected of God Pangu. Lu Fan was full of admiration, and his perception of Pangu's strength became clearer and clearer. At the same time, he couldn't help but look forward to how shocking it would be when he really copied Pangu. 12 ancestral witch had an ugly face. Although he is willing to gamble and admit defeat, it still hurts. This is the blood of Pangu. One drop will attract countless great primordials to snap up. Now I have to give Lu Fan a drop for no reason, and I feel naturally uncomfortable. Lu Fan received Pangu's blood essence and was in a good mood. He looked at the crowd and said calmly, I won't take this drop of your blood for nothing. Maybe there will be surprises for you in the future. 12 ancestral witch was stunned. Surprise? It was a surprise for Lu Fan to come to Witch Clan suddenly today. He is here to rob. What surprises can there be? The ancestral witches naturally wouldn't believe it. But Huta wanted to break the casserole and ask the end, curious and vigilant, I don't know what the surprise that Taoist Lu Fan refers to. Will it be the next time they come to rob them Witch Clan? You must keep an eye on it. Lu Fan smiled lightly and stopped explaining too much. With a flick of his figure, he disappeared directly in place. Hutu. The 12 ancestral witches stared at each other, so they could only stay in Pangu Temple to run and heal their injuries. So far, the battle of Pangu's essence and blood has come to an end. Lu Fan found a fairy mountain at random, and began to sort out all the data he collected, dividing it into 3 major disciplines, physics, chemistry, and biology. It is no exaggeration to say that whoever masters these data can subvert the Great Primordial. However, these data alone are not conducive to human learning. Lu Fan's eyes are bright, and he pays attention to teaching and learning, so he has to compile teaching materials specially for human beings, instead of throwing these data to human race all at once. Let alone the Great Primordial human race, even Earth scientists can't understand it. From now on, please call me the great science teacher of mankind. The corner of Lu Fan's mouth curled into an arc, and he began to devote himself to the compilation of teaching materials. He sorts out and summarizes the data, and then converts it into easy-to-understand forms such as text, pictures, and animations, which is convenient for future human race learning. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 100 years have passed. Lu Fan finally compiled all the textbooks. Chapter 21. The next step is how to impart this scientific knowledge to the human race. Lu Fan touched his chin. The knowledge information is too huge to be presented in books and passed on to human race. Moreover, it is also easy to expose. Therefore, he needs a way to get the best of both worlds. Or, go directly to the metaverse. Lu Fan quickly made a decision in his mind. The so-called metaverse had related concepts in his previous life. The metaverse is made up of AR, VR, and the Internet, just like the real world. However, that was just a prototype. From Lu Fan's point of view, the real metaverse is a real world where human beings can enter spiritually, do everything in the metaverse that can be done in the outside world, have real feelings, and be able to meet the outside world. It's like the false god realm in the perfect world. In this way, as long as Lu Fan uploads the textbook data to the metaverse, human race can directly enter the metaverse to learn. The more Lu Fan thought about it, the more satisfied he was with this idea, and immediately decided to build the metaverse. The first is the issue of location. This metaverse is for human race, and it cannot be too far away from human race. While Lu Fan was meditating, he gazed into the distance, towards the direction of Longevity Hill. According to legend, the human race is located on the coast of the East Sea, near the foot of Longevity Mountain. It would be most appropriate to establish the metaverse on Longevity Mountain. However, Longevity Hill already has a master, and it is the Zhenyuanzi Dojo. However, this is not a problem for Lu Fan, just let Zhenyuanzi make room for it. With this in mind, Lu Fan set off for Longevity Hill. The words are divided into two ends. Although it has been 100 years since the battle between Lu Fan and 12 ancestral witch, the influence of that war has not yet ended. After all, that battle involved Pangu the Great. First Hung Jun's sermon, Lu Fan robbed the innate power halfway. Then fight against Pangu, destroying Pangu's real body with a flick of a finger. Lu Fan's prestige spread throughout the Great Primordial Continent, and spread throughout the Great Primordial Continent within 100 years. The Great Primordial has hundreds of millions of living beings, and everyone knows about it for a while. The East Sea Dragon Clan, Phoenix Clan, and Kylan Clan also all know about it. Senior really didn't bully me. Prison Niu and the others lamented that at this moment, they finally understood what Lu Fan said at the beginning. Sure enough, they knew Lu Fan's information very quickly, but this way was really too high profile. Outrageously high profile. Just use Hung Jun and Pangu as the background. Niubi. For a time, the Xiantian tribes were full of unprecedented confidence in Lu Fan, expecting Lu Fan to bring them surprises, so that their Xiantian tribes could restore their former glory as soon as possible. On the other side, Emperor Jun, Eastern Emperor Tai and other innate talents rushed to Mt. Buzaoshan to meet Lu Fan. But Lu Fan had already left, leaving them in vain. Many masters returned to their dojos one after another, but Emperor Jun, Eastern Emperor Tai did not give up and chose to continue looking for Lu Fan. Just when the two were looking for someone to inquire about the news, they only saw a monster in the sky. This monster has a human face, a tiger pattern on its body, and a pair of wings on its back. Changing his body, he came to Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tai and sternly reprimanded him. "This place is my fairy mountain, don't break in. Leave quickly." The monster had a haughty posture and didn't take Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai seriously. "If you don't leave, don't blame me for being rude." Seeing that Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tai didn't intend to leave, the monster smiled ferociously with its scarlet eyes releasing bursts of dangerous intent. "This seed has just broken through the late stage of golden immortal of the Great Way, and I just happened to devour you two to nourish myself. I don't think you need to leave." With a loud shout, the monster energy erupted from itself instantly, covering the entire mountain. Emperor Jun's eyes were indifferent, and his tone was stern and cold. "BD. How courageous!" As soon as the words fell, the coercion of Emperor Jun's pseudo-saint struck instantly. This monster just broke through to the later stage of golden immortal of the Great Way, so it was naturally suppressed. His body was completely prostrate on the ground under the pressure of pseudo-saint, like a huge mountain pressing on his back. Even though he mobilized the golden immortal of the Great Way mana all over his body, he couldn't get up even half of it. The monster's face changed suddenly, and there was no trace of arrogance. "Spare me, spare my life. Almighty, spare my life. I know I was wrong. Brother, why don't you just let him go and investigate the situation?" Eastern Emperor Tai advised. Emperor Jun remembered that their main purpose was to find Lu Fan. He glanced coldly at the weakly breathing monster, and withdrew his coercion. In an instant, the monster was free, and quickly used its mana to adjust its breath. Looking at Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor again, they immediately knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. "It's so offending, I hope the two seniors will forgive me." Emperor Jun was condescending, his eyes squinted and said, "Let me ask you, do you know a Taoist named Lu Fan?" The monster was startled, and then nodded repeatedly, "I know, now the great primordial creatures know a thing or two about this Taoist Lu Fan." "Then do you know where to find this Taoist Lu Fan?" Emperor Jun continued to ask. "The two of you don't know that many innate powers in the Great Primordial are looking for Taoist Lu Fan everywhere, but no one seems to have found it. However, I heard that Taoist Lu Fan has been to many great primordial races." "Been to many great primordial races?" Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tai looked at each other, and they both saw a trace of doubt in each other's eyes. But soon, the two made a decision to go to those races to inquire about Lu Fan's news. "May I have your name?" Emperor Jun asked the monster in front of him. "Senior, my name is Ying Zhao." Ying Zhao replied cautiously. If Lu Fan were here, he would definitely find it quite interesting. Because, Ying Zhao is one of the top 10 demon saints under Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tai. Unexpectedly, they actually met here. "Ying Zhao, from today onwards, you will follow us. Now you will lead the way and lead us to the great primordial tribes to find the traces of Senior Lu Fan," Emperor Jun said domineeringly. In the dark, his demon emperor's aura began to awaken. Ying Zhao complies. In this way, Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tai subdued the first demon saint. Next, they looked for the traces left by Lu Fan's collection of blood essence genes from various ethnic groups, and continued to subdue the great primordial ethnic groups. Bai Zi, Ji Meng, and other 9 demon saints were also subdued by them. The future team of demon race Heavenly Court is built invisibly. Lu Fan didn't know that he had invisibly contributed to Emperor Jun's subjugation of demon race. He is currently visiting the Longevity Hill Monastery of 5 Manors. Longevity Hill is where Zhen Yuanzi's ashram is located, and his good friend Hong Yun is also in the Monastery of 5 Manors. For the arrival of Lu Fan, Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun were very excited. The two greeted Lu Fan in person and led Lu Fan into the dojo. Zhen Yuanzi walked in front, and greeted him sideways, with joy on his face. "Senior Lu Fan can come to the junior's small dojo, and the junior will be full of glory." Hong Yun on the side also had bright eyes. Senior Lu Fan has never seen the end of the dragon. It is really an honor for the younger generation to see him today. Chapter 22. Zhen Yuanzi led Lu Fan into a hut. His face couldn't hide his excitement, and he said enthusiastically. Senior Lu Fan took a short break, and the junior went to fetch ginseng fruit to quench the senior's thirst. After a while, Zhen Yuanzi came up with a plate of ginseng fruit. In order to gain Lu Fan's favor, he spent a lot of money. Ginseng fruit tree only yielded 30 ginseng fruit each time, and he took out a full 9 this time, which is not without pride. Ginseng fruit exudes Dao Rime Qi, which gathers the aura of heaven and earth and is born like a little doll. The sweetness exuded from the fruit is also incomparably refined, and ordinary people can live forever after a few sips. Zhen Yuanzi introduced like offering a treasure. Senior Lu Fan, this ginseng fruit is the spiritual root of innate wood. It blooms every 3,000 years, bears fruit every 3,000 years, and matures after another 3,000 years. It only bears 30 at a time. Seniors, please taste it. Good. Lu Fan nodded, and generously picked up a ginseng fruit. To be honest, with his current state, ginseng fruit means nothing to him. However, extracting genes is still necessary. After the gene extraction was completed, he put the ginseng fruit down. Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun glanced at each other, confused, not knowing what Lu Fan meant. Dare to ask senior, but this ginseng fruit is not to the taste of senior. Zhen Yuanzi asked cautiously. No, it's just that in my realm, I no longer need to eat these fairy fruits. Lu Fan shook his head and explained. I see. Zhen Yuanzi looked stunned and felt lost at the same time. Lu Fan doesn't eat his ginseng fruit, how can he get Lu Fan's favor? In addition, they are also more and more awed by Lu Fan's realm. Even if this ginseng fruit is eaten by a strong pseudo-saint, it can increase a little mana, but it is like a shoe for Lu Fan. How strong is this? Dare to ask senior, what is the so-called coming to longevity mountain? Zhen Yuanzi asked cautiously. Nothing else, just want you to move. Lu Fan got straight to the point and didn't hide his purpose. Zhen Yuanzi Hong Yun was stunned again, not understanding what Lu Fan meant. Let him move, where to move? After a while, Zhen Yuanzi tentatively asked. Senior, did you take a fancy to Longevity Hill? Not bad. Lu Fan nodded. Okay. Since the senior has taken a fancy to it, the junior should give it up. Zhen Yuanzi didn't even think about it, and immediately made a decision. He was worried that Lu Fan would not eat ginseng fruit, he would not be able to gain favor. Now there is such a good opportunity, how could he miss it? It's not just a fairy mountain ashram. Compared with Lu Fan's good fortune, it is definitely worth the money. As for his future, just go to Hongyan abode of fiery clouds for a squeeze. Good. I owe you a cause and effect for this matter. The corner of Lu Fan's mouth smiled. Zhen Yuanzi is so easy to talk, so naturally he won't treat him badly. Thank you senior. Zhen Yuanzi was overjoyed, he didn't expect Lu Fan to be so forthright. A cause and effect of Lu Fan, the value is absolutely unimaginable. Hong Yun was full of envy, and almost couldn't help asking Lu Fan if he wanted his abode of fiery clouds. Dare to ask senior, what is the use of this longevity mountain? Zhen Yuanzi asked cautiously again. Hong Yun also looked at Lu Fan inquiringly, full of curiosity. There are countless great primordial mountains, why did Lu Fan want Zhen Yuanzi's longevity mountain? Heaven's secrets must not be disclosed, you will know later. Lu Fan shook his head and did not answer the two of them. Senior, can we stay here temporarily? Zhen Yuanzi continued to ask. Hong Yun stared at Lu Fan closely, and his breathing became short of breath. For them, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Can? Lu Fan nodded, as long as it doesn't interfere with his construction of the metaverse. Thank you, Senior. Zhen Yuanzi Hongyun was ecstatic and thanked Lu Fan together. You don't have to be polite. Lu Fan waved his hands and helped them up. His friendly attitude made Zhen Yuanzi Hongyun gradually relax, and he asked more daring questions. Senior, are you saint? No, but it's about the same. Lu Fan answered casually, without concealing his own strength, deliberately pretending to be low-key. In the Great Primordial Continent, strength is the most important thing, and it would be better to speak out. Very good. Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun looked at each other, unable to hide their excitement. Lu Fan's words can be regarded as a personal admission, which is almost the same as saint. They gain the favor of Lu Fan, which is equivalent to gaining the favor of saint, and the benefits can be imagined. Senior, then we will not bother you. Zhen Yuanzi Hongyun bowed respectfully to Lu Fan, then bowed and retreated, not daring to disturb Lu Fan anymore, lest he would feel disgusted in Lu Fan's heart. Lu Fan didn't hold back either, just sat where he was and started building the robot. He didn't set up any barriers, and he didn't shy away from Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyun. After all, he was going to spread science throughout the Great Primordial. Sooner or later, these two have to learn. Then let you open your eyes and learn more. Lu Fan sat still and moved with his quantum body. Countless particles between his hands pulled each other, constantly reshaping and reorganizing, until a series of electric currents were generated between his hands. As time continues to prolong, under the generation of several currents, particles, electrons, protons, continuously condense to form entities. All kinds of elemental particles are quickly condensed into entities under the urging of Lu Fan's hands to produce materials. Raw material wafers are growing crazily at the speed of the naked eye. Another element is also constantly condensing into substance, silicon. Silicon continues to evolve and is finally refined into silicon ingots. When all the materials are solidified, other things become easier. Wafer coating, wafer lithography development, etching, ion implantation. N-well and P-well are etched on silicon to form logic gates, and then the upper metal connection circuit is made through chemical and physical vapor deposition. The whole process seems to be complicated in details, but in the hands of Lu Fan, it took shape quickly like magic. Of course, this is not building a metaverse, but Lu Fan is building a robot chip. He does not intend to build the metaverse himself, but to build robots first, and then let the robots complete the construction according to his instructions. The next step is to write the code. With the thought of Lu Fan, a series of advanced and complex codes were injected into the chip. These codes are the soul of the robot. After the soul is created, it is the body. By controlling the particles, Lu Fan continuously combines the elements in his hands to form a substantial substance, which constitutes the robot's body. After a while, the first robot appeared in front of Lu Fan. Chapter 23. The robot saluted Lu Fan, "Meet the commander." Lu Fan looked at the first robot, and said calmly, "From now on, you are called Quantum 1. Compared with the robots in the Starry Sky world, Quantum 1 has higher intelligence, and can even program and develop sub-level artificial intelligence independently. It is a robot that can be independently developed and created." Lu Fan followed suit and continued to make robots. 10. Hundreds. 1,000. Dense robots stand in the monastery of 5 Manors Square. At a glance, it is full of momentum. The rest is up to you. Lu Fan clapped his hands and acted as a hands-off shopkeeper, letting the 1,000 robots act on their own. "Yes, Commander." The robots set off from the monastery of 5 Manors, forming several squads. They went to all corners of Longevity Hill, first conducted terrain surveys, and found a stable and open ground. 1,000 robots first removed all obstacles on the ground, cutting through the mess at an extremely fast speed. They stretched out their arms, and bursts of lasers shot out. All obstacles in the selected area will be cleared away. The towering trees fell and the boulders were smashed into powder. What are they doing? Zhen Yuan Zai Hongyun's eyes were attracted, looking at the behavior of 1,000 robots full of doubts. It seems to be building a house, but it doesn't seem to be. Zhen Yuan Zai and Hongyun were at a loss. They saw 1,000 robots laying foundations, pouring ground beams, laying bricks, etc., very similar to building a house. But those wires, water pipes, steel bars, etc. in the house are completely incomprehensible to them. Half a day later, the base construction was completed. The robots are divided again, some of them are walking on Longevity Hill, mining ore and building production lines. Another part of the robot builds the computer, writes the code, and makes the chip. They continue to build production lines, and then continue to self-replicate to produce new robots. The robots on Longevity Hill began to multiply and multiply at the speed of division. From the first 1,000 robots, it instantly became 2,000, 4,000, tens of thousands. Zhen Yuan Zai and Hongyun were completely stunned by this terrifying growth rate. Zhen Yuan Zai was so horrified that he couldn't even speak. Although there are also spells such as cast beans into soldiers in Xiaoxian, but there is no such thing as it. Half a month later, there were hundreds of millions of robots on Longevity Hill. The speed increased so fast that other creatures on Longevity Mountain were full of doubts, and even doubted life. Fortunately, after hundreds of millions of robots were produced, the duplication production stopped one after another. All robots start dispatching work. The purpose is to build a large quantum server terminal. In fact, with Lu Fan's strength, it is completely possible to build it into a spectator state, but he built it in this way for the convenience of human cognition. Because it is a quantum server, the number of CPUs is far beyond that of computers. The server is no longer based on 2-way, 8-way to calculate the number. The number of CPU sockets on the server motherboard alone is in units of 100 million. This is an extremely cumbersome project. Hundreds of millions of robots are building all kinds of software and hardware for constructing quantum server terminals. The external end machine, the internal end machine, and the safety data exchange unit are isolated between each unit, and finally arranged as a safety isolation gatekeeper. Followed by the bastion machine, the combination and assembly of various hardware, etc. Hundreds of millions of robots implement software deployment at the same time, and a large amount of code is input into it. With the continuous development of the quantum server terminal and the construction of various hardware, the area occupied by the server alone covers the entire Longevity Hill. Because the data about Great Primordial is too large, without a large enough server, it simply cannot accommodate so much data. And this is just the basis for Lu Fan to build the metaverse. Zhen Yuan Zai and Hongyun had been observing for several months, and they were completely horrified. They seem to understand Lu Fan's intentions, but they don't seem to understand. The two quickly went to where Lu Fan was. Senior Lu Fan. The two saluted respectfully. Lu Fan nodded without showing much expression. Zhen Yuan Zai cautiously asked, "Dare to ask Senior Lu Fan, what is built on Longevity Hill?" Lu Fan's eyes were extremely mysterious, as if filled with eternal stars, and said lightly, "Create a universe." What? A universe? Zhen Yuan Zai Hongyun looked at each other, and they both saw shock in each other's eyes. What is the universe? The upper and lower sides are the universe, the past and the future are the universe. The Great Primordial World is a universe. In order to open up the Great Primordial Universe, God Pangu fell directly, which shows the difficulty of opening up the universe. And now, Lu Fan opens his mouth to create a universe, how can they not be shocked? Real or fake? Zhen Yuan Zai took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, and asked carefully. "Dare to ask seniors, do you know what kind of universe seniors created?" "Probably the same universe as the Great Primordial." Lu Fan's tone was still calm, as if he was talking about an insignificant matter. After all, he has collected all the data information of Great Primordial. As long as it is uploaded to the server database, a similar universe can be constructed. Hiss! Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun's hearts were full of fear. Although they had guessed just now, when Lu Fan admitted it, they still couldn't help but gasp. Could it be, is Senior Lu Fan the same existence as God Pangu? Or is it more mysterious and powerful than God Pangu? Zhen Yuanzi Hong Yun is more and more in awe of Lu Fan, and in their hearts, Lu Fan's status has reached the same height as Pangu. Senior Lu Fan, can we enter the universe created by Senior? Sure. Lu Fan nodded lightly. Human race can enter, and Zhen Yuanzi Hong Yun can also enter naturally. Just put a virtual helmet on them. Xian Tian can wear a virtual helmet full of technological sense, and the picture is quite interesting to think about. Chapter 24. Thank you, Senior. In the future, if you have something to do, please tell me. Senior, no matter whether we go up the mountain of swords or down into the sea of fire, I, Hong Yun, will never frown. Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun hurriedly expressed their gratitude to Lu Fan excitedly. They didn't expect Taoist Lu Fan to agree to them so simply, and the two couldn't help but look forward with excitement, wondering what they would see and happen when they stepped into this Fang universe. Don't blame them for this, because there are other mysteries in it. At the beginning, Hung Jun said that the Great Primordial has been confirmed. But Lu Fan's metaverse is a universe that is almost the same as the Great Primordial. What does this mean? It shows that this universe probably also has a holy place. One can imagine the significance of it. Not to mention that Hong Yun has the purple chi of Grand Mist. Zhen Yuanzi is very much looking forward to it. In case he can't prove the Dao in Great Primordial, the Lu Fan metaverse is his hope. Since you say so, then I do have something to trouble you. There was a smile on the corner of Lu Fan's mouth, and he was not at all polite. It suddenly occurred to him that although he had collected the life essence and blood of hundreds of millions of great primordial races, he hadn't collected the innate power. Now that Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun came to his door, he certainly wouldn't refuse. Zhen Yuanzi Hong Yun was in a mess immediately, although they were willing to go through fire and water for Lu Fan, but Lu Fan asked to come so fast that they didn't know how to take it. After being embarrassed for a while, the two said respectfully, "Senior, please give me instructions. I need a drop of blood from each of you." A drop of blood. Zhen Yuanzi Hong Yun's eyes flashed with surprise and hesitation. He didn't understand what Lu Fan wanted to do, but soon, their eyes became firm, and they respectively cast spells and tapped lightly on their chests. In an instant, 2 drops of golden blood, filled with endless spirit energy, floated out from their hearts and floated in front of them. "Senior, please accept it." Zhen Yuanzi Hong Yun respectfully presented the blood. As for what Lu Fan wanted the blood essence for, they were sensible enough not to ask. Good. Lu Fan nodded in satisfaction, and with a light stroke of his right hand, received Zhen Yuanzi Hong Yun's blood essence. Then, he said to Zhen Yuanzi again, "And your spirit treasure Book of Earth, lend me 100 years. Book of Earth is one of the 3 great books of the Great Primordial, and it is still necessary to analyze it." "Yes, Senior." Zhen Yuanzi only hesitated for a moment, then presented the Book of Earth. They didn't doubt Lu Fan at all, because with Lu Fan's strength, if they really want to, they can take it forcibly. "Very good." Lu Fan nodded again, admiring Zhen Yuanzi. Those who know current affairs are heroes. No wonder Zhen Yuanzi later became the ancestor of Earth Immortals. Next, while Lu Fan analyzed Zhen Yuanzi Hong Yun's blood essence and Book of Earth, he waited for the robot to finish building the server terminal. Coincidentally, at this moment, Hong Yun suddenly showed a look of joy on his face, and looked excitedly in the direction of Mt. Buzoutian. "But your spirit treasure has an opportunity?" Lu Fan asked leisurely. His strength is much stronger than Hong Yun's. Hong Yun sensed it, and he could naturally detect it too. Not to mention, he came from later generations and knew the development of the Great Primordial plot like the back of his hand. It's obvious that Hong Yun's 9-9 scattering soul gourd is about to arrive. Senior's insight is like a torch, and this junior has indeed sensed that a spirit treasure was born in Mt. Buzoutian, which is destined to be with this junior. Hong Yun admired and admired. Go ahead and show me when you get it, Lu Fan said. Senior, may I ask what kind of spirit treasure this is? Hong Yun asked. The spirit treasure hasn't really been born, and it's covered by heaven's secrets, so he still doesn't know what the spirit treasure is. Mt. Buzoutian has a gourd vine with 7 gourds on it, all of which can be included in the top grade list. Among them, the red gourd is destined for you, so you can pick it. Lu Fan replied concisely. These 7 gourds are famous in the Great Primordial. If not for his special situation, he would have to fight for it. But now, he only needs a thorough analysis of Hong Yun's Jeju Sanhun gourd, and he can copy it infinitely, so he doesn't care about it at all. So that's the case, thank you senior. Hong Yun thanks again, without further delay, and rushed to Mt. Buzoutian together with Zhen Yu and Zi. Time flies. Commander, the quantum server has been built, please review it, Commander. The Quantum 1 robot walked up to Lu Fan and saluted Lu Fan. As soon as it finished speaking, the entire server affected the data and synchronized it to Lu Fan in real time. Before Lu Fan's eyes, there was an entire electronic stereoscopic image of Longevity Hill, with various important buildings and parameters marked on it. The simplest server power supply locations, there are a total of 6, 30 stories high, spread out. This may be the largest power supply equipment so far. Lu Fan sighed with satisfaction. When on Earth, in addition to generators, there are solar energy, water energy, wind energy, tidal energy. But distributed in the Great Primordial, the equipment used for power supply uses quantum power generation. As long as the air is still flowing, particles collide with each other, and the tiny amount of frictional energy generated will be quickly incorporated into it, and finally form a power source. The wind may stop, the water may dry up, and the sun may be obscured by dark clouds. But particle motion never stops. In other words, this power supply will never stop and will continue to supply power forever. The corners of Lu Fan's mouth rose slightly, very satisfied with this masterpiece. Next is the CPU and other server configurations, all of which meet his requirements. Chapter 25. Compared with Blue Star, these configurations are at least tens of millions of times stronger. The entire Longevity Hill is covered by huge buildings such as cubes, cuboids, cones, and columns. In order to prevent some ignorant creatures from destroying, the shell materials of these buildings are naturally extremely hard. Lu Fan has collected so many great primordial elements, and it is easy to blend them together to produce a new material. The hardest metal on Earth is chromium. Under normal temperature conditions, the hardest alloy is tungsten steel. The hardest substance in nature is the allotrope of carbon, which is diamond. But in the Great Primordial, these substances are far from hard enough. Facing the coercion of pseudo-saint, even the coercion of saint, or the coercion of heavenly Deo, these materials must be able to withstand. In addition, this material must be compatible and absorbent. That is to say, regardless of pseudo-saint, saint, heavenly Deo, as long as you use mana to destroy these things, the mana displayed will be absorbed and turned into power energy. It is equivalent to the version of the universe Great Primordial borrowed by straw boats. Very good, not bad. Lu Fan looked at the data while listening to the report of the Quantum 1 robot, expressing his affirmation. Quantum 1 robot continues to demonstrate for Lu Fan. The line of sight is turned, and the image changes from the detailed picture at the beginning to the macro picture, and the entire perspective is in a state of looking down. Data is also transformed at this time. The voice of Quantum Number 1 robot followed the changes in the image, reporting like a commentary. Commander, Fang Yuan around Wanshao Mountain is covered by signals for hundreds of millions of miles. Only one front end is needed to connect to the server anytime and anywhere, and enter the world of the metaverse. As soon as the robot's voice fell, the screen in front of me ran rapidly, and a three-dimensional view of the entire Great Primordial World appeared. Fang Yuan with Longevity Hill as the center is shrouded in a mysterious electromagnetic wave for hundreds of millions of miles. The scenes in the metaverse world were also played synchronously to Lu Fan by Quantum 1 robot. This is the metaverse. Lu Fan looked at the scene in front of him, as if looking at the moon in the water, a flower in a mirror. This world can be seen by Lu Fan, but not by outsiders. Now you only need a front end, access to the server, and then connect a helmet device with the network, and everyone can see it. The overall world structure of the Great Primordial Continent, straight into Yungziao's peak, is like a giant dragon trapped, lying prone between the mountains, with the dragon's claws protruding, and the dragon's tail swaying like mountains. The endless jungle in the mountains, various fairy caves and blessed places. Waterfalls, oceans, rivers, and the aura of fairy mist everywhere. These are constructed entirely according to the data information collected by Lu Fan. Even the wet insects on the surface, the flying insects in the jungle, as small as hairs, the noses and eyes of animals are extremely vivid. If you don't tell in advance, no one will doubt that this is a real world. The genetic data uploaded by Lu Fan generated hundreds of millions of great primordial creatures under the evolution of the system. These creatures exist in the metaverse, born independently, survived independently, and grew independently. This is the most amazing thing about the metaverse. It's all a growing, self-evolving world. However, it is not enough after the server terminal is built, and the signal needs to cover the whole Great Primordial. Longevity Mountain looks huge, but it is still a drop in the ocean compared to the Great Primordial. If you can't spread the signal all over the Great Primordial, how can the metaverse be worthy of its name? The corner of Lu Fan's mouth was smiling, and his heart was full of pride and ambition. On the Earth, the signal is transmitted by photoelectricity, and its speed is the speed of light. Sending a message can reach thousands of miles away, even thousands of miles, hundreds of thousands of miles overseas in an instant. However, Earth is no match for the Great Primordial. The diameter of the Earth is only 12,756 kilometers. And the Great Primordial diameter is calculated in light years. At least 90 billion light years. With the speed of light placed in the Great Primordial, there is no longer any advantage. For example, if you access the server 100 million light years away, you have to wait 100 million years, which is definitely not possible. So, Lu Fan uses quantum propagation. As we all know, quantum entanglement can ignore any distance. Even if two quanta are separated by several light years, when one quantum presents one state, the other quantum will instantly present another corresponding state. This provides a theoretical basis for quantum propagation. It is only necessary to build a quantum base station in Great Primordial to spread the signal of the Longevity Hill server throughout Great Primordial, and in the future, any corner of Great Primordial can enter the metaverse. Lu Fan's eyes flickered. On the Earth, various base stations were also established for signal coverage. He is now imitating it. As for where the quantum base station is built, he already has an idea. That is, placed in the Great Primordial wormhole. Both quantum receivers and quantum sensors are only quantum-sized. Lu Fan laid these into each wormhole, making it easy for the signal to cover quickly. Unknowingly, all Great Primordials are Lu Fan quantum server signals. There is no fluctuation in mana, and it is silent. Hung Jun didn't notice, and neither did Heavenly Dao. The next step is the internal server test. Lu Fan's eyes showed anticipation. This is his first real work, and he really wants to see what level he can reach. Coincidentally, Zhen Yuan Zi Hong Yun took back the spirit treasure gourd. You guys came just in time. My Yuan universe has been created, are you interested in going in and taking a look? Lu Fan said with a smile. Chapter 26. What? The metaverse has already been created. Is the predecessor so fast? How long has it been? Zhen Yuan Zi Hong Yun was all shocked. They never expected that they went back and forth to take the spirit treasure, and Lu Fan created a universe. This speed is really terrifying. You know, when Pangu developed the Great Primordial, it was gradually formed after hundreds of millions of years of evolution. In contrast, Lu Fan's methods are not unreasonable. Immediately, the two were excited and nodded in anticipation. Thank you, Senior, this junior is very interested. Lu Fan took the initiative to invite them to the metaverse. If they refused, they would be fools. Very well, then you two put this helmet on. With a thought, Lu Fan saw two helmets floating in front of him when he raised his hand. The structure of the helmet is simple and the style is very casual. This is a Dabai robot production, so it's low level. If Lu Fan designs it himself, there is no need to be so cumbersome. All it takes is an ant-sized sensor. It can even be smaller, down to the level of atoms and even protons. However, Lu Fan was too lazy to do it. He thinks this helmet is more interesting. Innate power comes with a sense of technology, and this kind of collision is cute and dumb. It looks very interesting. What kind of treasure is this? Zhen Yuan Zi and Hong Yun looked at the helmet carefully. The things that Lu Fan brings out must be good things. It's just that this helmet doesn't leak any breath, so they can't see what kind of spirit treasure it is. However, doubts are doubts, and the two still carefully put the helmets on their heads. They were curious, excited, and nervously looking forward to it, as if countrymen were going to the city for the first time. After all, this is a whole new universe. Would you like to enter the metaverse? As soon as Zhen Yuan Zi Hong Yun put on the helmet, he heard an artificial intelligence prompt. Yes. Although the two didn't understand it very well, they decisively chose yes. After the voice fell, the inside of the helmet began to upload their brainwave signals, connecting Zhen Yuan Zi and Hong Yun to the server. This data is quite huge, which is equivalent to uploading all the mental thinking memories of the two people to the metaverse. You know, this is innate power. They don't know how many years they have survived since they were born, and they don't know how many things they have experienced. Some things, I am afraid even they themselves have forgotten, but kept in the depths of their primordial spirit. But these have to be uploaded to the metaverse server. It can be seen how huge these data should be. If it was an ordinary server, it would have been exploded long ago. Under the quantum server, there is no such problem at all. It seems that in terms of data capacity, it should not be a big problem. Lu Fan watched Zhen Yuan Zi and Hong Yun enter the metaverse in an instant, without any abnormalities, and nodded, representing the success of the first step of the closed beta. Lu Fan synchronized the perspectives of Zhen Yuan Zi and Hong Yun, who first appeared in the original place of the metaverse, Longevity Hill. Is this Longevity Hill? Zhen Yuan Zi Hong Yun was surprised, looking at the familiar Longevity Mountain. He couldn't tell whether they were in the Great Primordial or in the Yuan universe for a moment. The same clouds and mist are transpiring, the sun is shining, the cranes are flying together, and the apes are singing. Except for the servers and other buildings that are not built by quantum robots, everything else is still exactly the same. They used their magical powers again, looked further away, and found that the Great Primordial they knew was still the same. It can be said that this is the second Great Primordial World. Welcome both of you to enter the metaverse. At this time, the Dabai robot figure appeared and began to guide Zhen Yuan Zi Hong Yun for beginners. The Dabai robot extended a hand, and an image appeared in front of Zhen Yuan Zi and Hong Yun. Along with the introduction of the Dabai robot, the scene of Pangu God opening heavens opening up appeared in the video. Master Pangu holds a huge axe, breaks through the chaos, the ground, water, fire, and wind are raging, the clean air rises, and the dirty air sinks. The great primordial continent was formed and Pangu fell. His spine petrified into empty ocean. Flesh scatters the great primordial, forming new creatures. The Dabai robot next to it follows the video display and analyzes the screen. In the metaverse world, all creatures come from Pangu. After Pangu fell, the flesh and blood decomposed into countless single-celled organisms, and the single-celled organisms multiplied in different directions, and finally formed the great primordial billions of races. From a genetic point of view, they all have a short gene chain of Pangu God. The creatures born in the great primordial are constantly decomposing and reorganizing their genes from the structural organization of Pangu. Single-celled organisms. Breeding. Gene chain. Zhen Yuanzi Great Primordial was dumbfounded by these new terms that he had never heard before. They knew that the great primordial creatures came from Pangu, but they couldn't understand the Dabai robot's explanation. But it still feels awesome. It seems that what the Dabai robot said is the true essence of the Panguized Great Primordial. Although I don't know it, I feel it. Awesome. This can be regarded as a seed, waiting to take root and germinate in the future. Lu Fan took Zhen Yuanzi Hongyun's expression into his eyes, and didn't ask the Dabai robot to explain to the two of them. After all, Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyun are not his main teaching objects. Therefore, if the two can understand it, they can understand it, and if they don't understand it, they don't need to accept it forcibly. When the banner of his science is fully erected in the great primordial, they will naturally have a day when they suddenly understand. Chapter 27. Zhen Yuanzi, Hongyun, you two practice as usual. Lu Fan's voice suddenly sounded in the metaverse, giving instructions to the two. Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyun were taken aback, looking around. It's just that they didn't see Lu Fan's figure, they could only hear the voice. After all, the metaverse was created by Lu Fan. Lu Fan is the heavenly Dao of this world. He can transmit his will to any corner of the metaverse at any time and any place. The two dared not neglect, and immediately followed Lu Fan's instructions, sat cross-legged on the spot, and began to practice. As they breathed out, their mana circulated and strengthened slightly, which was no different from the feeling of the great primordial outside, and it was even clearer. Because these are all data manifestations, the feeling is more intuitive. Cultivation is not a problem. Lu Fan watched the data change, nodded in satisfaction, and continued to give orders. Zhen Yuanzi, Hongyun, you two should practice against each other. Yes. Although Zhen Yuanzi Hongyun didn't understand Lu Fan's intention, he still obeyed. The two released the pseudo-saint coercion at the same time, circulated their mana, and attacked each other. With the two pseudo-saints fighting, Longevity Mountain, Fang Yuan, is in a mess for hundreds of millions of miles, devastated everywhere. Countless mountains, rivers, and trees were destroyed and turned into ashes. Of course, this is just an appearance. The essence is to construct the data changes of these scenes. This moment involves massive calculations. If the quantum server is not powerful enough, it may directly freeze the blue screen or even crash. But now it seems that there is no problem. Depending on the situation, even a battle at the saint level will not cause the metaverse to collapse. Lu Fan calculated the amount based on Zhen Yuanzi Hongyun's battle data, and after a little deduction, he came to a conclusion. Then refresh the data and restore everything to its original appearance. With a smile on the corner of Lu Fan's mouth, he directly controlled the background to refresh the data of Longevity Hill and restore it to its original appearance. The mountain peaks that had been turned into dust recondensed to form a new mountain. The ravines extending tens of thousands of miles on the surface unexpectedly began to overlap. The felled trees are also slowly growing and rejuvenating. The huge pits on the land also began to fill up autonomously. Even the dead are resurrected. Everything is returning to its original state. This Zhen Yu and Zi Hong Yun was startled immediately, watching all this in shock. Although they can do this step with their supernatural powers, it is so silent and without trace, which completely subverts their cognition. Amazing! They don't know, it's just a simple data refresh. Okay, you can come out now. Liu Fan confirmed that there were no bugs in the test, so he asked Zhen Yu and Zi Hongyun to return to the Great Primordial from the metaverse. Senior, how can we get out? Zhen Yu and Zi Hongyun was a little confused, they still don't know how they got in, let alone get out. You just have to think about exiting the metaverse in your mind. Zhen Yu and Zi Hongyun did as he did, and sure enough, another notification sounded. Would you like to exit the metaverse? Yes. Zhen Yu and Zi Hongyun spoke in unison, and then their mental data was transmitted back to the physical body. When the two opened their eyes, it felt like a dream. But this dream is so clear, and the feeling is extremely strong. Senior, the world you created is really amazing. Senior, although this world seems to be the same as the Great Primordial, it is several times stronger. Zhen Yu and Zi Hongyun was full of praise. They are not deliberately flattering Liu Fan, but metaverse does have a clear advantage. For example, if the destroyed mountains, trees, and even living beings in the metaverse can be restored, they will not commit boundless karma for this, which will then affect their practice. This alone is enough to drive countless powerful monks crazy. Actually, you just entered the metaverse with your mind, and your physical body is still in the Great Primordial World. Liu Fan unveils the mystery of the metaverse to Zhen Yu and Zi Hongyun. What's the meaning? Zhen Yu and Zi Hongyun faced each other in a daze, it sounded as if they had just fallen into a hallucination. You can understand that you are just a primordial spirit entering the metaverse. However, everything you experience will be brought back to the physical body, including cultivation, combat perception, etc. Of course, if you are injured, it will also be fed back to the physical body. Really dead? Zhen Yu and Zi Hongyun was a bit messy, and became more and more confused by Liu Fan's talking. According to what Liu Fan said, it is clearly the real world, so why is it that only the primordial spirit enters? Can't understand. But they didn't bother with it, anyway, it's over. Senior, we just discovered that the damaged things in it can be restored. I don't know what's so good about this metaverse. Hongyun asked tentatively. Good question. Liu Fan glanced at Hongyun appreciatively, and said meaningfully. The flow of time in the metaverse can change. What? Change the time flow rate? Zhen Yu and Zi and Hongyun completely lost their composure this time, their eyes widened and they exclaimed in unison. Time, this is a taboo domain that is even more mysterious than space, even if they are pseudo-saints, it is difficult to set foot. But Liu Fan can change the time flow of a universe, which is really appalling. That's right, for example, after 10 years of cultivation in the metaverse, the Great Primordial has only passed 1 year. Liu Fan's tone was flat, as if he was talking about an insignificant matter, but to Zhen Yu and Zi Hongyun's ears, it was undoubtedly thunderous. Hiss! Zhen Yu and Zi Hongyun's eyes widened again, and he took a deep breath at the same time, almost sucking up the cool air from Longevity Mountain. After 10 years of cultivation in the Yuan universe, only 1 year has passed since the Great Primordial. What is this concept? This means that if you have been practicing in the metaverse, your cultivation speed will be 10 times faster than that in the outside world. And even more. Didn't you hear what Liu Fan said, just for example? In other words, Liu Fan is likely to adjust the flow rate ratio to be larger. For example, 100 years in the metaverse and a year in the outside world. The significance of that is so great that I dare not even think about it. Is Senior Liu Fan the master of time? Zhen Yu and Zi Hongyun couldn't believe it. If not, who can change the time flow of a universe? Chapter 28. It seems that Senior Liu Fan is still humble to us. Zhen Yu and Zi and Hongyun couldn't help sighing in their hearts. Lu Fan told them before that it was not saint, but it was about the same. It now appears that this is not the case at all. At least, they didn't see that Hung Jun could change the flow of time so easily. Therefore, Lu Fan is definitely better than saint. The two made up their minds in their hearts that they must hug Lu Fan's thigh tightly in the future, and they will not waver, even if Hung Jun comes. Lu Fan took the two people's thoughts into his eyes, and he actually did so on purpose. In the future, Zhen Yuan Zi Hong Yun will be his pioneer in spreading science in Great Primordial. You go to every corner of the Great Primordial now, and check if you can all enter the metaverse. Lu Fan pondered for a while, and continued to order Zhen Yuan Zi Hong Yun. The closed beta of the metaverse has ended. If you can enter the metaverse in every corner of the Great Primordial, then the construction of the metaverse will be considered complete. Yes, Senior. Zhen Yuan Zi Hong Yun immediately took orders, and then rushed towards the depths of the Great Primordial. 100 years passed, and they reached the four poles of the Great Primordial. Along the way, they passed hundreds of millions of tests and successfully entered the metaverse. This result made Zhen Yuan Zi Hong Yun more excited, and his understanding of the metaverse became more profound. Although they still don't understand the principles of the metaverse, they all realize that the metaverse will have a severe impact on the Great Primordial. Senior, we have checked all parts of the Great Primordial, and we can all enter the metaverse. Zhen Yuan Zi Hong Yun rushed back to the Monastery of Five Manners and reported respectfully to Lu Fan. So good. Lu Fan nodded in satisfaction. He actually didn't think there was any question. After all, he arranged the quantum base station himself. But it's not too much to ask Zhen Yuan Zi Hong Yun to check again. Okay, there's nothing else to do now, you go to your own business. Lu Fan waved his hand and gave the order to evict Zhen Yuan Zi Hong Yun to leave. Time passed, and 800,000 years passed without knowing it. This period of time was the most boring time for Lu Fan. The construction of the metaverse is completed, and human race has not yet been born, so he seems to be doing nothing. However, the Great Primordial is not peaceful. The mountains and rains are about to come and the wind is blowing over the building. It seems that the Prince of East is doomed. Inside the Monastery of Five Manners, Lu Fan's golden eyes stared ahead. Countless quantum information was automatically transmitted to his mind, and he knew the current situation of the Great Primordial like the back of his hand in an instant. Although Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tai has not found any trace of Lu Fan in these years, he has followed in Lu Fan's footsteps to subdue the Great Primordial race of hundreds of millions, and collectively called it the Demon Race. They are honored as the Demon Race Demon Emperor. Bai Zi, Ying Zhao, etc. were named the top 10 demon saints. Demon race is powerful, it can be called the first force of Great Primordial, and it has the posture of unifying Great Primordial. Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tai also awakened the consciousness of the born emperor and wanted to dominate the Great Primordial. Not being holy is better than being holy. Just want to achieve all this, there is a stumbling block in front of them. That is Prince of East. Prince of East is the head of the male immortals conferred by Hung Jun himself. If Prince of East is not eliminated, Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tai will not be able to justifiably claim hegemony. Therefore, Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tai sharpened his sword and prepared to set off the first battle of the pseudo-saint era. Above 9 heavens, clusters of demonic aura frightened Sifang Tianyu. Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tai's body is awe-inspiring, and his eyes are staring at the tens of millions of demon race disciples. Report to the Demon Emperor, the disciples of demon race are ready, please order from the Demon Emperor. The 10 demon saints knelt down on the ground, speaking in unison, full of demonic aura. Emperor Jun had a majestic face and golden eyes. All demon race disciples listened to the order. Follow me and kill the Prince of East. Under the leadership of Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tai, the 10 demon saints headed straight to the Prince of East dojo with an army of hundreds of millions of demon race. The momentum was huge, the demonic aura filled the air, shaking most of the Great Primordial. On the 9th day, the sky changed suddenly, covered by dark clouds, and the four winds were strong. The majestic demonic aura quickly approached the Prince of East dojo, like a beast opening its bloody mouth, as if it wanted to swallow this world. Prince of East, come out and die. Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tei was wearing robes, tall standing in front of thousands of billions of demon rays. His voice was like thunder. Emperor Jun, Tei, I am Dao ancestor, personally decree the head of the male immortal, how dare you commit an offense. Prince of East walked out of the dojo, glared at Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tei, and shouted angrily. If you retreat quickly, I won't care about it, or if you disobey Dao ancestor, you will be destroyed physically and mentally. Prince of East, you don't have to use Dao ancestor to overwhelm the emperor. In the Great Primordial Continent, strength is the most important thing. Since you are the head of the male immortals, let the emperor weigh whether you have this ability. Emperor Jun snorted coldly, the sun's fire surrounded him, and a golden crow full of fire was condensed behind him. The golden crow with a huge body covered the sky and the sun, and swept across the space with its wings, distorting the void for thousands of miles. Clang! Golden Crow let out a loud and clear cry, and opened its mouth to spew out tens of millions of solar essence fires, rushing towards the Prince of East overwhelmingly. The golden flames rolled and jumped, the temperature was terribly high, and it burned the void. The sun is really hot, this is a good thing. Lu Fan's golden eyes shone slightly. Originally, he was not interested in this pseudo-saint battle at all. On the one hand, it was because pseudo-saint was like an ant in front of him, and on the other hand, he knew the result long ago. But the appearance of Sun Zhenhuo made him a little interested. The real fire of the sun can be said to be the natal supernatural power of Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tei, and other innate powers will not be displayed at all. What is natal supernatural power? To use a modern sci-fi term, it is a supernatural power. This also belongs to the category of technology. It seems necessary to study the genes of the three-legged golden crow. Lu Fan nodded, thinking about it. If the gene that controls the real fire of the sun can be fused to human race, wouldn't all human race be little suns? Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tei didn't know that he was being targeted by Lu Fan, but felt a shiver inexplicably. What's going on? Could it be that Dao ancestor is after me? Emperor Jun was startled, thinking that Hung Jun was dissatisfied with his move. However, he did not retreat, but continued to attack the Prince of East. As long as Dao ancestor doesn't show up to stop me, I don't need to retreat. Emperor Jun gritted his teeth, his eyes were firm, and he made up his mind to kill the Prince of East. Chapter 29. Not surprisingly, the Great War ended with the fall of the Prince of East. After all, Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tei is too strong. Individual combat power is even stronger than three pure ones. Not to mention, they each have the Book of Myriad Charted Rivers, Bell of Primordial Chaos and other treasures in their hands. Even if Prince of East barely waited to resist Emperor Jun, how could he save his life with Eastern Emperor Tei watching the tiger by his side? Not only himself, but hundreds of millions of monks under his command were also reduced to ashes by the demon race army. The top 10 demon saints obey the order. Clean up the battlefield quickly. Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tei stood proudly for 9 days. After killing the Prince of East, he immediately issued an order. Follow the demon emperor's decree. The 10 demon saints took orders and led the demon race army, and soon evacuated the Prince of East dojo. Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tei waved his hand and led the army back. So far, the Great Primordial battle has come to an end. 3 pure ones and other pseudo-saint level powers all watched this battle with mixed feelings. Some were indifferent, some lamented the fall of the Prince of East, and some were dissatisfied with Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tei's cruel behavior. But soon, their attitude towards Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tei changed into one. Because, Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tei immediately set up the heavenly court. Mt. Buzoutian, 9 days away. Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tae used endless innate spirit treasure and acquired spirit treasure as materials, supplemented by hibiscus trees on the sun star to build heavenly court. Gold nails save jade households, colored phoenix dances Zuman, complex roads and corridors, 3 eaves and 4 clusters, stars are shining, resplendent and resplendent. The heavenly palace is arranged vertically and horizontally in the number of Tiangang and Disha, with a total of 108 palaces. There are 36 heavenly palaces and 72 treasure halls. Surrounded layer by layer, reaching the 33rd heaven. The spirit treasure white jade is paved into bricks on the main hall, and the ground is shining with warm light, enveloped by the celestial spirit. The palace was filled with the brilliance of the stars, and the turbulent spirit energy kept pouring in from outside the formation. Then enter the 4 chaotic elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, and use endless magical formations to support the huge heavenly court. After the establishment of heavenly court, Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tae stood on top of heavenly court, his eyes pierced through the 33 heavens, staring in all directions, and announced to the sky. Heavenly Dao is above, I, Emperor Jun, Tae, established heavenly court today. I am the Lord of Heavenly Court, in charge of the Great Primordial, Heavenly Dao. All sentient beings learn from each other. Under the will of Heavenly Dao, their voices and pictures were simultaneously transmitted to every corner of Great Primordial in an instant, and countless powers were shocked by it. Then, everyone frowned. The same innate power, but Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tae wants to rule the Great Primordial, undoubtedly overpowering them. Naturally, they are extremely dissatisfied with each other's arrogance. Lu Fan did not have any emotional fluctuations about this, but became interested in Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tae's voice being broadcast live simultaneously throughout the Great Primordial. According to the theory, the Great Primordial is more than 90 billion light-years. No matter the speed of light or the speed of sound, it cannot spread to every corner of the Great Primordial so quickly. But it happened now, and there is undoubtedly a deeper reason. It seems that as long as you declare to Heavenly Dao, some kind of rule will be triggered, and then the sound and picture will be transmitted instantaneously, similar to quantum information transmission. Lu Fan stared at it with golden eyes, continued to analyze, and quickly reached a conclusion. Phenomena that seem to violate science are still in the category of scientific theory. Boom! At this time, a huge crack appeared in above 9 heavens, and with the auspicious energy gushing out, hundreds of millions of mu of karmic merit golden clouds fell from the void. It's Heavenly Dao karmic merit. The 3 pure ones and other innate powers were shocked, but they did not expect that Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tae would get the Heavenly Dao karmic merit because of this. With Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tae absorbing and refining karmic merit, the realm of primordial spirit was directly elevated to the early peak of pseudo-saint, becoming the strongest existence with innate power. In an instant, 3 pure ones and others frowned more and more tightly. Another brand new substance. Lu Fan's golden eyes lit up, and he became interested in karmic merit Jin Yun. As we all know, Heavenly Dao karmic merit has infinite uses. Not only can it directly improve the cultivation level, it will be easier to realize Heavenly Dao, but it can also invisibly enhance Chi Lux fortune. This miraculous substance is very necessary for research. Once it can be synthesized and mass-produced, the significance is beyond imagination. But Lu Fan is not in a hurry. There are still many opportunities to get Heavenly Dao karmic merit in the future. Until then, it is not too late to seek a careful study. Emperor Jun Tae may be too happy too soon. Lu Fan glanced in the direction of Heavenly Court, because Heavenly Dao karmic merit was added, and his cultivation level increased greatly. Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tae's face was flushed and high-spirited, thinking that Heavenly Dao was with them. But Lu Fan is familiar with the plot of Great Primordial, and knows that the two will soon be unlucky. Because, 12 ancestral witch is not vegetarian. As descendants of Pangu, they absolutely do not allow others to dominate the Great Primordial continent. As expected. Mt Buzaoshan, Pangu Temple. The 12 ancestral witch was furious. How dare these two feathered beasts rule the Great Primordial? Pooh! We ancestral witches never claim to rule the Great Primordial, and the demon race dares to speak nonsense. Dejong and others all cursed loudly, strode out of Pangu Temple, and immediately ordered De Yixing Tian and other great witches to assemble the witch clan army. Then, they also declared to Great Primordial, established the witch clan, and took charge of the Great Primordial continent. Witch! 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 Xing Tian, De Yi, and other great witches led the army of hundreds of millions of witch clans, showing their real witch clans, raising their arms and shouting. The terrifying evil spirit rushed straight to Yongxiao, covering the sky and the sun. In an instant, Xian Tian Almighty turned his attention to Mt Buzaoshan. Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tai was no exception. Seeing 12 ancestral witches' behavior, they were all furious. Okay, ancestral witch, I have just established heavenly court, you dare to do this, you simply don't take me seriously. If you don't suppress me today, what is the majesty of the heavenly court? Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tai's eyes were full of dangerous intent, and he gave the order immediately without any hesitation. The 10 demon saints listened to the order, summoned the heavenly court army, and followed the emperor to suppress the witch clan. Follow the decree of the Emperor of Heaven. Bai Zi and other 10 demon sages took orders loudly, and quickly summoned an army of tens of millions of demon race. Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tai jointly cast spells to forcibly open a door of space on 33 heavens. They stepped into the gate of space aggressively. The 10 demon saints led an army of trillions of heavenly courts, followed closely behind. The first battle of witches and demons is about to start. Chapter 30. Boom! Mt Buzaoshan, above the witch clan army. The solid space is like the surface of water blown by a breeze, suddenly rippling in a circle. Immediately afterwards, as the picture distorted, Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tai stepped out of the void. Then, the 10,000 demon saints led an army of billions of heavenly courts to rush out of the void. Horror coercion, like the doomsday coming, the 9 heavens collapsed, sweeping the entire Mt Buzaoshan. Well done! Not only did Dejong and other ancestral witches show no signs of fear, on the contrary, they were full of fighting spirit. My virtuous brothers and sisters, follow me in formation. Dejiang's eyes sparkled, and he let out a loud drink. 12 ancestral witch immediately manifested the real body of ancestral witch, and filled the sky with fierce aura. Then, without hesitation, they ended up with the great array of 12 integrated fiendish gods. The tens of millions of feet of Pangu's real body appeared again in the Great Primordial, and the ancient and desolate atmosphere swept the world. Using this whole card so soon? It seems that 12 ancestral witch has been holding his breath in his heart. With a smile on the corner of Lu Fan's mouth, he understood the intention of 12 ancestral witch. Originally, according to the normal rhythm, great array of 12 integrated fiendish gods was reserved for the last whole card. But now, 12 ancestral witch uncharacteristically summoned Pangu's real body before starting the fight, obviously because he easily defeated Pangu's real body last time, which made 12 ancestral witch feel aggrieved. Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tai arrived today, just use them to revive their prestige. Pangu's real body? Didn't Senior Lu Fan defeat him back then? Why did it appear again? Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tai's complexion changed slightly. Originally, their strength had increased greatly, even if there were more witchmen ancestors, they would not pay attention to them. But who would have thought that 12 ancestral witch could also summon the true body of Pangu? At least the real body of Pangu in the midterm of pseudo-saint compares them all at once. So what about Pangu's real body? If seniors can defeat you, so can this emperor. Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tai is worthy of being a born emperor, arrogant, he quickly adjusted his mentality. Behind them, the golden crow of the 3 tribes of thousands of feet manifested, spewing out a sea of fire for hundreds of millions of miles, trying to burn Pangu's real body. How dare you make a fool of yourself in front of me? Pangu's real body roared contemptuously, and with a light swipe of Pangu axe, the sea of flames was broken. The sharp blade pierced the sky, and the huge light wave turned countless mountain peaks into dust. So strong! Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tae didn't dare to be careless, and also played their respective cards one after another. Emperor Jun urges the Book of Myriad Charted Rivers to evolve the boundless starry sky, using the ancient stars as soldiers, and the sun and the moon as generals, to attack Pangu's real body in a mighty manner. Eastern Emperor Tae activated the Bell of Primordial Chaos, suspended for 9 days, and the bell rang to suppress the eternal time and space. Pangu's real body immediately fell into a maze of starry sky, and the surrounding space was like a swamp, making his movements slow. If this is the midterm of ordinary pseudo-saint, it is likely to be suppressed like this. But this is Pangu's real body. Invincible physically, unparalleled in combat power. Roar! Pangu's real body drank violently, his mighty body shook violently, and his physical body released terrifying power. It seems that every cell in his body has a real dragon roaring, from the dragon diving into the abyss to the dragon flying 9 days. Bang! 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 Pangu's real body is hundreds of millions of miles away, and the stars are shattered all over the sky, and time and space are shattered. Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tae was counterattacked by an incredible force at the same time, the treasure in his hand flew away, and his figure also retreated violently like a kite with a broken string. 2 flat-haired bastards, let's see how arrogant you are, die! Pangu's real body took advantage of the victory to pursue, and Pangu axe drew a mysterious trajectory in the air, slashing towards Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tae. Damn it! Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tae was shocked, they didn't expect Pangu's real body to be so strong. Even if they use the treasure, it is difficult to resist its edge. They can only fight and retreat. But as time goes by, they become more and more difficult to resist, and gradually lose their fortunes. Which? Xing Tian, De Yi, and other great witches led the witch clan army to raise their arms and shout, and Pangu's real body showed his might, and they were equally excited. In contrast, the momentum of the heavenly court army has declined to the extreme. This 12 ancestral witch is so powerful. 3 pure ones and other innate powers frowned again, all wary of witch clan. Looks like Hung Jun is coming. With a smile on the corner of Lu Fan's mouth, he watched Pangu's real body defeating Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tae, and he knew that Hung Jun was about to show up to stop him. Otherwise, Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tae will be GG. Sure enough, if you keep it for a long time, you will lose it. When Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tae could not retreat and was in danger, hundreds of millions of miles of purple energy came from the east. Witches and demons decisive battle, the time has not yet come, stop here. Hung Jun is surrounded by the universe, as if he is in a long river of time far away, unable to see the reality. With Hung Jun's finger, golden light radiated, Pangu's real body was destroyed, and everything returned to peace. It's Dao Ancestor is here to save us. Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tae was overjoyed, his pale face full of excitement. Dao Ancestor actually made a move. The other innate powers were also shocked, but they didn't expect Hung Jun to stop the battle. However, no one was surprised that Hung Jun killed Pangu's real body with one finger. After all, Lu Fan has done this a long time ago, so there is nothing unusual about it. On the contrary, it made everyone more convinced that Lu Fan is definitely not inferior to Hung Jun. Even Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tae, who was saved by Hung Jun, thought so. Hateful. Dejong and other ancestral witches were extremely annoyed. They almost killed Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tae, but they didn't expect Hung Jun to intervene. In particular, Hung Jun also destroyed Pangu's real body with one finger, making them unconsciously think of Lu Fan, and they hated him even more. The hottest Zhu Ronggong couldn't bear to scold Hung Jun, but was stopped by Hutu Xianming in time. Brothers, don't be impulsive, Hung Jun is not inferior to Lu Fan. We had already suffered a loss in the hands of Lu Fan back then, and we can't act impulsively this time. Hung Jun's face was full of question marks for a moment. What does it mean that he is not inferior to Lu Fan? With that said, it seems that Lu Fan is stronger than him. In addition, he also faintly felt that something was wrong. This time it was his first shot in the Great Primordial, and he destroyed Pangu's real body with one finger. It stands to reason that the power of the Great Primordial should be extremely shocking. But everyone behaved very plainly, as if it should be like this. If it wasn't like this, it would be him Hung Jun's spicy chicken. Chapter 31. What's going on here? Could it be that Dao ancestor Wu and Lu Fan had an intersection? A look of doubt flashed in Hung Jun's eyes, realizing that he might have missed something during Zi Xiaogong's retreat. He pinched his fingers and immediately deduced heaven's secrets. No surprises, it was still blank. Lu Fan's quantum body judges cause and effect by itself, and even Hung Jun cannot detect it. However, Hung Jun couldn't find Lu Fan, and Lu Fan could see Hung Jun clearly now. Longevity Hill. With the quantum body, Lu Fan observes Hung Jun from a microscopic perspective. This is the first time he has seen Hung Jun, and he is eager to see how the Great Primordial number 1 saint is different from him. The body of saint and my quantum body also have common characteristics. They are both immortal and can be reorganized at will. This body of saint can be regarded as the body of heavenly Dao. It is composed of heavenly Dao particles, and it has some fantasy colors. But overall it can still be explained scientifically. Saint primordial spirit rests on heavenly Dao. In fact, it jumps out the spiritual thinking from the Great Primordial and rises to another dimension. This is why everyone under saint is an ant. However, saint has a strong limitation, that is, it can only be immortal in the Great Primordial, and it will no longer have this characteristic when it leaves the Great Primordial. It is not a little bit worse than the quantum body. The quantum body is physically immortal, and does not change with time and space. The corner of Lu Fan's mouth was smiling. The more he explained, the bigger the smile on his face. Because to sum up, he is indeed better than Hung Jun. Hung Jun doesn't know that Lu Fan has seen him thoroughly. At this moment, he just wanted to figure out what exactly Lu Fan did to make Dejong and others react like this. His face darkened, and seeing that he couldn't deduce it, he directly invaded Dejiang's soul and forcibly collected Dejiang's memory. Finally, he figured out the cause and effect. No wonder Hutu Xianming said that. The corner of Hung Jun's mouth twitched, his heart ached. Feelings Lu Fan destroyed Pangu's real body with one finger a million years ago, but his actions now seem to be picking on people's teeth. What kind of realm is this Lu Fan? Could it be that he has really reached the saint realm? But when the saint comes out, heavenly Dao must have a vision, I can't possibly not know. Hung Jun was startled and puzzled, unable to figure out Lu Fan's strength. In the end, he could only give up temporarily and no longer entangle Lu Fan. From now on, demons control the sky, witches rule the land, and there will be no more battles for a million years. After Hung Jun put down these words, he disappeared into the world. Follow the decree of Dao ancestor. Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tai quickly received the decree, using it as a life-saving straw. Although 12 ancestral witch was not convinced, but with Hung Jun's absolute strength, they had no choice but to admit it. Flat-haired BD, after a million years, I will wait for your dog's life again. Dejong and others put down a harsh word and called for money to withdraw. Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tai also led the heavenly court army back. The first battle of witches and demons is over. Monastery of 5 Manners. Lu Fan's ethereal figure exudes bursts of golden light, illusory and real, detached and mysterious. He withdrew his gaze from Mt. Buzoutian, and looked again in the direction of Zai Xiaogong. According to the time, it will almost be Hung Jun's second sermon. The reason why Lu Fan calculates the time in this way is because after the second sermon, Nuwa can be sanctified. And Nuwa sanctified means the birth of human race. With human race, his scientific banner can be raised. The Great Primordial doesn't count the years, and it's time for Hung Jun to preach for the second time. The desolate and ancient voice of Hung Jun came from 9 heavens, announcing the second sermon, and all the mighty Great Primordial went there one after another. Zhen Yuan Zi and Hong Yun came to say goodbye to Lu Fan respectfully. Senior, Dao Ancestor is preaching for the second time. I will leave the Monastery of 5 Manners and go to Zai Xiao Palace. Lu Fan was hesitant when he saw those visitors turned into white light and went to chaos. Should I also go to Zai Xiao Palace? Hung Jun's sermon can help him increase his cultivation and comprehend the Dao method. I also know what this Dao is. At the same time, let's analyze it with quantum. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and knowing your enemy is the only way to win 100 battles. Lu Fan pondered for a moment, and finally decided to go there. You guys wait. Lu Fan called Zhen Yuan Zi Hong Yun to stop. Senior, what's the matter? Zhen Yuan Zi and Hong Yun were surprised. They never thought that Lu Fan would go to Zai Xiaogong. After all, in their hearts, Lu Fan existed at the same level as Hung Jun. I will go with you to Zixiao Palace. Lu Fan said lightly. Senior's words are true. Zhen Yuan Zi and Hong Yun looked at each other. They were surprised and happy at the same time. They couldn't believe it. What is Lu Fan's identity? This is the existence that the great powers of the Great Primordial are frantically looking for. Hung Jun said that Heavenly Dao exists with different numbers. Want to go to Zixiao Palace in person? If Lu Fan goes with them, it's tantamount to telling the Great Primordial that Lu Fan is standing behind them. That's good. I dare not think at all. Zhen Yuan Zi and Hong Yun couldn't hide their joy. Senior, please. Zhen Yuan Zi Hong Yun immediately turned into a servant and led Lu Fan. After a while, they came to the chaotic sky. At this time, a lot of innate powers have gathered here, and they are stepping into the chaos in 2s and 3s, heading for Zixiao Palace. Seeing Zhen Yuan Zi Hong Yun, they just nodded at first, and then prepared to look away. After all, among the many innate talents, Zhen Yuan Zi Hong Yun's identity and strength are not noble and prominent, and it is not worth their initiative to seek friendship. But soon, everyone seemed to have discovered something. Their pupils shrank suddenly, and their eyes turned to Zhen Yuan Zi Hong Yun again. To be more precise, it was Lu Fan who turned to the two of them. That is, Senior Lu Fan. My God! It's really Senior Lu Fan. Emperor Jun, Eastern Emperor Tai, Fu Xi, Nuwa, Queen Mother of the West and other innate talents were all shocked. They never expected that Lu Fan would appear here. It's really Senior Lu Fan. Senior Lu Fan is here. The other innate powers also looked at Lu Fan when they heard the movement, and were extremely surprised and excited in their hearts. You know, they had been looking for Lu Fan for a long time, but to no avail, and now they finally see him. Emperor Jun pays respects to Senior. Tai pays respects to Senior. Fu Xi pays respects to Senior. Kunpeng pays respects to seniors. Except for those great powers who were looted by Lu Fan, everyone else rushed to Lu Fan and saluted Lu Fan respectfully, with incomparable humility. Especially Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tai, in order to hug Lu Fan's thigh, their posture was extremely humble. Where there is the demeanor of a born emperor, they are simply two big licking dogs. I heard that Senior's cultivation base is unfathomable, and now we can meet here. This junior is lucky. Senior flicked out Pangu's real body back then, but Junior admired Senior like the water of the East Sea, and talked endlessly. The two of them made rainbow farts one after another, and kept showing their hospitality. Chapter 32. This is not an exaggeration at all. Because now the great primordial powerhouses all recognize that Lu Fan is a level existence of Hung Jun. Hung Jun bestowed 7 purple chi of grand mist, each representing a holy place. Therefore, no one knows whether Lu Fan also has such abilities. If Lu Fan can also grant them the holy throne, what's wrong with being a dog to Lu Fan? Woof woof. 3 pure ones, Jian Zhnt and others also saw Lu Fan, but they all pretended not to see it like a mouse seeing a cat, and quickly dived into the chaos, keeping as far away from Lu Fan as possible, lest they be missed by Lu Fan. Lu Fan's expression was flat, without squinting. Whether it was Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tai who licked the dog, or the 3 pure ones who escaped, he didn't care. He just took Zhen Yuan Zi Hongyun into the chaos by himself. This is the first time Lu Fan has entered Chaos Void, and he is still very interested in the material composition of the chaotic world. After quantum analysis, he found that the chaotic world is a more disordered particle movement with more advanced rules. It is very difficult and takes a long time to fully analyze. However, Lu Fan is not in a hurry. What the Great Primordial does not lack is time. If the analysis is successful, it may be able to solve the mystery of the so-called Grand Dao, an achievement that the Grand Dao Pangu cannot achieve. With gleams in Lu Fan's eyes, he went straight to Zi Xiaogong. Is it just going away? Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tai and other innate powers all showed disappointment, but they didn't expect Lu Fan to be so cold, and they didn't pay attention to them at all. At the same time, they were full of envy for Zhen Yuan Zi Hongyun, and they were lucky enough to get to know Lu Fan. This treatment is 10 times better than being Hung Jun's disciple. Zhen Yuan Zi Hongyun can do it, so can we. Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tai was not discouraged, and once again worked hard. They feel that their method must be wrong. As long as they find the right method, they can also be appreciated by Lu Fan. At that time, they will be able to soar into the sky. With this in mind, Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tai immediately chased after Lu Fan in the direction he left. Senior, wait for us. Xixiao Palace Square. At this time, Lu Fan had already arrived first. Hung Jun Daoist friend, Lu Fan, I take the liberty to visit. Please don't blame Daoist friend. Lu Fan stood proudly in the void, his mouth closed, but his ethereal voice resounded through the chaos. What? Lu Fan? Inside Zi Xiao Palace, Hung Jun was startled suddenly. He never expected that Lu Fan would come to his Xixiao Palace on his own initiative. He deduced it many times, but he couldn't find any information about Lu Fan. Hung Jun immediately poked out his consciousness, his deep eyes penetrated Zi Xiaogong, and saw Lu Fan's figure. Although he had seen Lu Fan's figure in Dijiang's spirit, when he actually saw Lu Fan's figure, he couldn't help raising his eyebrows, his expression full of surprise. With his eyesight, he can naturally see the mystery of Lu Fan's quantum body. At least how mysterious it is, he still can't figure it out. But it was enough for him not to belittle Lu Fan. Let the poor Daoist see what's wrong with you. A gleam flashed in Hung Jun's eyes. Even if he followed the causal line before, there was no result. This time Lu Fan was right in front of him. How could he let go of this great opportunity? As the future Dao ancestor, he absolutely does not allow the Great Primordial to have any abnormal existence beyond his control. Jade Plate of Good Fortune, out. Hung Jun let out a soft chirp, and directly used his trump card, Jade Plate of Good Fortune, to communicate with the Great Primordial Heavenly Dao. I saw a beam of light penetrating into the void, densely packed runes intertwined continuously, as if billions of mysterious codes were shining, trying to decipher all the secrets of the world. Before this force, there seemed to be no secrets at all. However, Hung Jun frowned more and more. Because even if he used all his strength and tried his best, he still got nothing. How can this be? Hung Jun's heart was overwhelmed, causing great waves, which could not be calmed down for a long time. Before, he thought that there might be a secret treasure on Lu Fan, which could cut off cause and effect and isolate heaven's secrets, so he couldn't detect it. But now, with Lu Fan right in front of him, he still couldn't find any information. What does this mean? This shows that Lu Fan's strength may not be inferior to him, even stronger than him. As soon as he thought of this, Hung Jun's face couldn't help but change and become crazy again. However, he knew that now was not the time to think about these things, and Lu Fan came to the door on his own initiative. If he didn't respond again, wouldn't it appear that he was afraid of Lu Fan? Let the poor deist see what your purpose is. Hung Jun thought in his heart, and with a thought, he responded to Lu Fan. Lu Fan, deist friend is here, the poor deist is flourishing, how can you blame him? Before he finished speaking, his figure had already appeared outside Xiao Palace, welcoming Lu Fan in person. His Dao ancestor actually came out to greet him in person. So, Senior Lu Fan is really not inferior to Dao ancestor. Emperor Jun, Eastern Emperor Tai and other innate powers couldn't help gasping, shocked inexplicably. Hung Jun's strength is obvious to all of them, with just a hint of coercion, they can make them powerless against 3,000 powers. Therefore, unless Lu Fan is on par with Hung Jun, it is absolutely impossible for Hung Jun to greet him in person. Therefore, Emperor Jun, Eastern Emperor Tai couldn't help but be overjoyed. If they can hug Lu Fan's thigh, they will surely reach the sky in one step. 3 pure ones Jian Zhnt and the others looked livid and gloomy. The stronger Lu Fan was, the more hopeless they were for revenge. Their spirit treasure is definitely not coming back. Chapter 33. I don't know why Lu Fan deist friend came to my Xiao Palace. Just when everyone was thinking, Hung Jun looked at Lu Fan. I am here to listen to deist friend's sermon. I am uninvited. Deist friend, forgive me. Lu Fan smiled and had a kind attitude. Although he and Hung Jun have different ways, after all, he hasn't chosen a side yet, and he also came to the door on his own initiative, so there is no reason to give Hung Jun a cold face. Listen to me. Hung Jun raised his eyelids slightly, showing surprise on his face, never expecting that Lu Fan would have such a purpose. With Lu Fan's strength, do you need to listen to him preach? No need at all. So, can he believe this? Of course, even if he didn't believe it, Hung Jun didn't show it on his face. A deist friend is unpredictable, not inferior to a poor deist. Why do you need to listen to a poor deist's preaching? Hung Jun kept his face and spoke sharply, trying to test Lu Fan. Deist friend's words are wrong. The so-called threesome must have my teacher. Deist friend is a Dao ancestor, and has its own merits. Lu Fan smiled lightly. What a threesome, there must be my teacher. Hung Jun's eyes lit up slightly, and the more he thought about Lu Fan's words, the more interesting he felt. The vigilant look in his eyes gradually smiled, and his attitude became somewhat friendly. Because Lu Fan is so strong, and he still admits his Dao ancestor status, saying that his Dao has merits, he naturally feels at ease. Everyone carried the bridal sedan chair, and Lu Fan showed face like this. If he didn't show face, how would the 3,000 visitors think of him? Deist friend praises you, deist friend has come from afar, poor deist welcomes you from far away, deist friend please follow me into Xiao Palace. Hung Jun's tone became very polite, and with a false right hand, he welcomed Lu Fan into the palace himself. This scene was watched by the innate powers, and there was another burst of amazement. Zhen Yuan, Zai Hong Yun and others were excited, while 3 pure ones Jian Zhnt was as disgusting as eating a fly. The 2 Taoist boys from Haotian Yaokai and Xiao Palace couldn't help being dumbfounded when they saw it. When did they see such a kind side of Hung Jun? This senior Lu Fan is really a god. Haotian Yaokai glanced at each other, and they both saw a look of surprise on the other's face. Daoist friend, please. Hung Jun sat back on Yao Tai, and directly conjured a meditation mat beside him, making Lu Fan sit on an equal footing with him. Good. Lu Fan did not refuse, he had the confidence and confidence. The three pure ones and other 3,000 guests were also seated one after another, and sat down in order of first sermon. Daoist friend, why don't you talk about it first? Hung Jun looked at Lu Fan with a tentative tone in his words. Although he was not as wary of Lu Fan at the beginning, Lu Fan was full of mystery, and he had to find a way to figure it out. If Lu Fan can preach, he will naturally be able to spy on one or two things. However, can Lu Fan be fooled? Daoist friend's words are wrong. This is the Daoist friend dojo. How can I make a big noise? Lu Fan smiled and waved his hand, directly blocking Hung Jun's words. Forget it, then the poor Daoist will make a fool of himself. Hung Jun had no choice but to start the second sermon. He was eloquent, spouting golden lotus. Countless Dao method runes flowed like a golden sea of Wang Yang, slowly flowing towards the 3,000 visitors, covering them up. Is this the way of Hung Jun? Lu Fan's eyes flickered, and he immediately analyzed Hung Jun's preaching with quantum. After a while, Lu Fan roughly understood the so-called laws in Hung Jun Tao. The law is actually a certain law between heaven and earth. To use an analogy, it is like the laws of physics. It's just that the laws between heaven and earth in the Great Primordial are more complicated and profound than the physical laws we understand. Lu Fan analyzed and meditated while listening to Hung Jun's sermon. Hung Jun deduced this kind of law, handed over these laws to the innate power, and taught them how to imitate. The imitated laws can resonate with the laws of heaven and earth, thereby mobilizing the laws of heaven and earth. This is essentially similar to calling a software program. Innate powers can control small programs, and the rules of heaven and earth are big programs. As long as they are used correctly, the rules of heaven and earth can be mobilized. Of course, this is easy to say, but it is very complicated to understand, comprehend, and then apply. If the realm is not enough, it is impossible to comprehend at all. It's like a group of elementary school students. If you teach them advanced mathematics and code software, how can they understand it? Even pseudo-saint powerhouses such as 3 Pure Ones are serious at the moment, not daring to slack off for fear of missing a key part. Once you miss it, you may never be able to keep up. In this way, 10,000 years passed. Hung Jun's second sermon ends. During the period, Hung Jun also spied on Lu Fan many times, wanting to see how Lu Fan reacted to his sermon. If Lu Fan shows intention and comprehension, it means he is not as good as him. What disappointed him was that Lu Fan remained indifferent from the beginning to the end, without any emotional fluctuations, which made him unable to see through. This is the end of the poor Daoist's sermon, so let's go away. Hung Jun waved his hand and swung 3 Pure Ones and others back. Yes, exalted master, teacher. 3 Pure Ones and others respectfully retired. Although Zhen Yuan Zi Hong Yun hesitated, he followed the crowd out of Zi Xiao Palace. They all knew that Lu Fan and Hung Jun must have something to communicate. After all, this is a real dragon meeting a real dragon, and it is impossible to end it so hastily. Go down too. Hung Jun swung the 2 boys from Yao Kai, Hao Tian, back again. Soon, only Lu Fan and Hung Jun were left in Zi Xiao Gong. Lu Fan, Daoist friend, why has the poor Daoist never heard of you? Hung Jun stared directly at Lu Fan with deep eyes and spoke out. Now there are no outsiders, and he is not afraid of others knowing that he knows nothing about Lu Fan. The Great Primordial is so vast and boundless. Who dares to claim to be omniscient and omnipotent? It is reasonable for Daoist friend to not know. Lu Fan replied with a half-smile. There is a black line on Hung Jun's forehead. He agrees with others, but he is the spokesperson of Heavenly Dao. Even he doesn't know it. Is it reasonable? The poor deist has experienced the beast catastrophe, the dragon and Han catastrophe, and the westward exorcism. With deist friend's strength, he shouldn't remain unknown and let the poor deist know. Please deist friend clear up the poor deist's doubts. Hung Jun stared at Lu Fan closely, with an attitude of breaking the casserole and asking the end, and never giving up until he found out the truth. It's actually really easy. There was a playful look in the corner of Lu Fan's eyes, and he didn't intend to hide this from Hung Jun. Anyway, there is no need to hide it. How easy? Hung Jun hurriedly asked. Because I was born not long ago. Lu Fan's tone was flat, as if he was talking about an insignificant matter, but in Hung Jun's ears, it was undoubtedly a thunderbolt from the god of chaos, blowing him into a daze. What? Hung Jun's eyes widened, and he stood up from the meditation mat in a jerk, his face full of shock and disbelief. Chapter 34. This isn't Hung Jun's first gaffe. The last time, just after he was sanctified, Yang Mei suddenly appeared, competed with him, took away all the spirit treasures in his hands, and told him Chaos Demon God. However, this time the gaffe far surpassed the last one. The reason is very simple. Lu Fan is so strong, whether you say he is an innate demon god, or chaos demon god, Hung Jun can accept it. However, Lu Fan said that he was born not long ago. Isn't this meow being funny? Who can have the strength of the saint realm not long after the special code is born? Do you think you are the master of Pangu? Even God Pangu is not good. Hung Jun wanted to ask sharply if Lu Fan was lying to him. But he knew that when they reached their level, they either didn't say anything, or they told the truth. Therefore, Lu Fan should really have just been born. At this thought, Hung Jun couldn't help but tremble in his heart. After a while, he suppressed his shock and regained his composure. Lu Fan deist friend, when exactly were you talking about not long ago? Hung Jun sorted out his thoughts and continued to ask Lu Fan. For a strong player of their level, the great primordial time is worthless at all. A casual nap is 1,000,000 years. Even hundreds of millions of years is not a long time for them. So, if you ask clearly, he will feel better. As it turned out, though, he might as well not have asked. It was about a year before deist friend sanctified. Lu Fan replied casually, he remembered the Grand Pure One well at this time. He has just been building Alpha Star for a year, and is preparing to rush to the starry sky, when Hung Jun declares sanctified. Very impressed. Isn't that 1,000,000 years ago? Hung Jun's pupils shrank suddenly, and the mood that had finally calmed down couldn't help but tremble again. After being born for 1,000,000 years, there is such a realm, why not be so scary? Even Yang Mei is far inferior. Yes, almost 1,000,000 years ago. Lu Fan nodded and admitted. Deist friend has been cultivated like this since he was born. Hung Jun asked again. That's not true. I was not strong at first, not even in the realm of an immortal. What? There weren't even immortals when he was born? Then how did deist friend become so powerful in millions of years? Hung Jun was shocked again, his eyeballs almost fell off the ground. If it is really according to what Lu Fan said, it will take millions of years to cultivate from a fairy to a saint. This kind of talent, not to mention him, even Pangu de Shendu is not in a hurry to flatter him. This makes Hung Jun, who has always been conceited, how can he accept it? Actually, I'm not very clear about it. I just feel like I've entered the mysterious realm, and then it's so strong. There was a hint of shyness in Lu Fan's tone, and he spoke nonsense in a serious manner. Hearing Lu Fan's answer, Hung Jun was so speechless that he vomited blood. He originally thought that Lu Fan was extremely talented, and he worked hard for millions of years to reach this level. Who knew that Lu Fan could achieve it so easily? Authoring him to practice for hundreds of millions of years is just a joke. People are more popular than people. Hung Jun's complexion was already so dark that it couldn't get any darker. Especially when he saw Lu Fan's shy and contrived appearance, he was even more angry. Lu Fan, you didn't come here to listen to the sermon, you came here to annoy the poor deist on purpose, right? For no reason, Hung Jun felt extremely regretful. I regret that I have such a cheap mouth, why did I ask Lu Fan so much? Sometimes, not knowing is also a kind of happiness. The more you know, the more painful it will be. Call. Hung Jun took a deep breath and let out another breath, trying to suppress the imbalance in his heart. Then, he squeezed out a smile on his old face. The deist friend has a great opportunity, and the poor deist is envious. It's rare for a deist friend to come here. Why don't you discuss it with the poor deist? What do you think of the deist friend? He didn't know what mysterious field Lu Fan stepped into, and he hoped to learn a thing or two about Lu Fan through the discussion. You know, he still knows almost nothing about Lu Fan now. However, Lu Fan couldn't make it easy for him. He is the Grand Dao of scientific physics, how could he be easily exposed? Once Hung Jun finds out, he will be impatient with him every minute. I was born not long ago, and my understanding of Dao is still shallow, so I don't have enough time to discuss it with deist friend. With a smile on the corner of Lu Fan's mouth, he politely rejected Hung Jun. Hung Jun didn't expect Lu Fan to be so recalcitrant, but he didn't give up and took the Dabai robot out. This is the robot he brought back from the boundless starry sky, trying to spy on Lu Fan's secrets, but now he has never been able to figure it out. The deist friend is modest. The puppet of the deist friend alone is mysterious and unpredictable, making it impossible for the poor deist to see through. Presumably, the understanding of Dao must be more profound and unique. He originally wanted to use this as a bait to make Lu Fan have nothing to say and no longer politely refuse, but he didn't expect Lu Fan to make use of it. Deist friend, I thought you were a Dao ancestor, so it shouldn't be so, but I didn't expect you to steal my subordinates privately. You know, those innate talents who hurt my subordinates back then, I took an innate spirit treasure for small punishments and big punishments. Lu Fan's tone was dark, and he didn't directly accuse Hung Jun, but it made Hung Jun extremely embarrassed and uncomfortable. This matter is indeed poor deist wrong. Hung Jun opened his mouth, aggrieved and confessed his mistake to Lu Fan. Fortunately, this scene did not spread, otherwise, it would definitely cause an uproar in the whole Great Primordial. Hung Jun Dao ancestor apologized, this is definitely big news. Lu Fan is awesome. Forget it, since deist friend sincerely admits his mistake, I won't care about it anymore, anyway, I still have a lot of subordinates. Lu Fan waved his hand generously, forgiving Hung Jun. The corner of Hung Jun's mouth twitched, feeling even more aggrieved. At the same time, he secretly scolded himself as a cheap man, why he took out the Dabai robot and created an excuse for Lu Fan. Well, I gave this subordinate to deist friend, which is also part of my way. If deist friend can figure it out, he will understand it. If he can't figure it out, then our way is different. Lu Fan added another sentence with a smile, taking the opportunity to end the topic of discussion. As for the Dabai robot, he didn't bother to ask for it back, after all, it was disassembled by Hung Jun. Seeing that the time was almost up, Lu Fan bid farewell at the right time. I was honored to listen to deist friend's sermon today, and I benefited a lot from it. I will leave first. Lu Fan stood up and walked towards the outside of Zi Xiao's palace with big strides. Although Hung Jun was not reconciled, he had no choice but to watch Lu Fan leave and wait for the next opportunity. Chapter 35. 2 flowers bloom, each representing a branch. When Lu Fan talked with Hung Jun, many innate talents took the initiative to find Zhen Yuan Zi and Hong Yun to inquire about Lu Fan. The two were inconspicuous among the many innate talents, and had never received such attention. For a while, they couldn't help being complacent and their faces were flushed. Just like drinking too much, I couldn't help but say a few more words. It's not that we were lucky enough to find Senior Lu Fan, it was Senior who came to Longevity Mountain by himself. According to the seniors, he is not saint, but the difference is almost the same, but from the perspective of poor deist, it seems that he is even worse. Senior's magical powers are mysterious and unpredictable. The poor deist can't understand the puppets alone. Especially those puppets seem to be able to make puppets by themselves, which is even more puzzling. By the way, Senior created a universe. Zhen Yuan Zi Hong Yun is very familiar with his family, and told the innate powers one by one about Lu Fan's magical methods. All the innate talents pricked up their ears and listened carefully. Even the three pure ones, Ji Yun Zhnt and other powers looted by Lu Fan appeared to be disdainful, but they couldn't help but tilt their heads in the direction of Zhen Yuan Zi Hong Yun, their ears pricked up. Hearing that Lu Fan is almost the same as Saint, they all have mixed feelings. And when they heard that Lu Fan had created a universe, they were all surprised. What? Lu Fan created a universe? All the innate powers were shocked and uproarious, and there was an uproar in their hearts, and some even couldn't help but scream. They all lost their composure just like Zhen Yuan Zi Hong Yun did when he heard the news. Zhen Yuan Zi deist friend, please tell me more specifically. Hong Yun deist friend, is this true? Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tai and others hurriedly asked, wanting to find out the specific situation. No way, who made this news so explosive? So far, they only know that the great god Pangu opened up the Great Primordial Universe. Now they suddenly heard that Lu Fan can also do it. How can they not be surprised? How can they not be shaken? However, Zhen Yuan Zi Hong Yun came to his senses and realized that they seemed to be talking too much, so he quickly made a haha. Well, poor deist still has something to do, so let's go first. Yes, everyone, let's talk about it next time. Zhen Yuan Zi Hong Yun cupped his hands towards the crowd, squeezed out from the innately powerful crowd, and left quickly. Only a group of innate powers were left standing there with bewildered faces, not understanding what Zhen Yuan Zi Hong Yun meant. You guys should finish talking before leaving. Is there such a thing as a deliberate trick? They didn't know that what Zhen Yuan Zi Hong Yun actually wanted to say was that they could brag about what they had seen and heard about the metaverse for a lifetime. After all, they are the only two innate abilities participating in the closed beta. It's just that they didn't know whether Lu Fan cared or not, so they shut up in time, making all the innate talents extremely uncomfortable. But no matter how uncomfortable they were, there was nothing they could do. After Zhen Yuan Zi Hong Yun left, they had no choice but to return to the dojo. But there is one thing on their minds, that is whether Lu Fan really created a universe. If it is true, then they will have to re-evaluate Lu Fan's strength. Taiyan Star. The moonlight of Taiyan Star shone, and the surface of the earth emitted a lustrous silver light, and the cold air was overwhelming. Ordinary congenital powers come here. If there is no great Luo Zio Wei, the pure yin energy will enter the body in an instant, damage the primordial spirit, and the cultivation base will drop sharply. And the physical body will be quickly corroded by the qi of the Taiyan. Xi Changzi, as the goddess of the sun, just returned to Taiyan Star, and saw the Dabai robot constantly replicating production. At a glance, there are no less than hundreds of millions of Dabai robots on Taiyan Star. It seems that Zhen Yuan Zi Hong Yun is right, these puppets can really make their own puppets. Sister, there are so many puppets, what should we do? Chang Xi was at a loss. She naturally didn't dare to touch these puppets, for fear of offending Lu Fan. He observed these Dabai robots and said calmly, "Don't worry, I don't think these puppets are malicious, they seem to be testing something." The second daughter approached, wanting to observe. Sister, the things recorded by these robots are so strange that I can't understand them at all. Chang Xi asked doubtfully, tilting her head. I don't know either. In the whole world, I'm afraid only Senior Lu Fan knows. He shook his head and said. These data are all Taiyan star element detection, material analysis, of course they can't understand. But inexplicably, they look like these data are amazing. Although I don't know it, I feel it. Sun Star. Emperor June Eastern Emperor Tai did not return to Heavenly Court for retreat, but returned to Sun Star. The temperature on the Sun planet was scorching hot, and under the shroud of fireworks, the air became extremely distorted. Ordinary innate powers can't bear it, and if you are not careful, your physical body will be burned and turned into a cloud of smoke. Like Xi and Changzi, they also saw Dabai robots everywhere as soon as they returned to Sun planet. These robots are free to come and go under the big sun fireworks, and their behavior has not been restricted in the slightest. Brother, Senior Lu Fan's puppet is on our Sun Star. There was a hint of expectation in Eastern Emperor Tai's eyes, as if he was one step closer to Lu Fan. Even the other pseudo-saints of the Great Sun fireworks are hard to parry, and a puppet has no effect. Standing aside, Emperor June was also deeply shocked, and had a deeper understanding of Lu Fan's supernatural powers. Chapter 36. Longevity Hill, Monastery of Five Manners. After Lu Fan bid farewell to Hung Jun, he came back here again. This place has been completely replaced by various new technologies, such as quantum batteries gathered like high-rise buildings, giant servers, and network equipment made of various quantum technologies. The mountains are all over the plains, covering almost the entire Longevity Hill. It is also interspersed with countless quantum robots constantly patrolling and checking. Everything is ready, now waiting for human race to be born. Lu Fan stared at the shore of the East Sea with a hint of joy in his expression. Not for anything else, just because Nuwa will go to the shore of the East Sea to create a man to prove the Dao before Hung Jun's third sermon. This is the plot track of Great Primordial, so Lu Fan already knew about it. And as long as human race is born, the textbooks of various subjects he compiled will be useful. Human race enters the metaverse to study and masters technological civilization, and it will surely sweep the entire Great Primordial like a spark. Lu Fan thought in his heart, and couldn't help looking in the direction of Nuwa. However, Nuwa has just returned from hearing the sermon and is still in retreat at Mt Buzaoshan, so he is not in a hurry. Before you know it, 500,000 years have passed. Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun broke through the barrier, and the two came to Longevity Hill first to meet Lu Fan with a tacit understanding. Zhen Yuanzi pays respects to senior. Hong Yun pays respects to senior. The two traveled hundreds of millions of miles to come from the abode of fiery clouds. Yes, because Longevity Hill has been occupied by Lu Fan, Zhen Yuanzi really ran to abode of fiery clouds to huddle with Hong Yun. You don't have to be polite. Lu Fan waved his hand casually, so that the two of them don't have to restrain themselves. However, he did not entertain the two of them, but looked at Mt Buzaoshan again. Zhen Yuanzi Hong Yun has already left the customs, presumably Nuwa is about the same. Without hesitation, Lu Fan is ready to take the initiative and bring Nuwa to create human race. Otherwise, relying on Nuwa to realize it by himself, I don't know when it will be. Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun looked at each other in a daze, not understanding why Lu Fan left when they just arrived. Mt Buzaoshan. Lu Fan descended instantly, he did not hide his aura, and even released it on his own initiative so that Nuwa could show up. However, Nuwa didn't respond yet, and 12 Ancestral Witch was taken aback. Not good. It's Lu Fan. 12 Ancestral Witch immediately stopped practicing, rushed out of Pangu Temple, and put all his strength on guard. However, they did not find Lu Fan. After careful identification, I found that the breath was not directed at them, but on the mountainside of Mt Buzaoshan. Although it is on the mountainside, Mt Buzaoshan is so high and the distance is still very far away. The 12 Ancestral Witches glanced at each other, all embarrassed. On the hillside of Mt Buzaoshan, Fu Xi Lu Fan also found Lu Fan, and was surprised and delighted. It's actually Senior Lu Fan. Since Zai Xiaogong gave a sermon last time, no one knows about Lu Fan's innate power. Now that Lu Fan came suddenly, it was no less than Hung Jun coming to the door in person. They were so excited that they were at a loss for this treatment. Fu Xi, meet Senior. Nuwa, meet Senior. The two rushed out to greet Lu Fan respectfully. At the same time, he wondered why Lu Fan came to Mt Buzaoshan to find them. Lu Fan quickly gave an answer. Nuwa, the opportunity has come for you to prove the Dao, I will help you prove the Dao. What? Nuwa's beautiful eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. She never expected that Lu Fan came to help her prove the Dao. Senior Lu Fan, are you so good? For a moment, Nuwa's pretty face flushed, and she was so excited that she didn't know what to say. It was Fu Xi who reacted and quickly reminded. Sister, hurry up and thank you Senior. Nuwa thank you Senior. The kindness and virtue of the Senior, Nuwa will never forget it, and I am willing to obey any orders from the Senior in the future. Nuwa took a deep breath, and at the same time looked at Lu Fan with great anticipation. That bright face showed the blush of her daughter's family. No need. Lu Fan flatly refused. Nuwa could have proved the Dao sanctified, he just informed in advance. Moreover, he also has to thank Nuwa for giving him human race to spread scientific ethics. So it's not owed. A trace of disappointment flashed across Nuwa's eyes. But after thinking about it, I can feel relieved. Senior has a high level of cultivation, how can he like me? You follow me to the shores of the East Sea. Lu Fan's voice was so powerful that he turned around directly. Yes, Senior. Nuwa didn't dare to neglect, and immediately followed Lu Fan. After a while, the two came to the shore of the East Sea, at the foot of Longevity Mountain. Nuwa, your chance to prove the Dao is to create a new race. Lu Fan cut straight to the point and directly confronted Nuwa without playing a game. A new race. Nuwa's eyes were puzzled, and he didn't react for a while. That's right, there are thousands of great primordial races, but there is one race missing, and this race is what you look like after your transformation. Lu Fan went into more detail, only short of saying the name of human race. So it is. Nuwa's eyes lit up suddenly, and she understood completely. Thank you Senior, Nuwa understands. Nuwa first thanked Lu Fan, and then started to create human race. She first took out 9 heavens breathing soil and 3 light divine water of sun, moon and star, and then sacrificed heaven earth cauldron to sacrifice the 2 treasures first. When Lu Fan saw that Nuwa understood, he stopped talking and stood aside silently watching Nuwa create a human being. At the same time, he instinctively analyzed the Nuwa man-made from a scientific point of view. Humans are carbon-based organisms. As we all know, the main element composition of the human body is carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. And 9 heavens breathing soil and 3 light divine water of sun, moon and star, the element composition is exactly the same as the human body. Therefore, Nuwa created human race, nothing more than creating a human race body through a series of special chemical changes. With a smile on the corner of Lu Fan's mouth, it is already a great pleasure for him to interpret myths scientifically. Every time he interprets it, it is equivalent to a scientist conquering a scientific problem, and the sense of accomplishment and satisfaction is overwhelming. Chapter 37. Buzz. Nuwa uses her own magic power to integrate the 5 elements of yin and yang, and the rules of heaven and earth to drive the heaven-earth cauldron. The heaven-earth cauldron burst out with divine light, spinning rapidly, and a stream of fairy air was born. After a while, 9 heavens breathing soil and 3 light divine water of sun, moon and star were sacrificed by her. Nuwa took it out, shaped it into a small figure, and placed it on the ground. The clay figurine fell to the ground, and with a flash of divine light, it automatically became a human race. It's just that they look dull, like puppets, without souls. It's not difficult. You just need to have a chance to use their brain neurons, and they will naturally be the same as ordinary people. Without thinking, Lu Fan gave a scientific explanation. Next, Nuwa went on to create human race. At the beginning, Nuwa still shifted manually, pinching her hands one by one. After realizing that the speed was too slow, she took out a gourd vine, dipped it in 9 heavens breathing soil, and threw it on the ground at will. The breathing soil landed and turned into a human race, greatly improving the efficiency. Unknowingly, Nuwa has created tens of billions of human race. Although compared to the vast Great Primordial continent, it is like a drop in the ocean, but it is already qualified to be called a family. Nuwa didn't delay any longer and declared to Heavenly Deo immediately. Heavenly Deo, I, Nuwa, created a race on the coast of the East Sea today, called the human race. Heavenly Deo, all sentient beings will learn from each other. Nuwa exudes divine light all over her body, with a solemn expression. Under Heavenly Dao's will, her voice and picture were simultaneously broadcast live to every corner of the Great Primordial. Immediately afterwards, a huge gap appeared in the 9 heavens, and hundreds of millions of acres of karmic merit auspicious clouds descended towards Nuwa and Lu Fan like a golden tide breaking a bank. Yes, Lu Fan has karmic merit too. Because Nuwa proved the Deo, it was suggested by Lu Fan. Heavenly Deo is the highest prince, and naturally he will also give Lu Fan Heavenly Deo karmic merit. Just right. Let me analyze what kind of substance this karmic merit is. Lu Fan quickly charged karmic merit, directly performed quantum analysis, and got the result very quickly. It turned out to be a mysterious substance that can promote the development of the brain, but what is developed is not the brain of an ordinary human race, but the innate primordial spirit. There are still some differences, but the principle is the same. For example, with the continuous development of the human brain, 10% of the development can directly perceive the world from the beginning. Then to 40–70%, you can directly enter the thinking space. Once developed to 100%, it is no longer limited to any form. It's just that this mysterious substance is too complicated, and the elements contained in it are extremely rare in the Great Primordial. It may not be so easy to artificially synthesize it. Lu Fan shook his head slightly. With his quantum body's ability to control particles at will, he can synthesize any substance at will. But if there is no such element in this world, there is nothing he can do. Of course, this is not to say Heavenly Deo karmic merit. The appearance of Heavenly Deo karmic merit shows that there must be such an element, but it has been stored as a strategic material by the Great Primordial Heavenly Deo, and very few of them are left outside. During Lu Fan's analysis, Nuwa also successfully refined her man-made karmic merit, and the realm of primordial spirit skyrocketed. The purple chi of Grand Mist is instantly activated, pulling the Nuwa primordial spirit, and entrusting it in the Great Primordial Heavenly Deo. Nuwa Sanctified, congratulations from Heavenly Deo, descending the vision of the sky. What? Nuwa is the first to prove the Deo Sanctified. The innate powers were all alarmed at this time, and they were all shocked. Because Nuwa is inconspicuous among Hungjun disciples, the only thing that stands out is that she is a nun. Everyone thought that 3 Pure Ones was the first to prove the Deo, even 3 Pure Ones themselves thought so, but they never thought that the first sanctified was Nuwa, which made everyone unbelievable. At this moment, they spread the picture through Heavenly Deo and found Lu Fan. That's Senior Lu Fan. It seems to be true. Could it be that Senior Lu Fan instructed Nuwa? So that's the case, then it makes sense. The innate powers were first shocked, then suspicious, and then stunned. They all believed that it was Lu Fan who gave Nuwa advice, so Nuwa realized the opportunity to prove the Deo in advance and took the lead in proving the Deo. 3 Pure Ones also thought so, and their faces all became ugly. Especially Lao Ziyi and Yuanshi couldn't help cursing inwardly. Hateful! Damn it! They are extremely suspicious that Lu Fan deliberately instructed Nuwa to prove the Dao sanctified in advance, so as to disgust them. After all, they are brothers and Nuwa is a sister. Now that the brothers are not as good as the sisters, it is tantamount to slapping them in the face. Tong Tian was also upset, but he was upset with Yuanqi. In his opinion, if it wasn't for Yuanqi's debt back then, maybe it wouldn't be like this today, and he would be unlucky with him. Really bad luck. Zai Xiaogong. Hung Jun opened his deep eyes, and a trace of surprise flashed deep in the bottom of his eyes. What's going on? Nuwa proved the Dao seems to be ahead of schedule. He was originally retreating, hitting a higher realm, in order to surpass heavenly Dao. Therefore, under normal circumstances, he will not pay attention to Great Primordial. Unless something big happens. And as the spokesperson of heavenly Dao, he can also be regarded as a handheld view of the future trend of Great Primordial. For example, when Nuwa proved the Dao sanctified, he already knew in his heart. But now he was surprised to find that Nuwa proved the Dao was ahead of schedule. He immediately set his sights on the shore of the East Sea, and soon found Lu Fan. It really is him. I didn't expect him to be able to mention Nuwa prove the Dao sanctified. Hung Jun frowned slightly shocked in his heart. He didn't know anything about Lu Fan in the first place, but now Lu Fan still knows the opportunity of Nuwa prove the Dao, which makes him more vigilant towards Lu Fan in his heart. He, Hung Jun, absolutely does not allow the Great Primordial to exist like this. But what Lu Fan is doing now is also helping him invisibly, and he has no chance to find fault with Lu Fan, so he can only take one step at a time. Nuwa, you have been sanctified, go to chaos to open up a dojo, and don't interfere with the Great Primordial trend. Hung Jun sent a voice transmission to Nuwa to set the rules in the future and restrict Saint. After all, Saint is too strong. If he interferes with Great Primordial at will, Great Primordial will be destroyed sooner or later. The disciple obeys. Nuwa saluted respectfully in the direction of Zai Xiaogong. Immediately, she looked at Lu Fan. Senior Lu Fan, the exalted master ordered me to go to chaos to open up a dojo. I wonder if Senior is willing to go with me. Her tone was still respectful, and she didn't dare to sit on an equal footing with Lu Fan just because of Sanctified. On the contrary, she respected Lu Fan more and more. Because she was shocked to find that even after she was sanctified, she still couldn't see through the mystery of Lu Fan's quantum body. Sure enough, the more you know, the more you will be in awe. Chapter 38. I won't go to chaos, you go to chaos opening heavens. Human race has no one to take care of, I'm here to help you take care of human race. With a smile on the corner of Lu Fan's mouth, he politely rejected Nuwa. He is not interested in chaos opening heavens, he just wants to get the custody of human race as soon as possible, and then he can justifiably spread the science grand Dao in human race. And for Hung Jun to let Nuwa go to chaos opening heavens, he is not surprised that he is familiar with the plot of Great Primordial. Because after Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tai was defeated by 12 ancestral witch last time, he recruited innate powers everywhere to increase his strength. Among them are Fu Xi and Nuwa, who were also born in demon race. Because Nuwa is a disciple of Hung Jun, he was worried and refused, but Fu Xi joined the heavenly court and was granted the title of Emperor Xi. Although Nuwa did not join, Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tai also respected him as Emperor Wa. If Hung Jun does not let Nuwa go to chaos to open up a dojo, it will definitely have an impact on the Great Primordial situation. This is Nuwa's lack of consideration. Nuwa, thank you senior. Nuwa didn't expect Lu Fan to be so meticulous, and she even ignored the human race she created. This made her feel ashamed. You don't need to say thank you, just go. Lu Fan waved his hand and asked Nuwa to leave early, so as not to delay him spreading science grand Dao to human race. Thank you senior. Nuwa was completely unaware of Lu Fan's calculations, and once again sincerely thanked Lu Fan, before heading to chaos. This palace, Nuwa, is about to go to the chaos to open up the heavenly Dao field, and anyone who is destined can come and see it. Before Nuwa's departure, she sent another voice transmission to the Great Primordial to let the innate powers enter to watch the ceremony. In an instant, all the congenital powers all went to chaos. There is no innate ability to take this opportunity to visit Lu Fan. Even Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tai is the same. To put it bluntly, they are all pursuing immediate interests. Nuwa Chaos Opening Heavens, expounding Opening Heavens Grand Dao, if they can understand it, it will be of great benefit to their practice. And Lu Fan Shenlong sees the beginning but does not see the end, and he may not be able to see it when he goes. Two-phase choice, they prefer to watch Nuwa Opening Heavens first, and then visit Lu Fan. Of course, not everyone is like that. East Sea Dragon Palace. The 9 sons of Ancestral Dragon were all excited after seeing Lu Fan beside Nuwa through the live broadcast of Heavenly Dao. I didn't expect Senior Lu Fan to be on the coast of the East Sea. It's rare to be so close to us. We should pay a visit immediately. Prisoner Niu spoke first, his eyes full of anticipation. Ever since they knew that Lu Fan defeated Pangu's real body with one finger, they firmly believed in Lu Fan's words. Not to mention this time, Lu Fan also instructed Nuwa to prove the Dao Sanctified. Therefore, Lu Fan is absolutely capable of bringing the pure-blooded dragons back into the world. The only trouble is that they don't know where Lu Fan actually lives. Seeing Lu Fan so close to them now, how dare they miss the opportunity? Brother is right. Yazi and the other 8 people nodded in agreement. For the first visit, we must not break the etiquette, and the person in charge should prepare the ceremony. Prisoner Niu solemnly said. Brother is right. Yazi and the other 8 people nodded in agreement again. So, the 9 people went to the Dragon Clan treasure house to choose in person. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse, and the Dragon Clan is an innate clan. Even though it is no longer the overlord of the world, there are still a lot of treasures in the treasury. Soon, the 9 people were selected, and a team of dragon maids were selected to rely on, holding generous gifts, and hurried towards the human race territory. We're going to. At the same time, the Phoenix and Kylan clans also made the same decision. Although the coast of the East Sea is far away from their territory, Lu Fan can point Nuwa to prove the Dao Sanctified. How could they remain indifferent? If they don't visit Lu Fan again, they are afraid that they will not be qualified to meet Lu Fan in the future. The coast of the East Sea. Lu Fan didn't care about these things, he only has human race in his heart now. After thinking about it for many years, human race was finally born. However, human race is still in a state of ignorance and needs preliminary education. At least they can't be allowed to be disheveled and sleep in the open like they are now. Today I teach you the techniques of black clothing, making fire, and building houses, and you can pass them on to human race. Lu Fan then selected 3 human races, and a golden light flashed with his fingers, which escaped into the minds of the 3. The 3 immediately learned to weave clothes with leaves and silk, drill wood to make fire, and build houses with trees. They are then taught to the other human races individually. The 3 are honored by human race as Zi clan, Swiren clan, and Yosheo clan. They are the 3 ancestors of human race. Boom! 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 Over the human race territory, 3 thunder sounds immediately sounded. The 3 groups of karmic merit auspicious clouds descended from the sky and descended on the 3 members of Zi respectively. Of course, Lu Fan also got a part. The 3 Zs obtained the heavenly Dao karmic merit, transformed their souls into primordial spirits, and broke through to the realm of the earth immortal. Sure enough, as I analyzed, karmic merit is like some kind of mysterious substance that can develop the brain. Lu Fan nodded slightly. Heavenly Dao karmic merit's transformation of Zi's 3 people once again verified his previous conjecture and interpretation. Thank God! Thank God. The three of Zi once again bowed down to Lu Fan in gratitude. In their eyes, Lu Fan is like a god, worthy of their whole life to worship. However, Lu Fan wants to spread science to human race and use science to analyze theology. If you use the title of a god, wouldn't you be slapping yourself in the face? So, he smiled and shook his head. I am not a god. Not a god? What is that? The three of Zi looked at each other in blank dismay. You can call me mentor. Lu Fan opened his mouth lightly, with a meaningful smile on his face. Chapter 39. Tutor. Zi, Swiren clan, and Yoshio couldn't help but feel even more confused. The gods understand, what is a mentor? In fact, not to mention them, even if the innate power comes, I am afraid they will be at a loss. Because this is not a term of Great Primordial at all, but a modern honorary title for teachers. Lu Fan spreads science to human race and writes teaching materials for human race. Naturally, he is a great mentor for the entire human race. Thank you, mentor. Although the three of Zi still couldn't figure out the meaning of the mentor, it didn't affect their gratitude to Lu Fan. Good. Lu Fan nodded in satisfaction, paused, and spoke again. You will live and develop here on your own in the future. I will return to the Monastery of 5 Manners. Don't disturb me unless it is absolutely necessary. Tao should not be passed on lightly, and lightly passed on will not be cherished. Science, too. So, Lu Fan doesn't intend to teach the science of human race right away. He needs the human race to realize that science can only be passed on when it can save the human race. After the words fell, he turned into a golden light and swept towards the direction of Monastery of 5 Manners. Originally, with his strength, he could disappear in place in an instant, but in order to let the three of Zi know where to find him in the future, he could leave the direction like this. When Lu Fan left and lost his shelter, human race had to fight the surrounding beasts in order to survive. Yes, it's just a ferocious beast, not a monster yet. The monsters have already activated their intelligence, so they all know that human race was created by Saint, so they dare not provoke them. Only when the beast's intelligence is not activated, will it conflict with the human race. But even the weakest beast poses a huge threat to the human race, and treats the human race as a blood meal. In less than half a month, half of the tens of billions of human race was lost. We can't delay any longer, we have to ask the mentor for help. Seeing this, the three Z's were anxious and decided to go to the Monastery of 5 Manners to seek help from Lu Fan. Inside the Monastery of 5 Manners, the fairy mist is lingering, the apes are screaming, and the cranes are surrounded, which is a grand scene. The three great patriarchs knelt outside the Monastery of 5 Manners, with mournful and dignified expressions. Zi, Swiren, have a nest to meet the mentor. Come in. Lu Fan knew that the three Z's were coming, so he waved his hand and opened the door of the Monastery of 5 Manners to let the three of them in. Mentor, please save human race, instructor. The three of Zi rushed to Lu Fan, eager for nothing. How do you think I can save human race? Lu Fan looked directly at the three of Zi, and his tone was flat. He didn't pass on the science directly, but followed the guidance and let the three Z's choose on their own initiative. Ask your mentor to pass down the practice method for human race. The three Z's spoke in unison, they had already thought about this. As long as Lu Fan teaches them how to practice, human race will become stronger quickly, and they will no longer have to be afraid of fierce beasts. However, Lu Fan shook his head. I have no way of practicing. What? Zi, Swiren clan, and Yoshio were stunned. Lu Fan is so strong, but there is no way to practice. No matter how they hear this, they don't believe it. Then why is the mentor so powerful? Zi asked softly and tentatively. Lu Fan glanced at Zi appreciatively, very satisfied with Zi's question. Then, he spoke slowly. I am strong because of science. Science. When the three ancestors heard this new term, they fell into a daze again. However, knowing what they don't understand does not prevent them from making a decision. I implore my mentor to teach me science. The three ancestors looked firm and kowtowed repeatedly to express their determination. Have you thought about it? Science, but it's very boring. Lu Fan's tone was flat, but he was very happy inside. This is human race's own choice, giving up traditional cultivation and learning science. Pray to the gods to teach us science. The three ancestors once again firmly believed. Okay. Then I will teach you science now. Lu Fan nodded in satisfaction, smiling, in a very happy mood. His scientific banner is finally about to stand up. Lu Fan stretched out his hand and grabbed at the void, and 3 kit bags appeared in his hand. Inside this is the helmet, and you pass it on to every human race. The 3 great ancestors took over the kit as if they were treasures. Thank you, tutor. Follow the teacher's orders. The 3 great ancestors thanked them again and again, and then left Monastery of 5 Manners to go to human race. The current situation of human race can be described as tragic. The 3 ancestors looked at the sharply reduced number of human race disciples, and felt pain in their hearts. But thinking of Lu Fan's science, they quickly cheered up. Human races ordered. Put on your helmet quickly. Follow us and learn the science of our mentor. Following the order of the 3 ancestors including Zi, all human race disciples put on their helmets. They found that the helmet didn't have the slightest leak of spiritual energy, and there was no law treasure breath, it was cold, and they didn't know its use, so they couldn't help showing curiosity. The 3 ancestors were also puzzled, but they knew that what Lu Fan gave was absolutely not ordinary, so they waited quietly. It seems that human race is ready, let's start over there. Lu Fan immediately controlled it, and the 5 billion human race's brainwaves were quickly connected to the helmet and transmitted to the metaverse. Numerous current light waves are uploaded, and the data is constantly refreshed. 5 billion people are online at the same time, and the data is so little. Lu Fan looked at the slowly rising data. For the huge quantum server, it was a piece of cake, so he couldn't help but get up in Versailles. If this is the Earth server, no matter which horse it is from, it will explode. Although there are 5 billion human races, the fundamental reason is that the thinking data of these human races is still very small, much less than Zhenyuan Zi and Hongyun. At the same time that Lu Fan analyzed the reason, 5 billion human race thought data has quickly entered the metaverse world. They came to the original place, Longevity Hill. Here it is. The 3 ancestors looked at the grand scene shrouded in fairy mist in front of them, showing surprise. All the human race looked at the scenery in front of them curiously, like a dream. Welcome to the metaverse, everyone. A Dabai robot appeared in front of everyone, and then, like Zhenyuan Zi Hongyun, it also planted scientific seeds in the hearts of human race. There are different pictures flashing behind it. Pangu great god opening heavens opens the ground, and his body falls. His spine was petrified into empty Buzoutian, his flesh and blood were scattered as Great Primordial, and the genes of each part were decomposed and recombined to form new creatures. All living creatures in the Great Primordial are formed by Pangu's gene recombination, decomposition, and transformation. That is to say, the shadow of the great god Pangu can be found in the genetic chain of every living being. Thus the Great Primordial World was formed. After the introduction of the Dabai robot, the 3 ancestors were shocked. Although I don't understand it well, it's awesome. Seeing that human race has gradually adapted, Lu Fan immediately gave orders to the Dabai robot. Start learning. The Dabai robot receives instructions. Now, we begin to explore the mysteries of science and enter classroom learning. As soon as the Dabai robot finished speaking, many robots appeared behind him. First, we start dividing classes. Chapter 40. You, as the first class. You, as the second class. Comma. The robots divide the 5 billion human race into 100 million classes, with 50 people in each class. Then the robots lead their respective classes to study. Lu Fan is deeply relieved to see that human race is gradually getting on the right track. Innate human race, extremely intelligent, they will be able to quickly absorb this knowledge. Lu Fan has full confidence in human race. Soon, human race ushered in the first class. A Huxia language class that specializes in teaching characters. I saw an elderly man with a benevolent face appearing in front of human race. Students, I am Zhangzhe. From now on, the Huxia studies will be taught by old students. Zhangzhe. This is Lu Fan specially selected from famous figures in ancient Daxia to serve as human race Huxia studies teacher. Establish a heart for the world, establish a life for the people, inherit the knowledge of the past, and create peace for all generations. These 4 famous sayings have been passed down through the ages in later generations. Zhangzhe is enough to be the teacher of the great primordial human race. The reason why Lu Fan asked Zhangzhe to teach writing was because of the importance of writing. Without words, there is no communication. Those scientific terms cannot be distinguished, such as the periodic table of elements. While Mr. Zhangzhe was teaching characters, Lu Fan has been observing the changes in heavenly Dao. Originally, Great Primordial would have a large karmic merit for the creation of the text, but now there is no karmic merit response in Great Primordial Heavenly Dao. It seems that the metaverse has no influence on Great Primordial. Lu Fan nodded slightly and continued to watch Zhangzhe's class. Students, the strokes of the Xiaozuan script are horizontal and vertical, the circle strength is even, the thickness is basically the same, the square contains the circle, and the circle contains the square. Mr. Zhangzhe taught Xiaozuan writing carefully. Human race disciples each hold a brush and start practicing. The reason why Lu Fan chooses Xiaozuan in writing textbooks is precisely because traditional Xiaozuan can better express the essence of Huxia characters and is rich in profound meaning. Simplified Huxia characters can't see the meaning of the text, and lose that flavor. Let's see that old Mr. Zhangzhe is full of Confucianism, and he is coming slowly. Heaven and earth Xian Huang, the great primordial of the universe. The sun and the moon are in full bloom, and the celestial places are listed. Cold comes and summer goes, autumn harvests and winter hides. Run Yu is a grown-up, Lu tunes Yang. Each Huxia character is pictured with a picture of the great primordial, and the image is vivid. Just as human race was making rapid progress in learning characters, Lu Fan's quantum body noticed the change. That's a variation of human race Chi luck. In this regard, Lu Fan is not surprised at all, but Nuwa is very surprised. Chaotic days. Nuwa was in opening heavens, her movements suddenly froze, her beautiful eyes turned slightly, and a trace of surprise flashed across her face. Human race has just been established, and Chi luck should have been thin, but now it has suddenly increased by more than 10 times. As the virgin of human race, she also sensed the changes of human race Chi luck immediately. Is it because of Senior Lu Fan? There was a strange light in Nuwa's eyes. Except for Lu Fan and Nuwa, no one in the Great Primordial noticed this. After all, human race has just been born. Even if Chi luck is boiling, it has not yet formed a climate. Even Hung Jun didn't know anything about it and was completely kept in the dark. Soon, human race will finish the first lesson text in the metaverse. Zhangzhe was relieved and began to finish his class. Students, I have finished learning the characters, so I will use the 5 elements as surnames to give you surnames. Zi, your surname is Jin. If you have a Chao family, you can follow Mu's surname. Swiren clan, just follow Huo's surname. Since then, every human race disciple has had his own surname. That's the end of today's Huxia studies class. Get out of class is over. Zhangzhe smiled, and his figure quickly dissipated. Goodbye teacher. Zi and other 5 billion human race stood up at the same time and bowed to Zhangzhe. Everything is full of modern classroom atmosphere. Lu Fan continued to observe the movement of human race and found that the data had changed. Human race is constantly learning and absorbing, part of the data growth, and part of the data consumption. The data consumed is precisely because of thinking with the brain and consuming physical energy. Let's take a break then. With a smile on the corner of Lu Fan's mouth, he conveyed the instruction with a thought. The virtual helmet immediately accepts the order to bring all the human race back from the metaverse. Zi and the other 5 billion human races were all at a loss. They were still a little uncomfortable with the sudden exit from the metaverse and returning to the great primordial reality. But then, they felt a strong sense of hunger, and then everyone's stomachs rang out at the same time. Gulu gulu. This is the nutrient solution, you eat it. With the thought of Lu Fan, 5 billion small blue bottles appeared in front of every human race. This is because he specially prepared a full stomach for human race, otherwise it would be a waste of time for human race to solve the food problem by himself. As a student, you should study hard first, and it will not be too late to become self-reliant after you have acquired the knowledge. Thank you, tutor. Zi and the other 3 ancestors immediately drank the little blue bottle of nutrient solution without any hesitation. In an instant, their hunger was swept away. The 3 ancestors were extremely pleasantly surprised. They never expected that this little liquid would fill them up. Dare to ask the teacher, what kind of powerful elixir is this? The 3 ancestors looked at Lu Fan expectantly. In their cognition, only panacea can do this. This is not a panacea, it's just the application of science. Lu Fan first smiled and shook his head, then explained to the 3 of them. You have been studying and using your brains just now, and you have consumed calories. Human hunger is precisely due to the consumption of calories. As long as the food has enough calories, it doesn't matter how much you eat. Unexpectedly, science can still fill our stomachs. The 3 ancestors sighed in their hearts, and felt the omnipotence of science more and more. Teacher, we must continue to study. The 3 of them made a firm request, their eyes filled with eagerness. Then you continue to put on your helmets and go online. Lu Fan was also very satisfied with their enthusiasm. Seeing that the other human races had also eaten the nutrient solution, he agreed to the plea of the 3 great ancestors. 5 billion human race was revived with full blood, and once again entered the metaverse. Chapter 41. The second class is math class. The teacher Lu Fan chose for them was Chen Jinggrun. I saw a tall middle-aged man standing in front of human race, scanning the human race in front of him, introducing himself with a complacent expression. Students, my surname is Chen, and my name is Chen Jinggrun. I am an educator and have devoted my life to mathematics research. Won the first prize of the Natural Science Award, and the research on gold box conjecture and other achievements are far ahead. The published works have shown that the largest even number is the sum of a prime number and the product of no more than 2 prime numbers. I hope you will not disappoint my expectations and study hard. After Chen Jinggrun finished speaking, the formal class began. From the simplest tens of millions to addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. From triangles, quadrilaterals, pentagons to solving equations, functions, etc. The human race disciples practice hard, their brains are running fast, and they are absorbing knowledge crazily. My mind is full of numbers, formulas, and geometric patterns. So this is mathematics. I learned. I understand too. The world of mathematics is really mysterious and full of fun. Human race is constantly practicing, and everyone looks excited, feeling like they have opened the door to a new world. The basic computing knowledge you just learned is the cornerstone of science. It is used in physics, chemistry, and biology, so don't be careless. When the human race disciples gradually became familiar with these basic calculations, Chen Jinggrun reminded them in charge again. Then, the second math class was over. Lu Fan took the nutrient solution again for the human race disciples to replenish energy, and entered the third class, chemistry class. The teacher is Ho Dabang. He is a man who looks ordinary but has extremely firm eyes. It is also the pioneer of Huaxia chemical industry. Invented Ho's soda method for the benefit of mankind. In the classroom, Mr. Ho Dabang taught earnestly. Chemistry is the most practical course for human race, and it will have a profound impact. I hope you will study hard. Let's start with the periodic table of elements: hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, neon. A flame has an inner flame temperature, an outer flame temperature. There are 4 basic reaction types in chemical reactions, which are compound reactions, decomposition reactions. During Mr. Ho Dabang's continuous teaching process, the video is played synchronously. Human race, once you have learned chemistry, you can start making self-defense weapons. Tall buildings rise from the ground. Although the future technology of human race can overwhelm the golden immortal of the Great Way, at the beginning, we still have to start with the most basic cold weapons, and then we can steadily enter the modern technological civilization. And this is the most basic. Because the elements that human race is currently learning are only dozens of common on Earth in Lu Fan's previous life, and the great primordial elements are more than billions. Another example is flames. Human race is currently only learning ordinary flames, but great primordial also has samadhi, true fire, Nanming Luo, and other divine fires. These all require more in-depth and professional study and research. Soon, human race learned to forge iron by learning chemistry. In the Yuan universe, there were continuous sounds of iron strikes one after another. Clang! Clang! Bang bang bang! After enough practice, the 3 ancestors led the human race disciples back to the real Great Primordial World. The coast of the East Sea. Thousands of human race members were sweating profusely around the homemade stove. They wielded huge hammers in their hands, constantly striking iron. Can this iron really turn into a sharp blade? I hit it a few hundred times, and it's only a little thinner. Forging iron also pays attention to skills, learn it hard. Some human race disciples were chatting while forging iron, all of them were shirtless and trying their best. The rest of the human race, going back and forth constantly, carried iron ore and coal mines into the furnace. The disciples of human race performed their respective duties, and the sound of waves was surrounded by the sound of hammering iron one after another, and the momentum was mighty. Clang! Cold light radiated. The first iron sword takes shape. The iron sword exudes a metallic luster and is extremely sharp. Has the power to cut stones and cut gold. The 3 ancestors couldn't wait to experiment. They came to a deep mountain and ambushed one side. Roar! A panther is passing by here. Panthers are big and fast. Usually, if a human race encounters a beast of this size, it takes more than a dozen people to deal with it. With the iron sword today, the 3 ancestors did not dare to relax in the slightest. Roar! The beast smelled the scent of human race, and rushed up following the scent. Swiren Clan held the long sword in his hand to resist, and the sharp blade stabbed directly at the panther. Stab! The blade directly penetrated the black panther's body, and blood flowed out. Panther was killed instantly. Amazing! Zi and the others were all pleasantly surprised. Human race felt the charm of the weapon, and immediately carried out frantic refining, and soon everyone had an iron sword. 5 billion human race. 5 billion iron swords. The cold light is shining, and the blade is incomparable. Human race finally has the power to protect itself. Technology is the primary productive force, it is true. Inside the monastery of 5 manors, Lu Fan stared at where the human race was, and nodded in relief. Without his teaching of human race, with the power of human race, it would have been a year of the monkey to manufacture so many weapons. Next, human race began to study physics and biology. The physics teacher is Deng Xian. The biology teacher is Tu Yu. They all have outstanding achievements and contributions in their respective fields. Following the lectures of the two teachers, human race eagerly absorbed the knowledge. Mechanics. Gene. Human structure. How to scientifically exercise your body and increase your strength. How to breathe the energy of the surrounding air, scientific practice. In human race, get out of class ends when you are hungry, and class continues when you are full. Before you know it, half a year has passed. Nuwa is still opening up the world in chaos at this moment. And the knowledge of human race has already reached the level that can be admitted to Tsinghua University and Peking University. It seems that human race will be divided into professional directions soon. Liu Fan has already considered it well. Human energy is limited, it is impossible for all human race disciples to become omnipotent. They must be divided and specialize in a certain field according to each person's talent. In this way, their learning speed and learning efficiency will increase, and human race will develop more rapidly. Chapter 42. The Coast of the East Sea. Human race has entered the era of thermal weapons during the metaverse study and began to develop gunpowder. At this moment, ZI is calculating the composition of the gunpowder and configuring it. The main ingredients of gunpowder are potassium nitrate, charcoal, and sulfur. First grind it into powder to allow it to form a chemical reaction more fully. ZI's, Swiren clan, Yosheo's division of labor is clear, and each person crushes one ingredient. Ancestor, this is the jar you need. A human race disciple stepped forward and brought some jars. The three ancestors put the powder into jars respectively. The ratio is the most important, 15% charcoal, 10% sulfur, and 75% nitrate. Swiren clan reminded while loading the powder. Yosheo put the three powders in a jar according to the proportion. The remaining powder can be used next time. You're done. The three great ancestors closed the first black jar, feeling full of accomplishment. Now that the gunpowder has been made, it is only a matter of testing. The three ancestors took this black pot and stepped into the deep mountains. They covered the black pot with leaves early and set up an ambush. There is a lead wire attached to the other end of the jar. After a while, the three of them felt the tremors on the ground. It is a huge beast. Roar! This ferocious beast was extremely huge, with a lion's head, a body like a cow, and 4 legs as thick as those of an elephant. The mouth full of fangs released bursts of blood. The three ancestors exchanged glances with each other, when the beast approached. Swiren clan quickly ignited the lead. Tsitsizi! Boom! A bang! A huge cloud of blood exploded, and pieces of meat splashed everywhere. Hiss! Everyone gasped in fright. Where can I still see the shadow of that fierce beast on the ground? There were pieces of minced meat all over the place, the intestines were blown out, and blood was everywhere. A strong smell of blood hits the face. Everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them. Is this the power of gunpowder? No, this is the power of science. The three ancestors were completely stunned, unable to calm down for a long time. The cultivation level of this ferocious beast is at least refining chi to transform into a god, and it takes hundreds of years of cultivation. As a human race, I don't know how many years of practice it will take to defeat. But just now, it only took them a few seconds to ignite the black jar and blow it up to death. The excitement in my heart is indescribable. Science. YYDS. Congratulations, human race civilization has entered the 2.0 era. Just when everyone was excited, Liu Fan's figure appeared, and a long and bell-like voice sounded. See mentor. Seeing Liu Fan appearing, the three ancestors restrained their expressions one after another, knelt down on the ground, and looked up devoutly. While excited, the three ancestors recalled what Liu Fan said just now, showing doubts. Dare to ask the mentor, what is the 2.0 era? The 2.0 era has developed to the peak, and it is invincible under the immortal. Once the explosive device is released, under the immortals, all living beings are equal, and the world is explosive balanced. Lu Fan smiled slightly and explained in a relaxed tone, as if he was talking about something inconspicuous. But the three ancestors could not be calm. Explosive device. Creating a explosive device will make all living beings equal. It's just that we can't make a explosive device yet, and there is still a long way to learn. When the three ancestors heard these words, they already had a concept, and they couldn't help being shocked, extremely satisfied, and looking forward to it. Dare to ask the mentor, what about after the 2.0 era? It's the 3.0 era. That was the age of galaxies. Star Destroyer Cannon, Star Destroyer, if Tianxian doesn't notice it for a while, it will be wiped out. Lu Fan still answered patiently. When the three ancestors heard this, endless longing had already arisen in their hearts. The age of the galaxy. They only had a rough idea of galaxies in images of the metaverse. How huge is the galaxy, and it can be wiped out? The three ancestors dare not imagine, this is completely beyond their current cognition. After the 3.0 era, enter the 4.0 era, space wormholes, dark matter. In the 5.0 era, two-way foils, dimensionality reduction strikes, under the speed of light, they are all ants. In the 6.0 era, the human race has developed in an all-round way. Both technology and the body and soul of the human body have achieved a qualitative leap. Everyone is like a god and can fight the golden immortal of the Great Way. In the 7.0 era, human race has initially mastered quantum technology. Lu Fan spoke slowly, his expression unchanged, as if he was talking about the most ordinary things. The three ancestors were completely dumbfounded. Everyone was stunned, completely shocked, and the expressions on their faces couldn't even be controlled. Every word Lu Fan said, every word, was deeply imprinted in their hearts. Although there are still some words that they can't understand, those few sentences are comparable to God's, but they understand golden immortal of the Great Way. Everyone is like a god. The three ancestors were so excited that they didn't know how to express it in words. For them, Lu Fan is their god. Can we one day be comparable to gods? Can you defeat the golden immortal of the Great Way? The three ancestors can't wait to look forward to the arrival of this day. If this day comes, they will no longer be the weakest race of the Great Primordial. The human race is more than 5 billion, everyone can fight the golden immortal of the Great Way, with such combat power, even the demon race has to bow its head for it. Just thinking about it makes me very excited. Chapter 43. I implore the tutor to continue teaching us. I implore the mentor to lead human race to continue learning. Tutor. Tutor. Under the blueprint drawn by Lu Fan, the blood of the three ancestors and human race is boiling. They want to learn all the knowledge and keep getting stronger. All the human race disciples have requested and can't wait. They want to fight the golden immortal of the Great Way. Want to enter the galaxy age. Want to enter quantum technology. Don't worry, if you want to become stronger, there must be a process, people can't do it overnight. Lu Fan's earnest teaching made human race gradually calm down. The three ancestors also realized that they were too impatient and listened quietly to what Lu Fan said. What you have to do now is to use the knowledge you have learned to change the human race territory. Lu Fan stared at the human race creatures, seeing that they were still wearing coarse linen clothes, living next to the trees, and there were bonfire leftovers everywhere, and their living environment had not changed in the slightest. Having learned so much modern knowledge, their basic necessities of life should also change. Teacher, what should we do? The three Z's asked quickly. Build high-rise buildings, build roads, build city walls, and change the basic necessities of life. At the same time. Chaotic days. During these 10 years, Nuwa finally opened up the Empress Wa of Heavens and built the Palace of Empress Wa. The Palace of Empress Wa is solemn, illuminated by multicolored divine light, and full of fairy spirit. Nuwa's figure appeared, under the might of Saint, there was a soft and menacing coercion all over her body. I am sanctified by karmic merits, I will tell you about sanctified enlightenment and opening heaven's enlightenment. Nuwa's eyes are light, and there is endless mystery in every move. All the mighty pseudo-saints listen reverently. After all, saints' words are of endless benefits to them. With the voice of Saintess Nuwa, the shores of the East Sea have undergone earth-shaking changes. There are many high-rise buildings, the waves are rolling, and the sea is rippling. Every high-rise building is built by the water, with huge floor-to-ceiling windows. You can see a set of sea view rooms. Every human race living in a sea view room, dressed in brightly colored soft fabrics, sits at the dining table, eating the hyuxia meal with elegance and enjoyment. They are no longer afraid of being suddenly attacked by wild beasts. No longer afraid of wind, sun, and rain. The living environment of human race has been completely changed, and it has completely entered the era of modern civilization. The three ancestors quickly went to the monastery of 5 Manners to report. Mentor. We have improved the basics of human race, please guide me next step. Then start the college entrance examination. Lu Fan nodded, and said calmly. The three ancestors were a little puzzled when they heard the word college entrance examination. They have learned these 2 words, and they all know them when they are taken apart. One is high and the other is exam. But what the combination of these 2 words means, they don't understand at all. Dare to ask the instructor, what is the college entrance examination? The college entrance examination is a high-level exam, which distinguishes the subjects that the human race disciples are best at, so that they can be divided into majors. With Lu Fan's explanation, the 3 ancestors quickly understood, and they suddenly understood. It's just, why should we divide the majors? The 3 ancestors expressed doubts. There are specializations in the art industry, and there is no end to learning. It is difficult for you to be omniscient. Therefore, you should develop in your own direction based on what you are best at. After successful research, share it with human race. Lu Fan saw that the 3 ancestors seemed to understand, and continued to explain. For example, Zi, if you are good at biology, then specialize in this technique, and the final results can be shared with all mankind. For example, Swiren, if you are good at chemistry, then specialize in this technique, and finally benefit human race. And so on. In the shortest possible time, develop to the top in all fields. The farther to the end, the more profound the knowledge, the more obscure and difficult to understand. Even if one is born with human race and is extremely intelligent, it is impossible to carry so much knowledge. It is the best choice to study separately. The 3 ancestors understood Lu Fan's good intentions and couldn't help but praise. A mentor is worthy of being a mentor. I will follow the instructions of the teacher. The 3 ancestors bowed in Lu Fan's direction again and again, with endless piety. Metaverse World. More than 5 billion human race began the college entrance examination at the same time. At a glance, more than 5 billion people are sitting neatly at desks, densely packed, neat and orderly, and the scene is really shocking. Standing in these human races, there is no end in sight. The Dabai robot interrogates Lu Fan through the metaverse. Commander, do you need to set up an invigilator? No need. Lu Fan replied. The innate human race is simple and pure, and they all know that they need to be strong in the Great Primordial, and there is no intention of cheating, so there is no need to set up an invigilator. You design the test questions for them by yourself. Lu Fan continued to give orders. Yes, Commander. The Dabai robot quickly conducts internal program operations. A moment later, a thick stack of test papers appeared in front of the 5 billion human race desks. Subjects are Hyuxia studies, mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology. The exam is now officially open. Lu Fan looked at the test papers on their desks and immediately gave instructions. His voice enveloped the entire metaverse world, rumbling like a god. The reason there are no English politics ones is because those don't make sense in Great Primordial. Following Lu Fan's instruction, more than 5 billion human race began to pick up the test papers to answer. Swipe, swipe. Only the sound of human race's writing can be heard around. Soon, 3 days have passed. The human race disciples who completed the answer sheet came out of the metaverse world one after another. Everyone's face was extremely tense. I don't know how the grades are. I seem to have failed to answer these few subjects in biology. There are a few questions that I can't think of. Me too. I'm physics. After the human race disciples came out, they began to discuss nervously. The 3 ancestors also looked solemn, waiting nervously and expecting the result. It seems that no matter where the college entrance examination is, it makes people nervous, even the innate human race of Great Primordial. Lu Fan showed a playful smile, but in comparison, the Great Primordial human race does not need to wait too long. Because his marking speed is very fast. After all the human race disciples finished answering the test papers and came out of the metaverse, the artificial intelligence quickly checked the papers. In less than a quarter of an hour, the scores of all the candidates have come out, and a summary ranking has been made. The results of the college entrance examination have been released. All human racers can log into LUUN Universe to view the rankings. Chapter 44. So fast. Hurry up and log in. Zai Yushi and the human race were extremely excited. They quickly put on their virtual helmets and quickly boarded the LUUN Universe. Their relaxed mood became tense again. In a short time, the 5 billion human race will reappear in the metaverse. Release the list. As the word Lu Fan fell, he waved his hand, and a huge golden banner appeared. A golden banner is suspended in the void, with the names of more than 5 billion human races written on it. According to the total score ranking, the one with the highest score will be ranked first. The 3 ancestors immediately looked at the banner and found that the names of the 3 of them were in the same row. Tied for first place. Looking again, the total score was the same. Swiren clan, Ziai's family, and Yosheo's family were overjoyed, and their hearts that had just been hanging were immediately let go. Zai, your biology is the best, Swiren clan, your chemistry score is the highest, and Yosheo's physics score is the highest. The 3 of you happen to have the same total score, so you are tied for first place. Lu Fan smiled slightly, and through this exam, he could see what the 3 of them are good at. It is indeed a brain area developed by Heavenly Deo karmic merit, so it is more intelligent. The rest of the human race disciples quickly found out their respective names and grades in each subject. It's just part of the human race, so the ranking will naturally fall to the end. I'm the last one. One of the human race disciples looked a little lonely. In fact, the hundreds of human race disciples who ranked at the bottom were somewhat disappointed. In addition to being lost, they are worried. They are afraid of widening the gap with other human races. Lu Fan announced the ranking and continued to the next step. After the college entrance examination, you should know the subjects you are good at after passing the score. Now, I will start to divide the colleges according to your grades. School of Arts, School of Physics, School of Biology, School of Chemical Engineering, School of Mathematics. Not surprisingly, Zai entered the School of Biology. Swiren clan enters the School of Chemical Engineering. Yosheo entered the School of Physics. When you enter the academy and specialize in one subject, you will absorb more complex knowledge. The knowledge of each academy will subvert and develop your brains. Lu Fan made a brief introduction. After all, compared to the knowledge and information they learned at the beginning, the content in the academy is more complicated, and it can be said to be a huge amount of knowledge points. Also, students of the Faculty of Arts, don't think that literature is meaningless. Literature goes beyond material pursuits, even beyond life. This is the biggest difference between you as a human race and other races. Without literature, human race would have no spiritual civilization, no difference from monsters. Lu Fan's words immediately inspired the human race students of the Faculty of Arts. After finishing the division of colleges, Lu Fan subdivided into majors again. The School of Physics is a large category of disciplines, and there are many subcategories in it. Aerospace, explosive fusion fission, etc. You can choose your own major, which type of major you will focus on. After Lu Fan's introduction, the disciples of human race began to choose their majors. After confirming the college they want to enter and the major they want to study, Longevity Hill began to refresh the data initially, changing its new look. On the hill sits a university of unprecedented scale. An area of tens of millions of hectares. There are several powerful characters carved on a huge stone at the entrance of the university. Great Primordial University of Civil Defense Technology. More than 5 billion human race look forward to entering college. There are countless high-rise buildings that stand erect. At a glance, it seems to be entering a reinforced iron forest formed by high-rise buildings. Just the college buildings, teaching buildings, and laboratory buildings of each college, these are all dazzling. According to the map guide at the entrance of the university, everyone scattered to their respective colleges. Students are welcome to enter their respective colleges for further study. Let me first introduce the rules of learning here. The appearance of the Dabai robot calmed down the excited and flustered human race disciples. This is the schedule, I hope every student can memorize it. The Dabai robot continued to explain, and introduced various teaching buildings, laboratory buildings, etc. with the video. Students, let's start studying now. The Dabai robot has a cheerful tone. All the human race disciples walked towards the teaching building in high spirits. I didn't expect that I could also study in the same academy as Elder Swiren clan. I thought I was going to lose my learning opportunity. Some of the lower-ranked human race disciples looked rejoicing, with expressions of incomparable satisfaction and pride. Lu Fan silently observed all this and nodded casually. He naturally knows what human race thinks, but it cannot be because he is worried that he will not be able to continue his studies after losing his name. However, he did not have the theory of only fractions, but treated them equally. All human races study and work the same. There is no value in life, and all human race disciples are contributing to survival and development. You can't distinguish between high and low because of the score. Covering infrastructure hunting is infrastructure hunting, and you will not be treated differently because of your college entrance examination scores. This is why Lu Fan did not set up any undergraduate programs. As human race enters the stage of university study, the study in the era of human race 2.0 has officially kicked off. The modern industrial system is also gradually improving. Longevity Hill. The three ancestors including the Zi clan led some of the human race disciples to the depths of the forest. Hiss. Roar. The surroundings are filled with the sounds of all kinds of ferocious beasts. Soon, they were surrounded by a giant python with a body that was a foot wide and a huge beast. These ferocious beasts had fierce faces and cold eyes. If it was before, facing such a huge beast, even with iron swords in hand, they could only run away. But now, instead of being afraid, all human races are eager to try. Chapter 45. Fire. Zi was like a heroine among women. Without changing his face, he gave the order. Behind the human race is a bazooka, firing at the two beasts. Boom! Boom! In an instant, hundreds of rockets poured down on the two beasts like a torrential rain. The two ferocious beasts immediately let out a shrill scream, their bodies were bloodied, and they rolled on the spot in pain. After a while, when the smoke dissipated, the two fierce beasts were lying on the spot dying. Successful! The bazooka is really powerful. Zi and other human race members were all pleasantly surprised and excited. Those human race disciples who were holding the bazooka kept stroking the barrel, with idiot-like smiles on their faces. Since the invention of gunpowder, they have used gun ammunition. From small pistols at the beginning to large calibers now. Gatling is the lowest level weapon for them. A bazooka in hand is the basic operation. Moreover, this is not the rocket launcher like the Earth, but a strengthened one. Because, the innate human race has a strong body and can withstand strong recoil. This also makes the technological weapons developed by human race more powerful and easier to deal with fierce beasts. Clean up the battlefield quickly, and then we will proceed to the next task, to capture the beast. Like a female general, Zi gave instructions to the disciples of the human race. Remember not to use the bazooka anymore, so as not to blow up these beasts into minced meat, which cannot be studied by the people of the School of Biology. Yes, Master Patriarch. The human race disciples nodded, carried the bazooka behind their backs, and acted according to what Zi said. After cleaning the battlefield, they started to catch the next beast. Apply what you have learned, and with powerful weapons, human race will be able to hunt more powerful beasts and become stronger physically. At the same time, the School of Biology has deepened its research on related schools. It's a virtuous circle. On the other hand, under the leadership of Yoshio, human race developed the first aircraft. The plane entered the main runway. 300 meters above the runway, the southwest crosswind is 4 to 5. Take off. The first aircraft test flight was successful. Successful. In the future, we can also fly into the blue sky. Yoshio and other researchers were all ecstatic and excited. Although this aircraft is only powered by the most basic kerosene, it is of great significance to human race. It allows human race to reach out and touch the blue sky, and the sky is no longer a taboo area for human race. And with the scientific development of human race, using harder materials to make the fuselage, and using the energy fairy stone in Great Primordial as power, the speed of human race's aircraft will definitely become faster and faster, surpassing the speed of light, and jumping wormholes. It is only a matter of time. Everything is moving in a good direction. Before I knew it, 100 years had passed. The coast of the East Sea. Beast Barbecue. Lao Huo, I'm at the barbecue restaurant. The boss said that a new batch of barbecued meat from the beast has arrived, and it tastes good. Call Lao Jin, we haven't been together for a long time. Zi is holding a mobile phone and is making a video call with Swiren clan. Because they were given surnames by Zhangzhe, Zi called them Lao Huo Lao Jin. After hanging up the phone, Zi rubbed his hands and began to order food. Outside the glass kitchen window, cars and other means of transportation can be seen everywhere. Pedestrians on the road also hold mobile phones to communicate and browse web news. For example, the research progress of a certain major, the discovery of a new species in a certain major, and so on. All the human race technologies that modern Earth civilization should have, the innate human race also masters, or even better. It seems that the 2.0 era of human race has developed to the middle and late stages. Except that destructive missiles and space rocket carriers have not been produced, everything else is almost the same. A moment later, Swiren clan and Ariso arrived by car. After parking the car, the two entered the barbecue shop. You guys are finally here. I've already ordered food. This one is freshly baked. Yoshio and Swiren clan smiled at each other. After everyone was seated, Zi officially opened the topic. The monster that was caught by the school before has been studied pretty much. Zi said with a mysterious face. Monster. This is the existence that human race has never touched. The fierce beasts in the past were all mentally undeveloped and relied on their physical bodies to be strong. But monsters are different, they already know the method of cultivation. Our students from the School of Biology have already begun to study the cultivation and operation route of monsters. They have begun to design a cultivation method suitable for human race, and are now conducting further experiments. As long as the experiment is successful, we can also practice. After Zi finished speaking, a proud smile appeared on his face. Really? Great. Yu Chao and Swiren clan were also excited. Back then they begged Lu Fan to give him a practice method to help human race become stronger. But Lu Fan told them that there is no practice, only science. They thought they would never be able to practice in this life, but they did not expect that they could use science to create a method of practice. It can be seen that the science that Lu Fan passed on to them is so powerful. Lu Fan mentor, YYDS. The three Zs admired in unanimous agreement. Empress Wa of Heavens, inside the palace of Empress Wa. The mysterious aura around Nuwa gradually subsided, and the sermon ended. Thank you, Saint. The innate powers had some insights and thanked them one after another. My sermon is over, you guys go back. Nuwa is majestic and indifferent, with the radiance of Saint all over her body, which is daunting. After being grateful again, all the great masters turned into white lights, flew to the Great Primordial, and rushed to their respective dojos, preparing to digest what Nuwa preached this time. Only Zhen Yu and Zi Hongyun head to Longevity Hill first. We should go see Senior Lu Fan first. Zhen Yu and Zi spoke of Lu Fan with a very respectful attitude. Hongyun nodded, subconsciously looking towards the direction of Monastery of Five Manners. This inadvertent glance was full of surprise. Human race has grown to this point. There are many high-rise buildings in the human race territory, and the human race disciples are fighting fierce beasts in the wild with Gatling, rocket launchers, and other technological weapons. Hundreds of monsters swarmed up, but all flesh and blood flew everywhere. There was a burst of fierce gunfire, and the fierce beasts were defeated one after another, not daring to move forward. Human race is fierce and fearless, and even human race captures fierce beasts alive. It's only been 100 years, and the newly born human race has such combat power. Zhen Yu and Zi Hongyun was shocked one after another. Although the beasts were as weak as ants in the Great Primordial, you must know that the newly born human race is even more ants than ants. Now that human race can slaughter a large number of beasts so easily, it is undoubtedly more shocking than ants killing elephants. Is this the method of the predecessors? It's too powerful. Zhen Yu and Zi Hongyun immediately thought of Lu Fan, and admired Lu Fan even more in his heart. They looked at each other, speeded up their pace tacitly, and rushed to human race quickly, wanting to feel the changes of human race up close. Chapter 46. On the other side, the three pure ones have also left the palace of Empress Wa and are flying towards Mt Kunlun. During the flight, Lao Zi noticeably slowed down. Brother, what's unusual? Seeing that Lao Zi slowed down suddenly, Tongtian and Yuanqi asked immediately. I feel the opportunity to prove the Dao. Lao Zi looked in the direction of the East Sea with surprise on his face, and he sensed that his chance to prove the Dao was in the human race territory. Really? Yuanqi Tongtian was also pleasantly surprised. The three pure ones are one, and if Lao Zi proves the Dao sanctified, he will also grow face for them. Moreover, Lao Zi sanctified, will they be far behind? There is absolutely nothing wrong, it is not too late, we will go immediately. Lao Zi's tone was very positive, and he took the lead, leading Yuanqi Tongtian to the human race territory quickly. With three pseudo-saint monks, using their supernatural powers, they landed on the shore of the East Sea in less than a moment. As soon as they approached the coast of the East Sea, they felt that something was wrong. I saw the human race territory, a series of high-rise buildings, full of modern civilization. This kind of breath is incompatible with Great Primordial. It felt like they were all a bunch of rednecks. This is the house where human race lives now? It can be built so high, like a mountain. What kind of treasure is that, without the fluctuation of spiritual power, but can run so fast? Lao Zi, Yuanqi, and Tongtian looked at the tall buildings first, and then at the cars coming and going on the road, all feeling astonished, puzzled, and bewildered. Here, is it really human race? You know, human race has only been born for 100 years. Logically speaking, shouldn't he be still in the stage of drinking blood? How can life be so easy and freehand? And the direction of development is so outrageously crooked? Weird. It's really weird. Is this really where my opportunity to prove the Dao lies? Lao Zi's eyes were blank. After seeing the situation of the human race territory, he was a little unconfident. For the arrival of 3 pure ones, Lu Fan has already had a panoramic view. Lao Zi finally came to look for the opportunity of Sanctified, but unfortunately this opportunity may not be so easy to obtain. The corner of Lu Fan's mouth was smiling, and his eyes showed playfulness. Human race has followed him to study science, and they all feel the great charm of science. Even if Lao Zi begged human race to practice with him, human race would not agree. And as long as Lao Zi doesn't preach and enlighten the human race, he can't set up the school of humanity to prove the Dao. So instead of stopping the 3 pure ones, he quietly watched the show. Brother, what should we do now? Yuan Shi Tongtian looked at Lao Zi. My opportunity is indeed in human race, let's go down and have a look. Lao Zi looked solemnly, pondered for a moment, and made a decision. The figures of the 3 fell slowly, exuding fairy light all over their bodies, and posing as masters of Taoism, hoping to win the respect of human race. However, before they landed, they heard a loud warning. The realm of the human race, trespassing is not allowed. Whoever comes, please report your name. This is the guard in charge of the city gate. They are dressed like modern soldiers, but the weapons in their hands are not pistols AK, but large caliber rocket launchers. Caliber is justice and range is truth. The faces of 3 pure ones turned black immediately. They called themselves Pangu Orthodoxy, and now they are Hungjun disciples. In the future, no one insane would dare to be so disrespectful to them. Unexpectedly, it was treated like this by human race, which was born only 100 years ago. Human race, don't you know our identity? Yuan Shi immediately scolded, his tone full of displeasure. What are your identities? You don't know us. The primeval Lord of Heavens, Yuan Shi showed displeasure, but due to his status, he would not care too much about human race. How do I know if you don't tell me? Yuan Shi choked suddenly, the veins on his forehead throbbing. But after thinking about it, human race was just born, so it's understandable not to know them. We are Pangu's 3 purities, brothers of our Holy Mother, Goddess Nuwa. Lao Zi stepped forward to explain his identity, pointing out his relationship with Nuwa. Senior brother of Goddess Nuwa. The human race guards were skeptical, but still cautiously took out a smartphone, quickly swiped and tapped, and made a call. Report to the ancestors, there are 3 people outside the city gate claiming to be the senior brothers of Virgin Mother Nuwa. The guard looked stern, just reporting the situation. The 3 pure ones quickly fixed their eyes on the guard's cell phone. What is this? This is a mere guard who can't use spells, how can he transmit sound through this thing? 3 pure ones frowned at the same time, looking carefully. To know long-distance communication, it must be realized through magic. The magic power is profound, and it can transmit sound by itself, or transmit words with talisman. But how can a mere guard do it? This is simply a fantasy. 3 pure ones was full of surprise. Boom! Boom! Just as the 3 pure ones continued to search for the reason behind the guard, they suddenly heard a roar not far away. A few hundred meters away from them, a huge plane hovered over their heads. The 3 pure ones looked at each other, even more stunned. What is this? Is it a human mount? It looks like a bird, but why is there no sign of life? The 3 pure ones frowned at the same time, feeling at a loss like never before. With their strength, it can be said that there are very few existences in the Great Primordial that they don't know. But in the human race territory, they found themselves as illiterate and ignorant. At this time, the glass door of the plane opened slowly. Human race Swiren clan, Yoshio, Zi, has seen 3 seniors. The three ancestors saluted politely. Three pure ones is senior Nuwa after all. Before there is no conflict of interest, they deserve respect. The three pure ones calmed down quickly. Although they still didn't know what human race was messing with, how could they show it? Lao Zi pretended to be unfathomable, and stepped forward with a step forward, completely enveloped in a mysterious aura. I am the Grand Pure One Lao Zi. Recently, I came across heaven's secrets and realized that human race is destined. I am here to teach you how to practice. Lao Zi stroked his long beard, although he was talking to the three ancestors, but he slightly raised his head, looking at the void in the distance. A look of excitement waiting for the three ancestors, and an expression of gratitude to him. The arrogance and aloofness are beyond words. However, he waited for a long time, but did not wait for the three great ancestors to respond. Lao Zi no longer stroked his beard, his face was stiff, he no longer held his head up, and looked at the three ancestors, his brows were slightly wrinkled, and his tone was unpleasant. Aren't you willing to practice with the poor deist? He asked himself that with his status, not to mention the ordinary monks of the Great Primordial, even some innate powers of the Great Primordial would be willing to condescend to be his disciple. Why are the three ancestors indifferent? However, this is the case. Yes, we don't want to. Zi, Swiren clan, and Yosheo spoke in unison. Chapter 47. Lao Zi almost spat out a mouthful of old blood, but he didn't expect the three ancestors to be so disrespectful. Yuanqi and Tongtian also looked at each other in blank dismay, not understanding where the three Zi's confidence came from. Why did you refuse? Lao Zi asked with a gloomy face and a low tone. This is no longer a question of whether to prove the Dao or not, but a question of face. Let's talk about the leader of Pangu's three purities, Hung Jun's chief disciple, who was rejected by the three human races who didn't even reach the fairyland. How can he save his face? We have studied science with mentor Lu Fan. Zi replied, neither humble nor overbearing. When talking about Lu Fan, her beautiful and clean eyes were full of admiration. Not bad, Lu Fan tutor Yyds. Swiren clan and Yosheo also nodded, with expressions on their faces like little fanboys. What? Lu Fan? Lao Zi's pupils widened suddenly, and his face changed instantly. In fact, when he saw the strange development of the human race territory, he vaguely guessed that it might be written by Lu Fan. After all, the Dabai robot left by Lu Fan in the starry sky is similar to him. However, when he was really confirmed by the three ancestors, he still couldn't help but a nameless fire rose in his heart. 100 years ago, Lu Fan helped Nuwa take the lead in proving the Dao sanctified, and slapped their three pure ones in the face. Now, Lu Fan is teaching human race again, tantamount to cutting off his chance to prove the Dao. Lao Zi's face turned blue, red, and purple, gnashing his teeth with hatred. Brother, what should we do now? Yuanqi Tongtian is also worried about Lao Zi. If Lao Zi can't prove the Dao because of Lu Fan, then they will lose a lot. Anyway, today I must teach human race. Lao Zi gritted his teeth, his eyes were determined. Immediately, a fake smile appeared on his stiff old face. Is that what you mean by science? Lao Zi asked, pointing to the guard's bazooka and the plane on which the three ancestors were flying. Then, he didn't give the three of Zi any time to answer, and spoke on his own. These are just controlling foreign objects, not the right way. As long as you practice with me, you will be free from disease and disaster, live forever, and live the same life as the world. Wait until you practice the method of refining weapons. These foreign objects, you can refine as much as you want. Lao Zi dismissed Lu Fan's science as worthless, trying to bring the three ancestors back on track. However, the three ancestors remained indifferent. We study science, not by borrowing from others. What's more, it doesn't matter whether it's a white cat or a black cat, as long as it can catch mice, it's a good cat. The three ancestors were neither humble nor overbearing. Although they were dissatisfied with Lao Zi belittling science, they did not contradict directly because they were brothers Nuwa, but their tone was strongly dissatisfied. If it were someone else, they would have already issued an order to evict the guest. You are simply ignorant. The Grand Pure One Lao Zi was furious and finally became anxious. If things go on like this, how will he teach human race prove the Dao? He still wanted to continue to persuade the three Zs, but the three Zs turned and gave Lao Zi a critical blow. And the method of practice you mentioned, we are already studying it, so you don't need to worry about it. The three ancestors looked calm, as if they were talking about a very simple thing. But these words were like thunder in the ears of three pure ones. What? You study the method of cultivation by yourself? Are you sure you are the ones doing the research? Lao Zi, Yuanqi, and Tongtian were all not calm for a moment, and asked several questions one after another in shock. If Zi said it was Lu Fan who taught them the method of cultivation, they would not have lost their composure. But Zi said that the human race is studying the method of practice. Isn't this a joke? The human race is an acquired race that has just been born for 100 years. Why research and create the method of practice? Do you think your average Hengjun level in human race? That's right, it's our own research on the method of cultivation. Zi, Swiren clan, and Yosheo spoke in unison again, showing pride on their faces. What if there is no way of practice? Then research and create it yourself. Human race, you must have such courage. How do you study? Lao Zi continued to ask, his face full of disbelief. Of course it's scientific research. Without hesitation, Zi's scientific YYDS. Three pure ones is full of question marks. This is the second time they heard the word science from the Zi family. They thought that science was just creating some foreign objects. Could there be a deeper meaning? What exactly are you talking about science? Tongtian couldn't help asking at this moment. Science is the study of all phenomena and nature of the universe. Zi glanced at Tongtian. When it comes to science, she still looks devout, like a believer. They are believers in Lu Fan science. Therefore, Lao Zi's current mood is like the dynamic emoticon package of Sun Wukong in Journey to the West. It's annoying. Lao Zi was extremely irritable. Looking at the expressions of Zi's three people, he knew that he couldn't persuade them to practice with him. Then, he cannot teach human race. He can't prove the Dao without enlightening human race. FK. Chapter 48. Lu Fan. Lao Zi gritted his teeth with an aggrieved expression. Brother, why don't we go to Zixiao Palace immediately to invite the teacher? Lu Fan's behavior this time interferes with my brother Sanctified's opportunity in Great Primordial. The teacher will definitely not stand idly by. It just so happens that the old and new grudges are settled together. The primeval Lord of Heavens, Yuanqi looked sullen, and there was also resentment on his face. If Lao Zi don't prove the Dao, it will be difficult for them to prove the Dao. On the one hand, without Lao Zi Sanctified, they don't know the opportunity to prove the Dao. On the other hand, Lao Zi is their eldest, and their elders and children are orderly. Even if they can prove the Dao Sanctified, they cannot be ahead of Lao Zi. That's all for now. Lao Zi took a deep breath, suppressed the unwillingness in his heart, swung his sleeve suddenly, and it turned into a white light and flew towards Zi Xiaogong. The primeval Lord of Heavens, Yuanqi and Tongtian also turned into a beam of light and quickly followed. Chaos Heaven, Zi Xiaogong. Hengjun is retreating, and the whole body is filled with purple fairy breath. The rich fairy spirit condensed continuously, turned into crystals, and spread around. Now that his mind moved slightly, and there was a faint uneasiness in his heart. Hengjun frowned. Now that nothing major is happening in the Great Primordial, why is he uneasy? At this moment, Hengjun felt the arrival of the three pure ones. Three pure ones? How did they come here? According to the general trend of heavenly Dao, shouldn't they want to prove the Dao? Hung Jun showed doubts on his face, and then he flicked his Taoist robe, and Zai Xiaogong appeared. The majestic Xixiao palace appeared in the chaotic sky, emitting endless light. Disciple pays homage to teacher. Lao Zai, Yuanji, and Tongtian turned into 3 beams of light and immediately landed in front of Zai Xiaogong. You are here, why are you here? Hung Jun's voice enveloped and boomed. Teacher Qi, I have realized the opportunity to prove the Dao. Lao Zai replied immediately. In this case, why don't you go to prove the Dao sanctified? There was a hint of urging in Hung Jun's tone. Once Lao Zai prove the Dao sanctified, all his disciples will be sanctified. He will reap great benefits, the surge of Qi luck will be of great benefit to his impact on heavenly Dao. If it wasn't for maintaining the style, he would have scolded Lao Zai why he didn't prove the Dao, and why he came to Zai Xiaogong to play around. Lao Zai's face was constantly changing, sometimes aggrieved, sometimes angry, and sometimes unwilling. He also wants to prove the Dao sanctified, but his strength does not allow it. Exalted Master, my disciple's opportunity to prove the Dao has been cut off. Lao Zai's complexion was worse than crying, and his eyes were red, like an angry little daughter-in-law. His heart is bitter. Hung Jun's face was filled with question marks. The opportunity to prove the Dao was broken? There is such a thing? The ominous premonition in his heart became stronger, and he couldn't help but think of Lu Fan. Is this matter related to that guy? What's going on? Hung Jun didn't bother to deduce heaven's secrets. Shen Sheng asked Lao Zai directly. Based on past experience and lessons, he knew that he might not be able to deduce it, so he might as well ask directly. Exalted Master, Lu Fan has already taught human race, and now human race follows Lu Fan, and is unwilling to accept his disciples' education. Lao Zai explained the reason concisely and concisely. After a pause, Lao Zai seemed to be possessed by Jiyan Zhnt, begging Hung Jun. Also ask the Exalted Master to be the master for the disciple. Let the Exalted Master decide. Yuanshi Tongtian also spoke at the same time. It was about proving the Dao sanctified, and they were also anxious. It really is that guy. Hung Jun's eyelids twitched slightly, his face changed slightly, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Although he had already guessed, he still felt a toothache when he heard Lao Zai personally identify. However, he didn't take it to heart. It's only been 100 years, even if Lu Fan taught human race, where can he teach it? As long as Lao Zai teaches the more advanced cultivation methods of human race and gets heavenly Dao's approval, he can still prove the Dao sanctified. Thinking of this, Hung Jun's divine sense unconsciously swept towards the human race territory, wanting to check the recent situation of human race. It's okay if you don't look at it, but after looking at it, he was immediately stunned. The human race territory is full of high-rise buildings. Wide driveways crisscross and orderly. Countless cars are speeding between the roads, and planes are passing high in the sky. Human races holding a computer and mobile phone for long-distance communication. Scenes full of modern scientific and technological civilization kept coming into Hung Jun's eyes. Rao is Hung Jun, the great primordial Dao ancestor, the spokesperson of heavenly Dao, and he is dumbfounded at the moment. Good guy, poor Daoist calls it good guy. What did Lu Fan do to human race? Hung Jun gasped. Although he knew that Lu Fan's way was completely different from his, he didn't expect such a big difference in painting style. What the hell are those tall buildings and iron boxes and iron birds? What happened to those explosions? How did the human race develop like this? The poor Daoist still doesn't know anything about it. The more Hung Jun looked at it, the more confused he became, and the more he looked at it, the more messy he looked. He couldn't understand how human race had developed to such a degree in 100 years. Not only have airplanes and cannons, computers and mobile phones, but they are even researching monsters. Like a spirit of all things, studying the behavior of all things. There is still no need for enlightenment here, it is almost the same as the need for human race education. Hung Jun's expression changed, realizing the seriousness of the problem. Human race has obviously developed in another direction. It is not enough for Lao Zi to teach human race the method of higher cultivation. Outside Zi Xiao Palace, 3 pure ones didn't know what Hung Jun was thinking at this time, and thought that Hung Jun could settle everything. Lu Fan, you first hijacked the poor Daoist 3 treasured jade scepter of wishes, and now you hinder my opportunity to wait for Sanctified. Today's exalted master makes a move, and you must look good. Yuan Shi's eyes flashed with resentment and pleasure, thinking that Lu Fan would be in big trouble. Even knowing that Lu Fan and Hung Jun are comparable in strength, as long as he can dampen Lu Fan's sharpness, he will feel relieved. However, they knelt outside Zi Xiao Palace for a long time, but they didn't wait for Hung Jun to respond, so they couldn't help but looked at each other, feeling suspicious. What's going on? Could it be that the exalted master can't handle it? Please, exalted master, decide for the disciple. Seeing that Hung Jun has not responded for a long time, Lao Zi hastily spoke again. The primeval lord of heavens, Yuan Shi and Tongtian also begged. Exalted master, if my brother is not sanctified, we cannot be sanctified either. Hung Jun's face changed and his eyes were gloomy. He naturally knew that if the 3 pure ones couldn't prove the Dao sanctified, Jiyan Zhnt couldn't be sanctified either. His plan to gather all the great primordial Qi luck to attack the heavenly Dao environment was completely ruined. Not to mention the general trend of the great primordial, where human race is the protagonist of the world, all of which will be out of his control. But the question is, what can I do if I know? Shoot! Hung Jun heaved a long sigh, extremely irritable in his heart. Although he already knows the situation, it is not so easy to pull human race back on track from Lu Fan at the same level. Now, he can only take one step at a time. You don't need to say much, let's go to Longevity Hill with poor Daoist first. With a big wave of Hung Jun's hand, Saint's supernatural power wrapped the 3 pure ones and disappeared into the chaotic sky. Chapter 49. Longevity Hill. When Hung Jun descended, the purple air poured down. Endless auspicious scenes come out together, and golden flowers bloom everywhere. Hung Jun exudes a faint saint majesty all over his body, covering the Longevity Mountain with a forceful aura. The 3 pure ones followed behind Hung Jun, with an expression of 3 parts respectful and 7 parts arrogant, with a bit of a pretentious look. Hung Jun, Daoist friend, welcome to my Longevity Hill as a guest. With a smile on the corner of Lu Fan's mouth, he walked out of the Monastery of 5 Manners. Behind him, Zhen Yuan Zi Hong Yun followed suit. Meet Dao ancestor. Zhen Yuan Zi Hong Yun saluted Hung Jun first. Lu Fan, do you know why the poor Daoist came here? Hung Jun's tone was low and indifferent, aggressive, with a trace of questioning. Could it be that the last time Zi Xiaogong said goodbye, Daoist friend missed me so much? Lu Fan smiled at the corners of his eyes, pretending to be confused with understanding. There was a black line on Hung Jun's forehead, and he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. 3 pure ones and Zhen Yuan Zi Hong Yun also had cold sweat on their foreheads, staggered and almost fell to the ground. They didn't expect Lu Fan to come at such a serious moment. Lu Fan, Daoist friend, why do you teach human race these things? Hung Jun suppressed the anger in his heart, cut straight to the point, and questioned Lu Fan again. Compared to just now, his tone was heavier and his expression more indifferent and serious. Zhen Yuan Zi Hong Yun couldn't help but realized that something was wrong. It's just entrusted by others. Lu Fan smiled lightly, and spoke unhurriedly, not paying attention to Hung Jun's question at all. Entrusted by someone? Entrusted by whom? Hung Jun didn't believe Lu Fan's explanation at all and continued to ask. He wanted to figure out whether Lu Fan had intentions or not about human race. If he wanted to, he would continue to attack Lu Fan. If it was unintentional, he would let Lu Fan hand over the human race. Of course it's Nuwa. When Nuwa entrusted human race to me, I naturally have to take good care of it. Lu Fan said these words like a spring breeze, with a sense of responsibility in his words. After a pause, he pointed to the human race territory as if begging for praise. Look, how is human race being taken care of by me, isn't it good? Hello, Mela next door. The corner of Hung Jun's mouth twitched, almost vomiting blood from Lu Fan's anger. All the bursts of Saint's anger that had just been emitted were vented. 3 pure ones also turned green, disgusted by Lu Fan's sudden cheapness. Only Zhen Yu and Zi Hongyun didn't know what was at stake, and sincerely praised Lu Fan. Senior Lu Fan has great supernatural powers, and it is a blessing from human race to be able to be taken care of by seniors in human race. Hung Jun and 3 pure ones suddenly wanted to vomit blood even more. After a while, Hung Jun adjusted his mood and said in a deep voice. Lu Fan deist friend, human race is extremely important to Great Primordial, it is related to the general trend of Great Primordial, I hope deist friend will not intervene in human race in the future. That can't be done, I promised Nuwa, how can I give up halfway and be a person who doesn't believe what I say? Without thinking, Lu Fan seemed to have known Hung Jun would say that, and had been waiting here. He has cultivated the human race so well, how could it be possible for Hung Jun to leave if he wanted to? Hung Jun was completely speechless by Lu Fan again, but what Lu Fan said was justified, and he couldn't refute it. To untie the bell, the person who tied it must be needed. In this case, the poor deist will call Nuwa. Thinking in his heart, Hung Jun immediately summoned Nuwa from Empress Wa of Heavens. Nuwa, hurry up and come to Longevity Hill. Yes, exalted master. Although Nuwa was surprised, he descended on Longevity Hill immediately. The disciple met the exalted master and met Senior Lu Fan. Nuwa first greeted Hung Jun as a disciple, and then also greeted Lu Fan. Hung Jun frowned slightly, and was slightly dissatisfied with Nuwa's attitude towards Lu Fan, but he didn't say much, just ordered Nuwa lightly. Nuwa, before you went to Chaos Opening Heavens, you entrusted the human race to Lu Fan deist friend. Now you can tell Lu Fan deist friend that you don't need Lu Fan deist friend to bother you in the future. This. Nuwa looked hesitant, realizing that there seemed to be a conflict between Hung Jun and Lu Fan, but she followed Hung Jun's orders. After all, Hung Jun is her exalted master, and the exalted master has a life, and the disciple has to follow it. Now you should have nothing to say. Both Hung Jun and 3 pure ones showed smiles on their faces, and looked at Lu Fan with a little complacency, thinking that Lu Fan should have nothing to say this time. However, Lu Fan took his time. According to common sense, since the Empress has spoken, I should have stopped meddling, but... There's a fart but... Hung Jun 3 pure ones cursed in their hearts. They were all relieved after hearing the first half of Lu Fan's sentence, but when Lu Fan changed the subject later, they couldn't help becoming nervous again, lest Lu Fan would do something wrong again. However, I have already passed down the orthodoxy in human race, and human race respects me as a mentor, how can I abandon it so easily? Lu Fan looked like I was in a difficult situation, and you made me give up human race because you made me feel unkind and unrighteous. Gan. Hung Jun and 3 pure ones are so angry that they want to scold their mothers. Damn it, this thief just doesn't want the poor deist to prove the Dao. Lao Zi's face turned ashen, and he gritted his teeth with hatred. His eyes breathed fire. If eyes could kill, Lu Fan would have been killed thousands of times by him. Lu Fan deist friend, are you really going against Heavenly Dao's general trend? Hung Jun asked with a gloomy face. There was a chill all over his body, he was sure that Lu Fan was really doing something bad on purpose, and he was already planning to do it. The situation is not good. Zhen Yu and Zi Hongyun looked at each other with a dignified expression. Although they didn't know exactly where the problem was, they all realized that Hung Jun and Lu Fan were at war. They couldn't help looking at Lu Fan to see how Lu Fan would resolve it. Daoist friend's words are wrong. In fact, the resolution of this matter is very simple. It is Daoist friend who made the picture. Lu Fan smiled lightly. He didn't care about Hung Jun's threat, and instead took the opportunity to scold Hung Jun. It is said that it is a picture, but the implication is that Hung Jun has a pen. Then Daoist friend, tell me how poor Daoist looks. Hung Jun's face became more gloomy and ugly, and he asked Lu Fan back. Daoist friend just wants human race, but my human race can't do it. Can't Daoist friend make another batch of human race? Lu Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, pointing out a clear path for Hung Jun. He will not hand over the current human race. If Hung Jun wants to create a human race, he must build it himself. In this way, Hung Jun's attack can be resolved, and his human race can also be preserved. It can be described as the best of both worlds. That's right. Why didn't the poor Daoist think of that? Hung Jun's eyes lit up immediately, and his heart suddenly became enlightened. Obviously, he agrees with Lu Fan's proposal very much. It seems to be true. Lao Ziyi Yuan Shi Tongtian and the three looked at each other and felt that what Lu Fan said was very reasonable. Not only did they suspect, could it be that they wronged Lu Fan, and didn't Lu Fan deliberately embarrass them? How about it, does Hung Jun Daoist friend feel that he is too handsome now? Lu Fan made fun of Hung Jun again with a half smile. It's a poor Daoist photo shoot. The corner of Hung Jun's mouth twitched. He didn't expect Lu Fan to be so powerful, not only wanted to call him a bad guy, but also made him admit that he was a bad guy. Improper son of man. Senior Lu Fan is amazing. Zhen Yuan Zi Hong Yun couldn't help being amazed. He never thought that Lu Fan could convince Hung Jun so easily. Even Nuwa can't help but look sideways, looking at the Great Primordial, who can make Hung Jun deflate. Lu Fan is definitely the first person. Cow. Chapter 50. Nuwa, without further ado, you will create another batch of human race. Hung Jun quickly changed the subject and looked at Nuwa. Yes, exalted master. Nuwa nodded respectfully, immediately sacrificed heaven-earth cauldron, sacrificed 3 light divine water of sun, moon and star and 9 heavens breathing soil, and created human race again. The area of the East Sea is so large that it stretches as far as the eye can see. In order to distinguish, Nuwa deliberately went to the opposite direction of the existing human race. After some operations, the second batch of innate human race was formed. No more, no less, a full billion. On the one hand, Nuwa did it on purpose, and on the other hand, she really didn't have much stock of 9 heavens breathing soil. The number is still low. Lu Fan smacked his lips, seemingly dissatisfied. Although this batch of human race will be taught by Lao Ziyi, it seems that it has nothing to do with him. However, they are all human race, of the same origin. As long as his human race science is better than this group of human race cultivators, will these human races join his human race team dishonestly? That's why he suggested this idea to Hung Jun. You thought he was helping Hung Jun 3 pure ones? No, he was just doing himself a favor. Therefore, he was dissatisfied when he saw that Nuwa only created so little human race. Lao Ziyi, you go to educate the human race and seek your chance to prove the Dao. Hung Jun has no idea that he is being sold by Lu Fan and counts the money for Lu Fan. Seeing that the new human race has been completed, he immediately tells Lao Ziyi. Yes, exalted master. Lao Ziyi nodded to Hung Jun. The old man couldn't hide the joy on his face. Good. Hung Jun nodded slightly, seeing that the general situation was back on track. He didn't stay any longer. Lu Fan Daoist friend, poor Daoist bid farewell first. Hung Jun greeted Lu Fan, and his figure disappeared in an instant, returning to Ziyi Xiao Palace. Lao Ziyi didn't delay any longer, and immediately educated the newborn human race, spreading their cultivation methods. Be good at knowing his mind and supernatural powers, so as to gain his mind's understanding. Therefore, there is no difference in the minds of all beings in the 3,000 great thousand worlds. Unimpeded pure heavenly eye wisdom supernatural powers, no physical wisdom supernatural powers. Lao Zi spat out golden lotuses, densely packed runes intertwined and intertwined. Innate human race constantly absorbs and breathes, stepping into the door of practice. Unknowingly, a year passed, Lao Zi saw that the time was ripe, and immediately declared to Heavenly Dao. Heavenly Dao is above, I, the Grand Pure One Lao Zi, set up a sect today, named School of Humanity, educate human race, use Taiji chart to suppress Chi luck, Heavenly Dao learned from it. Boom! Over the human race territory, a thunder sounded immediately. Under Heavenly Dao's will, the Lao Zi sound image spread throughout the Great Primordial immediately. At the same time, a huge gap opened in the 9 heavens, and clouds of karmic merit descended. Lao Zi sat cross-legged, the primordial spirit crazily absorbed karmic merit like a sponge absorbing water, and his realm was elevated like a rocket. In just a few moments, he reached the late stage of pseudo-saint. At this time, Ljiao karmic merit has been exhausted. However, deep in his primordial spirit, there is also Pangu's legacy, opening heaven's karmic merit. Opening heaven's karmic merit was pulled out, and Lao Zi was sanctified immediately. Buzz! Lao Zi primordial spirit is drawn by purple chi of grand mist and entrusted to Heavenly Dao. His body was full of golden light, and the pressure of saints swept the entire great primordial. Lao Zi actually proved the Dao sanctified. Seeing the picture of Heavenly Dao, the congenital powers all had solemn expressions. With more and more saints, the pressure on them is increasing. After all, under saint, everyone is an ant. However, soon the focus of the innate powers was on Lu Fan not far away. Hey, is that Senior Lu Fan? It's really Senior Lu Fan. Could it be that Lao Zi sanctified was also instructed by Senior Lu Fan? Boundless Celestial Venerable, is Senior Lu Fan so powerful? First point to Nuwa, then point to Lao Zi. Senior Lu Fan deserves to be at the same level as Dao Ancestor. The innate powers suddenly seemed to have discovered a new world, and they all boiled up. They agreed that it was Lu Fan who pointed out Lao Zi prove the Dao sanctified. Fortunately, Lao Zi didn't know what everyone was thinking, otherwise he might be so angry that he vomited blood on the spot. Lu Fan clearly almost broke his way to prove the Dao, but now he is considered to help him prove the Dao. He is really a dumb man who eats Coptis chinensis, and cannot tell what he is suffering. It's just that others don't care what he thinks, now everyone only has Lu Fan in their eyes. Quick, quick! Senior Lu Fan is still in human race, let's speed up, and hurry up to meet Senior Lu Fan while he is still there. The 9 sons of Ancestral Dragon, Feng Wu and Kailan who were rushing towards the Longevity Mountain gave orders excitedly. They also saw Lu Fan from the Heavenly Dao scene, and they were very excited that Lu Fan was still in Longevity Hill. Otherwise, if Lu Fan left, they would be in vain. We're also going to meet Senior Lu Fan. Emperor Jun, Eastern Emperor Tai and other innate powers did not hesitate at all, and went to Longevity Mountain one after another, hoping to get advice from Lu Fan. The coast of the East Sea. After Lao Zi proved the Dao sanctified, he couldn't help feeling elated. Yu Guang glanced at Lu Fan from the corner of his eye, and there was a feeling of Yangmei exhaling in his heart. However, he was deep in thought and didn't show it easily, but looked at the hundreds of millions of new human race in front of him. Congratulations, teacher sanctified! Hundreds of millions of new human race paid homage to Lao Zi and congratulated him in unison. Lao Zi nodded in satisfaction, enjoying all of this, then glanced at the human race, and finally stopped at a honest-looking human race. Are you willing to worship me as a teacher? The disciple is willing. Meet the exalted master. The human race was so excited that he knelt down and thanked him immediately. Good. The poor deist gave you a name. From now on, you will be called Suandu. Lao Zi showed satisfaction, and then gave the human race the name Suandu. Suandu. Lu Fan watched this scene with great interest, but he didn't expect Suandu to appear at this moment. In the original plot trajectory, Lao Zi didn't care about human race at all, and he was just a sanctified tool person. Even Suandu went all the way from the human race territory to Mt Shaoyang, before Lao Zi accepted Suandu as his disciple. Now that Lao Zi took the initiative to recruit disciples, it was obvious that he had a purpose. It seems that he wants to compete with the human race taught by me. The corner of Lu Fan's mouth curled into a playful arc, and he understood Lao Zi's intentions. Also teaching human race, Lao Zi is naturally unwilling to let the new human race lose to his human race, so he took the initiative to recruit Suandu. But instead of caring, he looked forward to it. It's just right, let's compare the two of us in human race first. Is it better to cultivate immortals or to be better at science? Chapter 51. Lao Zi was completely unaware that Lu Fan had seen through his calculations. After accepting Suandu as his apprentice, Lao Zi immediately looked at Yuanshi Tongtian. Second brother and third brother, if you don't prove the Dao now, when will you wait? Lao Zi shouted lightly, like enlightenment, and he slapped Yuanshi Tongtian with a shock, and immediately realized the opportunity to prove the Dao. Heavenly Dao, the Jade Pure One Yuanshi, set up a teaching today, named School of Enlightenment, Interpreter, expounding on heaven's secrets, suppressing Chi luck with Pangu banner, School of Enlightenment, set up. Heavenly Dao, the Supreme Pure One Tongtian, set up a sect today, called School of Interception, Interceptor, intercepting life, suppressing Chi luck with immortal executing four swords, School of Interception, set up. Yuanshi Tongtian took a step forward one after another, with a solemn expression, and declared to Heavenly Dao loudly. Without any surprise, Heavenly Dao also lowered Ljiao karmic merit to Yuanshi Tongtian respectively. The Ljiao karmic merit pulls out the Grand Dao karmic merit deep in Yuanshi Tongtian primordial spirit, making the two of them sanctified immediately. Junior brother, it's our turn. West Mt Sumi, Jiyin glanced at Zhnt. Both of them are people with great perseverance and great wisdom, and the three pure ones have proved the Dao because of their teachings, how could they not respond? Heavenly Dao is above, my Western Jiyin, Zhnt, established a teaching today, called Western Buddhism, to educate all living beings in the West, to suppress Chi luck with 12-petal golden lotus of karmic virtues, lotus banner of azurite gleam. Western Buddhism, stand. Jiyan Zhnt proclaimed the Heavenly Dao at the same time, establishing the Western Great Religion. Heavenly Dao, the Supreme Duke, also lowered the Ljiao karmic merit. It's just three pure ones prove the Dao, more of Pangu's legacy opening heaven's karmic merit, not Ljiao karmic merit. Therefore, Jiyan Zhnt cannot prove the Dao sanctified by relying on karmic merit alone. Therefore, the two made their 48 great wishes, borrowed Heavenly Dao karmic merit from Heavenly Dao in advance, and forcibly proved the Dao sanctified. For a time, the Great Primordial was full of saint power. Except for Hongyun, the owner of Purple Chi of Grand Mist, all prove the Dao sanctified. Great Primordial completely entered the saint era. Hongyun Daoist friend, how do you feel? Zhen Yuanzi couldn't help looking at Hongyun, thinking that Hongyun might also be sanctified. However, Hongyun's old face was flushed red, and he didn't intend to prove the Dao for a long time. Zhen Yuanzi Daoist friend, I don't feel anything. Could it be that my chance hasn't arrived yet? Hongyun shook his head depressedly. Don't worry, Daoist friend. Prove the Dao has a priority. Maybe the Daoist friend will have a chance later. Zhen Yuanzi hurriedly comforted his old friend. What he said was not unreasonable. No one stipulated that everyone must be sanctified. Didn't Nuwa create human race sanctified first? Only Lu Fan knew that if he didn't help, not only would Hong Yun not be able to become a saint, but he would lose his life because of the purple chi of Grand Mist. Of course, Hong Yun didn't ask him about this matter, and he didn't bother to take the initiative to say it. On the other side, Emperor Jun, Eastern Emperor Tai and others felt a lot of pressure when they saw that there were 5 more saints at once. We must ask Senior Lu Fan to protect us, otherwise we will be unable to take a single step in the Great Primordial in the future. Emperor Jun, Eastern Emperor Tai and others felt heavy, and even more regarded Lu Fan as a life-saving straw. Streamers of light accelerated again and descended towards Longevity Mountain. Senior Lu Fan, Junior Emperor Jun, Tai Yi, Fu Xi, came to pay a visit. Senior Lu Fan, my concubine, Queen Mother of the West, came to pay my respects. Senior Lu Fan, Junior Lu Yi came to pay a visit. Great primordials descended from the clouds one after another, appeared in front of Lu Fan, and saluted Lu Fan loudly. The momentum is great and the lineup is strong, no less than Hung Jun's sermon. This Lu Fan is so majestic. Yuanqi immediately frowned, feeling extremely unhappy about it. After proving the Dao sanctified, their mentality changed. Lao Zi kept his arrogance in his heart, Tong Tian held it high, and Yuanqi showed it directly on his face. Not to mention, he had a grudge against Lu Fan. Therefore, the higher the prestige of Lu Fan, the more unhappy he is. I have been sanctified, I am immortal, I will have a fight with you today, to see how much you weigh, and let the powerful people see your true face. Yuanqi sneered in his heart, he didn't have to be afraid of Lu Fan after he thought he was sanctified. However, he did not directly reveal his purpose, but walked up to Lu Fan in a neither humble nor humble manner. Lu Fan, Daoist friend, poor Daoist just got sanctified, I want to compete with Daoist friend, I wonder if Lu Fan Daoist friend is willing. His tone seemed to be respectful, but in fact he was arrogant. He no longer called Lu Fan his senior, but called him Daoist friend. I didn't expect Yuanqi to be so impatient to provoke Senior Lu Fan so soon. Emperor Jun, Eastern Emperor Tai and other congenital powers all realized that things were not simple. They all knew that Lu Fan had robbed Yuanqi, so Yuanqi was not as simple as fighting, but wanted revenge. Everyone couldn't help but look at Lu Fan to see how Lu Fan would respond. Not only the innate power, Hung Jun, Lao Zi, Tong Tian, Ji Yin, Zhnt, Nuwa and other saint-level powerhouses are also closely watching Lu Fan. Call me Daoist friend? You deserve it too. Lu Fan squinted at Yuanqi, and scolded Yuanqi mercilessly, without giving Yuanqi any face. Don't look at his usual good temper, it's because he didn't provoke him. If he really dared to provoke him, he would make the other party look good every minute. Yuanqi's face turned purple, he choked on Lu Fan's words, and immediately retorted. The poor Daoist is already a saint, no matter how strong you are, why can't the poor Daoist be called a Daoist friend? So, is your name Hung Jun Daoist friend? Lu Fan sneered and asked back. Yuanqi's face suddenly turned blue, white and purple, and he was speechless for a long time. Hung Jun is his exalted master, so he naturally dare not call Hung Jun a Daoist friend. Senior Lu Fan is sharp. Zhen Yuanzi, Hong Yun and other innate talents were all amazed. Unexpectedly, Lu Fan was speechless at what Yuanqi said. At this time, Yuanqi no longer had the arrogance he had when he was just sanctified. However, Yuanqi did not give up. Lu Fan, don't change the subject, the poor Daoist wants to compete with you, so I ask you if you dare. If you want to compete with me, I will accompany you to compete. What are you? Lu Fan's golden eyes were indifferent, without a trace of emotion, looking down at Yuanqi. He wasn't afraid of fighting Yuanqi, but Yuanshi asked him to do it and he did it, wouldn't it be a shame for him? Chapter 52. Yuanshi gritted his teeth, he didn't expect Liu Fan's words to be so sharp. Then what do you want? Yuanshi asked. Before he knew it, he had been led by the nose by Liu Fan, and all the initiative fell into Liu Fan's hands. Hung Jun and Lao Ziyi all frowned, obviously seeing this, but they could only stand by and watch. It's very simple, you can compete with me, if you lose, leave the Pangu banner to me. Liu Fan's tone was flat, as if he was talking about an insignificant matter, but whether it was Yuanshi himself, or Hung Jun, Lao Ziyi and others who were watching, it was as if a thunder rang in their ears, and they were all stunned. Pangu banner, that is a treasure. Liu Fan actually wants to bet on him. This appetite is too big. As expected of senior Liu Fan. Zhen Yuan, Ziyi Hongyun and other innate powers can't laugh or cry, they have also heard that Liu Fan looted countless innate powers, and now they have finally seen it. They couldn't help looking at Yuanshi sympathetically. It's not good for Yuanshi to pick on someone, and he insisted on provoking Liu Fan. It's all right now, riding a tiger is hard to get off. The fact is, Yuanshi's complexion keeps changing. On the one hand, he really wanted to agree to Liu Fan, so as to test Liu Fan's details. On the other hand, he was afraid of losing to Liu Fan, so he lost the Pangu banner. Not to mention that the Pangu banner is a congenital treasure, extremely precious, just because it is the treasure of the town education, it is absolutely not allowed to be lost. For a while, Yuanshi was in a dilemma. Why, didn't you want to compete with me just now? Why don't you dare now? Liu Fan taunted mercilessly, Yuanshi was so arrogant just now, now it's his turn. Hateful. Yuanshi felt extremely aggrieved, and wanted to say that he dared. But reason tells him that he cannot be fooled by Liu Fan, otherwise his Pangu banner may never be taken back. Lao Ziyi, Tongtian and others didn't even open their mouths to help Yuanshi out, because they couldn't help at all. After all, it was Yuanshi who took the initiative to provoke, and now Liu Fan turned against the general, who can be blamed. Even Hung Jun didn't dare to act rashly, for fear that he would be caught accidentally. After a while, Yuanshi thought of a countermeasure to fight back. Liu Fan, you said that the poor deist will hand over the Pangu banner if he loses, so what if you lose? He doesn't want to be led by the nose by Liu Fan. Liu Fan can let him bet with Pangu banner, and he can naturally let Liu Fan bet with the same treasure. Once Liu Fan does not dare, his predicament can be resolved by itself. However, Liu Fan answered without thinking. As long as I have it, as long as you want it. The implication is that if he loses, Yuanshi will give whatever he wants. There is strong confidence in the words. As expected of senior Liu Fan. Zhen Yuan, Ziyi Hongyun and other innate talents were all in admiration. Originally they also thought that Yuanshi's counterattack was very good, but they thought that it would be useless in front of Liu Fan. Now, Yuanshi has been cornered. Admit it, or bet on the Pangu banner. And no matter what it is, it will damage Yuanshi Saint's majesty. Ziyi Xiaogong. Hung Jun frowned slightly, realizing that the situation couldn't go on like this. The so-called dog beating depends on the owner, Yuanshi is his disciple, Yuanshi's majesty is damaged, and his face is also dull. Liu Fan deist friend, or limited to 1,000,000 years. If Yuanshi loses, put the Pangu banner in the hands of deist friend for 1,000,000 years. What do deist friend think? Hung Jun suddenly appeared and proposed a compromise plan. He is tantamount to instigating Yuanshi in disguise, so that Yuanshi doesn't have to worry about losing Pangu banner completely, and can fight Liu Fan without any scruples, and help him test Liu Fan's details. 1,000,000 years, isn't it unacceptable? Liu Fan's eyes flickered. The reason why he wanted Yuanshi Pangu banner was just for quantum analysis. After the analysis is finished, he can copy the Pangu banner himself. A million years is enough for him to complete the analysis. It's just that Hung Jun said that a million years is a million years, doesn't he want to lose face? Therefore, a million years is not enough, he has to double it. Since Daoist friend has spoken, let's take 2 million years. With a smile on the corner of Lu Fan's mouth, he said in an unhurried manner. Hung Jun suddenly had a black question mark face, and was suddenly overwhelmed by Lu Fan's words. What does it mean that he has spoken, only 2 million years? Shouldn't it be a million years after he opens his mouth? Is this to give him face, or to slap him in the face? Lao Ziyi Yuanshi Tongtian and others were also choked by Lu Fan's words. They didn't have much contact with Lu Fan before, they just felt that Lu Fan was powerful. Only now did they discover that there is still a trace of pitfalls in Lu Fan's strength. The kind that kills people more than pays for their lives. Okay. Poor Daoist promises you. Yuanshi sneered coldly, he had had enough of Lu Fan's tricks, he had to have a fight with Lu Fan today. This is what you said. If you lose, Pangu banner will be on me for 2 million years. Don't regret it then. Lu Fan made his words very clear and did not give Yuanshi a chance to go back on his word in the future. He can't trust Yuanshi's character, after all, this shameless person can bully the big and the small regardless of his saint status, which is not much better than Jiyan Zhnt in the West. Whoever repents is ABD. Yuanshi shouted angrily. Lu Fan's words made him feel insulted, is he that dishonest? Then follow me to the battle of chaos. Lu Fan didn't say any more, and went directly to chaos. Fighting at the saint level, the power is too terrifying, it is easy to have a devastating blow to the Great Primordial, so the battlefield is placed on Chaos Void. Good. Yuanshi shouted loudly, not to be outdone, he broke through the void and landed on Chaos Void. The 5 saints, including Lao Ziyi, Tongtian, Nuwa, Jiyin, and Zhnt, followed closely behind and went to chaos to watch the battle. Let's go watch the battle. Zhen Yuan Ziyi Hongyun and other innate powers also set off one after another, rushing to chaos. This is Great Primordial's first saint-level battle, how could they miss it? The fact that Saint left Dao Rime alone was enough to benefit them a lot. Not to mention, they all wanted to see how strong the mysterious senior Lu Fan was. Although Hung Jun didn't go there because of his status, but when he returned to Zixiao Palace, he also fixed his eyes on the chaotic battlefield. Trying to see through Lu Fan's details from this battle. Chapter 53. Chaos Void. Lu Fan and Yuanshi faced each other hundreds of millions of miles away. Hundreds of millions of miles, it seems very far away, but for their existence, it is just a moment away. Yuanshi looked alert, and Chengdu's spirit was raised to the extreme. It is about Pangu Banner and his Saint Majesty, he must go all out for this battle. On the other hand, Lu Fan's expression is indifferent, and the ancient well is calm. The quantum body is like a mythical Great Way Immortal, and all time and space are eternal. Not to mention the Yuanshi who just proved the Dao Sanctified standing in front of him, even the Daoist Hung Jun, he is not afraid at all. Don't be square, it's not a big problem. Yuanshi, make a quick decision, you go first. Lu Fan spoke lightly, not wanting to waste too much time. As you wish. Yuanshi shouted coldly, and immediately sacrificed the Pangu banner. A chaotic sword energy pierced hundreds of millions of miles of chaos and came towards Lu Fan. Destroy. Lu Fan didn't even look at it, but spoke softly. Before the words fell, the sword energy of chaos dissipated directly. Chaos sword energy still belongs to the category of particles. As long as it is a particle, he can decompose it at will. As expected of senior Lu Fan. Zhen Yuan Ziyi Hongyun and other innate powers are all amazed. It is not difficult to resolve Yuanshi's attack, but the difficulty is that it is so easy to resolve. See how many you can destroy. A stern look flashed in Yuanshi's eyes, and he continued to push Pangu banner. In an instant, millions of chaotic sword chi slashed towards Lu Fan. This is chaos sword chi, golden immortal of the Great Way will die if touched, and saint will be in trouble if touched. As many as come, I will destroy as many as possible. Lu Fan smiled lightly, and without any action, the million chaotic sword energy dissipated again. Again, as long as it is a particle, he can decompose it. Although it is true that chaos particles are more complicated than other particles, it is only a little bit more difficult. Not a big problem. This is impossible. Yuanqi couldn't believe it. He didn't want to cause much trouble for Lu Fan, but Lu Fan would move anyway. To defuse such a powerful attack without even moving? Lao Ziyi, Tongtian and other saints also had serious eyes, and had a preliminary understanding of Lu Fan's strength. Even if they are sanctified, there is still a huge gap with Lu Fan. Lu Fan deserves to be at the same level as Hung Jun. Come again. Yuanqi was not reconciled, and Pangu Banner cut out one after another. This time, it was hundreds of millions of chaotic sword energy. The Jade Pure One God Thunder. Yuanqi shouted angrily, and at the same time cast thunder. Hundreds of ways, 10,000 ways, millions of ways, hundreds of millions of ways. Countless purple divine thunders were born from the void, roaring like a dragon, trying to tear Lu Fan into pieces. However, Lu Fan's golden quantum body, like 10,000 poisons invulnerable and indestructible, has formed a taboo field in chaos void. All Yuanqi's attacks will automatically dissipate and disintegrate as long as they are close to Lu Fan Fang Yuan a million miles away. The Jade Pure One Tianyan. Yuanqi didn't believe in evil, so he used fire magic again. As the Great Primordial's #1 forging expert, he also has an extremely strong comprehension of the laws of the fire system. Runes flew all over the sky, and chaos turned into a sea of flames. The air of chaos boiled, and the void was burned out. However, for Lu Fan, the result was the same. Lu Fan yawned, bored by Yuanqi's attack. He thought that Yuanqi was saint anyway, and he could barely be his opponent, but he didn't expect Yuanqi's attack to stay at low latitudes. Maybe it was sanctified just now, and I haven't gotten used to it yet. Lu Fan smiled playfully, but did not take the initiative to attack, and let Yuanqi attack. The Saint Primordial Spirit rests on Heavenly Dao, with inexhaustible mana, and if Yuanqi is not allowed to use all his strength, he will not lose convincingly. Time flies by. Before you know it, 100 years have passed. Yuanqi used all the moves he could use, but still didn't hurt Lu Fan at all. Lao Ziyi, Tongtian and other strong players who watched the battle were so powerful that everyone who watched was paralyzed. A saint, it took 100 years, but he didn't let his opponent move a finger. This is simply out of line. Yuanqi, are you willing to admit defeat? Lu Fan finally spoke up and let Yuanqi attack for 100 years, now it's time to end this battle. Joke, although the poor Daoist didn't hurt you at all, but you didn't hurt the poor Daoist at all. Why did the poor Daoist admit defeat? Yuanqi was stubborn and didn't intend to admit defeat. In that case, I will fulfill you. Lu Fan seemed to have anticipated Yuanqi's reaction, and there was no surprise, but his voice suddenly became indifferent. Not good. Yuanqi primordial spirit sensed it immediately, and the hairs of hundreds of millions stood on end, feeling an unprecedented crisis. Without thinking, he retreated instinctively. However, as if frozen, all his movements froze, even his facial expressions. What on earth is it? What a terrifying power! Even Saint can't move. Zhen Yuan Ziyi, Hong Yin and other innate powers were all shocked, and there was an uproar in their hearts. Even Lao Ziyi, Tongtian and other saints all looked solemn like never before, and their hearts were full of fear. Time freeze. Ziyi Xiaogong and Hung Jun also looked solemn, and spit out 4 words. With his realm, he can see Yuanqi's situation more clearly. What Lu Fan froze was not Yuanqi, but time where Yuanqi was. This kind of ability can only be displayed by cultivating the law of time to a very high level. Could it be that he is the chaos demon god who controls time? Hung Jun's heart was full of ups and downs, and he couldn't help guessing about Lu Fan's identity. Yang Mei is the space demon god who controls space, and Lu Fan is the time demon god who controls time. This speculation is reasonable and not wrong. It's just that he didn't know that Lu Fan's ability to control time is not the time demon god, but his quantum body. Yuanqi, I'm here to hurt you now. Lu Fan's voice was faint, resounding through the boundless chaos. His golden quantum body appeared in front of Yuanqi like a ghost, and his golden fingers gently tapped Yuanqi's forehead. No. Yuanqi was terrified. Although his body was frozen, his primordial spirit was protected by heavenly Dao, so he was not frozen. So, he can still feel the fear. However, fear doesn't change anything. Infinite particles invaded Yuanqi's holy body along Lu Fan's fingers, and each particle exploded in Yuanqi's body like a explosive device. Boom! With a loud noise, Yuanqi's body was directly turned into powder. Chapter 54. Hiss. At the moment when Yuanqi Saint's body was blasted to death by Lu Fan's finger, the innate powers who watched the battle all took a breath. Their eyes widened, watching all this in disbelief. What? Yuanqi Saint was killed by Senior Lu Fan. It's still a one-finger instant kill. Boundless Celestial Venerable, just how strong is Senior Lu Fan? The congenital powers were shocked, and their hearts were like a meteorite falling into Wang Yang Sea, setting off monstrous waves. They all know that Lu Fan is very strong, at least on the same level as Hung Jun. But how strong Lu Fan is, they don't know. Only now did they have a concept in their minds. That is, even the Supreme Saint of Heavenly Dao in their hearts was instantly killed by Lu Fan with one finger. This is the strength of Lu Fan. No, maybe more than that. There is a saying that goes well, you get 100 points in the test because you only have 100 points in strength, but the top student depends on 100 points, because you only have 100 points in the exam. Changing to this, it means that Lu Fan killed Saint with one finger, because one finger is the least. If he had half a finger, Lu Fan would still be able to kill Yuanqi instantly. At this thought, everyone was shocked again, and their livers and gallbladders trembled. Other than that, there was a bit of a surprise. Especially Zhen Yuanzi, Hong Yun, Emperor Jun, and Eastern Emperor Tai. Zhen Yuanzi Hong Yun can be said to be a follower of Lu Fan. The stronger Lu Fan is, the more they benefit. And Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tai wants to take refuge in Lu Fan, hoping that Lu Fan will protect them, and naturally hopes that Lu Fan will be as strong as possible. In contrast, Lao Zi, Tong Tian, Ji Yin, and Zhnt were startled, horrified, and terrified. They thought that even if Yuanqi lost to Lu Fan, he would still be able to fight Lu Fan for 300 rounds. Unexpectedly, Lu Fan directly gave Yuanqi a move. Although they knew that the Saint Primordial Spirit entrusted Heavenly Dao, they would not fall directly because of this, but they were both saints, and they still felt their scalps tingling. Didn't the Exalted Master say that everyone under Saint is an ant? Why does Lu Fan feel like he is still an ant after Sanctified? The hearts of the saints were turbulent, and they looked at Lu Fan with endless fear. Even Nuwa, who has a good relationship with Lu Fan, couldn't help trembling, and looked at Lu Fan with awe. It's okay not to be in awe. Lu Fan can instantly kill Yuanqi, so naturally he can also instantly kill her. For no reason, she felt a little lucky. After creating Sanctified, he didn't show off in front of Lu Fan. Otherwise, her fate would definitely be no better than Yuanqi's. Yuanqi is a man, so he has to be thick-skinned. She is a goddess. If she is killed in full view, she will have no face to gain a foothold in Great Primordial in the future. Zi Xiaogong. Hung Jun's pupils contracted, and he was also a little shocked. As the spokesperson of Heavenly Dao, it is not difficult to suppress Yuanqi with his strength, but it is definitely not as light as Liu Fan, unless he uses the power of Heavenly Dao. Has he already transcended Heavenly Dao? Hung Jun's pupils contracted again, and he couldn't help but feel the ups and downs in his heart. Heavenly Dao Long River. Countless Heavenly Dao particles suddenly rushed in one direction like a tide. Immediately afterwards, Yuanqi's figure appeared. Saint Primordial Spirit entrusts Heavenly Dao and is protected by Heavenly Dao, so his primordial spirit is not destroyed. Under the Heavenly Dao rule, he reshaped his body. Little Liu Fan, the poor Daoist is irreconcilable with you. Yuanqi's eyes shot out with anger, and his roar shook the entire Heavenly Dao river. Although he was not really killed, but Liu Fan killed him with one move in front of so many people. How can he have the majesty of saint? He stared at Liu Fan with hatred. If his gaze could kill Liu Fan would have already been hacked to pieces. However, if you look closely, you will find that there is still a lingering fear deep in Yuanqi's eyes. Only he himself knows how terrifying Liu Fan's finger is. If it wasn't for the Heavenly Dao rules protecting his primordial spirit, he would have been wiped out long ago. Even so, he felt how terrible Liu Fan was. That is a higher dimension, and it is a dimensionality reduction blow to him. He even vaguely felt that if Liu Fan made a full attack, Heavenly Dao might not be able to protect him. Saint is immortal and will be broken by Liu Fan. Chaos Void. Liu Fan also noticed Yuanqi's gaze, but he didn't care. Saint is immortal, and he didn't think about killing Yuanqi. He just looked at Pangu banner suspended in the chaos. Because Yuanqi's holy body was blown off, the Pangu banner would naturally fall. Liu Fan waved Pangu banner lightly with his hand, and then smiled in Yuanqi's direction. This Pangu banner, I will accept it. This is because in Great Primordial, if it is in the city, Liu Fan will say something without hesitation. Thank you for the Pangu banner sent by the old iron. Puff. Yuanqi couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of golden blood. Killing and punishing one's heart, nothing more than that. Anyone else have any objections? Liu Fan glanced at the audience again. Especially the four saints of Lao Zi, Tongtian, Jiyin, and Zhnt. The four of Lao Zi scolded their mothers in their hearts, but they didn't expect that this would be affected by Liu Fan. They had no choice but to look away, lest Liu Fan find a reason to target them. They didn't want to follow in Yuanqi's footsteps and be blown up on the spot. For a moment, no one in the audience dared to look directly at Liu Fan. As expected of Senior Liu Fan. The congenital powers once again marveled. Pangu banner is a congenital treasure, and it is also the treasure of Yuanqi Saint's town education, so it is so easy for Liu Fan to get it. It is incredible. Moreover, even Saint of Heavenly Dao did not dare to challenge Liu Fan's edge. Simply stunning. At this moment, Liu Fan's reputation among innate powers has reached the peak. Seeing no objection, Liu Fan put the Pangu banner away with a light smile. This is the first innate treasure he got, and he will have to study it carefully when he goes back. Liu Fan, if this revenge is not avenged, the poor Daoist will not be holy. Yuanqi roared angrily, left the Heavenly Dao river and returned to the ashram. Although his heart was full of anger, he had no face to fight back. Lao Zi, Tongtian, Jiyin, Zhnt, and others also returned separately. It is not suitable to stay here for a long time. Feeling bored, Liu Fan also left the chaos battlefield and returned to Longevity Hill. Hurry up! Hurry up and catch up! Go and pay homage to Senior Liu Fan. Emperor Jun, Eastern Emperor Tai and other innate powers reacted, quickly broke through the void, and descended on Longevity Mountain together. This is a great opportunity for them to get closer to Liu Fan. How could they easily miss it? Chapter 55. After a while, all the innate powers appeared outside the Liu Fan Monastery of Five Manners, bowing to Liu Fan. Let's all be free. Liu Fan glanced at the group of innate talents, and spoke lightly. Thank you Senior Lu Fan. Emperor Jun, Eastern Emperor Tai and others all thank you. Then, Emperor Jun stepped forward and spoke respectfully first. Senior Lu Fan, this junior has something to ask for. You say. Lu Fan's golden eyes swept towards Emperor Jun, and with his ability, he could see through Emperor Jun's mind at a glance, but he didn't point it out first. The other powers couldn't help looking at Emperor Jun, wondering what request Emperor Jun would make to Lu Fan. The junior wants to invite the senior to join the Heavenly Court and serve as the Emperor Teacher of the Heavenly Court. I wonder if the senior is willing. Emperor Jun looked at Lu Fan expectantly. In order to win over Lu Fan, he spent all his money. Heavenly Court Emperor Master, this is not comparable to Kunpeng's Demon Master. Emperor, that is, the Emperor of Heaven. The Emperor Teacher is the teacher of the Emperor of Heaven. It means that Emperor Jun will treat Lu Fan as a teacher. I didn't expect Emperor Jun to be so ambitious. Zhen Yuan, Zi Hong Yun and others couldn't help being startled, and then they all looked at Lu Fan nervously, lest Lu Fan agree to Emperor Jun. With Lu Fan's strength, if he agrees to Emperor Jun Heavenly Court will inevitably increase in strength, and it will be easy to dominate the Great Primordial. At that time, their innate abilities must have had a hard time. I'm not interested. Lu Fan rejected Emperor Jun without hesitation. Not to mention the Emperor's master, even the Emperor's tyrant, he is not interested. With his strength, joining the Heavenly Court, it's too shameful. What's more, he knew that in the original trajectory, in order to deal with the Witch clan, Emperor Jun slaughtered the human race and refined the sword of witch slaughter. Human race almost wiped out the genocide directly. Although this is a matter of another time and space, it's fine if he doesn't avenge human race. How could he help Emperor Jun, Eastern Emperor Tai? Senior. Emperor Jun didn't give up, and wanted to continue to increase his chips to persuade Lu Fan, but Lu Fan didn't give them another chance. Okay, I'm tired, you all go back first. Lu Fan waved his hand and directly issued the order to evict the guest. Yes, Senior. Emperor Jun, Eastern Emperor Tai had no choice but to bid farewell and leave. The other great powers did not expect to be affected, but they had no choice but to respectfully resign. Only Zhen Yuan and Zi Hong Yun had a good relationship with Lu Fan, so he stayed cheeky. However, Hong Yun does look preoccupied. After all, other people with purple chi of Grand Mist have already proved the Dao Sanctified, but he didn't move at all. How could he not feel depressed and anxious? Lu Fan knew what Hong Yun was thinking, but he didn't point it out, waiting for Hong Yun to speak. After a while, Hong Yun was so anxious that he couldn't help but plead. Senior Lu Fan, there is something I don't understand, I beg you to answer me. Just tell me. Lu Fan said flatly. This junior is pregnant with purple chi of Grand Mist, but he has not been able to prove the Dao Sanctified. Senior has advanced cultivation, can you give me some pointers? Hong Yun looked at Lu Fan expectantly. In his opinion, Lu Fan's strength was unpredictable and he could give Nuwa sanctified advice. Even Lao Zi's chance to prove the Dao was almost blocked by Lu Fan. Then point him to prove the Dao sanctified, absolutely handy. Even if it can't be sanctified, it's good to give him a direction. You give me the purple chi of Grand Mist. Lu Fan did not answer Hong Yun, but first asked Hong Yun for the study of purple chi of Grand Mist. Senior, please take a look. Hong Yun immediately took out the purple chi of Grand Mist, and handed it to Lu Fan respectfully. If someone else found and asked for purple chi of Grand Mist, he would definitely not give it to him, but he didn't have any scruples about it to Lu Fan. Just kidding, Lu Fan can instantly kill Yuan Chi with one finger, do you still need purple chi of Grand Mist? Just wait. Lu Fan took over the purple chi of Grand Mist, and the quantum body immediately began to analyze it. Purple chi of Grand Mist is a new elemental composition that is extremely rare in the Great Primordial. Anyway, among the elements collected by Lu Fan, it has never appeared. These elements make up the purple chi of Grand Mist. These element atoms constitute the purple chi of Grand Mist molecule, and the molecular atoms are arranged in dense patterns. These lines can be regarded as the source code of Heavenly Dao terminal. If you understand it, you can master the power of Heavenly Dao rules. Even if you can't comprehend it, when you encounter a large number of Heavenly Dao karmic merits, you can activate the key purple chi of Grand Mist, directly transfer the primordial spirit to the Heavenly Dao terminal, and then mobilize the Heavenly Dao rules. Unfortunately, this element is indeed rare, otherwise, I could infinitely duplicate the purple chi of Grand Mist, and then infinitely duplicate the Saint of Heavenly Dao. Lu Fan felt a little regretful. He searched the entire Great Primordial just now, but he didn't find this rare element. But even so, this purple chi of Grand Mist is also very useful for him to analyze the Heavenly Dao terminal. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as he is willing, Hong Yun can quickly comprehend the purple chi of Grand Mist, and then prove the Dao sanctified. Not only that, if Lu Fan completely cracks the mystery, he can even refine the purple chi of Grand Mist substitute and upload the primordial spirit to the Heavenly Dao terminal. Hong Yun doesn't know that his future fate depends on Lu Fan's thought. Seeing Lu Fan come back to his senses, Hong Yun hastily asked in a low voice, "Have you found anything, Senior?" Lu Fan didn't answer directly, and stretched out his finger a little. The purple chi of Grand Mist returned to Hong Yun again. Hong Yun's eyes were filled with anticipation, thinking that Lu Fan had already understood the mystery of purple chi of Grand Mist. As long as Lu Fan points, he can immediately sanctified. The same is true for Zhen Yu and Zi on the side. Both of them looked at Lu Fan helplessly, secretly excited, waiting for the arrival of good news. However, Lu Fan changed the subject and did not answer Hong Yun's question, but reminded him. You save your life first. Chapter 56. What? What does the senior mean? Hong Yun was shocked and couldn't understand. He just proved the Dao sanctified, how could his life be in danger? If it wasn't for Lu Fan who said this, he would have scolded the other party for nonsense. Hong Yun doesn't understand, please ask Senior Lu Fan to clarify. Hong Yun hurriedly asked. He believed that Lu Fan's words were definitely not groundless. Zhen Yu and Zi also showed a nervous and worried expression. Hong Yun is his good friend, so he naturally does not want Hong Yun to have an accident. The reason is very simple. You are also pregnant with purple chi of Grand Mist, 3 pure ones and others have been sanctified, but you have not proved the Dao, and you have not been accepted as a disciple by Hung Jun, so it is normal to be targeted. Lu Fan calmly explained that he was familiar with the history of the Great Primordial and knew Hong Yun's fate like the palm of his hand. Instead of proving the Dao sanctified, Hong Yun was robbed of the purple chi of Grand Mist and fell. How could this be? Hong Yun's face was pale, as if he had been hit hard, his figure staggered, and he almost lost his footing. As an innate power, he has extraordinary understanding, and he immediately understood that what Lu Fan said was very reasonable, but he never thought of it that way. Everyone is innocent, but pregnant is guilty. If he proves the Dao sanctified, no one will count him. If he hasn't proved the Dao for a long time, someone must think that he has nothing to do with the purple chi of Grand Mist, and then plot to take his purple chi of Grand Mist away. Disaster is imminent. Senior, don't they even give senior face? Zhen Yu and Zi suddenly said, in his opinion, they are following Lu Fan. Don't look at the monk's face to see the Buddha's face. Lu Fan's strength and prestige in the Great Primordial is so strong, he can kill Saint with one finger, who dares to act recklessly? Yes, Senior. Hong Yun nodded as if grabbing a life-saving straw. The Prince of East was also the head of Hung Jun's male immortal, and he fell as usual. Lu Fan shook his head, but he didn't think his name was so useful. Grand Dao fights, whoever you are. In the face of absolute interests, some people can risk their own lives, let alone worry about him. Hong Yun's heart was suddenly ashamed, and he was dejected, as if he was mourning his concubine. But Zhen Yuanzi was thoughtful. Senior, could it be that Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai will try to snatch it? Lu Fan just mentioned Prince of East, and Prince of East was killed by Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tai, making one have to suspect that they were also the ones who attacked Hong Yun. Not bad. Clever. Lu Fan nodded and looked at Zhen Yuanzi appreciatively. It is worthy of innate power, it can be seen through at one point. Senior, can you help me? Zhen Yuanzi suddenly knelt in front of Lu Fan, looking forward sincerely. Hong Yun has lost his mind, and as a good friend of Hong Yun, he can't just leave him alone, so he hastily pleaded with Lu Fan. Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tai doesn't care about Lu Fan, but he doesn't care about Lu Fan, but as long as Lu Fan makes a move, all the monsters will be endless. Senior, please save me. Hong Yun also reacted, and immediately asked for help. Lu Fan is now their only lifeline. Can? Lu Fan didn't entertain the two of them, and directly agreed to make a move. Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior. Hong Yun Zhen Yuanzi burst into tears of gratitude, his voice trembling with excitement. No need to be polite. Lu Fan raised his right hand falsely and helped them up. He is not a bad person, the main reason is that he knows that Zhen Yuanzi Hong Yun is close to him. If Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tai really killed Hong Yun, it would be a slap in the face for him. Who will follow him in the future? Not to mention, Zhen Yuanzi Hong Yun contributed to his metaverse test. It is reasonable to save his life. Seniors are reborn with kindness, and when seniors need it in the future, Hong Yun will go through fire and water without hesitation. Hong Yun is grateful again and again, even though he knows that his strength can't help Lu Fan at all, but he wants to express his heart. Forget it, you go back to practice first, if necessary, I will call you. Lu Fan waved his hand and directly issued the order to evict the guest, ending the conversation. Boom boom boom. Soon after Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun left. Outside the Monastery of Five Manners, bursts of loud roars sounded. At the same time, a plane dived from the sky like a falcon and landed rapidly. The cabin door opened, and the three ancestors quickly stepped down from the plane. They dress modern and out of place with the Great Primordial. I'm begging to see my mentor. The three Z's stood in the Monastery of Five Manners, bowing respectfully. Come in. Lu Fan's flat voice came from the temple. He was very clear about the purpose of the three ancestors, and it was nothing more than the new human race. Sure enough, when the three ancestors came in, they immediately asked. Mentor, I don't know about those new human races, how should we treat them? Perhaps in order to deliberately compete with Lu Fan human race, Lao Zi asked Suandu to lead the new human race to be stationed near the human race territory. As human race, the three ancestors really want to unify the new human race. But without Lu Fan's consent, they did not act rashly. After all, Lao Zi Jindan Grand Dao, who was learned by the new human race, followed them in two ways. Don't worry about them, just develop your own. Lu Fan expressed his attitude that it will be a matter of time to unify the new human race, but not now. Now even if unified, the new human race is not convinced. Only human race on his side is strong enough, so strong that it can be crushed, and the new human race will naturally catch up and seek unity. You can start working on developing a explosive device now. Lu Fan thought for a moment, then suddenly spoke. Over the past 100 years, human race conventional weapons have developed to the peak, and it is time to consider strategic weapons. To be strong in human race, explosive devices are indispensable. Research and develop now to deter the new human race first. Really? We can develop a explosive device now. The three ancestors suddenly became excited, they had heard Lu Fan's description of the explosive device long ago. Under the immortals, once the explosive device is released, all living beings are equal. For them now, it is an invincible killer. They have long wanted to develop it, but Lu Fan didn't teach them, and they don't know where to start. Of course, give you a year, can you make it? With a smile on the corner of Lu Fan's mouth, he issued a military order to the three ancestors. Building an explosive device in 1 year seems to be very difficult, but it is not difficult. You know, it only took 7 or 8 years for ordinary humans on Earth to develop explosive device. The rabbit country took even less time, only about 3 years. Great Primordial is born with human race, and is much higher than ordinary humans in all aspects, so the speed is naturally faster. Don't worry, mentor, it won't take a year. We can make a explosive device in half a year. Chapter 57. The eyes of the three ancestors are firm and full of confidence. They lack nothing now, the only thing they lack is theoretical knowledge. Once you've learned all the theory, you can start manufacturing right away. Okay, then half a year. Lu Fan was very satisfied with the attitude of the three ancestors, and shortened the time again without hesitation. Absolutely live up to the teacher's expectations. The three answered in unison, full of fighting spirit. It's not too late, you go and prepare now. Lu Fan smiled even wider. Yes. The three spoke in unison. After taking his leave respectfully, he immediately returned to the human race territory and entered the metaverse to study. In the metaverse, Lu Fan also opened the authority to keep the teacher away from teaching the theory of destructive missiles. Headed by Swiren clan, this professional human race is all hard at work, absorbing relevant knowledge frantically. It turns out that explosive device release huge energy through explosive fission or fusion. The atomic device is explosive fission, the hydrogen device is explosive fusion, and the power of the hydrogen device is more powerful than the atomic device. In addition to atomic device, hydrogen device, and hydrogen-uranium device. Under the teaching of Teacher Metaverse, Swiren clan and other human race quickly understood the explosive device theory. Then, without stopping, they began to develop a explosive device. The first thing they built was the atomic device. Because the human race infrastructure is highly developed and the modern industrial system is complete, the manufacture of atomic device parts is very smooth. In less than half a year, the atomic device was developed and explosive tests began. The yield of this atomic device has reached 1 million tons, which is nearly 100 times stronger than that of the first atomic device on Earth in Lu Fan's previous life. On the edge of the human race territory, on a deserted Gobi desert. An atomic device is like a moment of destruction, exuding a breath of cold death, inserted in the endless land. In the distance, countless human race put on goggles, held their breath, and watched this scene expectantly. Although not all human races are involved in the development and manufacture of the atomic device, they are all full of expectations for the power of the atomic device. Time passed slowly, and under people's nervous anticipation, the time to detonate the atomic device finally arrived. Report Swiren clan's ancestor has entered the preparation process. Report to the ancestor, the static detection has ended, everything is normal. The weather detection is all normal. All irrelevant personnel around the test explosion site are cleared. The first unit is ready. The second team is ready. All tests have been completed, and the test explosion can begin. All responsible groups keep reporting to Swiren clan. Very good. After Swiren clan and the others heard that everything was normal, a relieved smile finally appeared on their always serious faces. Then, their expressions became serious again. After half a year of sharpening the sword, it is out of the sheath today. Whether the sword is sharp or not, please witness. Attention all units, prepare to detonate. Swiren clan held a timer, and his deep and powerful voice was broadcast to the ears of every human race. 10, 9, 8, 4, 3, 2. At first, it was just Swiren clan counting down, but then all human race joined in. Billions of human race shouted in unison, the sound was deafening, resounding through the 9 heavens. If this were placed on the earth in the previous life, it would be equivalent to the people all over the earth shouting in unison. The scene is as spectacular as one can imagine. This should be the first time I have watched an explosive explosion with my own eyes. Monastery of 5 Manners, Lu Fan couldn't help casting his eyes over the human race when he heard the shout, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He remembered the first atomic device explosion in Huaxia in his previous life, declaring that Huaxia human race has stood up from now on. And now, the explosion of the Great Primordial atomic device also announced that the Great Primordial human race has stood up. Meanwhile, freshman human race doesn't know what terrible things are about to happen. At the moment, they are practicing with Suandu. The heart is empty, and there is no trace of the object. It is necessary to do what is necessary, and it is regarded as the rule. If you don't move, you will be quiet, and peace is like still water. When things come, they appear, and when things go, there is no trace. Suandul looked calm and eloquent, and imparted Lao Zi golden elixir Grand Dao to the new human race. Just as everyone was enlightening, the voices of several new human race members came from not far away. Brother, we found a corpse of a ferocious beast, enough food for us for a few days. Several human races came back panting and dragging the corpse of a giant beast of a full 100 tons. All he could see was that the beast was devastated, all large and small wounds, some parts were bloody, and some wounds had iron pieces the size of palms. The wound on this beast seems to be hit by the human race over there with a weapon. I heard that each of them holds such a powerful weapon, and they are not afraid to deal with giant beasts. They can even single-handedly kill a fierce beast with that powerful weapon. While guessing, several people talked about it, and their words revealed envy and shock. Although they all have practiced, but after all, the time is not long, there is no way to kill such a huge beast so easily. Those are all foreign things. Why are you envious? Winning with foreign things is not a long-term solution after all. We can only last forever if we strengthen ourselves by practicing the golden elixir Grand Dao. Suandu stood up, scanned all the human race with majestic eyes, and warned in a stern tone. If human race wants to be strong, it has to rely on itself, and external power is not advisable. He is Lao Zi direct disciple, so he highly respects Lao Zi. Under the influence of Lao Zi, he is like a loyal believer, and regards Lu Fan's human race as heresy. Although the new human race did not dare to disobey Suandu's majesty, they still couldn't help asking questions. Brother, what if their weapons hit us? This is what the new human race is most worried about. They are afraid that Lu Fan human race will rule them all. Don't worry, as long as we are fast enough, they will naturally miss. Suandu waved his hands indifferently, and his words revealed strong confidence. After a pause, he added another sentence. Even if we hit it, as long as we are strong enough and physically strong enough, those weapons will not pose any threat to us at all. Suandu put his hands behind his back and looked towards the direction of the human race territory, with a hint of arrogance in his expression. As a Lao Zi direct disciple, his cultivation base is much higher than other ordinary human race. To put it bluntly, it was Lao Zi who hooked him up and acted as a facade. His current cultivation level is already at the golden elixir realm of the golden elixir Grand Dao passed down by Lao Zi. Therefore, he does have the confidence to not be afraid of the conventional weapons currently used by human race. However, before his words fell, suddenly, a strong and dazzling light rushed towards him. It felt like the sun was suddenly moved in front of them. Chapter 58. What is that? Suandu's pupils shrank suddenly, and before he could show shock on his face, the strong light flooded him and the human race around him. He subconsciously covered it with his hands, but he still felt dazzling. Even he, a Jindan powerhouse, was like this, let alone an ordinary human race. His eyes felt like they were on fire, and they cried out in pain. Ah! It hurts so much. It hurts to death. Everyone, don't panic. Suindu forcibly calmed down, shouted, and released a black Baishian light shield to protect everyone first. After a while, everyone slowly opened their eyes, and their emotions gradually calmed down. But immediately after, a deafening sound came. Boom! Like the sky falling, like the earth cracking. This voice was like thunder falling from the 9 heavens, shaking Xin human race's liver and gallbladder, and his heart beat violently. Some people were even frightened and trembled all over. Even Suindu, who was caught off guard, was shaken so that his primordial spirit trembled, and his ghosts sprang up. In the end, what happened? Suindu was terrified, and endless fear welled up in his heart. He doesn't know, this is human race. The atomic device test exploded successfully. Under the intention of the 3 ancestors, the test explosion site they chose happened to be sandwiched between the human race territory and the new human race territory. Therefore, after the atomic device exploded, Suindu and other new human race were fortunate to witness it for the first time. Because the speed of light is the fastest, they first saw the dazzling light brought by the explosion, and then heard the huge roar of the explosion. Could it be a new weapon made by human race? This idea popped up in Suindu's mind for no reason. He wasn't guessing for no reason, because that direction was too close to the human race territory. As a disciple of Lao Zi, he knows secrets that other new human races do not know. That is, the human race territory is covered by Lu Fan. Therefore, there will never be such a powerful force appearing in the human race territory. If it appears, it must be created by human race itself. As soon as he thought of this, Suindu couldn't help but gasped, and his scalp tingled for a while. He just swore to the new human race that as long as they cultivated fast enough, human race weapons would not be able to threaten them. But before the atomic device, it was all a joke. Brother, do you know what happened? The other human race were pale and bewildered, they all looked at Suindu. Suindu opened his mouth, but finally shook his head. However, he quickly showed firm eyes, gritted his teeth and said, "Come on, let's go take a look together." At Suindu's order, he took the lead and rushed towards the explosion point first. He wanted to see what kind of terrifying weapon human race had created. As a Jindan powerhouse, Suindu's speed is so fast that he can even fly in the sky. But in order to take care of other human race disciples, he had to slow down. After running all the way, they got closer and closer to the atomic device test site. But the closer they got, the more shocked they were. They saw countless rocks rolling down, trees broken, and even the corpses of ferocious beasts. This is all caused by the aftermath of the explosion. Those ferocious beasts were frightened by the sound of the atomic device explosion and frightened to death. These scenes kept impacting the visual nerves of Suindu and others. Just the impact of the aftermath is so strong, how terrible is the center of the explosion. Finally, they reached the outer area of the atomic device test site. However, this place has already been blocked by the order of the 3 ancestors. This is not to prevent Suindu and others from peeping, but they all know that there will be explosive radiation after a explosive explosion. Before they are sure whether the explosive radiation will affect the human body, they strictly prohibit anyone from stepping into the explosion area. Experimental site, stop those who come. Human race soldiers each armed with bazooka electromagnetic guns, directly stopped Suindu and others. Behind them, tanks and armed helicopters are arranged on the blockade line, ready to be called at any time. Sure enough, it's a new weapon they made. Suindu's complexion couldn't help changing, he confirmed the guess in his heart, he couldn't help swallowing, his eyelids kept twitching wildly. Other new human races also panicked. Not long ago, Suindu encouraged them to firmly believe that the golden elixir Grand Dao is the right way, but in a blink of an eye, human race produced such a big killer, which made them not panic. Brother, what should we do now? Everyone had no choice but to look at Suindu again. Suindu looked around, and finally found a high mountain. "Come on, let's go to that mountain." Suindu gave orders and led the new batch of human race disciples to climb that mountain. After climbing the mountain, he looked into the distance and finally could see the explosion area. Then, no matter whether it was Suindu or the ordinary new human race disciples, they couldn't help but gasp. Hiss! Everyone, with their eyes wide open, stood there blankly, looking into the distance in disbelief. In front of the eyes, millions of miles away, there is a giant device crater, and the inside of the crater has all been turned into scorched earth, emitting wisps of heat. Not a single living thing. Not even a dead weed. All were evaporated by the heat wave, without any trace of life. What is the concept of Fang Yuan millions of miles? You know, Daxia's land area is only 9.6 million square kilometers. One can imagine the power of this atomic device. Many people's concept of the atomic device may still be stuck in the original devising of the city of the plaster country, thinking that the power is only so great. In fact, the power of an atomic device depends on its yield. The greater the equivalent, the stronger the atomic device. Not to mention, there are stronger hydrogen device behind. In theory, as long as the equivalent is enough, it is completely enough to destroy a planet. That's why Lu Fan said that once the explosive device is released, all living beings are equal under immortals. This atomic device is just the beginning. As human race continues to research and manufacture in the later stage, the explosive peace fairy is definitely not a dream. Brother, can we hide from this weapon? After a while, the new human race gradually came to their senses, and a weak voice sounded. Yet, can we escape? Everyone looked at Suindu in unison, eager to know the answer. The corner of Suindu's mouth couldn't help twitching. He didn't expect the new human race to be so blind, which pot does not open and which pot to lift. The arrogance of being a disciple of Lao Zi made him want to firmly answer that he can escape. But the iron-like facts made it impossible for him to open his mouth. Just kidding, how do they hide from such a large explosion range? How strong and how fast can he escape the explosion range in an instant? As long as you can't escape, you will be directly evaporated by the high temperature, leaving no slag. Anyway, with the current strength of new human race, it will definitely not be possible. But in the face of the eyes of the new human race eager for answers, he finally hesitated. Maybe. Chapter 59. Longevity Hill, Monastery of Five Manners. For the power of this atomic device explosion, Lu Fan saw it in his eyes and was very satisfied in his heart. More than twice as powerful as expected, it seems that these weapons have also been strengthened in the Great Primordial. Because the human race itself is not an ordinary person, and they are all practicing. In addition, when making explosive device, they also used some substances from the Great Primordial. In this way, the power of the atomic device was virtually enhanced. Explosive radiation does not exist, but instead becomes another kind of energy that can be absorbed for cultivation. Lu Fan's golden eyes flickered, and after a little analysis, he was sure that after the atomic device exploded, there would be no explosive pollution to the Great Primordial. Explosive radiation is a harmful substance for ordinary human race, but for Great Primordial human race, it is a great supplement. Isn't there a novel written about it? The so-called internal force is the energy produced by explosive radiation. The same reason. Boom! Another burst of aircraft roar. The three ancestors of the Zi clan came to the Monastery of Five Manners again by plane. Obviously, they announced the good news to Lu Fan after the atomic device test was successful. Mentor, we succeeded. Before the three members of Zi's family arrived, their voices came first. Excited and joyful voices reached the Monastery of Five Manners. You guys did a good job, I've seen it all. Lu Fan nodded with a smile and praised the three of them appropriately. Thank you, tutor. The three of Zi were immediately more delighted. Compared with the successful detonation of the atomic device, they hope to be recognized by Lu Fan. In their hearts, Lu Fan is the only true God in the scientific world. They are all believers in Lu Fan science. To be recognized by the true God is the highest honor for a believer. Don't be too polite. Lu Fan smiled and waved his hands, then changed the subject and looked serious. However, you can't be complacent. There is still a long way to go. The atomic device is just the beginning, and there is still a lot of room for development. He earnestly told him that he didn't want the three ancestors to be complacent and stagnant because of this. The Great Primordial World is not the Earth. Relying solely on atomic device does not have much deterrent power at all. Just any fairy-level monster can wipe out all human race. Please guide me. Xiaxi Bingxue was smart, and immediately accepted the teaching with an open mind, while looking expectantly at Lu Fan. At the same time, he did not forget to take out his small notebook and write down Lu Fan's good words at any time. Lu Fan's words are all true. Please guide me. Swiren clan Yoshio is also excitedly looking forward to it. They are now clearly aware of the importance of Lu Fan as a mentor. As long as Lu Fan shows them the direction, they can get twice the result with half the effort. Not bad. Lu Fan nodded in satisfaction, admiring the attitude and understanding of the three of them. Immediately, they began to point out the direction for the three of them. However, he didn't force-feed all the knowledge points to the three of them, but tried to let the three ancestors understand it by themselves. What do you think of the power of the atomic device? Very strong. Very strong. Extremely strong. The three Z's spoke without hesitation, their expressions still unable to hide their excitement. The appearance of the atomic device is simply like a product of a cross-century cross-civilization level, directly raising their attack power by a level. What about the Great Primordial? Lu Fan poured a ladle of cold water directly to calm down the three Z's. This. The three of Zi couldn't help hesitating, and then Zi replied. I'm afraid it's insignificant like a firefly before a bright moon. That's right, do you know what to do? Lu Fan asked with a smile. What does the mentor mean? Continue to increase the power of the explosive device. With a flash of inspiration, Swiren clan tentatively replied. Yes. Although the power of the atomic device is not strong now, but you continue to increase it, 10,000 times. 1,000,000 times. It can pose a threat to higher level immortals. Lu Fan affirmed. Thank you, tutor, I understand. Swiren clan's eyes lit up, and he had a direction for the follow-up research. Lu Fan didn't deny it either, but just raised another question. Then there is another question. Immortals have great powers. What if they escaped before the explosive device exploded? This. The three great ancestors all frowned, thinking about this issue seriously. Indeed, the meaning of explosive device is to destroy the enemy, but what if the enemy runs away? No matter how powerful the explosive device is, it is useless. After a while, Swiren clan still replied firmly. Then don't let him run out of the range of the explosive device explosion. What are you going to do? Lu Fan looked at Swiren clan and continued to guide him. We can't control the means of the immortals. We can only change ourselves. If we want the immortals to be unable to escape, then we will increase the speed of the explosive device and keep chasing after them. After Swiren clan thought for a moment, he seriously expressed his thoughts. Very good. Your train of thought is absolutely correct. Lu Fan nodded appreciatively, agreeing to Swiren clan's answer. Hey hey. Swiren clan rubbed the back of his head foolishly, he was a little embarrassed to be named and praised by Lu Fan. So, in addition to increasing the power of the explosive device, the second thing you have to do is to increase the speed of the explosive device, as fast as possible. Beyond the speed of sound is only the most basic. Let's set a small goal and reach the speed of light. Lu Fan continued. What? The speed of light? The three ancestors were all shocked, staring at Lu Fan with wide eyes, wanting to ask if Lu Fan was serious. In classical physics, the speed of light is the fastest speed. It is a small goal for Lu Fan to open his mouth, reaching the speed of light. He is worthy of being a mentor. What, is there a problem? Lu Fan asked back with a smile. He is not exaggerating. In fact, when human race masters space technology, he can surpass the speed of light. No problem. The three ancestors shook their heads quickly, like a rattle. Since Lu Fan said so, it must be possible, but their cognition is limited. Then the next question is the third question. You also know that there are hundreds of millions of great primordial monks. If one or two explosive devices are no different from a drop in the bucket. Lu Fan did not stop at the second question, but continued to ask the third question. What does the instructor mean? We want to make more explosive device. Swiren clan immediately understood and asked tentatively. Yes, the quality is not enough, the quantity is enough. When you have enough explosive device, the explosive device will directly wipe out the ground, and ordinary immortals will have to stay away. Lu Fan said with a very firm tone. He is not exaggerating, because the temperature of the explosive device explosion is too high, more than 100 million degrees Celsius, higher than the temperature of the Sun. This is the temperature at the explosion point of ordinary hydrogen device on the Earth. If it is an enhanced version of Great Primordial, the temperature will be even more terrifying. This alone is enough to make low-level immortals daunting. Therefore, human race needs to mass-produce explosive device. If you are poor, you will be interspersed with tactics, and if you are rich, you will be covered by firepower. Let's set another small goal, mass-produce 100 million explosive device. Chapter 60. That's all there is to say about explosive device. To sum it up, there are 3 points: stronger, faster, and more. Lu Fan is like a teacher in class. After explaining a knowledge point, he made a brief summary for the 3 students of Swiren clan Yosheo. Thank you, mentor. When we go back, we will start researching immediately. The 3 of Zi looked excited, put away their small books, and couldn't wait to turn Lu Fan's advice into reality. However, they were all stopped by Lu Fan. Don't worry, I haven't finished my words yet. Lu Fan smiled and waved his hands, telling the 3 to calm down first, and continued to point them out. Explosive devices are very powerful, but they are large-scale attack weapons after all. You also need to pay attention to individual combat capabilities. Please tell the teacher clearly. The 3 of Zi hurriedly took out the notebook again, their expressions became more and more excited. They didn't expect that Lu Fan would tell them so much this time. You know, Lu Fan is the only true god in the scientific world. It is a great thing to be able to point out a sentence or two at ordinary times. Have you ever thought that if the enemy mixes with your crowd, can you still use explosive device? Lu Fan hit the nail on the head and directly pointed out the current flaws of human race. Explosive device are indiscriminate attacks, and the enemy cannot use explosive device when they are in melee with human race. However, human race's research on cultivation is still in its infancy, and its combat effectiveness is not strong at all. Conventional weapons are helpless against slightly stronger monsters. At that time, as Suandu said, as long as they were fast enough to kill human race with lightning speed, human race was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Maybe only a dagger is needed to kill human race easily. Mentor, we have also thought about this problem, but we really can't find a solution at present. Yes, we've talked about putting armor on for human race, but armor is too heavy to be worn all the time, and it doesn't protect every part of the body. The 3 of Zi frowned, they understood Lu Fan's implication, but there was really no good way. However, they can't help it, but Lu Fan can. You should already know nanotechnology. Lu Fan said calmly. Learned. The three of Zi said in unison that they had seen this term in the study materials before the college entrance examination. Of course, it was only a brief introduction at that time, and no in-depth explanation was given. If you combine nanotechnology with armor, your worries will no longer be a problem. Lu Fan smiled lightly. Yes. Why didn't I think of it? Yu Chao suddenly patted his head, and suddenly came to his senses. He was responsible for the human race armor before, but there has been no progress since then. Until now, when Lu Fan mentioned nanotechnology, he seemed to be hit by a blow, and his mind suddenly opened up. Yes, as long as nanotechnology is used, the armor can be put on or taken off anytime and anywhere, and it can also achieve all-round protection. Not only battle armor, weapons can also be developed using nanotechnology. Yu Xiao's eyes became more commanding, and his expression became more excited. At this moment, his inspiration is constantly gushing out, and he has figured out many ideas that could not be realized before. Not bad. Lu Fan nodded appreciatively, approving Yu Xiao's idea. At the same time, he felt extremely relieved in his heart. This is the human race he wants to see. It is not like exam-oriented education, which only knows how to accept knowledge, but does not know how to apply it flexibly. Instead, it can be inspired by him and quickly applied in combination with practice. There is hope for such a human race. Is there any more? Lu Fan looked at Yu Xiao with encouragement, hoping that Yu Xiao could make persistent efforts and inspire more inspiration. Yu Xiao suddenly became more and more excited, as if he had been on a stimulant. His brain was thinking fast, and suddenly a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. Mentor, you said, what if we combine nano-armor and nano-weapons? While talking excitedly, he danced and gestured, trying to let Lu Fan understand what he meant. Is that what you said? Lu Fan smiled slightly, and with a thought, a projection was formed directly in front of the three ancestors. On the projection, there is a three-dimensional demonstration of a pair of red steel mechs. If it were placed on the previous Earth, there would definitely be a lot of people shouting. Look, Iron Man! That's right! That's it! Yu Chao shouted excitedly. He didn't know what Iron Man was, but the combination of nano-mech and nano-weapon he said was Iron Man's battle armor. And it is the latest version of nanomark mech. Of course, I believe that the mecha developed and manufactured by Yu Xiao will definitely be more powerful than Iron Man's mark armor. Because, here is the Great Primordial. There are stronger materials here than vibranium, etc., and human race's weapons are also stronger. Once this mech is manufactured, everyone in human race will be a mobile fortress. Your idea is very good. You can let it go. I still give you the 6 words, stronger, faster, and more. Lu Fan affirmed again, letting Yu Xiao know that this direction is correct. Don't have the slightest scruples, just overcome the difficulties with all your strength. From now on, all the people of human race will have a set of nano armor. Not only for defense, but also for attack. Later, when human race masters space technology, he can also perform space jumps, just like the legendary heavenly soldiers and generals wearing divine armor. Yes, tutor. Yu Chao was very excited, and with Lu Fan's words, he was completely relieved. In scientific research, the most important thing is the direction. If the direction is wrong, countless manpower, material resources and time may be wasted, and no effective results will be obtained in the end. Zi and Swiren clan were also excited. With the mecha, the biggest weakness of human race is gone. Mentor, will we develop the 2.0 era to the peak? Zi looked at Lu Fan expectantly, and couldn't wait to hit the 3.0 era. Yu Chao's Swiren clan couldn't help looking at Lu Fan nervously, waiting for Lu Fan's answer. Chapter 61. Not at all. With a smile on the corner of Lu Fan's mouth, he poured another ladle of cold water on the three ancestors mercilessly. Teacher, what else are we missing? Zi asked hastily. Aerospace. Lu Fan spat out 2 words. The 3.0 era is the space era of the Star Destroyer cannon. Human race can only protect itself on land now, and has no air supremacy at all. Human race has nothing to do if any bird or monster is rampant. After all, it is a monster, not only stronger, but also wise. Human race's conventional weapons do not pose any threat to it at all. Even in normal flight, the flight altitude of the human race aircraft is insignificant compared with the entire Great Primordial. In the previous life, they did not fly out of the Earth. Therefore, human race needs to develop more powerful aircraft that can fly higher and faster, and can launch powerful missiles. In this way, human race has entered the 3.0 era. I understand, the instructor wants us to increase our research on the plane. Zi quickly understood what Lu Fan meant and understood the direction of development. That's right, when you develop the aircraft to a certain degree of 433, you can combine it with a explosive device. This can actually be seen as the prototype of the Star Destroyer. Lu Fan added. The Star Destroyer of the Star Destroyer does not really want to destroy the stars in the starry sky. In fact, with the layout of the Great Primordial World, from the Great Primordial Lu Fei to the endless starry sky, even the golden immortal of the Great Way will take 100 years, let alone the human race aircraft. Star Destroyer here is more of a description of power. Annihilate the stars with one shot. In this way, human race has touched the threshold of the 3.0 era. I see. The 3Zs suddenly realized that under the description of Lu Fan, they felt that the future development direction was clear. They can even imagine what human race will look like when it enters the 3.0 era. At the high altitude of the human race territory, the Japanese Star Destroyer hovered. Inside the Star Destroyer, there are densely packed precision instruments on the console, controlling the entire Star Destroyer. Outside the Star Destroyer is the cold and dark muzzle. When birds and monsters invade the territory of human race, the Star Destroyer immediately pursues them, and the ashes are wiped out in one shot. Doesn't it feel great? Lu Fan smiled and looked at the 3 ancestors. Marvelous. Although the 3 ancestors were a little embarrassed, they did not hide their joy. They are now more and more able to feel the charm of science. Then do you know that you still have a loophole? Lu Fan habitually beat the 3 ancestors to prevent them from drifting away again. Please guide me. The 3 ancestors bowed together to ask for advice. They are very modest and not impatient at all. Instead, they expect Lu Fan to point out their more flaws, so that they can make targeted corrections and development. Lu Fan didn't say it directly, but with a thought, he projected a 3-dimensional picture of the human race territory in front of the 3 ancestors. Then, he started a mock demonstration. The 3 ancestors knew that Lu Fan must have a deep meaning, and immediately fixed their eyes on the screen without blinking. At this time, Lu Fan had a thought, and saw a group of monsters attacking the human race territory. There are beasts and birds, which are menacing and block out the sky and the sun. Of course, most of these monsters have not surpassed the immortal level, but even so, it is quite a severe test for the current human race. Because there are so many monsters. In this case, how do you plan to defend? Lu Fan looked at the 3 ancestors and asked meaningfully. Of course, use explosive device to wash the ground immediately and turn them all into ashes. They must not be allowed to enter the territory. Swiren clan said without hesitation. Good. With the thought of Lu Fan, thousands of device flew into the projection screen immediately, and explosive device were used to cleanse the monster army. The army of beasts suffered heavy casualties, but the army of birds dodged with absolute speed, and the casualties were not heavy, and they were getting closer and closer to the human race territory. Use the Star Destroyer cannon. Yoshio hurriedly yelled that they had already entered the screen, and absolutely did not allow the army of monsters to break through the human race territory. Good. Lu Fan nodded again, and with a thought, millions of star destroyers attacked, and the birds and beasts began to fight. However, the bird army did not fight them head-on, and still focused on the people with all their strength. Including the surviving army of beasts, the same is true. They have only one goal, and that is to destroy the human race territory. Finally, they broke through heavy attacks and entered the human race territory. In an instant, the human race in the territory is like a woman whose clothes have been stripped completely exposed in front of the bloody mouth of a monster. What now? Lu Fan asked again. Nanomechas. We still have nanomechas. Zi clenched his fists with both hands, his gaze was determined, and he spoke calmly. Lu Fan nodded, human race in the projection screen lightly tapped towards his chest, the small reactor was activated immediately, and the nanomech immediately covered the whole body. Great Primordial enhanced version of Iron Man appeared in human race territory one by one. Like mobile forts, they launched a fierce attack on the monster army that broke into the human race territory. Under their all-out resistance and concerted efforts, the monster army was finally repelled. However, the battlefield is in a mess, and the human race territory is devastated. Countless high-rise buildings collapsed, and fire and smoke were everywhere. Monster beasts, human race corpses are scattered all over, as well as the wreckage of destroyed star destroyers and so on. Seeing this scene, the three great ancestors all felt heavy. Although this is just a Lu Fan projection simulation, no one can guarantee that it will actually happen in the future. Do you think this battle is human race? Lu Fan glanced over the faces of Zi, Yoshio, and Swiren clan one by one, and asked seriously. Although human race defeated the monster army, it also lost the human race territory. Zi hesitated slightly, and answered Lu Fan. She didn't try to cover up the loss of human race in this war. In front of Lu Fan, concealing it will only appear stupid, and only facing it squarely is the right choice. That's right, the human race lost a complete defeat in this battle. Lu Fan affirmed Zi's answer, the crystals were all stolen, how could it be considered a win? Of course, losing is not important, finding out the problem is the key. So, Lu Fan changed the subject directly. Do you know where you lost? Our territory is too weak, it's like paper in the face of monster attacks. Zi continued to reply. That's right. The human race territory has no protection at all. Once the monster army tears through your defenses, the human race territory can only wait to be destroyed, and all human race equipment will be destroyed. Lu Fan nodded and analyzed the three ancestors. Teacher, how should we strengthen the defense of the human race territory? Do we use harder materials? But the hardest material we have in the human race territory may not be able to withstand the attack of monsters. Mr. Chow asked and answered by himself. As the ancestor of human race house building, he has the most experience in building houses. He led the construction of the houses in the human race territory. It's an aspect. Lu Fan did not deny Yoshio's idea. Human race in the previous life on Earth could produce bulletproof glass. It can be seen that there are still hard materials, but it is only a question of whether it can be popularized on a large scale. Therefore, it is not difficult to turn the human race territory into a giant Iron King. The only problem is that in the face of powerful monsters, this Iron King 8 may still be unstoppable. But, yes, it's better than nothing. However, this is not the point that Lu Fan wants to express. Have you noticed that when you attack a monster, will you directly attack the monster's body for the first time? Lu Fan asked another question to make the three ancestors think seriously. No. The monster will release a layer of defensive golden light outside the body. Every time we smash the golden light in order to pose a threat to the monster, Zi replied without thinking. They have discovered this phenomenon a long time ago, and it has also been studied as a subject. But the research was shelved at the end, because it involves practice, which is their weakness. They were puzzled and didn't understand what Lu Fan meant by mentioning this. Could it be that their previous thinking was wrong? That's right, your thinking is wrong. Lu Fan directly pointed out that his quantum body already has the ability to read thoughts, so the thoughts of the three people in Zi cannot be hidden from him at all. Then, he continued to explain without giving the three great ancestors time to ask questions. The essence of practice is the use of energy. As long as you also learn to master energy, you can do it too. The instructor means that we can add an energy shield to the human race territory. Suddenly, Yosheo's eyes lit up, and a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind, and he understood the meaning of Lu Fan's words. Yes, not only the human race territory, but also your star destroyer and nanomechas, all of which can be equipped with an energy shield. As long as the energy is enough, monsters can't break through. Lu nodded. This thing is not uncommon in previous science fiction works, and it is not a patent only for monks. Chapter 62. Teacher, where does this energy come from? Zi asked about the key point. They are currently using the most electric energy and explosive energy, and these energies alone may not be able to build an energy shield. This involves a new research topic. The corner of Lu Fan's mouth is smiling. The development of human race so far has basically followed the technological line of the Earth in the previous life. Except for the research on the great primordial species such as fierce beasts and monsters in terms of biological genes, other aspects, especially energy, have not involved the great primordial field. Inside, there's a lot of room to dig. You know, the great primordial is a world with spiritual power. Spirit power is energy. In the previous life, this is called new energy. Every time a new energy source appears, it will lead to technological change. What subject? The three ancestors asked quickly. Do you know the fairy stone? Lu Fan asked with a smile. With human race's current technology, the spiritual power in the world cannot be collected and used directly. Therefore, this requires ready to store spiritual power. Where are these energies stored? In the spirit veins. In the spiritual veins of heaven and earth, there are a large number of spiritual mines, and there are a large number of spiritual stones in the mines. It can even be said to be a fairy stone. Those with higher purity can be called fairy crystals. If it is mined and used for research, the strength of human race will grow explosively. The instructor means that as long as we can master the energy in the fairy stone, we can use it to construct the human race territory defense shield. Yoshio asked in surprise. Yes, not only the defensive shields, but even your attack methods will change. Lu Fan said. The energy of the fairy stone is more advanced and durable than the explosive device, and human race technology will therefore undergo a qualitative leap. Thank you for your guidance. The three ancestors were overjoyed, their eyes showed excitement, and they wished they could go to the king right now. So do you know how to transform the base later? Lu Fan's eyes were full of deep meaning, and it seemed that the question was not that simple. Reporting to the teacher, we should use the hardest materials to build the human race base, and then use the energy of the fairy stone to build a defensive shield around the territory to prevent the army of monsters from rushing into the territory. Yoshio replied without thinking. Zi and Swiren clan also nodded in agreement, agreeing with Yoshio's idea. However, Lu Fan shook his head. Your thinking is too limited. Does your human race territory have to be rooted in one place? What else can you do if you don't take root in one place? Zi, Swiren clan, and Yoshio looked at each other, and suddenly couldn't understand Lu Fan's words. The so-called territory is naturally an area, so is it possible to run long legs? Not to mention, Lu Fan really means that the so-called long-term defense must be lost. If the human race territory is fixed, once the energy is consumed, it will still be breached. Therefore, your base should be able to move. Lu Fan suggested with a smile that he should follow the temptation and describe the vision of the sci-fi heavenly court to the three ancestors. That's right, it's the sci-fi heavenly court. The so-called sci-fi heavenly court is a concept put forward by the author of Huaxia internet novels in his previous life, after the Huaxia military released the Nantianmen project, after using their own brains. After 200 to 300 years of development, the current Great Primordial human race is about to enter the 3.0 era, and already has the strength to build such a sci-fi heavenly court. Mobile base. Zi, Swiren clan, and Yosheo's eyes lit up, as if they understood Lu Fan's thoughts. But they still didn't fully understand it, as if looking at the scenery outside through the glass window covered with water mist, it was always vague and unreal. So, they immediately stared at Lu Fan expectantly, waiting for Lu Fan's next words. You want to build the human race base into an existence similar to a giant star destroyer. With the support of Xianxi energy, it can go to the sky or go to the sea. Its internal space is extremely large, it can accommodate all the human race, and then divided into multiple areas are used for learning, training, living, etc. With a smile on the corner of Lu Fan's mouth, he vaguely described the future human race base to the three ancestors. Just tell the three ancestors directly to build the human race base according to the demon race heavenly court 33 heavenly court. Every sky corresponds to every region. On the four sides of the base, 4 more Tianmen protections were set up to build energy shields to protect the base. At the same time, there are hundreds of millions of star destroyers guarding the heavenly court, and hundreds of millions of human races wearing battle armor, that is, the heavenly soldiers and generals. This is the prototype of the sci-fi heavenly court. Why do you say prototype? Because in Lu Fan's view, even such a sci-fi heavenly court is still insignificant compared to the vastness of the Great Primordial, like a drop in the ocean. It still has more room for improvement and development. For example, space technology in the 4.0 era. If human race can jump through wormholes and travel through space, then the 4 gates of heaven are the real gates of space. The human race star destroyer can pass through the gate of heaven, reach every corner of the Great Primordial, and patrol the world. Such a sci-fi heavenly court is barely a heavenly court. Of course, this can only barely count. Waiting until the 5.0 era, 6.0 era, and 7.0 era, it can be gradually strengthened. Ultimately, human race's sci-fi heavenly court is bound to be as powerful as, if not more than, demon race heavenly court. Master, can we really do this? The faces of the three ancestors were flushed with excitement, and they couldn't help shaking. They think they are smart enough to learn science, but compared to Lu Fan, they are still nothing to the Great Witch. A few words from Lu Fan directly subverted their worldview. They never thought that the base could be built in the air, and it could go up to the sky and into the ground, omnipotent. This has the most direct benefit, that is, they can transfer at any time to obtain the energy of the fairy stone, so that human race will not have the threat of energy depletion. It's just that they don't know if they can do it or not. After all, human race now has tens of billions, and there will be more in the future. To accommodate so many people, and so many warships, weapons, etc., one can imagine how complex the base must be. Science is a process of boldly imagining and carefully verifying. Lu Fan smiled slightly, and did not answer the three of them directly, but said a sentence that was very famous in his previous life. It is not so easy to create a sci-fi heavenly court, and there will inevitably be difficulties and obstacles in the middle, which require the unremitting efforts of the three ancestors to overcome. Therefore, he will not give any help to the three ancestors, not even spiritual support. Only in this way, the sci-fi heavenly court established by the three ancestors can be regarded as the sci-fi heavenly court of human race. Human race, you should persevere and go forward. Mentor, we understand. The three ancestors solemnly nodded and clenched their hands, all of them understood what Lu Fan meant. But even so, they still look forward to it. Imagining the human race base, standing 9 days away. Okay, that's all for today, you go and implement what I said first. Lu Fan waved 197 hands and directly announced, "Get out of class, dismissed." He has talked enough this time, and if he continues, he is afraid that the three great ancestors will not be able to digest it at all. Moreover, he also saw the impatience in the hearts of the three great ancestors, so he would not drag the hall. In the previous life on Earth, students didn't like the teacher's procrastination. One teacher procrastinates for 1 minute, and there are 60 students in a class, that is equivalent to procrastinating for an entire hour. However, the three ancestors were reluctant to part, wishing that Lu Fan could have a second more. "Thank you, mentor." The three ancestors put away their small books and saluted Lu Fan respectfully at the same time. They knew that Lu Fan said what he said, and they didn't dare to disturb Lu Fan anymore, so they turned around and quit the Monastery of Five Manners. "Hope you guys can realize the sci-fi heavenly court soon." Lu Fan watched Zi's Swiren clan and Yoshio leave, with a look of anticipation in his golden eyes. Although it is difficult to realize a sci-fi heavenly court without eating a single bite, he doesn't think it will take too long. The reason is simple. The development of science and technology has never been at a constant speed, but has shown explosive growth. This point was mentioned in Deliu's three-body problem. The Trisolarans sent Siphons to prevent the explosive growth of human science and technology and surpassed the Trisolarans' technological civilization during the 200 years since they arrived on the Earth. Therefore, although the use of fairy stone energy and space technology required by the sci-fi heavenly court may sound difficult, once human race makes a breakthrough in a certain aspect, there will be a technological explosion and a chain reaction will make human race technology advance by leaps and bounds. At that time, the sci-fi heavenly court can be easily built. Then, as long as the powerhouses above demon race heavenly court golden immortal of the Great Way do not make a move, human race will be able to resist. Chapter 63. If Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tai dares to attack human race in order to refine the sort of witch slaughter, then there will be a good show. There was a gloating expression on Lu Fan's face. With the sci-fi heavenly court, human race is no longer unarmed and slaughtered lambs, but will be the first to send a wave of explosive device to the demon race army. Hundreds of millions of explosive device flew together and exploded in the demon race army. That scene is so exciting just thinking about it. Not to mention Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tai, I am afraid that even the group of saints from the three pure ones will be blown away. Even Hung Jun will be stunned. Calculating the development process of the Great Primordial, Lu Fan knows that this scene will come soon. What? You said that with Lu Fan here, how could Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tai dare to deal with human race? Isn't that suicidal? Yes, they may not dare to do Lu Fan's human race, but they may not necessarily dare to do Lao Zi's human race. But no matter which side of the human race, Lu Fan has a legitimate reason to let the human race army attack. Let the whole Great Primordial take a look. What is science? Boom! Accompanied by the sound of a huge sonic explosion, the planes of the three ancestors spread their wings and gradually flew away from the Monastery of Five Manners like a falcon soaring 9 days. However, they did not return to the human race territory in a straight line, but let the pilot control the plane and rush higher. 10,000 meters. 20,000 meters. 50,000 meters. 100,000 meters. 200,000 meters. The plane flew higher and higher, like an ant in the air. Ordinary monks can't see it at all if they don't look carefully. This altitude has surpassed Lu Fan's previous record for the highest flight record of an Earth plane. After all, this is the Great Primordial Continent. Because of the materials, the planes produced must be stronger than those on Earth. What's more, the Great Primordial Continent is a piece of land, not like the Earth is a ball, and the pressure on the plane is also different. But soon, the driver hurriedly reminded. It can't be done, Master Ancestor, if you go up any further, the plane will disintegrate. The higher the flight altitude, the greater the stress on the aircraft. When the material used to make an airplane cannot withstand it, it will naturally break. At an altitude of 200,000 meters, even a hair-thin crack is enough to disintegrate the entire aircraft. Lower the altitude and return to the territory. Ariso nodded, gave the pilot an order, and then looked at Swiren clan. The instructor is right. Our aerospace development is too weak. At a height of 200,000 meters, a slightly stronger bird and monster can reach it with a little flapping of its wings. The reason is, on the one hand, materials, and on the other hand, energy power. Swiren clan looked serious, his eyes glistened, and he carefully analyzed which aspects to improve the performance of the aircraft. Aircraft are made of materials that make the aircraft unable to withstand richer and faster speeds. Energy power is to prevent the speed of the aircraft from increasing. That's right, but as long as these two aspects are resolved, the Star Destroyer can be realized very quickly. Zi's eyes were shining brightly, as if the stars were twinkling. I think you can try to use explosive power first, and then transition to the fairy stone after the research on the energy of the fairy stone is mastered. Swiren clan suggested. He is in charge of researching explosive device and knows that explosive power still has a lot of room for application. Explosive fission and explosive fusion can release enormous amounts of energy, but they cannot be controlled by them. Once this kind of energy is controllable, it may not be comparable to the fairy stone fairy crystal, but it is definitely better than ordinary spirit stones. I have to say that human race's learning talent is really strong. Even if Lu Fan is here, give Swiren clan a thumbs up for his idea. Because Swiren clan's words have already touched on another topic. That is the controllable explosive fusion that human race most wanted to master in the previous life, and the stable output of explosive fusion energy. Swiren clan successfully tested the atomic device, and then he had the idea of controllable explosive fusion, and his IQ definitely surpassed that of Newton-Einstein. Lao Huo is right. The explosion energy of a explosive device is so great. If it can be mastered and used on an airplane, it will be difficult for the airplane to think about it. Yosheo's eyes lit up. Although his professional direction is different from Swiren clan's, they both learned the basic law of conservation of energy and matter and the principle of converting explosive energy into aircraft kinetic energy before the college entrance examination. Then I will leave this subject to you, Lao Huo. With a smile on the corner of Zi's mouth, he immediately assigned the task. No problem, wrap it on me. Swiren clan patted his chest, full of confidence. Leave the nanomecha and the base to me. Yoshio also followed suit. These were originally his previous professional research directions worms, but this time it is more advanced. Okay. Then I will lead the research on the fairy stone. Zi also assigned herself a research topic. She was in charge of researching the beast gene monster cultivation before, and has a lot of experience in the research of the unique things of the Great Primordial. Therefore, the fairy stone, a special product of the Great Primordial, is undoubtedly the most suitable for her. In this way, they reasonably allocated all the directions that Lu Fan pointed out this time. Next, they subdivide each direction, divide them into small topics, and then assign them to other human races for research. Human race has no other advantages now. The biggest advantage is that there are many scientists. Because human race is for all people to learn, the average level of scientists per capita. In fact, through training in the metaverse, human race is not only a scientist per capita, but also a special soldier, a medical soldier, etc. per capita. It can be said to be all-powerful. The proportion of Earth scientists in the previous life was so small, and human science and technology can develop rapidly. It is conceivable that no matter how fast the great primordial human race technology develops, it is normal. Human race territory. As the exclusive plane of Zi's three people entered the airspace of the human race territory, many human race shouted excitedly. It's the ancestor who came back. The whole human race was boiling, and they all said that the three ancestors went to announce the good news to Lu, the human race instructor. Now that the three ancestors have returned, they can hold a celebration meeting. Human race's first atomic device was successfully tested. How could it be possible not to celebrate such a big event? Of course, due to the large number of human race. With the strength of human race increasing over the years and the standard of living is quite high, after several generations of breeding, the population of human race has reached 20 billion. This is also because there were casualties in human race hunting, and everyone was immersed in the study of the metaverse, and did not let go to sow seeds. Otherwise, I am afraid that they have already exceeded the 100 billion mark. With so many human races, it is certainly impossible for everyone to watch them live. Some people can only wait for the live broadcast to start on their computers and mobile phones. The plane lands. The three ancestors walked out of the cabin and walked to the stage that had been set up long ago. The spotlight was on the three of them, and countless cameras were aimed at the three of them. Human race's first atomic device test success celebration live broadcast, officially started. Swiren Clan, as the person in charge of atomic device research, first stood up and announced loudly. First of all, I announce that human race's first atomic device, try. Explode. Success. Success. Papa Papa. The entire human race seemed to have been rehearsed thousands of times, no matter where they were in the human race territory, they all stood up and applauded excitedly. Their faces flushed with excitement, they applauded and looked at the people around them, all grinning. Although, Wang Zhao already knew that the test explosion was successful, but when Swiren Clan officially announced, their hearts were still filled with endless joy. This kind of mood is like that of the Huxia people back then. Dear friends, we also have mushroom eggs. Mr. Liu Fan also gave us affirmation, saying that we did a good job. Swiren Clan continued. Boom. Immediately, the whole human race is even more exciting. Because of the existence of the metaverse, even if Liu Fan hardly shows up, it does not affect his status in the hearts of human race. Although they are studying science, Liu Fan will always be like a true god in their hearts. Being recognized by Liu Fan, even if it's just a good sentence, is enough to make them extremely excited, applaud even more excitedly, and they don't know if their palms are red or numb. After waiting for everyone to relax, Ziyi took a step forward, stretched out his hands and pressed forward, telling everyone to calm down first. However, Mentor Liu Fan also said, let us not be proud, and keep working hard. There is still a long way to go. She conveyed Liu Fan's encouragement to the entire human race, hoping that the entire human race can understand. The title of the song has not been successful, comrades still need to work hard. Chapter 64. Yes. All human race yelled in unison, with extremely serious expressions, they all listened to Liu Fan's words. Mr. Liu Fan not only encouraged us, but also gave us directions for future development. Zi changed the subject and continued to paraphrase Liu Fan's words. Really? All human race immediately became excited again. As for Liu Fan, they are completely dry goods. Many human race people who are watching the live broadcast have hurriedly pulled out their small notebooks and are ready to start recording. Under the attention of all the people, Zi smiled and spoke at a leisurely pace. Mr. Liu Fan said that in terms of explosive device, we need to be stronger, faster, and more. So next, we will set up a explosive device research team to continue to strengthen explosive device research. It will be led by the ancestor of Swiren Clan. In addition to explosive device, Mentor Liu Fan also helped us propose the research direction of nanomechas. Human race can go to the sky and enter the earth by wearing nanomechas, just like mobile explosive weapons can fight monsters alone. This topic research there will be the leader of the nest ancestor. Mr. Liu Fan also pointed out that the defense of the human race base is too weak, so we need to study the energy of the fairy stone and add a defensive shield to the human race base. This topic will be led by me. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zi announced the future direction of human race research, and announced that all human races can choose to sign up to participate. As 867 uttered her words sentence by sentence, the human race boiled again and again. Human race has witnessed the power of explosive device. Judging from human race's current perspective, it is absolutely earth-shattering. Just get stronger, faster, and more. They couldn't imagine the power of the explosion. And when they heard about the nanomecha, although they didn't understand the concept, but it would allow them to fight alone and fight monsters, they were all excited. Don't think they can deal with ferocious beasts or even low-level monsters now, but to put it bluntly, it's not up to them personally, it's all covered by human race firepower. Their personal real strength is not strong. They also held a sigh of relief in their hearts. When will they really have a 1v1 match with the beasts and monsters? They never thought that it will finally come true. As for the fairy stone energy shield at the back, they don't understand even more, but it doesn't prevent them from being unaware. It is indeed the guidance of Lu Fan Mentor, YYDS. Without any hesitation, everyone began to log into the official website of Human Race to sign up according to the method announced by Zi, wanting to participate in the research of these topics. If one person participates, the whole family will be honored. Immediately, tens of billions of human race flooded into the official website. If the human race official website server is not fully prepared, the server will explode. The three ancestors of the Zi clan, Swiren clan, and Yosheo clan were all relieved to see this scene. This is human race, if there is a war, Bei must go. Let's not be idle, let's prepare for the screening of personnel now, and then quickly start research on the subject. Zi said. All human races are eager to sign up, but not everyone is suitable, which requires them to conduct strict screening based on the information of the applicants to ensure that they can contribute to the research of related topics. Good. Yu Chao's Swiren clan nodded happily and began to screen personnel. After one day, under the calculation of artificial intelligence big data, they finally selected all the personnel they wanted. Among these people, the oldest is more than 300 years old, and the youngest is 15 years old. Needless to say, those who are over 200 years old must have profound knowledge after studying in the metaverse for so many years. As for those who are 15 or 16 years old, don't underestimate them. In the tens of billions of human races, there will always be some geniuses with super high IQs born. Relying on their super high IQs and the constant learning of knowledge in the metaverse, apart from lack of experience, they are not inferior to the backbone of the human race in terms of theoretical knowledge, and some monsters are even comparable to top scientists. They will surely play a huge role in the new technological era of human race. It's not too late, let's do it now. Zi, Swiren clan, and Yosheo looked at each other with excitement written all over their faces. Without any delay, they immediately searched for each small topic they had divided in advance and distributed it to all selected personnel, and began to invest in research. The other human races were not idle either. Although they were not selected, they took over the work of those who were selected and were responsible for logistical support, etc., so that the teams led by the three ancestors could devote themselves to the scientific research and construction of human race. The entire human race is in full swing. I believe that it won't be long before human race will continue to harvest new scientific research results. 2 flowers bloom, each representing a branch. Just when all the people of human race invested in scientific research and impacted the 3.0 technological era, Suandu also brought the new human race back to their territory from the edge of explosive explosion tests. Compared to before, they are very slow. Everyone seems to have lost their souls, listless with a face full of despair. Even Suandu, the leader of the new human race, himself. No way, the impact of the explosive device explosion on them is too great. However, Suandu is the true disciple selected by Lao Zi after all, so he naturally has beliefs in his heart that ordinary human races do not have. He is not easily crushed like that, and he still fantasizes about cultivating Taoism with Lao Zi and becoming an immortal saint of heavenly Dao like Lao Zi. He quickly pulled himself together, glanced at the decadent human race, secretly thinking that this must not go on like this. I must contact the Exalted Master quickly, tell the Exalted Master about this, and regain confidence in the human race, otherwise, the human race will be in jeopardy. Suandu's brain was thinking fast. He was afraid that the new human race would be intimidated by Lu Fan human race's weapon and directly voted for Lu Fan human race, then his new human race leader would exist in name only. Even Lao Zi, I'm afraid he will be disappointed with him. Therefore, for the sake of his future, he absolutely does not allow such a thing to happen. So, Suandu asked the human race disciples to rest first, and found a deserted place by himself, without saying anything, crushed a yin-yang jade talisman. This was given to Suandu by Lao Zi when he left the human race territory. As long as he crushes the jade talisman, Lao Zi can sense it. Mt Kunlun, Palace of 8 Sceneries. Lao Zi primordial spirit roams the long river of heavenly Dao and comprehends the laws of heavenly Dao. His physical body sits in front of the 8 trigram furnace, where the real fire of Samadhi dances in the furnace, making his old face flushed red. Suddenly, his eyelids moved slightly, and then he frowned, and opened his eyes. A hint of doubt flashed in the deep pupils. What's going on? It's only been 100 years of hard work, and Xian is in trouble. He knew that Suandu was already at the Golden Core realm, and although the Great Primordial looked like an ant, he would definitely not be afraid of Lu Fan human race's conventional weapons. Moreover, the new human race territory also has his remnant holy power, and all the beasts stronger than Suandu will be driven away. Therefore, he did not understand why Suandu would look for him. Forget it, you'll know as soon as you go. Lao Zi didn't want to think too much, and directly said that his divine sense descended in front of Suandu. Suandu, what's your business? Lao Zi looks calm. He has white hair and white beard, wears a white yin and yang Taoist robe, holds a dust whisk in his left hand, and exudes a faint fairy light all over his body. Suandu's uneasy heart immediately calmed down. First he respectfully bowed to Lao Zi as a disciple, and then reported the matter of the explosive device to Lao Zi. Exalted Master, my disciple has something to report. The human race over there has recently produced a new weapon, which is quite powerful. Exalted Master, please check it out. Really? Let the poor Daoist see. Lao Zi's tone was indifferent, and he didn't take this matter to heart. After Sanctified, he knows almost everything, and he also knows the power of the weapons in human race's hands, which is not much stronger at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't just let Suandu cultivate to the Golden Core realm. He felt that the Golden Core realm was enough. It can not only surpass Lu Fan human race, but also not affect the general trend of heavenly Dao behind. But soon, as he invaded Suandu's soul, read Suandu's memory, and see the terrifying power of the explosive device explosion, the smile on his face froze instantly, and his eyelids couldn't help but twitch. What kind of weapon is this? Why is it so powerful? Lao Zi was suddenly suspicious. Although the power of the explosive device was still like an ant in his eyes, it was obvious that this power absolutely surpassed Suandu's Gold Core realm. He finally understood why Suandu had summoned him. If he doesn't come again, if Lu Fan human race does something to his human race, once a explosive device is dropped, his human race will be desolated. Chapter 65. A crooked way, not a son of man. The corner of Lao Zi's mouth twitched slightly, and he couldn't help cursing Lu Fan inwardly. He could see that the cultivation way of Lu Fan human race is very weak, even the 3 ancestors, except that the realm of primordial spirit is higher, other aspects are not even as good as Suandu. But this group of human race can produce such a weapon that is far more powerful than itself, which makes him, the new human race's school of humanity leader, very uncomfortable. He is not stupid. How can he not see that this is a demonstration of Lu Fan human race? Suandu, what method do you have? Lao Zi looked at Suandu. Suandu is the pawn to deal with Lu Fan human race. Sometimes the pawn's method is the simplest and most effective. Please exalted master give the disciple a more profound practice method, improve the disciple's cultivation level, so that the disciple does not have to be afraid of this weapon. Suandu said without thinking. In his view, as long as the cultivation base is strong enough, there is no need to be afraid of explosive device. Good. Poor deist as you wish. Lao Zi nodded slightly, waved the whisk casually, and a golden light entered Suandu's mind. That is the practice method after the golden core realm, which can directly reach the immortal realm. Why did he only go to the immortal realm? It was because he saw that the power of explosive device could not threaten the immortals. In order not to affect the subsequent heavenly Dao trend, he did not pass on the cultivation method after the immortals. Thank you, exalted master. Suandu was overjoyed and immediately bowed to Lao Zi to thank him. Lao Zi nodded, thought for a while, felt a little unsteady, and took out 2 golden pills, one large and one small. There are also 2 elixirs here. You can eat the small one by yourself, and melt the big one in the water. Let other human races take it, which can quickly improve your realm. No matter how good the practice method is, it still takes time to practice. And now that the human race explosive device have all been successfully tested, they may fall on the new human race at any time. Therefore, he needs to continue to cheat Suandu, and even cheat all the new human race, so that they can improve their strength in a short time. Thank you, exalted master. Suandu was very pleasantly surprised, and immediately took the 2 golden pills carefully. Lao Zi nodded slightly, and his spiritual thoughts dissipated immediately. Just in case, before leaving, he restored Suandu's crushed yin-yang jade talisman so that Suandu could continue to summon him. Congratulations, exalted master. Suandu respectfully watched Lao Zi leave, then straightened up and walked towards the resting new human race, announcing these 2 good news to new human race. Sure enough, the new human race swept away the decadence and revived. Under Suandu's leadership, they immediately returned to the territory, joined other human races, took the elixir, and devoted themselves to cultivation. Because of the effect of the elixir, they feel stronger every moment. Soon, I won't have to be afraid of that weapon anymore. Suandu sat cross-legged under an ancient tree, while preparing to hit the nascent soul realm, while secretly cheering. However, he didn't know that while he was getting stronger, human race was also getting stronger. To be more precise, human race's nukes are getting stronger too. Under the leadership of Swiren clan, human race's second explosive device is almost successfully developed and manufactured. This time, it's not an atomic device, it's a hydrogen device. The greater the equivalent, the greater the power. Old Huo, are you so fast? The hydrogen device is about to explode. In the human race territory, when Swiren clan told Yoshio and Zi the news, both of them were surprised and unbelievable. It's only been a few days. It's been a whole week since they screened all applicants. Swiren clan told them that the hydrogen device is still researched and manufactured, and it can be tested and exploded. This speed is too scary. You know, it's a hydrogen device. Much more powerful than an atomic device. Ha ha ha, of course. Swiren clan's face was flushed, and his tone was full of pride. If you build a hydrogen device in 7 days, I will ask you if you are in a hurry. Honestly, didn't you build it a long time ago? That's why it's so fast. Mrs. Yu Chao patted Swiren clan's shoulder, still not believing it. Old Mew, I don't like to hear your words. What does it mean to make it ahead of time? Isn't it just a hydrogen device? Does it need to be made in advance? If it weren't for some process delays, I will not be able to. Pieces. Swiren clan clapped Yoshio's hand away in displeasure, pretending to be displeased. He's not bragging, but the current human race scientific research is so strong. Genius scientists per capita plus super soldiers per capita, plus the complete industrial system of human race. Under such conditions, wouldn't it be reasonable to have one hydrogen device every 7 days? If it weren't for the fact that the hydrogen device is explosive fusion and the atomic device is explosive fission, the different principles between the two delayed time. With the mastery of atomic device technology, at least 100 atomic device can be produced in 7 days. It's so unreasonable. Okay. I know you are amazing. Without further ado, let's see how powerful your hydrogen device is. Yu Chao begged for mercy, stopped teasing Swiren clan, and became serious. Come with me, I'm ready. Swiren clan's tone also returned to seriousness, and immediately took Yu Xiao's Zi to the test explosion site. Because the equivalent of this hydrogen device is far greater than that of the last atomic device, the test explosion site is farther away from the human race territory. Of course, the location was deliberately chosen by Swiren clan to be in the middle of the new human race territory. After a while, the three of them came to the test explosion point. Compared with the last time, there were almost no crowds watching this time. On the one hand, human race devotes all their energies to the scientific research projects led by the three ancestors. On the other hand, the hydrogen device is too powerful. If the distance is too close, it is very likely that they will get involved. Therefore, Swiren clan didn't organize people to watch it, and most of the human race didn't even know about it. Come on, let's go to the control center. Swiren clan got off the plane with Yu Xiao and Zi, and went straight to the control center. Master Ancestor. All the human race responsible for the hydrogen device project greeted the Swiren clan trio. How are you all checking? Swiren clan looked serious and glanced at everyone. Report to the ancestor, all inspections are completed. Okay. Pass me the order and get ready to try immediately. With the previous experience, Swiren clan is now very familiar with it. Soon, it will enter the countdown link. Plus. Hatred. 4. Boom. The so-called no coincidence does not make a book. Just as Swiren clan's hydrogen device test exploded, Xian's breakthrough also went to the last moment. Because the elixir given by Lao Zi was mild, it took Suandu nearly 7 days to refine part of the elixir and cultivate the golden elixir to perfection. Next, he will break the pill into a baby. Break it. Suandu suddenly let out a low drink. Sitting cross-legged under an ancient tree, he exudes dazzling golden light. His hair and robe are windless and automatic. In his danshan, the golden core spins rapidly, turning faster and faster. Under the huge centrifugal force, a crack first appeared on the surface of the golden elixir, and then pieces of golden elixir shells flew out around the crack. A golden nascent soul emerged from the inside of the golden core. 0. Suandu has successfully advanced to the nascent soul realm. In an instant, he was covered with golden light, and his aura soared 10 times. Eldest brother has broken through to nascent soul realm. Great! Elder brother becomes stronger, the more hopeful our days will be. As expected of a senior brother. For Suandu's new human race, all of them were surprised and excited. When Suandu restrained his momentum and opened his eyes, they immediately gathered around and bowed to Suandu to congratulate him. Congratulations, big brother, for breaking through. Don't be too polite. Suandu stood up, raised both hands, and swung an invisible force to lift everyone up. Wow, because senior brother is so strong. The new human race members marveled again, their voices showing admiration. As soon as Suandu raised his hand, they stood up irresistibly. This strength was much stronger than them. Suandu nodded in satisfaction, regained his former self-confidence and raised his chin slightly. You don't have to envy me, as long as you practice hard, you will soon reach my current state. What he said is true, with the help of Lao Zi elixir, as long as the new human race keeps refining the power of the elixir, his cultivation will be able to advance by leaps and bounds, catching up to Suindu at this time. Of course, Suindu will also refine the remaining medicinal power of the elixir in his body at that time, to reach the realm of transcending calamity. After a pause, he seemed to feel that this was not enough to motivate the people of the new human race, so he looked in the direction of the last atomic device explosion and added another sentence. At that time, you don't have to be afraid of that weapon over there. His words were not exaggerated. After advancing to nascent soul realm, he was completely reborn, at least 10 times stronger than golden core realm. His perception, speed, defense, etc. are also 10 times stronger. Now, he can confidently say that if the atomic device attacks him, he will be able to avoid it and escape from the range of the explosive explosion. However, his voice has not yet fallen. A bright light that was even more terrifying and dazzling than the previous atomic device explosion came from a distance. The light was a flickering dot at first, and then it came to Suindu in a flash, almost blinding his eyes. Chapter 66. B. Suindu hastily covered his eyes with his hands, and almost couldn't help swearing. He didn't realize that this was a hydrogen device explosion that was more terrifying than the previous atomic device. He thought it was another atomic device from Lu Fan human race, and it happened to interrupt his pretend, which made him very upset. But soon, he realized something was wrong. I'm already in the nascent soul realm, why does this light make my eyes hurt like before, and it doesn't weaken at all, but it hurts even more. Suindu was suspicious. He believed that his feeling was right, but it was obviously unreasonable. He looked at the new human race around him again. Although his cultivation level had improved, his performance seemed to be worse than last time. Suddenly, an ominous premonition flooded his heart. Could it be? Suindu's eyelids twitched suddenly. Without any hesitation, he left the new human race and flew away directly, wanting to find out. However, not long after, another huge roar hit him. Boom! Like the sky falling, like the sky cracking. Don't say 927 is the body, even the golden nascent soul in Suindu's Danshan, can't help trembling from the shock. Suindu's face turned pale, his teeth were clenched, and his heart became more and more uneasy. Through the sound of the explosion, he confirmed more and more that the power of this explosion is indeed stronger than the last time. As for how strong it is, he still needs to continue to investigate. At this time, he saw a huge mushroom cloud rising in the distance, heading straight for Yungziao, with a height of hundreds of thousands of meters. He immediately swept away his spiritual thoughts, and for a moment, the picture after the hydrogen device exploded came into his mind. Fang Yuan is 100 million square kilometers, full of scorched earth. Everything above ground level, whether mountains or trees, is gone. And it's not being flattened, but the kind that evaporates directly. What is the concept of hundreds of millions of square kilometers? Speaking of data, the surface area of the Earth is only 510 million square kilometers. In other words, 5 such hydrogen device can directly cover the entire Earth. No matter how strong the nascent soul realm is, no matter how fast it is, can it fly out of the Earth all at once? How can this be? Suindu's face was as pale as paper, and he stood in the air blankly, watching all this in disbelief. He clearly remembered that the area destroyed by the last explosive device explosion was only a few million square kilometers. And now, directly hundreds of millions of square kilometers. Power increased dozens of times. He was still proud of his breakthrough just now, thinking that he was more than 10 times stronger. Unexpectedly, the explosive device power of Lu Fan human race has increased by more times. And in just 7 days. Who the hell is cheating on this? Coincidentally, at the moment when the hydrogen device exploded, not only Suindu saw it, but also Prison Niu and others who came from East Sea Dragon Palace happened to see it. The huge explosion and the mushroom cloud rising hundreds of thousands of meters immediately attracted their attention. However, they didn't have much interest in hydrogen device explosions at first. In their eyes, the power of this explosion is equivalent to a full-strength blow from a half-immortal, and they haven't even reached the real fairyland. They are all golden immortal of the Great Way, so they naturally look down on them. Compared with them, they care more about human race in the control room. Look, there's human race. Prisoner Niu first discovered Swiren clan Yoshio Ziashi and others, and couldn't help showing surprise on his face. They are almost at the Longevity Hill now, but it is very difficult to find Lu Fan in the Longevity Hill, and there must be someone to guide them. They know that human race has a lot to do with Lu Fan. If there is human race to guide the way, finding Lu Fan's dojo will be a sure thing. Let's go down and ask to see if they know where Senior Lu Fan's dojo is. After the prisoner cow dropped a word, he landed first. Yazi and others followed closely behind, and soon they all descended in front of Swiren clan Yoshiashi Ziashi and others. It wasn't until then that they realized that something was wrong. The strength of Swiren clan and others is really too weak. In the Great Primordial World, under the Immortals, there are 4 realms: refining Qi to transform Qi, refining Qi to transform God, practicing Spirit to return to the Void, and refining the Void to harmonize the Dao. In front of them, the strongest Swiren clan has the mana of the Chao family and the Zi family, but they can only refine Qi and transform into gods. The other human races are weaker, and they are basically refining and transforming Qi, and some have not even stepped into the threshold of cultivation. Such a group of human race can actually create a power zone that is close to the fairy level? This is obviously unscientific. Fortunately, Swiren clan has Chayashi, Zi and the others who don't know what the prisoner and the others are thinking, otherwise they couldn't help but complain. This is not scientific? What they learn is science. How dare they say they are unscientific? Throughout the Great Primordial, nothing could be more scientific than them. Greetings, seniors. The Swiren clan has the 3 ancestors of the Chao family and the Zi family, who are neither humble nor overbearing to salute the prisoners and others. Although they study science, they do not reject practice. Prison cattle and others are obviously very strong, and they should respect them. But I didn't feel afraid, because there was Lu Fan behind them. Don't be too polite, do you know Senior Lu Fan? Prisoner Niu showed a warm smile on his face, and asked softly to the 3 of Swiren clan. Although he was asking, his tone was very certain. With the practice of refining gas to transform gods, but creating half-celestial power, who else can do such a thing except Lu Fan? Yes, Senior, Mentor Lu Fan is our mentor. Swiren clan replied. Sure enough. Prisoner Niu and the others looked at each other, and they all saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. Although they still don't understand what the mentor means, it's good that human race knows Lu Fan. I wonder if you can tell us where Senior Lu Fan lives? We came here from the East Sea specially to visit Senior Lu. Prisoner Bull hurriedly asked. We know what we know, but we don't know if Teacher Lu Fan is willing to see you. Ziyi suddenly said. She is a woman with a delicate mind. She is worried that if she tells Prison Niu and others about the Lu Fan dojo, it will disturb Lu Fan and make Lu Fan unhappy. Everyone, please rest assured, we are old acquaintances with Senior Lu Fan. Senior Lu Fan once went to our dragon clan to get a drop of blood essence. Prisoner Niu saw Ziyi's thoughts and immediately expressed his kindness. So it is. Ziyi, Swiren clan, and Yoshio looked at each other, and they all saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. They have studied genes and know that there are genes of the great primordial races in the treasure house of metaverse knowledge. Therefore, they knew that what Prisoner Niu said should be true. As for the identities of Prison Niu and the others, the Ziyi clan was not surprised at all. Isn't it the Dragon clan? Saint, they have seen it all. In front of Lu Fan, he is still respectful. Mr. Lu Fan is in the Monastery of 5 Manners. Ziyi looked at the group of maids holding treasures behind Prison Niu, confirmed again that Prison Niu and the others were only here to visit Liu Fan, and then told Prison Niu and others the exact location of Liu Fan. Great! Thank you so much! Prisoner Niu and the others were all overjoyed. This trip was not in vain. Seniors are polite. Zi, Swiren clan, and Yoshio returned the salute. After a pause, Yu Chao suddenly said, Senior, there is still a long way to go to the Monastery of Five Manners, why don't you let me lead the way for you? Although they were sure that Prison Niu and the others were kind, they still kept an eye out and decided to let Yoshio follow. That would be great. Thank you all. Prisoner Niu was grateful again, and took out 3 luminous orbs the size of a fist at the same time. This is my Dragon Clan's water-repelling bead. I wear it on my body, but it can't be invaded by water and fire. I will give it to the 3 of you. Thank you. 3.8 more seniors. Zi's Swiren clan and Chao's looked at each other, they didn't refuse, and took the water-repelling beads into their hands. This is their reasonable remuneration, don't want it for nothing. Therefore, Prison Niu and others couldn't help showing doubts. They found that the faces of the 3 Z's did not show any excitement. You know, although the water-avoiding beads are not very precious, they can make people move freely in the water. Not to mention ordinary immortals, even landlubbers at the heavenly palace level like Sun Wukong will be pleasantly surprised. However, what they didn't know was that in the eyes of Zi and the other 3, the water-repelling beads were nothing more than specimen materials for their scientific research. Senior, this way please. Yoshio's right hand falsely sighted, and took Prison Niu and others onto the plane, preparing to fly to the Monastery of Five Manners. Although Prison Niu and the others were puzzled, they did as the Romans did, sat patiently on the plane, and at the same time looked at the plane curiously. Although the speed of the plane is not in their eyes at all given their level of cultivation, but this is the first time they have seen such a strange flying treasure. Chapter 67. After a while, Prisoner Niu still couldn't help asking curiously. Deist friend, what kind of treasure is this? Reporting to my predecessors, this is called an airplane. Oh, the plane. Prisoner Niu and the others nodded, as if they understood, but they were still confused. Who can tell me what is an airplane? Prisoner Niu seemed to have suddenly remembered something, and asked again. By the way, Deist friend, what happened to the explosion just now? Did you make it? Yes, it's called a explosive device, and it's a weapon we just developed. Yoshio's tone was full of pride that couldn't be concealed, and he didn't hide the prisoner cattle, it's not a secret anyway. And with the development speed of human race technology, maybe half a month later, this device will be eliminated. Explosive device. Prisoner Niu and others chewed these 2 words carefully, trying to understand the meaning of these 2 words. But half a day later, they said that they still don't understand. Deist friend, Senior Liu Fan taught you all these things? Prisoner Bull asked tentatively. In their hearts, he is the only one who has such an unpredictable experience. That's right, Teacher Liu Fan told us that once the explosive device is released, all living beings are equal under immortals. Yu Chao still didn't hide anything, his face was full of pride and longing. Instructor Liu Fan also said that when we continue to strengthen the power of explosive device, the Earth Immortals, Heavenly Immortals, and Golden Immortals will also be equal to all beings. Can the power of this explosive device be increased? Prisoner Niu and others were extremely shocked, their pupils widened in disbelief. 14. Even though Heavenly Immortals and Golden Immortals are not too strong for them, the problem is that Yoshio and others are still refining Qi and transforming into gods. Creating a weapon that threatens the half-immortal is already a level above. If this can still threaten the Earth Immortals, Heavenly Immortals, and Golden Immortals, then I don't know how many levels I have surpassed. This is no longer something the protagonist Halo can do, this is cheating. Of course. 7 days ago, we developed the first explosive device, and this is the second one whose power has been increased by nearly 100 times. Yu Chao replied as a matter of course. He didn't understand why Prison Niu and others were so surprised. They talked about science and human race, and everything was reasonable. However, before his words fell, Prisoner Niu and the others were so shocked that they almost stood up from their seats on the plane. What? 7 days? The power has been increased by 100 times. Prisoner Niu and the other 9 people all stared wide-eyed, and exclaimed in disbelief. Although the cultivation talents of the Dragon Clan are extraordinary, if the Prisoner Niu and others want to improve their own strength a little, it is calculated in units of several squares, or even hundreds of thousands of years. But what did they hear? It only took 7 days for human race to increase the power of this weapon called a explosive device by 100-fold. To Prison Niu and others, this is nothing short of fantasy. How on earth did you do it? How did the power of the explosive device increase so quickly? Immediately, Prisoner Bull couldn't wait to ask. Although the current lethality of the explosive device has not been taken seriously by the prisoners. But if the power of the explosive device continues to increase at such a fast rate, it will definitely become a big killer capable of threatening immortals in the future. Of course, this is all taught by Mr. Liu Fan. Without Mr. Liu Fan's science, my human race is still drinking blood, and it is impossible to develop so quickly. When mentioning Liu Fan, there was a look of fanatical admiration on Chao's face. The other human race sitting next to him also showed the same expression of admiration as Yoshio. With the new human race next door as a comparison, Yoshio and others have even more admiration and respect for Liu Fan. They live in warm and comfortable high-rise buildings, travel by car and plane, and have everything they need for basic necessities of life. Although the new human race next door has strong personal strength, they still live in the wild Yuanxi era, and their living conditions are completely the same as theirs in the sky and the other on the ground. There is no comparison at all. Anyone who knows the life of the new human race will respect Liu Fan even more. Senior Liu Fan is truly a god. Seeing the respectful look of Yoshio and others when they mentioned Liu Fan, Prisoner Niu couldn't help sighing. After seeing all kinds of magical creations that Liu Fan brought to human race, the prisoner cow and other dragons also became more and more convinced that what Liu Fan said before can bring them a real pure-blooded dragon. Brother, science is so miraculous and has such great potential, so can we dragons learn the science of Senior Liu Fan? Yazi, who was sitting next to Prison Niu, couldn't help asking Prison Niu through voice transmission. For hundreds of millions of years, the situation of the dragon race has remained the same as in a pool of stagnant water, and its status in the Great Primordial has gone from bad to worse. After seeing the potential of science, the dragons couldn't help but want to learn. After meeting Senior Liu Fan, let's make a request to him. Prisoner Niu couldn't help but feel his heart move, and immediately agreed with the sound transmission. The current Dragon Clan really urgently needs to introduce new things for change. Liu Fan didn't know at this time that after seeing the various powerful technologies possessed by human race, the Dragon Clan also had the idea of learning science. The scientific team is about to grow. It was not long before Prisoner Niu and others went to Monastery of 5 Manners. Feng Wu, the elder of the Phoenix Clan, also brought more than a dozen maids of the Phoenix Clan into the human race territory. As soon as they entered the sphere of influence of human race, Feng Wu and others discovered the traces left by the hydrogen device explosion. Within hundreds of millions of miles of Feng Yuan, not a single blade of grass grows, and the mountains, rivers are all flattened and turned into scorched earth. Feng Wu closed her eyes and sensed carefully. She could still feel the blazing breath remaining in the air, which was silently penetrating into her body, trying to cause damage to her body. What kind of magic is this damage? It's so powerful, and it even comes with continuous damage. Feng Wu is also well informed, but she has never seen a similar fairy method. This is the site of human race. After we meet human race, maybe we can ask them. A maid of the Phoenix Clan standing behind Feng Wu suggested. Feng Wu nodded, and immediately flew towards the core area of human race with a group of Phoenix Clan. They did not hide their figures, and were soon spotted by human race's reconnaissance plane, and then reported to Swiren clan and Zi. The Phoenix clan is here too. Could it be that, like the Dragon clan, they also came to pay a visit to teacher Lu Fan? Seeing the images of Fengwu and others sent by the reconnaissance plane, Swiren clan and Zi guessed in their hearts, and went to welcome the arrival of everyone from the Phoenix clan at the same time. Meet the seniors of the Phoenix clan. Swiren clan and Zi led a group of human race executives out to greet them, and then saluted Fengwu and the others in a neither humble nor overbearing manner. You don't need to be too polite. After Fengwu landed, she turned into a human form. She nodded slightly to Swiren clan and others. Her attitude was not bad. Although the Phoenix family has always been proud, she knows that the human race is covered by Lu Fan, so naturally she will not put on a superior posture. I don't know why the seniors of the Phoenix clan come to my human race. Swiren clan asked politely. I heard that senior Lu Fan's dojo is nearby, so I'm here to visit. I wonder if you can take me there. Fengwu didn't hide anything, and directly explained her intentions. Really? Swiren clan and Zi exchanged a glance, knowing that they had guessed correctly before. Of course there is no problem if you want to visit Master Lu Fan. I will take all seniors to the dojo of Master Lu Fan. Swiren clan nodded. As before, Swiren clan also personally boarded a plane with the Phoenix clan and flew towards the Monastery of Five Manners. After expressing a burst of admiration at the strange creation of the airplane, Fengwu asked Swiren clan about her previous doubts. We encountered a place before. Feng Yuan has no grass for hundreds of millions of miles. I don't know who it is. Immortal magic performed by immortals? You human race is near here, do you know about it? Hee. That's not a fairy magic cast by a fairy, but the destruction caused by my human race's explosive device. Hearing Fengwu's inquiry, Swiren clan naturally wouldn't hide it, and immediately told Fengwu proudly that human race had developed an explosive device. It turned out to be caused by your human race weapons. Fengwu and everyone in the Phoenix clan showed disbelief on their faces. They can clearly see the individual strength of human race, even the newly born babies of the Phoenix clan are stronger than them. If it wasn't for Lu Fan's relationship, none of them would have looked at human race more. They never expected that the weak human race could make such a powerful weapon. Under the shocking inquiries of the Phoenix clan, Swiren clan told them about the science of human race taught by Lu Fan. Science is so miraculous. Perhaps, we Phoenix clan should also send some disciples over to study with human race. While Fengwu was amazed, she couldn't help but have such thoughts in her heart. Chapter 68. Coincidentally, after the arrival of the Dragon and Phoenix tribes, the Kylan tribe also arrived at the human race station. The purpose of the Kylan clan is the same as that of the Dragon clan and the Phoenix clan. They all want to visit Lu Fan. Now, among the three ancestors of the human race, only the Zi clan remained at the station, so she had no choice but to lead the Kylan clan towards the Monastery of Five Manners in person. At this time, Yoshio had brought Prison Niu and others to the foot of the mountain where the Monastery of Five Manners was located. In order to show respect, the plane had already landed ahead of time, and Yoshio led everyone from the Dragon clan to walk up the winding mountain road. Mentor, the doctor leads everyone in the Dragon clan to go far. Walking to the entrance of the Monastery of Five Manners on the top of the mountain, Mrs. Chow bowed and said loudly. Prison Niu and other 9 sons and more than a dozen dragon maids stood behind Yu Chao with gifts in their hands, bowing their heads respectfully, waiting for Lu Fan's reply. Without Lu Fan's permission, they dare not step half a step into the Monastery of Five Manners. Come in. After a while, Lu Fan's voice came from the Monastery of Five Manners. Under the induction of the quantum body, he had already foreseen the arrival of Prison Niu and others, so he was not surprised at all. Everyone, please follow me. After obtaining Lu Fan's permission, Yoshio made a gesture of invitation, and led Prison Niu and others into the Monastery of Five Manners. After everyone entered the Monastery of Five Manners, they walked along a kingshi-board road and entered a hall in the front yard, where they saw Lu Fan sitting on the main seat of the hall. Meet the mentor. Yu Chao first saluted Lu Fan respectfully. Meet Senior Lu Fan. Prisoner Niu and others followed closely to salute Lu Fan, their expressions extremely excited. After so many years, they finally met Lu Fan. The fate of their dragon clan is about to change. Free gift. Lu Fan nodded lightly. Thank you, Senior. Immediately, Prisoner Niu and others thanked him, followed by Prisoner Niu, who asked the dragon maid who was holding the spirit treasure to come forward. Senior, these are some gifts prepared by my dragon clan for seniors. It is not a respect, so please accept them. Good. Lu Fan smiled and nodded, but did not refuse. Seeing that Lu Fan was satisfied, Prison Niu and the other dragon clans immediately showed joy on their faces. This time, in order to win Lu Fan's favor, the dragon clan also bleed a lot. But as long as Lu Fan can bring true pure-blooded dragons to the dragons as he said before, then all this will be worth it. Senior Lu Fan, I don't know what you said about the pure-blooded dragon clan. Prisoner Bull couldn't wait to ask. But Lu Fan waved his hand and interrupted Prisoner Niu's words. It's not urgent, you'll just wait by the side. The Phoenix and Kylan clans are coming, and I'll give you a satisfactory answer when the time comes. He has already sensed the Phoenix family who are still tens of thousands of miles away, and the Kylan family who have just arrived at the human race station. He simply prepared to give them an explanation after the three tribes arrived together. The Phoenix clan and the Kylan clan are also coming. Hearing Lu Fan's words, Prison Niu and others were taken aback, but they were relieved immediately. Lu Fan can take the blood essence of their dragon clan, so naturally he can also take the Kylan clan of the Phoenix clan. Immediately, Prison Niu and others respectfully retreated to the side, waiting for the arrival of the other two clans. An hour later, Swiren clan's voice sounded outside the Monastery of Five Manners. Mentor, the Phoenix clan is here to visit. Come in. Lu Fan said lightly. A moment later, Swiren clan brought Fengwu and others into the hall. Meet the mentor. Meet Senior Lu Fan. Just like before, Swiren clan, Fengwu and others saluted Lu Fan together, and then Fengwu also presented the treasure excitedly. However, after Lu Fan accepted the treasure, he asked them to wait aside. Fengwu saw Prison Niu and the others standing opposite. Her expression was rather cold. The enmity between the Dragon, Phoenix, and Kylan tribes has continued to this day, and the two sides are still in turmoil. But in front of Lu Fan, they were extremely restrained and did not dare to act presumptuously. After waiting for another 2 hours, the Zi clan finally entered the hall with the Kylan people. The Kylan tribe also offered a treasure, a piece of innate breathing soil, which was also valuable. Now that the three clans have arrived, Lu Fan immediately said straight to the point, I already know the purpose of your visit. The promise I made when I borrowed your blood essence is fulfilled today. Hearing what Lu Fan said, Prisoner Niu and the others suddenly showed joy on their faces. They didn't expect Lu Fan to be so forthright. Thank you, Senior Lu Fan. Everyone in Prison Cattle immediately thanked Lu Fan, and then stared at Lu Fan anxiously, wanting to see how Lu Fan created the pure-blooded dragon, the seven-colored phoenix, etc. If it is possible, it is a miracle. Lu Fan didn't say much anymore, he directly manifested the dragon gene first with a thought. Suddenly, an extremely large DNA sequence was directly displayed in front of everyone. Now, he is going to clone the pure-blood dragon clan. Is this a genetic sequence? Zi, Swiren clan, and Yoshio all showed surprise on their faces. As top students who graduated from the Great Primordial University of Civil Defense Technology, they certainly know DNA. However, the gene sequence manifested by Lu Fan is infinitely more complex than what they have studied. Gene sequence. Prison Niu and the others looked at each other, they didn't understand the term, but they were surprised that the three of Zi knew this. Just when everyone was wondering, Lu Fan's mind moved again, creating a fertilized egg out of thin air. Then, he emptied all other biological genes in the fertilized egg, and introduced the gene sequence of the pure-blooded dragon into it. This seems to be gene cloning technology. Ziyi's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but make a sound of surprise. Of the three primordials, she has the best creatures and often studies the Great Primordial. Therefore, she also saw that Lu Fan was using gene cloning technology. She never thought that gene cloning could do this. That is the legendary Dragon Clan. Mentor Lu Fan, YYDS. It's really gene cloning. Mentor Lu Fan is really amazing. Yu Chao's Swiren clan also recognized it, and they were all amazed. Gene cloning. Prisoner Niu and others are dumbfounded again. They still don't understand these 4 words. However, they were even more shocked. Lu Fan created the supernatural powers of the pure-blooded dragon clan. Even the 3 people of the Zi clan, who are not immortals, can understand it. Could this be the uniqueness of Senior Lu Fan's science? You can master powerful supernatural powers without too much cultivation. Prisoner Niu and the others couldn't help thinking of the explosive device just now, and they became more and more sure of this guess. At the same time, I have a firmer idea in my heart, and I must let their dragon disciples learn Lu Fan science. Lu Fan didn't care what everyone thought. After introducing the pure-blood dragon gene into the fertilized egg, he looked at the 18 dragon maids. Do you want to be the mother of pure-blood dragons? The dragon maid was stunned, completely unable to understand the meaning of Lu Fan's words. But immediately after, they seemed to understand and nodded quickly. I will. Good. Lu Fan smiled slightly, and immediately put this fertilized egg into the womb of the dragon maid. Then, he did the same, and produced 17 fertilized eggs one after another, all of which were injected into the womb of the dragon maid. These 18 dragon maids will become the mothers of the pure-blooded dragon embryos. When these pure-blooded dragons are born in the future, these dragon maids will also be able to be as precious as mothers and children, and their status in the dragons will rise to the sky in one step. Next, Lu Fan continued to follow Zhao Li's method, and successively bred the embryos of 7 colored phoenix and pure-blood Kylin, and then injected them into the wombs of phoenix maids and Kylin maids respectively. Okay, you're done, you take them back to raise their babies. Lu Fan looked at Prison Niu, Feng Wu, and others. Is this the end? Prison Niu, Feng Wu, and the others looked at each other in blank dismay. They originally thought that Lu Fan was about to display some earth-shattering magical means, but they didn't expect the whole process to be so simple. Simple as fake. However, they are all Great Way Immortal powerhouses with extraordinary savvy. Although they still don't understand the scientific meaning of this, they all see a point. That is, the maids of the 3 clans they brought were all pregnant, and what they were pregnant with was the pure-blood dragon, 7-colored phoenix, and pure-blood Kylin they wanted. Thank you, Senior Lu Fan. Senior's kindness, we will never forget it. Prison Niu, Feng Wu, and others expressed their gratitude to Lu Fan. Although this matter is nothing to Lu Fan, it is indeed a race of hope for them. You don't need to be too polite, I just fulfilled my promise, and you all go away. Lu Fan waved his hand and directly issued the order to evict the guest. Chapter 69. Prisoner Niu and the others showed hesitation on their faces. They didn't expect Lu Fan to let them go so soon. They still wanted to learn science from Lu Fan. Lu Fan had already seen the thoughts of Prison Niu and others, but he didn't speak, but was waiting for Prison Niu and others to ask. Hung Jun still doesn't teach the law to 6 ears. Lu Fan is at the same level as Hung Jun, so there is no reason for him to take the initiative to let others learn. Finally, Prisoner Bull asked tentatively. Senior, my dragon clan wants to send disciples to follow the senior to learn science, I wonder if the senior should. My Phoenix family also wants to learn science from my predecessors. My Kylan family also wants to send disciples to learn science from seniors, and I ask seniors for permission. Not to be outdone, Feng Wu and the Kylan clan spoke up one after another, fearing that the Dragon clan would overtake them. Seeing that human race used science to create explosive device, airplanes, and other creations, and Lu Fan used science to clone pure blood, they have seen the greatness of Lu Fan's science. They are naturally eager to master the ability of science, which is different from the Great Primordial cultivation system. It's just that they are worried that Lu Fan is unwilling to impart this magical ability to them. After all, Lu Fan doesn't owe them anything anymore. If Lu Fan is unwilling, it is also reasonable. Thinking of this, the prisoner Niu Fengguo and the others couldn't help but become more nervous, lest Lu Fan would refuse. But Lu Fan smiled lightly, and said in a nonchalant tone, "Since you want to learn, then go learn. But don't conflict with human race in the Metaverse 660. In the future, more races may want to learn scientific knowledge, but what Lu Fan values most is undoubtedly the human race. Human race is not only the future protagonist of Great Primordial, but also more suitable for developing technology than other races." After hearing Lu Fan's words, the Swiren clan, Yushao clan, and Zi clan, the three ancestors of the human race, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The Dragon, Phoenix, and Kylan races are far stronger than the human race, and they are really worried that the other party will overwhelm the weaker human race after joining the metaverse. "Thank you, Senior. We will definitely follow the teachings of the seniors and never conflict with human race." Prison Niu and others were overjoyed, and quickly thanked Lu Fan. However, Prison Bull then asked Lu Fan in doubt, "Senior, don't you know what is metaverse?" Feng Wu and the others also looked at Lu Fan with puzzled expressions. Aren't they going to come to the human race territory and learn science with human race? What is the metaverse that Lu Fan refers to? Zi, tell them what the Yuan universe is. Lu Fan didn't answer, but looked at Zi who was next to him and ordered. "Yes, mentor." Zi bowed, then looked proudly at Prison Niu and the others and said, "The metaverse is the second world created by the teacher. As long as we put on the virtual helmet, we can let the spirit enter the metaverse to learn scientific knowledge, do everything in the metaverse that can be done in the outside world." What? Senior Lu Fan actually created a universe. Listening to Zi's narration, the faces of prisoner, Feng Wu, and others couldn't help showing shocking expressions. In the cognition of Primordial Bull and others, there is only the Great Primordial Universe. In order to develop the Great Primordial, God Pangu even fell because of it. In today's Great Primordial, people can only open up a small world at most, and it is far from a real universe. But now, Lu Fan has actually opened up another universe. How can this not shock Prison Niu and others? And you can enter the metaverse as long as you wear a helmet, which is amazing. Prisoner Bull quickly asked Lu Fan, "Senior, I don't know if you can enter the metaverse immediately after wearing the helmet in the East Sea." He originally wanted to send the dragon disciples to the human race station to study, but if he could directly enter the metaverse with the helmet, he wouldn't have to bother so much. "Can?" Lu Fan nodded. "What about the undead volcano where the junior Phoenix clan is located?" Feng Wu asked eagerly. "All can." Lu Fan nodded again. "As long as you have a virtual helmet, you can directly enter the metaverse in any corner of the Great Primordial. Anywhere in the Great Primordial, you can enter the metaverse." Listening to Lu Fan's confident words, Prison Niu, Feng Wu, and others all looked shocked. Although they haven't really entered the metaverse, Prison Niu and others all realize how powerful and extraordinary this metaverse is. "I wonder if Senior can give me a virtual helmet to enter the metaverse." Immediately, the prisoner could not wait to plead with Lu Fan. Feng Wu and others on the side also looked at Lu Fan earnestly. "Can?" Lu Fan waved his hand lightly, and 3 huge boxes appeared in front of Prison Niu, Feng Wu, and Kylan respectively. Thank you Lu Fan Senior. We are very grateful, Bev. When Prison Niu and others saw the densely packed virtual helmets in the box, they immediately put away the box as if they had found a treasure, and were extremely grateful to Lu Fan. In the eyes of Prison Niu and others, this seemingly ordinary virtual helmet is a ticket to enter another universe, so they can't help but pay attention to it. But after calming down, Prisoner and others thought of human race again. Human race allows everyone to enter the metaverse, which makes them feel envious. Prisoner Niu hesitated for a moment, but still pleaded with Lu Fan, the junior dragon clan has a large population, I wonder if senior Lu Fan can give you more rewards. Although the dragon clan has fallen, the number is still hundreds of millions. Now they only got 10,000 virtual helmets, which is really pitiful. The junior Phoenix family also implores senior Lu Fan to grant more virtual helmets. Senior Lu Fan and junior Kylan can't compare with Longzhu, but 10,000 helmets are far from enough. Feng Wu and the people of the Kylan tribe also begged after the others. This time Lu Fan did not agree, he shook his head directly and said, when you have learned something, I will reward you with more helmets. Rare is the most precious thing, Lu Fan can't give too many helmets at one time, otherwise the people of the three races may not be rare. Moreover, the dragon, phoenix, and Kylan races, as innate beings, are born with extremely powerful strength. Their pursuit of science is definitely not as firm as that of the human race. Lu Fan donated the helmets of the three tribes this time, and he only regarded them as a pilot. If the three clans perform well in the metaverse, it won't be too late for Lu Fan to be promoted within the three clans. Prisoner Niu and the others had no choice but to leave the Monastery of Five Manners respectfully, even though they felt a little unwilling, and returned to their respective territories immediately. Now the maids they brought are pregnant, and they must be brought back to the territory to raise their babies. And if they want the disciples of the three races to enter the metaverse to study science, they must go back as soon as possible. Mentor, Guo, and others have also bid farewell. Swiren clan, Yoshio, and Zi also followed suit and left the Monastery of Five Manners. As everyone left, the Monastery of Five Manners regained its cleanliness. The words are divided into two ends. Heavenly Court, 33 Heavens. Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai are discussing matters related to Lu Fan. Brother. Senior Lu Fan rejected our invitation and is unwilling to serve as the Emperor teacher at Heavenly Court. What should we do now? Eastern Emperor Tai frowned, his eyes were quite worried. Inviting Lu Fan to join Heavenly Court as the Emperor's teacher before was a long-planned calculation between the two of them. This move will give Heavenly Court another powerful backer, strengthen Heavenly Court chi luck, and bring endless benefits to Heavenly Court. It's a pity that Lu Fan didn't fall for the trick and chose to refuse directly, which made both of their calculations come to nothing. Since this is the case, then we can only think of other ways. Emperor Jun pondered for a while, and suddenly his eyes lit up and said, there are two goddesses Yihe and Changji on Taiyan Star. These two women not only have the cultivation level of pseudo-saint, but also are innate gods. Chi luck is long. If the two women can join Heavenly Court, our Heavenly Court has not only increased the combat power of two pseudo-saints, but one of its chi lucks must be owned by Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court will definitely use this to grow stronger. The eyes of Eastern Emperor Tai also lit up. Brother is right, we are not yet married, and we just married Yihe and Changzi, so that they will be more closely bound with our Heavenly Court. Chapter 70. After discussing with Eastern Emperor Tai, Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai immediately made a decision to marry Yihe and Changzi. As for whether the two women are willing, this is not in the consideration of Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai. The Great Primordial World respects the strong. Although Yihe and Changzi are also in the pseudo-saint realm, they are not good at fighting. Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai naturally have absolute certainty to win the two girls. However, in order to avoid accidents, Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai decided to go to Nuwa for help first, and let Nuwa, the saint, marry them and preside over the wedding. As long as Nuwa, the saint, comes forward, this matter will be sure to 9. Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai immediately left the demon race heavenly court, and returned to the palace of Empress Wa. The two soon arrived outside the palace of Empress Wa, and after getting Nuwa's permission, they entered the palace of Empress Wa to meet Nuwa. Meet Saintess Nuwa. Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai saluted Nuwa respectfully. Nuwa was also a member of demon race before Sanctified, and his status was still under Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai. But now, with Nuwa proved the Deo Sanctified, the status of both parties has naturally reversed. Well, what's the matter with you? Nuwa asked lightly. Saintess Nuwa. Our two brothers want to marry the two goddesses Yihe and Changzi, so we come here to ask Saintess Nuwa for a marriage and officiate the wedding ceremony for our two brothers. Emperor Jun expressed his intention respectfully. Do you want to marry the two goddesses Yihe and Changzi? Nuwa frowned, and quickly deduced the purpose of the two. After pondering for a while, Nuwa continued to speak, I can promise to help you officiate the wedding. But if you want me to give you the marriage, you must first obtain the consent of Yihe and Changji. After all, there is the incense of the former demon race, and if it can help demon race grow, Nuwa still doesn't mind helping. Thank you Saintess Nuwa. Hearing Nuwa's promise, Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai were immediately overjoyed, and quickly thanked them. As for obtaining the consent of Changji, Yihe, and the two daughters, it was not difficult for Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai. After happily leaving the palace of Empress Wa, Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai immediately headed towards Taiyan Star. With the speed of Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai, after only a moment, they arrived at Taiyan Star. Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai exuded a powerful momentum, covering the entire Taiyan Star. Where are the goddesses Xihe and Changji? Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai are here to visit. Emperor Jun shouted loudly. Since Xihe and Changji are not as strong as themselves, Emperor Jun will naturally not be as polite as he is to Nuwa. As Emperor Jun's voice fell, two fairy figures exuding a faint radiance appeared in front of Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai in an instant. These two fairies have jade-like skin and graceful figures. One of the fairies is older and full of mature charm, her sister Yihe. The other fairy looks a little young, with a look of innocence, and it is the younger sister Changji. That's right. The two are worthy of being innate goddesses, and their appearance is indeed the best of the Great Primordial. After seeing the looks of the two women, Emperor Jun couldn't help but nodded in satisfaction and praised. Originally, Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai only wanted to marry Yihe and Changji because of their strength and their chi luck. At this time, after seeing the looks of the two goddesses, she became more determined to marry them. Emperor Jun, Eastern Emperor Tai? If the two are not staying in heavenly court, what do you do to my Taiyan Star? Yihe spoke in a cold voice with a cold tone. It is obviously extremely disrespectful for Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai to break into Taiyan Star directly, and it has already aroused Xihe's anger. Xihe, my brothers and sisters are going to marry your sisters. Now you follow me to the palace of Empress Wa and ask Saintess Nuwa to marry you. Emperor Jun's tone was domineering, and he said in an unquestionable tone. What? Hearing what Emperor Jun said, Xihe and Chang Xi were shocked. They never expected that Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai came to Taiyan Star with such an idea. This is impossible. Xihe directly refused, the two of you are the masters of the heavenly court, we sisters can't afford it, you two didn't choose someone else. I don't want to marry you. Changji also snorted and refused. 2. If you are willing to marry my two brothers, you will be the hostess of heavenly court in the future. Not only can you share heavenly court chi luck, but you also have the power to control hundreds of millions of demon race. Don't you think about it? Emperor Jun seduced directly. No need. Thank you for your kindness, please go back, Taiyin Star doesn't welcome you. Xi refused again, with a firm tone. Xi, Chong Yi, don't be ignorant of good and evil. Our brothers are willing to marry you, this is your honor. Hearing Xi's refusal again, Eastern Emperor Tai couldn't help shouting sharply. Eastern Emperor Tai is proud and arrogant, how can he tolerate being rejected like this? At this time, Emperor Jun's face also darkened. They originally thought that they should feel honored to agree to marry Xi and Changzi as the masters of the heavenly court, but they never expected to be sternly rejected. Since you don't know how to flatter, don't blame our brothers for being rude. Emperor Jun smiled coldly, his aura suddenly rose, and he rolled towards Xi and Changzi. Xi and Changzi were not afraid at all, and they also broke out the aura of pseudo-saint to fight against each other. Boom! The momentum of the two sides collided instantly, and the terrifying power fluctuations swept away in all directions in an instant. Although they are also in the realm of pseudo-saint, it can be clearly seen from the momentum that Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai are far more powerful than Yihe and Changji. But Xi and Changzi are not afraid at all. They would rather fight to the death than marry Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai. Snort! Emperor Jun let out a cold snort, and was ready to take down Xi and Changzi completely, and gave them a profound lesson. However, at this moment, a click sound suddenly sounded. This sound is so soft that if you don't listen carefully, you can't hear it at all. However, in the ears of Emperor Jun and others, this voice was like thunder. Regardless of Xi Changzi, or Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tai, their faces changed drastically, as if they had encountered a great terror. Because, this voice is nothing but the robot that Lu Fan left behind in Taiyin Star. Their powerful aura suppressed Lu Fan's robot and shattered it. Monastery of Five Manners. The moment the robot was damaged, Lu Fan had already sensed it, and at the same time discovered Emperor Jun and others who were confronting each other on Taiyin Star. What's going on? How did Emperor Jun, Eastern Emperor Tai fight with Xi and Changzi? Shouldn't they hold a heavenly wedding in the future and become husband and wife? 0. Lu Fan was a little puzzled at first, but quickly reacted. It seems that the marriage of Xi and Chong Yi to Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai should be forced. However, none of this has anything to do with Lu Fan. All he wants now is justice for that damaged robot. Lu Fan's figure flashed and disappeared instantly. When Lu Fan appeared again, he was already on Taiyin Star. Taiyin Star. There was silence at the moment, and a needle could be heard. Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tai and Changji seemed to be frozen in time, they were all fixed in place. Their movements of preparing to fight stopped, and their faces were full of nervousness. Although they only damaged one of Lu Fan's robots, no one knows how Lu Fan will treat them for this. You know, the innate powers who went to Xiao Palace to listen to the preaching touched Lu Fan's robot because of their lack of hands, and Lu Fan ransacked it severely. Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai no longer have any intention of attacking Xi and Changji. They dare not run away and can only wait for Lu Fan's trial. At this time, Lu Fan appeared. Lu Fan's golden quantum body is like a divine light shining all over the faces of the four people. His face was expressionless, and his voice was devoid of emotion. He just uttered 6 words lightly from his mouth. Who hurt my subordinates? Senior Lu Fan, we have no intention of offending and damaged your creation, please forgive me, Senior. Without saying a word, Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tai immediately bowed to Lu Fan, begging Lu Fan for forgiveness. Although Lu Fan refused them to be heavenly court emperors, they did not dare to disrespect Lu Fan because of this. You know, Lu Fan is the existence that killed Yuanshi Saint with one finger. For those ants under Saint, a single thought might be annihilated in ashes. Chapter 71. Senior Lu Fan, we also do not intend to offend, but Emperor Jun Tai is too bullying. Xi and Changzi also quickly apologized to Lu Fan and asked for forgiveness. whether it's intentional or unintentional. I only look at the result, not the process. Lu Fan said flatly. When his robot breaks, it breaks, for no reason. If an apology works, why bother with the police? If this is not a robot, but an ordinary human race, it is dead. Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Taei's face was ugly, and he could hear that Lu Fan did not intend to let it go. They originally thought that as long as they took the initiative to bow their heads, with their identities and their previous hospitality to Lu Fan might not care. Unexpectedly, Lu Fan didn't give them any face. However, there is no way not to give them. Senior Lu Fan, we are wrong this time, we accept the punishment. Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Taei finally lowered their heads and apologized again. Senior, I don't know what you want to do with 330? We must obey. Old rules, an innate spirit treasure. Book of Myriad Charted Rivers or Bell of Primordial Chaos, you choose. Lu Fan glanced at Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Taei, and said in a flat tone. There are a lot of treasures in Demon Race Heavenly Court. Now that Lu Fan has seized the opportunity, of course he will take the opportunity to ask for it. What? Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Taei's eyes darkened, and they almost wanted to vomit blood. They didn't expect Lu Fan to ask for their most important spirit treasure without saying anything about affection. Book of Myriad Charted Rivers is the best quality innate spirit treasure, and also the birth companion spirit treasure of Emperor Jun. It has the ability to deduce the mystery of heavenly Dao and astrology and divination. The Bell of Primordial Chaos is the supreme holy artifact of opening heavens, one of the 3 innate treasures, and also the accompanying treasure of Eastern Emperor Taei, which is the foundation for him to prove the Dao in the future. Now Lu Fan opened his mouth to ask for one of them. This is simply embarrassing for them. You know, they also acted as licking dogs for Lu Fan for a while, but Lu Fan still opened his mouth like a merciless lion. Senior, these 3 are treasures to suppress my Demon Race Heavenly Court chi luck. If anyone is lost, the strength of Heavenly Court will be greatly reduced, and Heavenly Court will definitely lose to which clan? Emperor Jun hurriedly begged Lu Fan, Senior, please hold your hand high and exchange it for other treasures. I, the Demon Race Heavenly Court, will definitely do my best to get it for Senior. Apart from Book of Myriad Charted Rivers and Bell of Primordial Chaos, Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Taei would really give anything for Lu Fan's understanding. Even if there is no treasure in Demon Race, they are willing to launch Demon Race Heavenly Court as land shit. But as more and more treasures are obtained, Lu Fan's current vision naturally becomes higher and higher. Other treasures are no longer considered by Lu Fan. Lu Fan just shook his head indifferently and said, I'm not interested in other treasures. Do you offer the things yourself, or do you want me to fetch them myself? He didn't feel that his behavior was overbearing. After all, Great Primordial was a world where the weak preyed on the strong and the strong respected. As long as you have enough strength, you can naturally do whatever you want. When Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Taei wanted to forcefully marry Changji and Xie, did they consider their opinions? Now Lu Fan wants their treasure, so naturally they don't care how important this treasure is to Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Taei. Hateful. Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Taei gritted his teeth, resentful and unwilling. If it were someone else, even if it was Saint in person, Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Taei would definitely choose to fight to the death. But Lu Fan is no ordinary saint, he is comparable to Hung Jun. Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Taei knew that even if they tried their best, they could never be Lu Fan's opponents. If they choose to do it, they may not only lose one of the treasures, but may be taken away by Lu Fan. So Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Taei finally chose to accept their fate. After some weighing, they handed the river map to Lu Fan. Good baby. It's the best quality innate spirit treasure. Lu Fan took the river map, analyzed it with the ability of quantum analysis, and nodded in satisfaction. The quality of this river map is second only to the Pangu banner, and among all the treasures collected by Lu Fan, it is definitely among the best. Being able to blackmail Hichu from Emperor Jun this time is definitely a big profit. After putting away the river map, Lu Fan looked at Xie and Changzi again. Okay, now it's your turn. What treasure do you have to compensate me for my loss? Lu Fan's robot was destroyed, but not only because of Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai, Xie and Changzi also have unshirkable responsibilities. Although the two daughters are one of the few goddesses in the Great Primordial, Lu Fan did not soften his heart because of this. The current Lu Fan is a quantum body, and the emotions and desires are meaningless to him. At least for now. We. Facing Lu Fan's menacing gaze, the two daughters Xie and Changyi were dumbfounded and lowered their heads uneasy. The two daughters have been living on Taiyan Star, aloof from the world, and they can't offer any treasures as compensation. The Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai on the side were not in a hurry to leave, they also wanted to see how Xie and Changzi would resolve this crisis. They naturally know that the two goddesses, Xie and Changzi, have been living in Taiyan Star, and have not searched and competed for treasures throughout the Great Primordial like others. They didn't believe that the two women could come up with something good to appease Lu Fan's anger. Humph! I'd like to see what treasures you can come up with. Emperor Jun looked viciously at the distressed Yihe and Changzi, and thought gloatingly. If Lu Fan is dissatisfied and suppresses Xie Changji, Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai can reap the benefits. Losing the river map, Emperor Jun not only lost his strength, but also almost lost the hope of proving the Dao sanctified. At this moment, he was full of anger, wishing that Xie and Changxi would be as unlucky as him. These two women, if they had agreed to his marriage proposal before, would there be so much more behind? Therefore, Emperor Jun also hates the two daughters who caused him to lose the river map. Senior Lu Fan, my sister, and I have no treasures, can you spare us this time? Changji begged Lu Fan pitifully. No. Lu Fan refused without thinking. If Lu Fan enters and spares Xie and Changji's sisters, there may still be people who dare to do something to his creations in the future, and Lu Fan will never open such an opening. Yihe gritted his teeth at this time, as if he had made a decision. Senior, we sisters don't have much, how about being willing to be your maid as compensation for Senior? Yihe said firmly. What? Hearing Xie's words, Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai's faces were shocked. The two were a little silly, they didn't expect Xie to make such a decision. If Lu Fan really treats Xie and Changzi as maids, Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai will never dare to think about their sisters again. 3.7 Even if they are favored in front of Lu Fan, Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai have to be careful with them when they see them again. Elder sister. Changyi turned to look at Xie in disbelief. As sisters who have lived together for millions of years, Changyi knows Xie better and knows how proud Xie is. Without Dharma Body's letter, Xie is willing to become Lu Fan's maid. Lu Fan was also slightly taken aback, then reacted, and looked at Yihe with admiration. Xie obviously also knew that even if they could offer treasures to compensate Lu Fan, after Lu Fan left, Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai would not let them go. And if Lu Fan can accept them as maids, it will not only compensate Lu Fan for the damaged robot, but also avoid being targeted by Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai again, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. After seeing Xie's plan, Lu Fan pondered slightly, considering whether to accept Yihe's proposal and take the two girls as maids. Chapter 72. Although Lu Fan is a quantum body, the emotions and desires are meaningless to him, but it is very seductive to have such two beautiful women by his side. Besides, Xie and Changzi are not vases, both women are pseudo-saints, and they are also absolute masters in the Great Primordial. In the future, if Lu Fan has anything to do, he doesn't need to do it himself, it can be done by the two girls. The four people around stared at Lu Fan nervously, waiting for his decision. Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai hoped that Liu Fan would refuse, while Yi hoped that Liu Fan would agree. After a while, Liu finally made a decision. He looked at the two daughters Xi and Changzi, nodded slowly and agreed, "Okay. I can accept your sisters as maids, and it will be regarded as compensation for damaging the robot this time." "Thank you, Senior Liu Fan." Hearing Liu Fan's answer, Xi and Xi were overjoyed immediately, and quickly bowed to Liu Fan. Although they are serving as maids for Liu Fan, with Liu Fan's strength, they will definitely not lose money, and may even make money. Many people in the Great Primordial want to be Hung Jun's maids and boys, but Hung Jun still refuses to accept them. Now that Xi and Chang Yi have the opportunity to serve as maids to Liu Fan, who is not weaker than Hung Jun, if the news spreads, it may arouse the envy and jealousy of countless people. This Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai's expressions were extremely ugly at this time, and they looked at Xi and Changzi with a look of unwillingness. They knew that they might not be able to make plans with these two goddesses in the future. "Let's go." Although extremely annoyed in their hearts, Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai did not dare to do anything wrong in front of Liu Fan, so they had no choice but to fly away from Taiyan Star. "Pack up your things and come back to Monastery of Five Manners with me," Liu Fan said lightly to Xi and Chang Xi. As maids, it is of course impossible for the two daughters to stay on Taiyan Star. "Yes." Xi and Chang Xi respectfully agreed. The two women have lived on Taiyan Star for hundreds of millions of years. Although they were very reluctant to give up, they finally put away their things on Taiyan Star and left here with Liu Fan. When Liu Fan returned to the Monastery of Five Manners with Xi and Changji's two daughters, Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai had also returned to Heavenly Court. When Fu Xi learned that Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai had returned, he immediately went to see them. "Emperor of Heaven, Eastern Emperor, how about marrying the goddess of Taiyan Star?" Fu Xi asked immediately. This matter is not only a private matter of Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai, but also related to the future development plan of the entire demon race Heavenly Court, so he is naturally very concerned. As a result, Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tai, who was already gloomy, turned even more ugly. In the end, it was Eastern Emperor Tai who spoke up and told Fu Xi everything about what happened to them on Taiyan Star. "What?" Fu Xi's eyes widened, his face full of shock. He never expected that when Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai went to marry the two goddesses Taiyan Star, they would encounter such twists and turns. Not only did they fail to marry Xi and Chang Yi, but even Emperor Jun's river map was taken away by that Liu Fan. And Xi and Changji, two goddesses of the lunar eclipse who are both beautiful and powerful, would rather be Liu Fan's maids than marry Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai. This is simply killing and heartbreaking. He finally understood why both Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai looked so ugly. "Emperor of Heaven, Eastern Emperor, where will my heavenly court go from now on?" Fu Xi asked with a worried expression. Not only did Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai fail to marry Xi and Changji this time, but they also lost Hichu. The strength of Heavenly Court has not increased but decreased. 12 ancestral, which was no match for Heavenly Court, but now it's even more dangerous. Emperor Jun pondered for a while, then raised his head to look in the direction of the North Sea and said, "I heard that Kunpeng is known as the Demon Master by the North Sea, so I decided to invite him to join my Heavenly Court, and be granted the title of Heavenly Court Demon Master." "Brother, this idea is very good. I heard that Kunpeng is extremely powerful, and his speed is unparalleled in the world. If I can invite him to join my demon race Heavenly Court, it will definitely make up for the loss and enhance the strength of the Heavenly Court." Eastern Emperor Tai also said excitedly. Fu Xi hesitated for a while and asked, "I heard that Kunpeng has always been rebellious, what if he doesn't agree to join Heavenly Court?" "Humph, then just suppress it," Emperor Jun said coldly. Liu Fan refused to join him in the Heavenly Court, and Emperor Jun had nothing to do about it. He didn't dare to put another fart. But not everyone is a Lu fan and is qualified to refuse his solicitation. This. Fu Xi frowned slightly, feeling that Emperor Jun's move was too domineering. But after a little hesitation, Fu Xi gave up his plan to persuade. Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai had just been dealt a severe blow, and now they might not listen to persuasion at all. After making a decision, Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai did not hesitate, and they left Heavenly Court immediately and headed for the North Sea. The North Sea is in the extreme north of the Great Primordial, hundreds of millions of miles away from the Li Tian court. However, the two were pseudo-saints, and it only took a while before they entered the range of the North Sea and successfully found Kunpeng. Emperor of Heaven, Eastern Emperor wants to invite me to join Heavenly Court? And make me Heavenly Court Demon Master. After knowing the intentions of Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai, Kunpeng was immediately moved. Although he is honored as Demon Master, how can he be as orthodox as Heavenly Court Demon Master? Once he is granted the title of Heavenly Court Demon Master, he will be recognized by Heavenly Dao, enjoy boundless chi luck, and his practice will be greatly improved. Of course, he also has to pay, that is to help Heavenly Court deal with 12 ancestral witch. However, wealth are in danger, and after a little hesitation, Kunpeng directly agreed. Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai were immediately overjoyed. Originally they thought that it would be quite difficult to invite Kunpeng to join Heavenly Court. They have even made plans to forcefully suppress Kunpeng. Unexpectedly, Kunpeng agreed so easily. With the addition of a pseudo-saint like Kunpeng, Emperor Jun's depression of losing the river map has dissipated a lot. The three of them did not hesitate, and immediately left the North Sea together and returned to the demon race Heavenly Court. After a little preparation, Emperor Jun officially granted Kunpeng the title of Heavenly Court Demon Master. As soon as he became Heavenly Court Demon Master, Kunpeng made a proposal to Emperor Jun. Your Majesty, which clan has a great array of 12 integrated fiendish gods? If I, demon race, want to defeat which clan, I must have an array of the same level. Demon Master is right, but we are not good at formations. The great array of 12 integrated fiendish gods is Pangu's legacy. How can it be so easy to get formations of the same level? Emperor Jun frowned. It's not that they hadn't thought about the formation, but it was too difficult and they ran aground. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Kunpeng's face showed a bit of pride and proudly said, Wei Chen is quite accomplished in formations, and he is willing to complete this task. He has just become Heavenly Court Demon Master and is trying to take this opportunity to strengthen his position. Great! I didn't expect Demon Master to be good at formations. Emperor Jun was immediately overjoyed, and directly promised Kunpeng, Demon Master, what needs do you need to study formations? Just ask 760, and I will definitely satisfy you. Thinking that demon race will soon have a formation not weaker than the great array of 12 integrated fiendish gods, Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai's expressions became excited. I have no other needs, I just need to rely on the two treasures of His Majesty. I promise that within 10,000 years, the formation will be able to be deduced. Kunpeng is full of confidence, with a hint of pride in his tone. The great array of 12 integrated fiendish gods is the largest formation of the Great Primordial, and his ability to deduce formations of the same level for 10,000 years must show his high attainments in formations. Does it really only take 10,000 years? Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tai became more and more excited. 10,000 years seems to be a long time, but to them, it is just a flick of a finger. Thinking that 10,000 years later, they would be able to compete against the great array of 12 integrated fiendish gods, they couldn't help but be overjoyed. Demon Master, which two treasures are they? Tell me quickly. The Empress asked impatiently. Reporting to Emperor of Heaven, it is none other than His Majesty's Hichu and Luoshu. Kunpeng replied without hesitation, while looking at Emperor Jun expectantly, waiting for Emperor Jun to bring him the Book of Myriad Charted Rivers. However, what he didn't expect was that instead of making any movements, the smile on Emperor Jun's face froze directly. Why, isn't His Majesty willing to lend the Book of Myriad Charted Rivers? Kunpeng frowned in confusion. He didn't run away with the Book of Myriad Charted Rivers. Why did Emperor Jun look like this? Emperor Jun opened his mouth, as if he wanted to explain, but he didn't know what to say when the words came to his lips. After a while, he said bitterly, "Demon Master, can only passers-by do it?" Kunpeng. Chapter 73. Kunpeng was stunned, completely unable to understand the meaning of Emperor Jun's words. What does it mean that only Luoshu can do it? What about Hichu? Your Majesty, what does this mean? Why can't the river map be lent out? Kunpeng asked with a puzzled look. Emperor Jun's complexion changed. He really didn't want to tell his dark history. But he really couldn't think of a reasonable excuse to prevaricate Kunpeng, so he had to tell Kunpeng the truth. The river map was taken away by Senior Lu Fan. What? Senior Lu Fan took it? Kunpeng was shocked. He didn't expect that Lu Fan was involved in this matter. He didn't dare to be careless, so he asked strictly. Emperor of Heaven, what the hell is going on here? Although Emperor Jun said it was easy, Lu Fan just took it away, but he didn't believe it was that simple. Emperor Jun had no choice but to tell Kunpeng that he damaged the robot in Taiyan Star and was robbed by Lu Fan and took away Hichu. This! Kunpeng was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect such a thing to happen here. His face couldn't help changing, and he felt extremely uneasy. Now it doesn't matter whether Hichu or not, what matters is Lu Fan's attitude. Obviously, Lu Fan absolutely does not want to see Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tai, otherwise, it is impossible to rob Emperor Jun's river map. Then he joins the Heavenly Court and is likely to be affected. Kunpeng's eyes wandered, and he suddenly planned to quit Heavenly Court on the spot. After all, he just joined Heavenly Court, he has no sense of belonging to Heavenly Court yet, and he can quit at any time. Emperor Jun saw what Kunpeng was thinking, and he quickly spoke to comfort him. Demon Master, don't worry, we just accidentally damaged one of Lu Fan's creations, it's not a conflict with Lu Fan's predecessor. And we have also made compensation. I believe Lu Fan Daoist friend will not pursue it anymore. After finally getting a strong man like Kunpeng to join Heavenly Court, Emperor Jun doesn't want him to be scared away. This is also the reason why he concealed this matter before. I see. Kunpeng nodded, barely relieved. After thinking for a while, he said, if there is no Hichu and only Luoshu, I may need to spend more time to deduce the formation. It's okay, Demon Master will do his best. Emperor Jun nodded, took out Luoshu and handed it to Kunpeng. Kunpeng immediately took over Luoshu and went to his retreat place to deduce the great array of revolving starry skies. In the following time, the entire Heavenly Court fell into silence. Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai retreated and practiced penance, and wanted to make up for the loss of strength caused by the lack of Hichu by improving their strength. Kunpeng uses Luoshu to deduce the great array of revolving starry skies, and wants to create a peerless formation that is not weaker than the great array of 12 integrated fiendish gods. Before you know it, 100 years have passed. Great Primordial looks all right. But, it's not that normal. Zai Xiaogong. Hung Jun, who was sitting cross-legged on the meditation mat, suddenly opened his eyes. What's going on? Why is Heavenly Dao abnormal? Hung Jun frowned slightly, and immediately pinched his fingers to calculate. As the spokesperson of Heavenly Dao, he knows the general trend of Heavenly Dao like the palm of his hand. According to the trend of Heavenly Dao, the Emperor of Heaven Emperor Jun should have held a heavenly marriage with the Queen of Heaven, Xie. But the karmic merit has not been lowered until now. Hung Jun immediately sensed something was wrong. Hung Jun raised his eyes and looked in the direction of the demon race Heavenly Court. The incomparably powerful holy thoughts penetrated the 33rd heaven, and through the formation restraints arranged outside the heavenly court, he immediately saw the scene inside the entire heavenly court clearly. Emperor Jun, Eastern Emperor Tai, and Fu Xi who were practicing in seclusion, as well as Kunpeng who was deducing the formation, all of them came into Hung Jun's eyes. However, after looking through the entire heavenly court, Hung Jun did not find the figures of Xi and Changzi. Then Hung Jun turned his head and looked in the direction of Taiyan Star, but he also did not find the two goddesses. There are indeed countless robots busy collecting various resources on Taiyan Star. What's going on? Why are the two Taiyan Star goddesses Xi and Changyi missing? A look of surprise appeared on Hung Jun's face. The two daughters Xi and Changzi have always been reluctant to go out, and they rarely leave Taiyan Star once in hundreds of thousands of years. Now that the two girls left Taiyan Star, but did not marry Heavenly Court, where did they go? Hung Jun was puzzled, immediately took out the jade plate of good fortune, closed his eyes and deduced the positions of Xi and Changzi. Mysterious halos lit up on the jade plate of good fortune, and the heavenly Dao law faintly emerged from it. At this time, under heavenly Dao, there is nothing that can hide from Hung Jun's induction. After sensing for a while, the display of heaven's secrets was still blank, and Hung Jun couldn't locate Xi and Changzi at all. This is impossible. Hung Jun was startled, opened his eyes suddenly, and stopped the heaven's secrets deduction at the same time. Unless the two daughters Xi and Changzi have been freed from heavenly Dao's shackles, this cannot happen. But this is of course impossible, even Saint can't get rid of the shackles of heavenly Dao, how can Xi and Changyi do this? By the way, there is also Lu Fan. Hung Jun quickly thought of the enigmatic Lu Fan. In the entire Great Primordial, I am afraid that only Lu Fan is not bound by heavenly Dao. Now Hung Jun can't deduce the whereabouts of Xi and Changzi, they are probably with Lu Fan. Hung Jun immediately turned his head and looked in the direction of Longevity Hill. As expected, Hung Jun instantly found Yihe and Changzi in the Monastery of Five Manners. At this time, Xi and Changzi were just like maids, serving tea and water for Lu Fan, pressing the keys and beating his back, without the slightest appearance of the holy and proud goddesses in the past. What's going on here? Hung Jun was completely dumbfounded, with an unbelievable look on his face. He has absolutely no idea what's going on. Why did Yihe and Changji leave the goddess instead of being a goddess and go to Lu Fan to be a maid? Hung Jun was inexplicably shocked, and his face changed accordingly. As the spokesperson of Heavenly Dao, Hung Jun understands Heavenly Dao better than others. Although what you see in front of you seems to be just a trivial matter, it is not worth paying attention to. But if this continues, it will directly affect the overall situation of Heavenly Dao. Xi and Changxi have been staying here as Lu Fan's maids, so it is impossible to achieve a heavenly marriage with Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai, and Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tai will naturally not be able to enjoy the karmic merit of a heavenly marriage. Without karmic merit, Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai's cultivation level cannot be improved. How can they compete with 12 ancestral witch? As for the next 10 Golden Crow Crown Princes coming to the world, Ho Yi shooting the sun and triggering a 5-point decisive battle, of course none of them will happen. As soon as he thought of this, Hung Jun's scalp went numb in an instant. I can't go on, good king. Poor Daoist must let Heavenly Dao return to the original track. Hung Jun made a decision, and his figure disappeared in Zai Xiao's palace in an instant. When Hung Jun's figure appeared again, he had already descended in the Monastery of Five Manners. Hung Jun Daoist friend came here uninvited, is it too rude? Seeing Hung Jun suddenly appearing in front of him, Lu Fan's tone was indifferent, and there was no surprise on his face. In fact, when Hung Jun set his sights on the Monastery of Five Manners, Lu Fan had already felt the plan. And Hung Jun suddenly appeared in the Monastery of Five Manners, so naturally he couldn't hide it from Lu Fan. The two daughters Changzi, Xi were also taken aback, and when they recognized Hung Jun, they hurried forward to greet him. Meet the teacher. Changji and Xie also went to Zixiao Palace to listen to Hung Jun's sermon, so they are called teachers. However, it was okay for them not to be polite, but after seeing the ceremony, Hung Jun's face became even more ugly, and the corners of his mouth twitched a few times unconsciously. Yi and Changji call them teachers, but serve as maids for Lu Fan. How does this embarrass him? Chapter 74. Lu Fan deist friend, why did Xie and Chong Xie appear here? Hung Jun was aggressive and questioned Lu Fan. Hung Jun deist friend, what do they have to do with you here, you are too lenient. Lu Fan responded indifferently. They are congenital goddesses who once listened to the sermon in the poor deist Zixiao Palace, and they are also regarded as poor deist's disciples, but Lu Fan deist friend treats them as maids. This is too much. Hung Jun said coldly. Deist friend's words are wrong. Xie and Changzi are my maids in this monastery of 5 manners, and they are all voluntary. Lu Fan was calm and breezy, with the tone of don't wrong a good person. How is it possible? Xie and Chong Yi will volunteer to be your maids instead of being good goddesses. Hung Jun almost laughed at Lu Fan's words, he didn't believe it at all. Tell yourself. Lu Fan didn't bother to explain, so he told Xie and Chong Xie directly. Teacher, our sisters did voluntarily stay by senior Lu Fan's side as maids. Xie and Changji agreed with one voice, admitting that Lu Fan was right. Hung Jun. Hung Jun is numb, he really can't understand why Xie Changji should be Lu Fan's maid instead of being a good innate goddess. Xie Changji, what the hell is going on? Hung Jun asked with a gloomy face, because the Prince Lu Fan judges his own cause and effect, even he can't deduce what happened to Taeyin Star, so he can only let Xie Changji tell the Truth 743. Yi and Changji did not hide anything, and immediately told Hung Jun what happened on Taeyin Star. How so? After listening to Xie's narration, Hung Jun became even more stupid. He originally thought that Lu Fan just abducted Xie Changji, which would only cause Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Taei to lose karmic merit, unable to improve their strength quickly, resulting in a disadvantage in the next Witches and Demons decisive battle. Unexpectedly, Lu Fan did something more ruthless, and directly cheated Emperor Jun's river map. Without the best quality innate spirit treasure like Hichu, Heavenly Court's strength has been weakened again. Demon race can't beat Witch clan, it's even worse without Hichu. The balance of power between witches and demons was completely broken by Lu Fan alone. But who can blame this? To blame can only be blamed on Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Taei himself, who insisted on doing something on Taeyin Star and damaged Lu Fan's robot. Otherwise, how could there be so many things? Emperor Jun, it's not good for you to mess with anyone, you must mess with Lu Fan. Hung Jun turned into Kong Ji at this moment, feeling extremely depressed and unable to complain. However, it is useless for him to blame Emperor Jun now, the most important thing is to remedy it quickly. Lu Fan deist friend. Hung Jun, who forced Bebk himself to calm down, slapped Lu Fan, and his tone became polite. Poor deist can replace Xie and Changzi to compensate deist friend with an innate spirit treasure. Can deist friend let them go? Hung Jun deist friend is really generous, why don't you give me the jade plate, and I will agree. Lu Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, with a faint smile on his face. Now ordinary innate spirit treasure is no longer in his eyes, Tian Zibao group control. I heard that the Jade Plate of Good Fortune recorded 3,000 heavenly Dao rules. If you can analyze them thoroughly, you might be able to control the heavenly Dao. Hung Jun's face froze, he didn't expect Lu Fan to have such a big appetite. Dude, the opening is the Jade Plate of Good Fortune. His achievements today, all rely on Jade Plate of Good Fortune. If he surrenders, the Dao ancestor position will change hands. The marriage of deist friend, Emperor Jun, Eastern Emperor Taei, Xie, and Changji is the general trend of heavenly Dao, it is for heavenly marriage. Lu Fan Daoist friend does not want heaven defying. Hung Jun saw that it was useless to be soft, so he directly came to be hard, using heavenly Dao to threaten Lu Fan. Lu Fan rolled his eyes, and then spoke righteously. Daoist friend, even if heavenly Dao is popular, you can't force marriage, right? If it's a free love, I won't object, but what's the matter with door-to-door forced marriage like Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tae? At this moment, Lu Fan seems to be transformed into a guardian, with the light of justice shining from his body. That's right, Senior Lu Fan is right. Yi and Changji nodded their heads again and again, what Lu Fan said really hit their hearts. The free love of the special code. Seeing that Lu Fan refused to eat, Hung Jun was so angry that he almost vomited blood. But with Hung Jun's temperament, of course it is impossible to give up easily. He suppressed the anger in his heart and continued to persuade. If the two goddesses set up a marriage relationship with Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tae, it will have karmic merit and great primordial. Heavenly Dao will also lower karmic merit as a reward, which will be of great benefit to both parties in the marriage. Hung Jun seemed to be speaking to Lu Fan, but actually he was speaking to Xie Changji. He wanted to use the innate karmic merit as a temptation to impress Xie and Changzi, and offered to leave Lu Fan. If Lu Fan does not let him go at that time, then Xie and Chang Xi will definitely be dissatisfied with him. Lu Fan naturally saw through Hung Jun's sinister intentions, but he didn't point it out, he just looked at Xie and Changzi and said, "You are the ones involved, I think it's better to ask your own opinions on this matter. Are you willing to use innate spirit treasure in exchange for freedom?" "We don't want to." Without any hesitation, Xie and Chang Xi directly shook their heads and refused with a firm tone. They are also excited about the reward of heavenly Dao karmic merit, but they are extremely disgusted by the way Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tae forced them before. They are not willing to wrong themselves for the innate karmic merit. As innate goddesses, they have their own pride. What's more, they have now followed a strong man like Lu Fan, and their future prospects will not be worse than those who have acquired those innate karmic merit. You. Hung Jun's face darkened suddenly. He knew that his calculations had completely failed. Hung Jun, who was attacked again, didn't bother to say more, so as not to humiliate himself. His figure disappeared within the monastery of 5 manors in an instant. When Hung Jun's figure reappeared in Zai Xiaogong, the anger on his face still hasn't dissipated. Since proving the Dao sanctified, there have been very few things in the entire Great Primordial that can arouse Hung Jun's anger. But Lu Fan, who is not bound by heavenly Dao, is an exception. No. The poor Daoist must think of a way to reverse the heavenly Dao situation affected by this. Hung Jun thought to himself, the first is the issue of heavenly marriage, Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tae must be married. But today's Great Primordial, apart from the two goddesses Xie and Chang Yi, Hung Jun can't find anyone else to replace him for a while. After all, there are only a few of them in the Great Primordial who are qualified to become the goddesses of heavenly court. Among them, Nuwa has proved the Dao sanctified, and it is impossible to condescend to marry. Xie and Chang Yi have already followed Lu Fan, no one can steal someone from Lu Fan. After counting and counting, only Queen Mother of the West, Hutu, and Xianming of Witch Clan remained. Witch Clan and Demon Race are mortal enemies. The two ancestral witches, Hutu and Xianming, are absolutely impossible to marry Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tae, so only Mistress Xi is left. Hung Jun pondered to himself, then quickly dismissed the idea. Queen Mother of the West and Prince of East are destined couples, and Prince of East has already been beheaded by Emperor Jun. If Emperor Jun wants to marry Queen Mother of the West, then what's the point? Heavenly Dao doesn't even recognize it. Chapter 75. Forget it, since the heavenly marriage cannot be completed, it cannot be completed. It seems that we can only make up for the strength gap between Heavenly Court and Witch Clan in other ways. Hung Jun is full of helplessness, although he really wants Tianyan to appear, but he really can't do it, so he can only let Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tai continue to be single. So, he set his sights on the great array of revolving starry skies. He knew that at this moment Kunpeng was using Luosha to deduce the great array of revolving starry skies. Obviously, if there is no river map, Kunpeng's deduction of the formation will be half the effort, maybe it will be incomplete, and it will not be able to compete with the great array of 12 integrated fiendish gods. So he had to help, so that the strength of Heavenly Court would not be further weakened. Without any hesitation, Hung Jun's divine sense immediately penetrated 33 heavens and landed on Kunpeng. With the thought in Hung Jun's mind, a little inspiration instantly merged into Kunpeng's mind. Kunpeng, who was deducing the formation, suddenly felt an explosion of inspiration. Kunpeng found a solution to the difficult problems encountered in the formation deduction before. As puzzles are solved one by one, great array of revolving starry skies becomes more and more perfect. Originally, it might take tens of thousands of years to complete the deduction, but Kunpeng felt that he could complete the deduction without 5,000 years. All of this was Hung Jun's secret effort, and Kunpeng himself didn't feel anything, thinking it was because of his extraordinary talent. It should be almost there now. Hung Jun nodded in satisfaction. With his help, the great array of revolving starry skies deduced by Kunpeng must be the most perfect, and it will not be incomplete due to the lack of river maps. But there was one thing he couldn't make up for. That is, when casting the formation, the Book of Myriad Charted Rivers still needs to be activated. Lu Fan took the river chart, which would still greatly reduce the power of the formation. The heavenly Dao trend of the Great Primordial will eventually be led astray by Lu Fan. Monastery of Five Manners. Lu Fan didn't know that Hung Jun was secretly helping Heavenly Court strengthen. But even if you know, you will just laugh it off and don't take it to heart. After all, it has nothing to do with him. He is the body of a prince, and he has already jumped out of the causal line of all time and space. Great Primordial's heavenly Dao trend doesn't affect him at all. He just put the river map in front of him and continued to perform quantum analysis on the river map. Sister, do you know what the seniors are doing? Changji cast a look at Yi, and asked carefully through sound transmission. No way, Lu Fan's behavior is really weird. He just suspended the river map in front of him, but didn't do anything else. It looks like refining Hichu, but it doesn't look like refining. And this behavior is not a day or two, but for many years. At first it was Pangu banner, and later changed to river map. Sister, I don't know either. Yi shook his head, also full of puzzlement. But what they don't know is that in the void they can't see, strings of mysterious codes are flickering frantically. Every moment, hundreds of millions of lines of code are beating. This is the data calculated by Lu Fan on the Hichu quantum analysis. The body of Prince Lu Fan is equivalent to a walking quantum computer. If it wasn't for Hichu's best quality innate spirit treasure, the data to be analyzed is very complicated, and the land service is newly completed. Time passed slowly. Yi and Changzi became more and more curious, and in the end, they couldn't hold back. Senior Lu Fan, what are you doing? Yi plucked up his courage and asked Lu Fan. I'm analyzing the river map. Lu Fan's tone was flat, and he didn't hide his behavior. Analysis? Senior, I don't know what is analysis. The two girls Xi and Changzi are confused, they have never heard of this word. You only know that the river map is very powerful, but do you know how the river map was formed? Lu Fan asked without answering. This. Xi and Chong Xi looked at each other in dismay, then shook their heads in unison. I know you don't know. Lu Fan smiled, and had expected the reactions of Yi and Chong Yi. This is where the great primordials fall short, even the mighty pseudo-saints. They seem to be powerful, but they are taking things for innate spirit treasure, and never get to the bottom of it, to find out how these innate spirit treasures are formed. However, thinking that Xie and Changzi are his mates after all, and they will also have access to scientific knowledge in the future, Lu Fan doesn't mind explaining it to them. Any matter in this world is composed of elementary particles. As long as the arrangement of particles that make up the matter is analyzed, it can be synthesized and reproduced. Now I am analyzing the arrangement of particles in Hichu. Listening to what Lu Fan told, both Xie and Chong Xi were stunned. Although they still don't quite understand some of the words in Lu Fan's mouth, they also understand Lu Fan's purpose. Senior Lu Fan, you want to imitate the river map? Yi asked in disbelief. You can say that. Lu Fan gave an affirmative answer with a calm face. But, he too is best quality innate spirit treasure, can this be imitated? Shock was written all over Chong Xi's face. The two women are well informed, but they have never heard of someone who can imitate best quality innate spirit treasure. If it could be imitated, then great primordial best quality innate spirit treasure would have become a radish and cabbage long ago. What's wrong with best quality innate spirit treasure? As long as the analysis can be completed, even innate treasures can be imitated. Lu Fan said indifferently. For him with a quantum body, as long as he is given time to analyze, there is nothing impossible in this world. As if to verify that he was not lying, he then took out Yuanshi's Pangu banner, looked at Xie and Changzi and asked. What is this? You should know. Of course. This is Yuanshi Saint's Pangu banner. Yi and Changji said in unison, in the first battle of chaos, Lu Fan killed Yuanshi with one finger and won the Pangu banner. This is known to everyone among the great powers of Pseudo Saint. Senior, don't you really want to imitate Pangu banner? Xie regained his composure and asked incredulously. She remembered that when they first arrived at Monastery of Five Manners from Taiyin Star, Lu Fan was in a daze at Pangu banner. According to Lu Fan's current meaning, it is Pangu analysis. Obviously, Lu Fan has finished analyzing the Pangu banner. He takes it out now, so there is only one purpose, which is to imitate Pangu banner. This made both Yi and Chong Yi feel shocked. After all, this is an innate treasure. However, Lu Fan smiled. It's just a copy of Pangu banner, what a surprise. According to the agreement with Yuanshi, Pangu banner should be in his hands for 2 million years. However, this does not mean that he needs 2 million years to complete the analysis of Pangu banner. In fact, it has only been 200 years since getting the Pangu banner, and Lu Fan has already completed the analysis. Then, as if he was doing an insignificant thing, he directly started imitating Pangu banner again. Chapter 76. Boom! With the movement of Lu Fan's mind, billions of particles began to gather instantly under his control. These particles originally had no color individually, but as they converged in large numbers, they showed a dazzling light under the macroscopic view. Give it to me. Lu Fan let out a soft snort, as if saying what he said. In an instant, under the shocking eyes of Xie and Changzi, the endless colorful particles seemed to be controlled by an invisible big hand, constantly changing and arranging in mid-air. In no time, these particles make up the phantom of the Pangu banner. However, this is just a phantom, the outermost layer of the Pangu banner. To truly replicate the Pangu banner, larger and more complex particles are needed. Particles. Lu Fan's golden eyes burst into light, and he gave another low drink. In an instant, trillions of particles were transported by him. As Lu Fan manipulated more particles into it, the phantom of the 297 Pangu banner began to become more and more solid. Hundreds of trillions of particles are constantly gathering under the control of Lu Fan, and the phantom of the original Pangu banner has finally completely transformed into a real Pangu banner. Is this a replica of the Pangu banner? Yi and Changji couldn't believe their eyes. No. But Lu Fan shook his head and said, the current Pangu banner is just in appearance. Although the current Pangu banner looks exactly the same as the real Pangu banner, even the internal structure is exactly the same. But the Pangu banner imitated by Lu Fan lacks the most important thing, the law of Heavenly Dao. Without the Heavenly Dao law, the power of the imitated Pangu banner is naturally far inferior to the original version, and it is not an innate treasure at all. However, the so-called Heavenly Dao law has already been clearly analyzed by Lu Fan. The imitation Pangu banner trembled violently again, and the light on the banner shone brightly. Lu Fan began to use his own mind to engrave complex lines one by one on the surface of the trillions and trillions of particles that make up the Pangu banner. These lines are the embodiment of the Heavenly Dao law. This is an extremely complicated process, except for Lu Fan who has a quantum body. Absolutely no one else in the Great Primordial can do this, not even Hung Jun. As the grains are engraved on each particle, the light emitted from the Pangu banner becomes more and more intense. A powerful coercion began to rise from the Pangu banner, and gradually spread outward. The faces of Xie and Changzi next to her changed. They felt that the aura exuded by Pangu banner was getting stronger and stronger, forcing them to stay away gradually. At the same time, a vast purple air also began to form over the monastery of 5 manners. The birth of the treasure, Heavenly Dao feels it, and the vision will naturally come down. As the momentum emitted by the Pangu banner became stronger and stronger, the area covered by this purple energy became wider and wider. 3,000 miles, 30,000 miles, 30 million miles, until almost the entire Great Primordial is covered. What's going on? Why is there such a vision from the sky? Here, is it Saint Prove the Dao again? Now the Great Primordial only has Hongyun Daoist friend who has a purple chi of Grand Mist. Could it be that he is proving the Dao? The vision that came suddenly made the Great Primordial powers all startled. A group of great powers explored their spiritual thoughts one after another, wanting to find out the reason for the vision from the sky. Soon, they discovered that the source of the vision came from Longevity Mountain. But Lu Fan is manipulating billions of trillions of particles at this time, engraving lines on the surface of the particles. This caused chaos in the field of Longevity Mountain, and quantum fell into riots. The entire Longevity Hill has been enveloped by an inexplicable and powerful energy. Even the strong pseudo-saint can't continue to investigate the situation inside. Therefore, everyone couldn't help guessing whether Hongyun wanted to prove the Dao sanctified. After all, Hongyun had been staying in Longevity Hill before. In addition to the Great Primordial powers, even Hung Jun, Lao Zhi, Yuanqi, Tongtian, Nuwa and other saints were shocked by this huge vision. Their divine sense was stronger, so they were not affected by the chaotic field, and they barely saw Lu Fan in the monastery of 5 manners, and the imitation Pangu banner in front of him. However, they did not find that Lu Fan was imitating Pangu banner, but regarded it as Yuanqi's Pangu banner. Is this the Pangu banner? Why is it causing such an anomaly? Lao Zhi, Tongtian and others all showed doubts and puzzled eyes. When Pangu banner was in Yuanqi's hands before, there had never been such a vision erupting. Could this be the real power of Pangu banner? In Yuanqi's hands, Pangu banner was just a dusty pearl, and it didn't show its real power at all. It wasn't until Lu Fan held it that the dust disappeared. Lao Zhi, Tongtian, Nuwa and other saints couldn't help but have such thoughts in their hearts. Even Yuanqi himself couldn't help but start to doubt himself. No, this is not Yuanqi's Pangu banner at all. This Lu Fan is actually imitating Pangu banner. Zhi Xiaogong's pupils suddenly contracted into needlepoints. After all, he is a great primordial Dao ancestor, and his eyesight is not comparable to that of Lao Zhi and others. So, he was the first to discover the truth. But how is this possible? Hung Jun's mind was shocked. Hung Jun seemed to have been frightened by something, and he was dumbfounded. You know, Pangu banner is an innate treasure, how could it be imitated? Even he, the spokesperson of Heavenly Dao, cannot imitate the innate treasure. This is not because of his lack of ability, but because of the limitations of heavenly Dao. The innate treasure is unique and cannot be imitated. But looking at Lu Fan's appearance at this time, it seems that the imitation of Pangu Banner is about to be successful. This impact on him was too great, and his Dao heart was even slightly unstable because of it. At this time, Lu Fan's imitation of Pangu Banner has reached the most critical juncture, and he has no time to pay attention to what Hung Jun is thinking. Even if Lu Fan knew what Hung Jun was thinking at this time, he would probably dismiss it. Heavenly Dao limit? Non-existent. Hung Jun and others are all under the control of Heavenly Dao and must be bound by the laws of Heavenly Dao. But Lu Fan is a quantum body, he is like a bug to Dao. Can Heavenly Dao control Hung Jun and the others, and Lu Fan? As the aura exuded by Pangu Banner became stronger and stronger, Lao Ziyi, Yuanqi, Tongtian, and many other saints soon realized that something was wrong. The Heavenly Dao law contained in this Pangu Banner seems to be gradually improving. This is definitely not Yuanqi's 3.5 Pangu Banner. Its imitation, Lu Fan is actually imitating Pangu Banner. How is it possible? This is an innate treasure. Lao Ziyi and the others all showed horror, causing an uproar in their hearts. They all know that the innate treasure cannot be imitated at all. Especially Yuanqi, he is more shocked than other saints. He is the best at refining weapons among the saints, and once even wanted to refine a Pangu Banner imitation. But without exception, after wasting countless genius treasures, almost all of them failed. Even if one is successfully refined once in a while, the power is not even 1% of that of the genuine Pangu Banner, so the gain outweighs the loss. But look at this Pangu Banner imitated by Lu Fan, it is almost no different from the real Pangu Banner. Even Yuanqi, the original owner of Pangu Banner, didn't notice it at first. This is not imitation, it is simply copying. Chapter 77. No. Never let him succeed. Yuanqi's face suddenly turned cold, and he roared angrily in his heart. Pangu Banner is the treasure of his teaching, if Lu Fan succeeds in imitating it, and Great Primordial has 2 Pangu Banners, how can he be embarrassed? It's not scary to bump into a shirt, but it's embarrassing to bump into a treasure. Boom! Yuanqi's aura suddenly soared, and he almost chose to make a move, wanting to take the opportunity to interrupt Lu Fan. At this time, Lu Fan's imitation of Pangu Banner has reached the most critical moment. If Yuanqi intervenes suddenly, maybe he can really completely destroy the Pangu Banner that is about to be successfully imitated. However, thinking of the fact that Lu Fan could instantly kill him with one finger, Yuanqi had to force himself to calm down again, and the explosive momentum on his body finally gradually dissipated. He still didn't dare to shoot Lu Fan in the end. Palace of Responsible. Lao Ziyi's reaction was similar to Yuanqi's. The reason why innate treasures are innate treasures is precisely because of their scarcity, and there are only 4 pieces in the entire Great Primordial. The 14 Taiji chart in Lao Ziyi's hand is one of them. If Lu Fan can copy the innate treasure at will, what advantage does he have? Lu Fan's move has completely touched Lao Ziyi's vital interests. Therefore, he also wanted to interrupt Lu Fan and destroy the Pangu Banner. But thinking of Yuanqi being device-ardate and killed by Lu Fan with a finger, he finally extinguished his thoughts. West, Mt Sumi. Jiyan Zhn's reaction was just the opposite. Instead of wanting to destroy the Pangu Banner, they expected Lu Fan to successfully refine the Pangu Banner. Senior brother, I didn't expect this person to have such means, even Pangu Banner and other innate treasures can be imitated. Zhnt sighed, and stared at the imitation Pangu picture with his small eyes the size of mung beans. In his eyes, full of desire and greed. No way, the Western continent is barren, and spirit treasure is even more scarce. Do not suffer from scarcity but from inequality. While the 3 pure ones are rich, they are bloody poor. Therefore, if they can really imitate the innate treasure, they will be the first to be happy to see it succeed. Junior brother, it's a pity that we had a bad relationship with him back then, otherwise, we might be able to ask him to help us make a few spirit treasures. W. Ji Yin sighed, and the already sad face became even more sad. Brother's words are wrong. We were wrong for moving his puppet last time, but we have already used spirit treasure to repay the cause and effect, so we can't talk about hostility, and evil karma is also karma. Zhnt gave full play to his shameless character, his eyes sparkled, and he was thinking that if Lu Fan succeeded in copying Pangu Banner, how would he curry favor with Lu Fan and ask Lu Fan to give them the imitation spirit treasure of Western Buddhism. At that time, each of their Western Buddhism will have a wonder tree of 7 treasures plus 12-petal golden lotus of karmic virtues. How is Western Buddhism not booming? They don't pay as much attention to appearance as Lao Zi Yuanqi. To ensure the uniqueness of the treasure, they only have one goal in mind, and that is the great prosperity of the West. What the younger brother said is not unreasonable, but let's see if he can succeed first. Ji Yin is shameless and not under Zhnt, and also agrees with Zhnt's words. For a while, Saint had different thoughts. That is to say, Nuwa and Tongtian thought very simply, they were pure shock. They want to know if Lu Fan can imitate the Pangu Banner in the end. At the same time, in Xiao Palace, Hung Jun also came to his senses. No, the poor Daoist must stop him, and he must not be allowed to succeed, otherwise the Great Primordial will be completely messed up, and the Heavenly Dao will no longer exist. Hung Jun's face changed for a while, revealing a firm and decisive look. Thinking that if Lu Fan succeeds, under Lu Fan's copy, the Great Primordial will have an innate treasure, and he can't help but feel his scalp tingling. As the spokesperson of Heavenly Dao, how can he not take action to maintain the general trend of Heavenly Dao? Jade plate of good fortune, out. Hung Jun let out a low cry, and the jade plate of good fortune was thrown out, floating above his head. Immediately afterwards, 3,000 divine lights shot out, and hundreds of millions of Dao cultures became 3,000 Tongtian divine pillars, leading directly to the endless river. He is communicating with the Great Primordial Heavenly Dao, and wants to suppress Lu Fan with Heavenly Dao's will. Don't ask to kill Lu Fan, at least destroy the imitation Pangu Banner. Boom! Above the Longevity Mountain, a shocking thunder sound suddenly exploded, resounding all over the world. The purple air above Longevity Mountain quickly dissipated, replaced by thick jet-black clouds. The entire Longevity Mountain was soon completely covered by dark clouds, and the area of Longevity Mountain was almost invisible. Boom! The dark clouds and thunder flickered high above the sky, and the dense thunder and lightning continued to interweave and merge in the air, and soon formed the terrifying Eye of Punishment. Under Hung Jun's control, the scope of heaven's punishment only covered Longevity Hill, and did not affect anywhere. But in the Longevity Hill, it was like the end of the world at this time. Is this God's punishment? Great! Yuanqi was surprised at first, and then immediately overjoyed. God's punishment, that is the existence that they saint fear. In his view, the imitation Pangu Banner will inevitably be destroyed once the punishment of heaven comes out. He even had a little bit of expectation, if heaven's punishment could also seriously injure Lu Fan, that would be great. Humph, Lu Fan, Lu Fan, innate treasures are not so easy to imitate, it's up to you what to do now. Yuanqi sneered in his heart, gloated at Longevity Hill, and waited to see Lu Fan make a fool of himself. Innate treasures are conceived by heaven and earth. Heavenly Dao believes that if you want to imitate, you must do so by heaven defying. If you are not punished by heaven, whoever will be punished by heaven? 810. Palace of Responsible, Lao Zi's indifferent eyes also flashed a touch of coldness, and he felt relieved at the same time. As long as Lu Fan can't imitate the innate treasure, Lao Zi who owns the Taiji chart will still be the head of the 3 pure ones, overwhelming the existence of other saints. Mt Sumi and Ji Yin Zhnt looked at each other, and were also shocked by the appearance of heaven's punishment. But it is also reasonable to think about it. Heavenly Deo will definitely give a test when the innate treasure is born. If you pass it, it's fine. If you don't pass it, you will be destroyed on the spot. Looks like this Pangu banner is going to end. Jian Zhnt sighed regretfully. Although they knew that Lu Fan was very strong, they didn't think Lu Fan could keep Pangu banner. After all, that is the Eye of Punishment, representing the will of Heavenly Deo, and it is a dimensionality reduction blow to the great primordial sentient beings. Besides, Heaven's punishment is not aimed at Lu Fan, but at Pangu banner. Isn't it easy to destroy Pangu banner? Even Nuwa, who is close to Lu Fan, thinks so. Only Tongtian, the leader of the School of Interception, is not pessimistic. His School of Interception focuses on intercepting a chance of life. So, instead, he was thinking, what if Lu Fan really solved the punishment of heaven, and the imitation of Pangu Pod really succeeded? At that time, Yuanshi's expression must have been wonderful. Tongtian thought of it full of wickedness. After Ljiao sanctified, because of Ljiao's different philosophy, his relationship with Yuanshi became worse. So, he can't wait to see Yuanshi's jokes. Chapter 78. Longevity Hill. With the appearance of the Eye of Punishment, the chaotic quantum field covering the entire Longevity Mountain was finally suppressed, allowing the innate power to finally spy on the situation in the Monastery of Five Manners. Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun wanted to know what happened to the Monastery of Five Manners most urgently, and they used their divine senses to detect the situation inside the Monastery of Five Manners immediately. This is. Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun immediately saw the Pangu banner suspended in front of Lu Fan, and the terrifying Eye of Punishment covering the entire Longevity Hill, and their faces suddenly showed surprise. What's going on? Senior Lu will attract heaven's punishment in the ancient painting of the refinery area. Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun were very puzzled. In their eyes, Lu Fan was refining Pangu banner. How could this lead to God's punishment? After all, this is God's punishment, and the Great Primordial has never appeared in history. According to the legend, facing the punishment of God under the saint, it is impossible to escape the end of turning into ashes. It's unbelievable that it appeared now, and it's still aimed at Lu Fan. They even thought that Hung Jun was avenging his personal revenge and targeting Lu Fan with the help of heavenly punishment. No. This is not the real Pangu banner at all. Senior Lu Fan is actually imitating the Pangu banner, and this will bring about God's punishment. Zhen Yuanzi quickly saw the truth of the matter, and couldn't help but exclaimed. What? Senior Lu Fan is imitating Pangu banner. Hong Yun also showed a look of shock on his face, and the shock in his heart was inexplicable. After Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun, innate powers such as Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tai also gradually woke up. FK. No way. What? Copy Pangu banner. How can this be? After seeing the situation of the Monastery of Five Manners clearly, these innate powers all exclaimed. As the exclamations continued to sound one after another, the entire Great Primordial boiled up. Back then, Lu Fan killed Yuanshi Saint with one finger, so these innate talents also knew that Lu Fan was very strong. But they never expected that Lu Fan could be so strong that he could even imitate such a famous innate treasure as Pangu banner. This kind of appalling thing, Hung Jun can't even do it. However, I don't know if Senior can keep this imitation Pangu under the punishment of heaven. Zhen Yuanzi, Hong Yun and other congenital powers all had sparkles in their eyes, and it was hard to hide their excitement in their hearts. If Lu Fan succeeds in imitating Pangu banner, it will be an extremely terrifying impact on Great Primordial. At that time, the Great Primordial will no longer lack innate treasures. It's exciting to think about that scene. Even Emperor Jun Eastern Emperor Tai, who had just been robbed by Lu Fan, couldn't help looking forward to it at this moment, hoping that Lu Fan would succeed. In this case, they asked Lu Fan to copy a river map, and they might be able to get the river map back. Monastery of Five Manners. Lu Fan ignored the already seething Great Primordial World. He raised his head slightly, and saw the terrifying eye of punishment floating in the sky. His expression was calm. Is this the so-called heaven's punishment? It's kind of interesting. Lu Fan raised his head and looked at Tian punishment. Countless lights flickered in his golden eyes, as if hundreds of millions of codes were being calculated. This is Lu Fan's analysis of the eye of punishment. In that instant, he understood the nature of heaven's punishment. The so-called heavenly punishment is actually the punishment procedure of the Great Primordial Heavenly Dao Law. As an analogy, think of Great Primordial as a virtual world. Then heaven's punishment is the punishment program of this world. Once activated, the data of the punished object will be erased. This can be said to be a higher dimensional attack. But instead of rushing, Lu Fan had a glimmer of expectation. Yuanxi's low-latitude attack last time made him very unsatisfactory, and I hope this punishment can give him some surprises. Lu Fan retracted his gaze and continued to engrave patterns in the Pangu banner particles. Sister, is Senior Lu Fan all right? Chang Yi looked at Xi next to her worriedly. Lu Fan was calm, and as pseudo-saints, they couldn't be calm. At this moment, the eye of punishment floating in the sky has not yet opened, but the terrifying power it exudes has already made Xi and Chang Yi feel suffocated. Don't worry. Senior Lu Fan can kill the existence of saint with one finger. Although the punishment of heaven is terrible, it can't threaten Senior Lu Fan. Xi comforted Chang Yi. It is rumored that heaven's punishment can sanction saint, but Lu Fan can also instantly kill saint. In such a comparison, heaven's punishment and Lu Fan are only at the same level, so naturally Lu Fan needn't be afraid. Thinking of this, the two women finally let go of their worries and regained their confidence in Lu Fan. At this moment, the eye of heaven's punishment finally opened slowly, revealing the pupils formed by lightning inside, exuding a cold and destructive aura. Even if ordinary monks just glance at it from a distance, it will hurt their primordial spirit. Boom! With a loud thunder that resounded throughout the Great Primordial, a lightning spear that was billions of meters long slowly flew out from the god's eye of retribution. The thunder light flickered on the thunder spear, and it flickered on and off, as if executing the code of the world destruction program, exuding the aura of destroying everything. This powerful destructive aura enveloped the entire Great Primordial. Hundreds of millions of living beings in the Great Primordial trembled under this terrifying aura. And the creatures near the Longevity Hill, which is the closest to the Thunder Spear, have all crawled on the ground at this time. Their bodies are stiff and unable to move, and their brains are completely blank. Is this God's punishment? It's terrible. It's too strong. How to resist such a punishment from heaven? I feel that as long as I get close, I will be turned into ashes by this thunder spear. Seeing this scene, the congenital powers all showed a look of shock. Even though the thunder spear wasn't aimed at them, they instinctively felt endless fear. Even Lao Zi, Yuanqi, Tongtian and other saints are afraid of this thunder spear full of destructive aura. But immediately, Lao Zi Yuanqi couldn't help showing anticipation. Heaven's punishment is so strong, Lu Fan, let's see how you resist it. Lu Fan. Heavenly Dao's situation cannot be changed, promised, you are not allowed to mess around. In Zai Xiao's palace, Hung Jun's eyes were also cold, and he continued to control the punishment of heaven. In just an instant, this thunder spear had already entered the monastery of 5 manners, intending to destroy everything around it and turn it into nothingness. And this thunder spear has already locked Pangu banner. Unless you give up Pangu banner, Lu Fan has nothing to hide from. Hung Jun, I have to do something, even Heavenly Dao can't stop me. Lu Fan seemed to hear Hung Jun's thoughts, and talked to Hung Jun from a distance. He focused on 2 things, while continuing to copy the Pangu banner. He pointed out a finger and aimed at the thunder spear. Just like in the Battle of Chaos, he killed Yuanqi's holy body. Scatter for me. Lu Fan let out a low cry, and followed his words, full of unquestionable will. Then, everyone saw that the powerful and destructive thunder spear began to melt rapidly from Lu Fan's fingertips, like ice and snow meeting the sun. Chapter 79. Senior Lu Fan is still as strong as ever. Although Zhen Yuanzi didn't understand how Lu Fan dissipated such a powerful thunder spear of heaven's punishment, it didn't prevent them from admiring Lu Fan's power. Even Lao Ziyai Yuanshi and other saints who have enemies with Lu Fan have to admit that Lu Fan is really strong. Heaven punishes thunder spear, even if they have to deal with it with all their strength, but Lu Fan is so understated. This is the power gap. They don't know that these attacks are treated the same regardless of whether they are strong or weak. That is to use his ability to annihilate particles to directly dissipate the attack. That's why Storm Pike had such a icy smile. Since this is the case, poor Daoist will see how many means you have. In Zi Xiao Palace, a stern look flashed in Hung Jun's eyes. He knew that it was impossible to defeat Lu Fan with a single punishment, but seeing Lu Fan deal with it so easily, he was quite upset. He immediately manipulated the Eye of Heaven's punishment, and the Eye of Heaven's punishment widened again. If the Eye of Heaven's punishment was only half opened and half closed before, then the Eye of Heaven's punishment has been half opened now. As the Eye of Punishment 367 widened, not only did the thunder and lightning become more violent, but the surrounding time and space began to become chaotic. Around Longevity Mountain, a long river of time and space emerged, and countless phantoms of Longevity Mountain floated and sank in the long river. That represents the countless pasts and countless futures of Longevity Mountain. This is the law of space and time. Hung Jun knew that ordinary means could not deal with Lu Fan at all, so he directly mobilized the power of Heavenly Tao's time and space, wanting to directly erase the source code of Longevity Mountain and send it to the recycle bin, and then emptied the recycle bin. In this case, if Longevity Hill did not exist in the past, there would naturally be no Longevity Hill today. Boom boom boom. This time, a total of 10 lightning spears billions of feet long emerged from the eyes of Heaven's punishment, and with the momentum of thunder, they crushed towards the phantom of the long river of time and space below. These 10 thunder spears are engraved with billions of trillions of runes, exuding the aura of destroying everything. Moreover, their auras are also connected to each other, and their power is more than 100 times more powerful than before. It seems that the past, present, and future of the entire Longevity Hill will be completely destroyed by this blow. At this time, the entire land of Great Primordial was covered in scarlet white by the 10 thunder spears, like 10 suns across the sky, making it impossible to look directly at it. Although the range of divine punishment this time was only limited to the Longevity Hill, all the creatures in the Great Primordial were shocked by the terrifying power emanating from these 10 thunder spears. Some creatures with low strength even directly fell into a coma and lost consciousness. Innate powers such as Zhen Yuanzi Hongyun, and even the 6 saints are also in awe. The law of time and space is the most mysterious and taboo field of the Great Primordial, even they are hard to resist. Poor Daoist, let's see how you resolve this time. Hung Jun's expression was indifferent, as if he had the chance to win. Space-time means, it's a bit decent. Lu Fan's face was still expressionless, he was not worried about the impact of Heaven's punishment from time and space, and even looked forward to it. This is the high-latitude strike, and it is worth his shot. So, while still focusing on copying the Pangu banner, he put his right index finger and middle finger together and tapped on his forehead. In an instant, quantum fluctuations emanated from his body. In an instant, the quanta around Heaven's punishment began to vibrate at a certain frequency. This kind of vibration was so subtle that Hung Jun didn't notice it for a while. When he realized it, he found that the 10 thunder spears disappeared, instantly. In the next second, it appeared directly above Chaos Zi Xiaogong. Moving time and space, this method, the body of Lu Fan's prince will also. And it is more advanced. A monk can only travel through time and space by himself. And Lu Fan's moving time and space is to move everything without moving himself. However, he used scientific methods, just like a time machine traveling through time and space. He directly travels through time and space to the sky above Xiao Palace, and it is not too early or too late, which is the Xiao Palace 1 second before the heaven punishment falls. So, when Hung Jun saw the heaven's punishment disappear, Kaigen Thunder Spear had already landed on Xiao Gong. Boom! A huge roar sounded. Xiao Gong exploded in an instant. The originally resplendent Xiao Palace exploded directly, and the hidden small world inside also collapsed directly. If it weren't for Heavenly Tao's power to maintain it, Hung Jun might be fine, and Hao Tian Yaokai would be seriously injured. What? Inside Xiao's palace, Hung Jun was stunned. He never thought that Liu Fan resisted his move in such an unimaginable way. Not only was Longevity Hill safe and sound, but his Xiaogong dojo was also destroyed. Immediately, his expression was furious, and his whole body exuded a cold killing intent. Son, be punished. The dojo is the face of the master. Destroying the dojo is tantamount to hitting him in the face. It's also fortunate that his Xiao Palace is far away in the depths of the chaos, otherwise, if the Great Primordial can see it, what is the majesty of his Dao ancestor? From this moment on, he and Liu Fan have formed a death feud. What's going on? Why did Thunder Spear of Heaven's punishment suddenly disappear? Could it be that Senior Liu Fan transferred? No way, this is a punishment from heaven that contains the laws of time and space, can it be transferred? Great Primordial, the innate powers once again shocked Liu Fan's methods, and even the six saints had to admire. They don't know how Liu Fan transferred the Thunder Spear of Heaven's punishment, let alone where Liu Fan transferred the Thunder Spear of Heaven's punishment. Nuwa has some guesses. She is the only one of the saints whose dojo is in the outer world of chaos, so she can feel a wave of fluctuations from the depths of chaos. Although I don't know where it is, but I remember that it seems to be in the direction of Xiao Gong. For a moment, she couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes, and covered her mouth with her hand, for fear of screaming out in shock. Chapter 80. Xiao Gong. Although Liu Fan once again defuses the offensive, and even joins him in the army, Hung Jun did not give up, but was completely enraged. Above the Longevity Mountain, the Eye of Punishment is like a sword of destruction, hanging above the Longevity Mountain. Under Hung Jun's control, it completely entered a state of berserk. Most of the Eyes of Punishment, which were originally opened, have all been opened at this time. The cold and ruthless eyes looked down on the entire Longevity Mountain, like a god who is high above. Terrifying thunder and lightning swept in all directions, and the entire Great Primordial could hear the thunder that sounded like the roar of heaven. Great Primordial billions of living beings, everything they see in front of them has turned red and white. They could no longer hear any sound except thunder. God's punishment is coming for real. Zhen Yuan Zi, Hong Yin and other innate talents all had solemn expressions. Although this heaven's punishment attack has not really come, but just looking at the front shake, you know that it is definitely not easy. This is no longer an ordinary saint's attack, but a heavenly Dao level attack. As a result, everyone couldn't help showing worry. I wonder if Liu Fan can resist it. You know, under heavenly Dao, under saint are all ants. Ha ha ha, Liu Fan kid, let's see if you're not dead this time. In Jade Palace of Emptiness, Yuan Shi couldn't help laughing wildly. Feeling the terrifying mighty power brewing from heaven's punishment, he thought that even Liu Fan could not escape this catastrophe. Even if it can't hurt you, destroy the Pangu banner. In Palace of Eight Sceneries, Lao Zi also sneered, he absolutely did not allow the Great Primordial to overflow. Liu Fan, Wanshao Mountain Heaven defying did it, poor Daoist punished on behalf of heaven. In Xiao Palace, Hung Jun's cold and merciless eyes were filled with dangerous intent. Under his control, billions and billions of spears of thunder fell from the Eye of Punishment. Runes shine on each thunder spear, spreading the power of law. There are the laws of thunder, the laws of destruction, and the laws of time measurement and space. This is Hung Jun learning from the experience and lessons from last time, locking the time and space of the thunder spear, so as to avoid being transferred away by Lu Fan again. The law of thunder and the law of destruction are equivalent to the Great Primordial Removal Program. To clear all the data of Longevity Mountain from history, even if you search through the ancient history, you will never find any trace of Longevity Mountain. See how you block this time. Hung Jun's expression became more and more cold. He actually wanted to attack Longevity Mountain a long time ago, because he knew that Longevity Mountain had Lu Fan's nose computer in the metaverse. It is these that make human race deviate from the general trend of Great Primordial Heavenly Dao. Before, Hung Jun didn't have enough reason to attack Lu Fan. To put it bluntly, as the spokesperson of Heavenly Dao, Hung Jun is equivalent to a group administrator. The group rules are the rules of Heavenly Dao, which is set by the group leader, Heavenly Dao. If Hung Jun wants to use his authority, he has to wait for Lu Fan to violate the group rules. In the past, Lu Fan was meticulous in his work and did not give him any excuses, so he never had a chance to do anything. This time Lu Fan imitated the innate treasure, and finally gave him a chance. Without any hesitation, he manipulated hundreds of millions of thunder spears, and once again moved towards the long river of time and space. The phantom of Longevity Mountain slowly fell. Boom boom boom. For every inch that falls, the surrounding space turns into a virtual hall. This is the frightening part of the law of destruction. Wherever it passes, everything will be wiped out and all will be deleted. Soon, hundreds of millions of thunder spears shattered time and space, descending on the highest peak of Longevity Mountain. Seeing that, the plan to clear Longevity Hill is about to be implemented. Great Primordial and Saint, all of them held their breath and watched this scene without blinking, lest they miss any important details. They were extremely nervous. Some hoped that Lu Fan would be able to resist it, and some hoped that Lu Fan would not be able to resist it. Both Yi and Changzi couldn't help closing their eyes. Although they believed in Lu Fan's strength, the heaven's punishment was so powerful that they didn't dare to watch it any longer. They could only cover their eyes with both hands, and couldn't help but look at Lu Fan through their fingers. Are you still coming? 5 Lu Fan still smiled lightly. Although the power of heaven's punishment was indeed many times stronger this time, especially since Hung Jun locked the time and space of the thunder spear, it was not so easy for him to resolve it. However, he still didn't take it to heart. Hung Jun, it's good for you to rely on Heavenly Dao, but success is also Heavenly Dao, and failure is also Heavenly Dao. I'm afraid you won't have a chance this time. Lu Fan showed a playful smile on the corner of his mouth, and then tapped his right hand towards the imitation Pangu banner. In an instant, as if a button was pressed, the hundreds of millions of thunder spears that were about to fall on Longevity Hill all stopped, and never fell an inch. What happened? Hung Jun's face suddenly changed, and his face was full of surprise. He immediately controlled heaven's punishment, trying to restart it, but found that Storm Pike was still motionless. What happened? Why didn't Storm Pike move? The great primordial innate powers and Saint of Heavenly Dao quickly discovered the anomaly, and were also stunned. They thought about many possibilities. For example, Lu Fan destroyed Thunder Spear with another finger. For example, Longevity Mountain was really destroyed by Thunder Spear, but they never thought that Thunder Spear would stop. One must know that this time Thunder Spear was loaded with the law of time and space by Hung Jun, locking time and space. Even if he wanted to imprison time and space, it would be difficult to do so. What is going on? The innate powers and Saint are all whispering to each other. I want to find out the reason. Finally, someone discovered the reason for all this. It's Pangu Banner, it's Senior Lu Fan who successfully imitated Pangu Banner. I don't know which innate power will speak first, but soon all the powers will know. Heavenly Dao's punishment is a test for Pangu Banner. Now that Lu Fan has successfully imitated the Pangu Banner, it is equivalent to passing the test, and the punishment will naturally not continue. Boom! In an instant, all the great primordial powers boiled over. You know, Pangu Banner is an innate treasure. It was successfully copied by Lu Fan. In the past, they couldn't even imagine it. Even now, they still feel like a dream. They realized that the structure of the Great Primordial World would change drastically. It really worked. The four saints, Tongtian, Nuwa, Jiyin, and Zhnt, were also stunned in disbelief. Congenital treasures, bred by heaven and earth, there are only 4 great primordials in the entire Great Primordial, which are hard to come by. But who would have thought that one day, it could be artificially refined? Shocked and collapsed their worldview. Jiyan Zhnt showed greed in his eyes, and his heart was ready to move. No. It's impossible. Lao Ziyi and Yuanxi are equally unbelievable. However, they are different from Tongtian and others. They are unbelievable and unwilling to believe all this. But Lao Ziyi didn't show it on the surface, he just yelled in his heart, while Yuanxi couldn't help but yelled. This is impossible. This is impossible. Hung Jun also yelled in disbelief, he really couldn't accept such an ending. He felt that he was only a little short, that he was just a little short, and he could be done. However, this is what Lu Fan said, the so-called success is Heavenly Dao, and failure is also Heavenly Dao. Although Heavenly Dao is the group leader of the Great Primordial Group, it has to abide by the rules it sets. Lu Fan Pangu Banner is refined, and the punishment of heaven must be finalized. Those billions of lightning spears of destruction began to dissipate slowly, like ice and snow under the sun gradually melting. The eye of heaven's punishment is also gradually closing. All is at peace. Hung Jun's calculations are completely in vain. Chapter 81. It seems that Senior Lu Fan really refined the Pangu Banner. Zhen Yuan Zi, Hong Yun and other innate powers watched the gradually dissipating natural punishment, swallowed at the same time, showing shock. Although they had already guessed like this just now, they were still extremely shocked when it was confirmed. Starting today, the Great Primordial has 5 innate treasures. It is foreseeable that in the not-too-distant future, Great Primordial will have 6th and 7th pieces. Although it may be repeated like Pangu Banner, it is also a treasure. Second brother, let's go, prepare a generous gift, we will go to the Monastery of 5 Manners right now. Heavenly Court 33 Heavens, a brilliant light flashed in Emperor Jun's eyes, and he immediately said to Eastern Emperor Tai. Brother, do you want to return the river map? Eastern Emperor Tai seemed to understand what Emperor Jun meant, and was eager to try it in 207. Yes, it seems that the senior just wants to copy the spirit treasure, so let the senior copy it. After the senior copy is successful, the river map will be useless to the senior, and we will return it with other treasures. Emperor Jun's eyes flickered, as long as they could get back the river chart, their heavenly court's strength would not be weakened, and they didn't need to worry about which clan. As for being tricked by Lu Fan, they didn't care at all. Lu Fan is a senior, what happened to the junior being tricked by the senior? Is that a pit? That's called teaching experience. As for Yi and Changji not marrying them forever, they also reflected on it, and it was indeed their way of handling it that was not good. Moreover, Yi and Changji are Lu Fan's mates because Yi and Changji voluntarily, so what do they have to hate Lu Fan? Brother is right, if possible, we might as well ask Senior to copy my Bell of Primordial Chaos. Eastern Emperor Tai said excitedly. He doesn't care about whether the Bell of Primordial Chaos is the only one or not, he only cares about whether he can improve his strength so that he can suppress the 12 ancestral witch in the future. If Heavenly Court gets another Bell of Primordial Chaos, or multiple Bells of Primordial Chaos, that strength will definitely increase dramatically. Hiss, that's right, why didn't I think that you are the smartest second brother? Emperor Jun first gasped, and then couldn't help being overjoyed. Without any further hesitation, the two immediately took by Ze demon sage to prepare generous gifts and rushed to the monastery of 5 manors. Coincidentally, Western MT Sumi. Junior brother, I think it's time for us to visit Senior Lu Fan. Ji Yin sat cross-legged on the 12-petal golden lotus of karmic virtues, touching the petals of the golden lotus, and said with a twinkle in his eyes. Brother is right, and I have exactly the same intention. Greedy eyes flickered in Zhnts eyes, and he was also touching his wonder tree of 7 treasures with his hands, his expression inexplicably excited. No way, Western Buddhism is too poor. They are both terrified. Although they knew that Hung Jun and Lu Fan seemed to be on the same side, Hung Jun accepted them as registered disciples and gave them a lot less spirit treasure than the 3 pure ones. Therefore, in order to have more spiritual treasures in the church, they chose to visit Lu Fan at the monastery of 5 manors without hesitation. They also don't care about the uniqueness of their spirit treasure, as long as Lu Fan is willing, they are willing to copy their own treasures to each Western Buddhism disciple. In that case, their Western Buddhism will not be poor. Even Ji Yin Zhnts 2 saints are like this, not to mention other innate powers. They set off for the monastery of 5 manors one after another. Lu Fan is so powerful that even God's punishment can't do anything about it. It's good for them to get acquainted. Not a son of man. In Zi Xiao Palace, the corners of Hung Jun's mouth twitched, his face was as gloomy as water, and his eyes were extremely cold. He didn't expect that instead of stopping Lu Fan, heaven's punishment fulfilled Lu Fan's reputation. Well now, all the great primordials know that Lu Fan can copy the innate treasure. Great primordial is a big trend, you can't think about it. Unfortunately, this is what people want, even if he is Dao ancestor, he cannot forcefully control it. Hateful. In Jade Palace of Emptiness, Yuanshi's face was ugly. He is afraid, now the innate treasure of Pangu Banner is in the hands of Lu Fan in all Great Primordial. So he was afraid that Lu Fan would mess up, so he continued to copy the Pangu Banner and gave one to the innate powers. Then he really doesn't want to live. Yuanshi, let's see how you end up in the future. In floating Emerald Jade Palace, Tong Tian gloated secretly. After the establishment of Jiao, he and Yuanshi had more and more differences and conflicts because of their different ideas of establishing Jiao Tong. Therefore, seeing Yuanshi being unlucky, he was not to mention how happy he was. Monastery of 5 Manors. Lu Fan caressed the newly imitated Pangu Banner, as if he had finished a work of art, he was very satisfied. Even if it is an innate treasure, as long as you master the scientific method, it can be imitated. Lu Fan showed a confident smile, appreciating his work. On this imitated Pangu Banner, there is a lingering atmosphere of chaos at this time, and billions of trillions of runes are flickering on it, mysterious and powerful. Now even if Yuanshi, the owner of the Pangu Banner, came to check it out in person, he might not be able to find any difference between the two. Senior, did you really imitate Pangu? The 2 girls, Xi and Changzi, put down their hands covering their eyes, and said with wide-eyed disbelief. Until now, they still seem to be in a dream, some can't believe it. Of course, why is it so difficult? Lu Fan smiled indifferently, as if talking about a trivial matter. Fortunately, Hung Jun didn't hear this, otherwise he couldn't help complaining. It is not difficult to copy the innate treasure, but do you want to copy the supreme treasure of chaos? Senior Lu Fan, is this exactly the same as the real Pangu Banner? He stared carefully at the imitation Pangu Banner in front of him, and asked in a trembling voice. Of course. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself. Lu Fan directly took out the genuine Pangu Banner, and handed the 2 Pangu Banners to Xi and Chong Xi respectively, asking them to compare them carefully. The 2 women took the 2 pieces of Pangu Banners, and first took a closer look with their spiritual thoughts, but they couldn't see any difference between 3.0 and 3.0. Cut! The 2 women let out a soft shout, and at the same time controlled the Pangu banner in their hands, and slashed towards above 9 heavens. Boom! 2 powerful and unparalleled chaotic sword chi emanated from the Pangu banner, piercing through the clouds in an instant, tearing apart the space, and flying towards 9 days away, slicing into nothingness. Whether it is the attack effect or the attack power, it is exactly the same. As a result, Jade Palace of Emptiness, Yuan Shi's face turned greener. Damn! How the hell did he do that? Why are these 2 Pangu banners exactly the same? Yuan Shi's complexion kept changing, and he felt so aggrieved that he wanted to vomit blood. If it is exactly the same, when Lu Fan returns the Pangu banner to him 2 million years later, he will not know if it is his real Pangu peak. Chapter 82. The picture of Xi and Changzi respectively urging Pangu banner to cut out the chaotic sword energy was also seen by the innate powers who rushed to the Monastery of 5 Manners. As a result, everyone was even more excited, and the speed under their feet was even faster. I can't wait to grow a few more legs and put in a few more pairs of wings. Inside the Monastery of 5 Manners, Xi Changji excitedly handed the Pangu banner to Lu Fan. Senior, the power of this Pangu banner is really exactly the same. How did it do it? Xi asked. It's simple and scientific. Without thinking, Lu Fan replied with a smile. Science. Yi and Changzi looked at each other in blank dismay, feeling extremely unfamiliar with this word, and it could even be said that they didn't understand it at all. Science is the subject of studying all the phenomena and laws of the universe. Anything, as long as we can figure out the principles, we can master it. I just mastered the formation principle of Pangu banner, so I can make Pangu banner. Lu Fan patiently explained. Xi and Changji are his maids, and sooner or later they have to learn science, so he doesn't mind explaining more to them. Senior, is the robot you left on Taiyan Star studying the principles of Taiyan Star? He suddenly thought of those robots on Taiyan Star, and couldn't help but ask. That's right, Taiyan Star has many substances that are not found in other stars and the Great Primordial Continent, all of which are worth studying. Lu Fan nodded and gave Xi an appreciative look. As long as all the substances of the Great Primordial are thoroughly studied, then there will be no secrets in this world. Even weak mortals can do many incredible things if they master the laws. For example, the alchemy you talk about is actually different substances that undergo chemical reactions under certain conditions, and then form a new substance called elixir. For another example, the refiner is the same principle. One or more substances are reacted to form new substances under certain reaction conditions. These are all chemical changes. 11. Lu Fan spoke eloquently, explaining the cultivation system of Great Primordial from a scientific point of view. Yi and Changzi nodded thoughtfully, half understanding what they heard. I don't understand it, but it feels great. They have an intuition in their hearts, which is the essence of alchemy. Before, they only knew one of them, but not the other. So, the 2 women looked at Lu Fan with admiration. It's like the kind of ordinary people's worship of the Master of Learning and the God of Learning. This seems like a good feeling. Lu Fan enjoyed the eyes of the 2 women, and suddenly felt that the decision to accept Xi and Changji as maids was very wise. The 2 top-grade goddesses don't need to do anything, even standing there quietly can make people feel happy physically and mentally. Do you want to study science? Lu Fan thought for a while, and asked the 2 women seriously. Since the 2 women were so interested, he took this opportunity to introduce the 2 women to the threshold. Senior, can we also learn? Yubia was overwhelmed with surprise, her beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. You must know that the practice practiced in the Great Primordial is very precious and should not be easily passed on to outsiders. Even Hung Jun, when Zai Xiaogong preached in the past, said that the law cannot be passed on to the 6 ears. Not to mention Lu Fan's supernatural powers that can copy innate treasures. They didn't expect that Lu Fan would be willing to teach them. Of course, as long as you want to learn, I will send you to Yuan Universe to study now. Lu Fan smiled. Metaverse, what is that? Aren't we learning from our predecessors? Both Yi and Changji looked puzzled, they didn't know what the metaverse was. The metaverse is a universe created by me. I have stored all the knowledge of science in the metaverse. As long as you enter the metaverse, you can learn whatever you want. Lu Fan explained unhurriedly. What, the universe created by the predecessors? Could it be that what Zhen Yuan Zi Hong Yun said last time is true? Senior really created a universe similar to the Great Primordial, just like God Pangu. Xi and Changzi were shocked again. The last time Lu Fan took Zhen Yuan Zi Hong Yun to Zixiao Palace to listen to the sermon, people broke out that Lu Fan created a universe. It's just that the two of them stopped talking later and didn't continue talking, so that everyone was not sure whether it was true or not. Now that Lu Fan has to say it himself, they have finally been verified. This thing is true, Lu Fan really created a universe. No wonder Senior Lu Fan is not afraid of Heavenly Tao's punishment. Xi and Changji lamented that Lu Fan can create a universe, as if he is in existence at the same level as Heavenly Tao, so naturally he doesn't have to fear the punishment of God. So, without hesitation, the two women asked immediately. Senior, how should we go to the metaverse? Their beautiful eyes reveal anticipation, and they can't wait to take a look at the universe created by Lu Fan. It's very simple, as long as you put on this helmet. With a thought, Lu Fan summoned the two helmets and handed them to Yi and Changji. Senior, what kind of treasure is this? Is it a certificate to enter the metaverse? Yi and Changji kept touching the helmet with their hands, full of doubts. Put the helmets on your heads and follow the system prompts to enter the metaverse. Lu Fan made a projection demonstration and taught them to put the helmet on their heads. Is that so? Immediately, Yi and Changzi excitedly followed Lu Fan's instructions and put the helmet on 63's head. Then, the brainwaves of the two women were quickly connected to the helmet, and then directly uploaded to the metaverse. The two girls Xi and Changzi first felt a darkness in front of their eyes, and then the picture reappeared in front of their eyes. It means that they have come to the original place of the metaverse Longevity Hill. Here it is. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar Longevity Hill in front of them, both women's eyes widened in surprise. The majestic mountain surrounded by fairy clouds in front of you is indeed the Longevity Mountain. But compared with the Longevity Hill in their impression, there are many more buildings here. High-rise buildings full of modern style stand tall among the mountains. There are also many characters with various names on their heads running around, suddenly disappearing, and suddenly appearing again. This is when the human race disciples are logging into the metaverse or logging out from the metaverse. Not only that, the human race disciples also have their own names hanging above their heads, which is very similar to the login screen of modern online games on Earth. This is because the human race reproduces too fast, and as the number of people increases, the names become more and more difficult to remember. For convenience, Lu Fan made a patch on Metaverse and added the function of this name. So the current Metaverse login to the initial site looks like a large-scale online virtual game.